Chapter 1. Song Ling. Nightfall. A gentle rain drizzles from the sky. Song Ling's body is half submerged in the muddy mixture of rainwater, the pungent scent of blood mingling with the frigid air as it fills his nostrils. Pain courses through him as if his entire being has been shattered. Ah, surprisingly, you're still alive? Not far off, a robust humanoid creature speaks. It possesses a head akin to that of a lizard, its body a mass of sinewy muscle. As it speaks, a bifurcated red tongue flicks from its mouth, and its cold, emotionless vertical pupils fixate on Song Ling. As Song Ling opens his eyes and beholds the terrifying visage of this creature, fragmented and unfamiliar memories suddenly crystallize. In the twilight of the dynasty, noble families vie for power, while malevolent beings wreak havoc in the countryside. This place is known as Hongshe Village, a small settlement with merely a handful of inhabitants. In the dead of night, the lizard-like creature launched a surprise attack on the village, leaving a trail of slaughter in its wake. The previous owner of this body, sharing the same name, had engaged in combat with it using the family's mediocre martial art, the Wind-Shattering Blade, only to be swatted aside and meet a tragic demise, allowing this soul from Earth to inhabit the remains. With great effort, Song Ling pushes himself up, and in the moonlight, the murky puddles reflect a delicate visage. His brows resemble distant mountains, and his eyes shimmer like autumn waters. The former owner bore an androgynous appearance, undeniably male, yet blessed with an exquisitely beautiful face. This peculiarity had subjected him to incessant teasing from the villagers. Yet now, those who once jested at him lie sprawled on the ground, their bodies reduced to mangled corpses, devoured beyond recognition. In Hongshe Village, apart from him, only a scant few remain alive. At this moment, Song Ling finds himself the target of the lizard creature's cold gaze, an unprecedented sense of life and death crisis enveloping him. His complexion pales. He will die. If this continues, there is no doubt he will share the fate of his predecessor, perishing at the hands of this monster. Truly worthy of a martial artist, such fine meat should be saved for the last. Just stay put and don't move, it'll let you linger a while longer, the lizard creature intones, its voice deep and viscous saliva dripping from its mouth, splattering on the face of an elderly man. It clutches the village head. The elder, respected in the village, weakly calls out, "Ling, hurry and flee." The creature turns its attention to the village head, leaning in to sniff disdainfully. Too old, not worth eating. With that, its sharp claws crush the elder's skull with a sickening crunch. Discarding the head's lifeless body, the lizard creature strides toward the next living villager. Song Ling, propped up by the long knife of his former self, contemplates whether to turn and flee. Given the current state of his body and the creature's speed from his memories, the likelihood of success is virtually nil. Yet if he does not escape, remaining only buys him a few more minutes of life. In that case, just as Song Ling resolves to fight for his life, a faint golden panel appears in his mind. Current skills mastered. Wind-Shattering Blade beginner. Remaining Xuan Yuan, 5 points. Xuan Yuan can be consumed to enhance skills. Song Ling blinks. This concept is familiar to him. It is commonly referred to as a system, a golden finger, or an external aid. Truly, hope is not lost. How much Xuan Yuan must I expend to enhance my skills sufficiently to defeat this lizard creature? He muses inwardly. The Wind-Shattering Blade is merely a rudimentary martial art of little renown if the Xuan Yuan is an exceedingly rare resource. Depleting it entirely might not be wise. It would be ideal to limit the expenditure to the amount required to vanquish the lizard creature. Regrettably, the golden panel in his mind offers no response. Never mind, there's no time for extensive analysis. First, preserve my life, then consider other matters. Song Ling sighs, his gaze resolute. Consume 5 points of Xuan Yuan to enhance the Wind-Shattering Blade. The area displaying remaining Xuan Yuan on the faint golden panel flickers, morphing into 0. The beginner designation following Wind-Shattering Blade transforms to minor mastery, swiftly advancing to major mastery, perfection, and ultimately crystallizing as breaking limits. Simultaneously, Song Ling feels an incredible surge of strength coursing through his body. Though his physique remains unchanged, the previous frailty has vanished completely, replaced by a warm energy emanating from his dantian, flowing throughout him and invigorating his spirit. Having inherited the memories of his predecessor, Song Ling realizes this is the unique internal energy of a martial artist. 10 threads of internal energy signify the status of an official martial artist. Recalling the moves of the Wind-Shattering Blade, an overwhelming sense of familiarity envelopes him as he wields the long knife with effortless precision. Your proficiency in the skill Wind-Break Blade has reached an unprecedented level, comprehending its core essence, mastering the breaking limits technique. Wind splendor slashes the moon. Beneath the high-hanging cold moon and the gentle rain, Hongshire village, strewn with corpses, lies in a profound silence. The lizard creature approaches a mother and her child, its imposing figure instilling immense psychological pressure. The woman tightly clutches her daughter, trembling as if she might faint from fear. It extends a sharp claw, forcibly prying away the woman's grip to reveal the child nestled in her arms. Quite tender, should be delicious, the lizard creature grins with a glimmer of greed. Please, please do not eat my daughter, consume me instead. Take me. The woman, gripped by terror, clings fiercely to her child, pleading pitifully for the creature's mercy. Hee, don't be anxious, I intend to feast on both of you. The lizard creature replies, its skin marred with green patterns, its grotesque muscles resembling tumors. It raises its right hand, reaching for the woman's head. With a splash, a youth with flowing black hair and an ethereal appearance emerges from the rain. He splashes through the water, dashing toward them at breakneck speed. The lizard creature halts, grinning maliciously as it swings its claws. I intended to savor you last, but since you're so eager to meet your end, I shall oblige. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning streaks across the sky, illuminating Song Ling's impassive face. The long knife in his hand glimmers in the air, resembling a cold moon in the heavens. Breaking limits technique, wind splendor slashes the moon. The lizard creature's robust arm is severed, thick, foul black blood spurting from the wound. It screeches in agony, its body trembling from the excruciating pain, its strength waning. Within the creature's emotionless vertical pupils, a flicker of human-like fear emerges, for it cannot comprehend the nature of Song Ling's strike. Without allowing it a moment to retaliate, Song Ling unleashes his 10 threads of internal energy, transforming it into an overwhelming force that surges into his right arm. He then steps forward, seizing the lizard creature's thick neck and violently slamming it to the ground. Thud! The creature's head strikes the earth with force, blood flowing from its features. Before it can regain its senses, Song Ling plants his foot upon its head and brings down the long knife with all his might. Die for me! Splat! The creature's head separates from its body, hot blood splattering across Song Ling's exquisitely beautiful features, rendering him almost otherworldly. Chapter 2. A Misunderstanding. Song Ling gazes at the lifeless form of the lizard creature, breathing heavily. Setting aside the lofty practitioners of immortality, the martial arts hierarchy in this world is divided into 4 ranks: third-rate, second-rate, first-rate, and master. If one were to equate the creature's strength to that of a human martial artist, it would be akin to a third-rate martial artist with 60 threads of internal energy. In contrast, after the enhancement from the panel, Song Ling has also attained third-rate status, yet possesses only 10 threads of internal energy. The reason he was able to conclude the battle so decisively lies chiefly in the breaking limits technique. Wind splendor slashes the moon. With merely 10 threads of internal energy, he has unleashed such power, truly befitting of the name breaking limits. After a few moments, the lizard creature's body and head dissolve into a cloud of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Witnessing this, Song Ling cannot help but marvel. The creature's energy stems from the world around it, and upon death, it swiftly returns to nature. It is said that only beings of a higher echelon than the creature, known as Yao, can leave behind their corporeal forms upon demise. However, Yao exists on the same level as immortal masters, entities far beyond the reach of ordinary martial artists. Ling. At that moment, the woman clutching her daughter, along with a few other survivors, cautiously approaches, their faces reflecting an incredulous sense of having survived the calamity. They could hardly fathom that the boy they often teased, Ling, could slay a creature and save their lives. Aunt Huang, are you and Ernyo unharmed? Song Ling inquires. Aunt Huang shakes her head, turning to survey the village littered with corpses, sorrow etched in her eyes. Everyone is dead. Song Ling falls silent. From the memories of his predecessor, such a village annihilation due to a creature's attack is not uncommon in this world. His own parents perished years ago in a similar onslaught. However, that time, a martial artist happened to be present, vanquishing the creature and preventing significant casualties. Someone speaks up. Let us gather the bodies. Even if we part ways in the future, we cannot leave them to rot in the wilderness, prey for wild beasts. Others nodded in agreement, voicing no dissent. After all, in these times, who could predict how long individuals like them, simple folk from the countryside, might endure? Should one meet their demise one day, it would be a comfort to have someone to claim their remains. The group resolved to gather all the bodies and bury them in a desolate area behind the village. After discussing their respective responsibilities, they commenced the grim task of collecting the deceased. Naturally, Song Ling was no exception. As he worked, he pondered the path that lay ahead. With nearly all the villagers of Hongshe village deceased, it was clear that continuing to reside there was untenable. The lizardmen were merely a common type of monster, and should a more formidable foe appear in the future, he had no confidence in his ability to survive. To thrive in such a world, indeed to live well, one must possess formidable strength. Although he had a golden finger panel that allowed him to enhance his power through the consumption of something called Xuan Yuan, he currently lacked both new martial techniques and Xuan Yuan. After considerable reflection, Song Ling resolved to journey to Sui City, located several dozen miles from Hongshe village. It was a bustling metropolis where he might procure new martial skills and uncover leads regarding Xuan Yuan. Additionally, living in a city would undoubtedly offer a higher degree of safety compared to the wilderness. After half an hour, Song Ling found himself before a severely disfigured female corpse. What is this? As he caught sight of a jade pendant hanging from the corpse's waist, Song Ling's gaze sharpened, and the memories of his previous life surged forth. This female corpse had been the adopted daughter of the village chief, reportedly found by him over a decade ago, with nothing but this pendant accompanying her in the swaddling. By a remarkable coincidence, both she and Song Ling bore a tear mole beneath their left eye, and given their similar ages, they had shared a close bond since childhood, playing together and even exchanging playful vows of marriage in their youth. Alas, all of that was now but a distant memory. Song Ling fully inherited and merged with the memories of his predecessor, leading to a complex swirl of emotions within him. However, he remained fundamentally Song Ling from Earth, not the native Song Ling of this world, and would not allow the experiences of a stranger to wholly consume him. With a sigh, Song Ling bent down to pick up the jade pendant from the corpse's waist. Intricately carved with a purple flower, the pendant was exquisitely crafted. Should he sell it, it could provide him with a substantial sum to start his life anew in Sui City. As compensation for vengeance, he believed the owner would not object. Suddenly, a clamor of hooves echoed from the village entrance. Song Ling looked up to see a masked giant clad in black riding a tall steed. Whoa! The masked giant reined in his horse, dismounted, and his piercing gaze swept over the busy villagers before landing squarely on Song Ling. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he boomed, the tear mole beneath the left eye and the purple flower jade pendant indeed. It's her. It seems I've stumbled upon a treasure without the slightest effort. To think the lost daughter of the Jiang family would be found in such a remote village, this fortune is finally mine. The masked giant was undoubtedly aware of the carnage strewn across the village. Yet in these turbulent times, such scenes had become all too commonplace, merely the aftermath of monster rampages. He had witnessed similar horrors several times this month alone. In such moments, it was often the safest, for the monsters had gorged themselves and departed. Furthermore, with his strength, ordinary monsters posed no threat to him. As his words faded, the masked giant moved swiftly, producing a scissor-like weapon, and within moments, blood spilled as he dispatched the near survivors, Aunt Huang and Ernyo, before they could even register their shock, their throats cut, lifeless bodies collapsing to the ground. Song Ling's pupils constricted, a warning bell ringing in his mind. There was no time to mourn their deaths, as he swiftly retracted his internal energy. This giant exuded an aura of profound danger. Moments later, the towering figure of the masked giant stood before Song Ling, blood dripping from the golden scissors in his right hand, having slain the few remaining villagers. A chill enveloped Song Ling's heart. The giant's vitality was overwhelmingly potent, and standing in the drizzling rain, he radiated a faint white mist, akin to a furnace ablaze. This man was, without a doubt, a second-rate martial artist. Cursing inwardly, Song Ling lamented, "What a wretched place. Having just dealt with a monster, now a ruthless villain emerges. Lives are treated as mere weeds. Is there truly no chance for survival?" A second-rate martial artist possessed at least 100 strands of internal energy, over 10 times his own. Moreover, the qualitative differences rendered even a third-rate martial artist 90 strands far less potent than a second-rate's. How could his mere 10 strands compete? Faced with such a disparity, even employing the limit-breaking technique Wind and Flower Slash, he would stand no chance against this foe, who had just stepped into the third-rate realm thanks to his golden finger panel. Fortunately, the masked giant did not seem inclined to kill him at present. A grin spread across the giant's concealed face, and his gaze upon Song Ling resembled that of a treasure trove glistening with riches. A thought struck Song Ling. It was likely that his appearance had led the man to a misunderstanding. Recalling the giant's earlier words, a conjecture took shape in his mind. Chapter 3. Abduction. The childhood companion from his predecessor's memories must indeed be the lost daughter of the Jiang family the masked giant sought. The Jiang family was currently in pursuit of their missing daughter, and the masked giant, having acquired some information, aimed to locate her first in order to extort a fortune from the family. Thus, he had swiftly eliminated all witnesses in the village to prevent any leaks. Due to his resemblance and the coincidental tear mole, combined with the jade pendant, the giant had mistaken Song Ling for the lost daughter of the Jiang family. Realizing this, Song Ling understood he could not reveal his true identity. Otherwise, the masked giant would surely kill him without hesitation. Feigning terror, Song Ling took a step back, his pale face displaying a fragile demeanor as he trembled, pleading, "Please, don't kill me." At that moment, his voice, not yet having reached the stage of change, was already quite similar to that of a girl's. With a deliberate softness, it sounded genuinely melodious and delicate. With the golden finger panel at his disposal, he would eventually ascend to greatness. Until then, all humiliation would merely be a trifling obstacle. Rest assured, I shall not only spare your life, but also escort you to enjoy wealth and splendor, the masked giant said, grinning widely. I desire no riches or glory. I implore you to let me go. As Song Ling shook his head, he retreated further, disheveled hair dampened by the rain clinging to his fair and delicate face, exuding a sense of fragility that evoked pity, creating an impression of vulnerability. "Ha! That decision is not yours to make." The masked muscular man let out a hearty laugh, extending his palm, which resembled a large fan, to wrap around Song Ling's waist. He then strode confidently toward the horses, leaving her exclaiming, "Put me down." With a startled cry, Song Ling struggled to free herself. The masked man, seemingly unfazed, continued, "Cease your antics. You are the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family in Sui City, Xuan Yuan, a true noblewoman. It is merely due to a mishap years ago that you found yourself in this humble village. If you comply, you shall lead a life of luxury and ease. And I, too, will enjoy my later years in comfort. It is a win-win situation, is it not?" As he spoke, he hoisted Song Ling onto the horse's back, securing her with ropes. Realizing that further resistance was futile, or perhaps swayed by his words, Song Ling ceased her struggles. Indeed, she understood that her performance had reached its limit. Provoking the man could lead to dire consequences, even if he feared the Jiang family enough to refrain from inflicting severe harm. Moreover, she was not truly Jiang Yuling. Should her identity be revealed, it would spell her doom. Thus, she resolved to temper her act. The masked man nodded in satisfaction before mounting his horse and galloping away into the distance. The following morning in Sui City, the city was divided into 4 major districts: northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, with the eastern district being the most affluent and bustling, home to numerous aristocratic families and significant factions. In stark contrast, the southern, western, and northern districts were chaotic and impoverished. Frequent clashes and bloodshed among gangs were commonplace in these areas, and due to the stringent residential segregation policies that limited the movement of people, powerless commoners could only scrape by, living one day at a time. The Black Tiger Gang was but a modest faction within the northern district. At this moment, within the confines of the Black Tiger Gang as territory, the masked man pushed open a weathered door and spoke to Song Ling, who stood beside him. "Enter and remain quietly inside. In just a few days, your fortunate days shall arrive." Song Ling appeared frail as she cast a fleeting glance at the masked burly man and the youth beside him. The boy, clad in simple cloth attire, possessed delicate features. Yet he seemed somewhat evasive under Song Ling's gaze. Song Ling remained silent as she stepped into the room. Having never been a match for the masked brute, she now found her hands and feet shackled with heavy, solid metal restraints. The chains clanked against the floor, producing a sharp, resonant sound as they were dragged along. It is worth noting that she had intentionally suppressed her martial aura, and given her upbringing in a rural village, she appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary girl lacking in martial prowess. Nevertheless, the masked giant had still managed to accomplish this feat. One must concede that his caution was remarkable. He was determined to leave her no opportunity. "Shaoqi, you are tasked with watching over her for the next few days. Should anything go awry, you are aware of the consequences," the masked man declared sternly as he closed the door. "Understood." The boy in plain clothes replied in a subdued tone. Song Ling stood within the room, listening as the masked burly man imparted a few final words of caution to the young lad, Shaoqi, before taking his leave. Subsequently, the sound of metal clashing echoed as the door was locked from the outside. "You can rest assured inside, nothing will happen to you. Soon, you will be able to leave. Until then, I shall bring you meals every afternoon. Xiaoqi's voice resonated through the door. Song Ling recalled the somewhat evasive demeanor of Xiaoqi from before, lost in contemplation. He replied softly, "All right." The sound of Xiaoqi's departure faded, leaving the corridor outside enveloped in silence. Song Ling began to take note of the room. The interior was shrouded in dim light, with a few rays of sunlight filtering through the dilapidated window frames, casting mottled shadows upon the floor, which was covered in a fine layer of dust. The air was thick with a damp, musty odor, prompting a slight furrow of concern upon one's brow. Song Ling settled onto the wooden bed against the wall, lost in contemplation. Although the masked giant would not kill him, remaining here, awaiting transportation to the Jiang family as their esteemed young lady, was untenable. In this era devoid of genetic testing, if he were in a female body, he might have managed to masquerade for a while. However, being a male, even if his appearance could deceive momentarily, the truth would inevitably surface in due time. The prospect of such exposure was too dire for him to contemplate. Therefore, he must devise a means of escape. As for a concrete plan, the young lad in plain clothes, Xiaoqi, presented an excellent opportunity. His demeanor, marked by a fleeting expression of evasion upon encountering Song Ling, an abducted individual, revealed a character that still retained a benevolent and innocent essence, contrasting sharply with the ruthless disposition of the masked brute. Perhaps this trait could be leveraged for his escape. After formulating a plan, Song Ling found himself idly seated on the bed, turning his attention to the panel in his mind. Regrettably, no matter what he uttered, the panel remained unresponsive, and the remaining mystical essence persisted at a count of 0. Soon, noon arrived, accompanied by a commotion at the door. Song Ling's gaze flickered momentarily, and she immediately feigned a look of terror, curling herself into a corner of the wall. As Xiaoqi pushed open the door and entered, he beheld the frail figure of the young girl huddled tightly, her long, lustrous black hair cascading over her shoulders, and her delicate, fair face etched with panic. Despite her limited education, for words surfaced in Xiaoqi's mind, a sight to behold. His voice softened involuntarily as he spoke. "Miss Jiang, you need not be afraid. I have merely come to bring you food. I mean you no harm." With that, he set down the 2 sweet potatoes and a bowl of water before quietly exiting the room. Chapter 4. The escape. Song Ling's expression softened as he glanced at the sweet potato and water, softly murmuring his gratitude. Rising from his seat, he ambled towards the food. To Xiaoqi, it appeared that his pace was exceedingly slow due to the shackles on his hands and feet, as if the friction was causing him discomfort, which made her eyes glisten with unshed tears. The exaggerated instruments of torture contrasted starkly with his frail physique. However, in reality, as a third-rate martial artist, even in shackles, he should not be so utterly incapable. His feigned helplessness was merely a ruse to elicit sympathy from Xiaoqi, aiming to exploit her compassion for his escape. The pitiable appearance of Song Ling elicited a fleeting glimmer of sympathy in Xiaoqi's eyes, yet she remained motionless. Song Ling approached the food, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Xiaoqi's expression, which sparked an idea within him. He crouched down, extending his hands. Restrained by shackles and trembling, he gingerly picked up a sweet potato. However, perhaps due to the weight of the shackles, he lost his grip, and the sweet potato tumbled to the ground, rolling to Xiaoqi's feet. Xiaoqi bent down to retrieve the sweet potato, only to lift his gaze and find Song Ling seated on the ground, his head buried in his knees, sobbing softly. Suddenly, Song Ling raised his head, his tear-filled, innocent eyes gazing up at Xiaoqi. "I merely wish to live in peace. Why must you treat me this way?" Witnessing this scene, Xiaoqi's heart quivered, as feelings of compassion and guilt surged to a peak within him. "Miss Jiang, Xiaoqi's voice was laced with bitterness, his brow furrowed, as a battle raged within his mind. Ultimately, gritting his teeth, he strode swiftly to Song Ling's side and said, "I am sorry, Miss Jiang. Though I cannot release you, I can temporarily unlock your shackles to provide you some relief. Just endure for a few more days. When the Jiang family pays your ransom, you shall live the life of a noble lady." With that, he produced a key from his waist, ready to assist Song Ling in unlocking his restraints. Song Ling's gaze flickered as she evaded Xiaoqi, softly murmuring, "It would be unwise. Should that individual discover us, he would undoubtedly impose punishment upon you. If the masked brute were still present, even if he were to free himself from his shackles, it would hold little significance. For he now found himself within the adversary's domain, surrounded by numerous subordinates of the masked giant. Attempting to flee would surely alert them, and upon capture, he might endure even more stringent surveillance. Thus, Song Ling needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the masked man. Upon their arrival, everyone here had treated him with the utmost deference, a clear indication of his stature as a leader. It was highly probable that he was the only second-rate warrior in this place. Otherwise, it would be inconceivable for individuals of similar standing to display such servility. Once it was confirmed that the masked man was absent, an escape could be attempted. However, Song Ling's words resonated differently with Xiaoqi. What a benevolent young lady she was. Even while ensnared in her own plight, she still found the heart to worry for him. Xiaoqi, touched by her concern, replied, "It's all right, Miss Jiang. Brother Biao has already left. He is likely to return only by evening. Until then, you need only wear the shackles once more." "Is that so?" Song Ling's eyes shimmered with an unusual brilliance as she extended her hand to Xiaoqi, saying, "I must trouble you. I shall unlock it for you right away." Xiaoqi moved with remarkable agility, swiftly releasing Song Ling from her shackles and fetters. "Miss Jiang, now is the time for you to rest well." However, upon lifting his gaze, Xiaoqi found himself momentarily stunned, for the once tear-streaked Song Ling, evoking sympathy, now regarded him with an unsettling indifference. "Miss Jiang, you..." A sudden chill coursed through Xiaoqi, rising from his tailbone. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Ling struck him with a precise chop to the neck, rendering him unconscious. With determined strides, she advanced towards the courtyard's exit. She harbored no empathy for her captors. Her decision to spare their lives was an act of extraordinary mercy. As for how that merciless masked brute, Brother Biao, would deal with them afterward, it was of no concern to her. Soon, Song Ling reached the courtyard gate and pushed it open. The two guards stationed outside were taken aback upon seeing her emerge, their expression shifting to shock before they swiftly regained their composure, preparing to apprehend her. A glimmer of derision flickered in Song Ling's eyes as 10 strands of internal energy coursed around him. With remarkable swiftness, he seized the arm of the individual to his left and forcefully hurled him towards another person nearby. With a resounding thud, the two collided heavily and collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Though these two had practiced martial arts, their prowess amounted to only 1 or 2 strands of internal energy, placing them far beneath the level of this third-rate warrior, who wielded 10 strands of internal energy. Song Ling approached the two individuals and seized a long knife from one of them, gripping it firmly in his hand. With the blade in his possession, he was able to unleash his full potential. Song Ling continued to stride outward, effortlessly subduing anyone who crossed her path, until she reached the entrance of the outer gate. At that moment, a young man clad in green, accompanied by several others, stood blocking the entrance. He was Xuan Yuan, the formidable leader of the Black Tiger gang. Observing the approaching Song Ling, he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression unperturbed as he remarked, "I never anticipated that a girl raised in the countryside would emerge as a practitioner of notable martial prowess." Song Ling maintained a calm demeanor. "Are you intending to stop me?" This individual was distinctly different from the others. The vigor of his blood and energy was palpable, indicating that he was also a third-rate martial artist, yet possessed a far greater mastery of internal power. A man besides Xuan Yuan interjected, "Those from the countryside lack experience. Do you believe there are no disparities among third-rate martial artists? Let me enlighten you. Brother Yin is the strongest in our Black Tiger gang, second only to Brother Biao. Having immersed himself in the realm of third-rate martial artists for years, he has now condensed over 70 strands of internal energy. With time, ascending to the second tier is not a mere fantasy. If you are wise enough." Xuan Yuan raised his hand to silence the man, stating, "If you turn back now, I will consider this incident as if it never occurred. In a few days, you will still be the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family, and we shall coexist peacefully. However, if you persist in your obstinacy, do not blame me for being impolite." If possible, he wished to avoid offending Song Ling too severely. Although the entire Black Tiger gang planned to depart from Sui City to evade the Jiang family's retaliation after this undertaking, it would be prudent to minimize enmity whenever possible. The young woman, as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, may one day hold power over them. Thus, it was best not to take matters to the extreme. However, Song Ling clearly did not appreciate this gesture of goodwill. Gripping the hilt of his sword, he smiled coldly, "I would advise you to step aside promptly. Otherwise, you may find yourself facing death." Unaware of your own limitations, Xuan Yuan's brow furrowed, a glint of menace flashing in his eyes. With over 70 strands of internal energy circulating within him, he forcefully propelled himself forward, akin to an arrow released from a bow, charging towards Song Ling. Chapter 5. The robbery. Xuan Yuan swiftly reached Song Ling, extending a long, slender hand that glimmered like jade, aiming to strike him with a palm. In an instant, a radiant blade of light, reminiscent of a cold moon, flashed through the air. "What?" Xuan Yuan halted, disbelief etched across his face. In the next moment, his head soared from his body. Until his last breath, Sun Yan could not comprehend how Song Ling had executed that strike. Brother Yan. The gang members behind Sun Yan were paralyzed with fear, their souls shaken. Glancing at Song Ling in terror, they hastily fled in all directions. Song Ling cast a cold glance as the crowd dispersed, then approached the lifeless body of Sun Yan. The upper limit of inner strength cultivated through third-rate martial arts is approximately 20 strands. For instance, Song Ling's ancestral Windbreaker Blade, even when reaching its limit, only possesses 10 strands, signifying that even among third-rate martial techniques, it remains at a rudimentary level. However, this individual exhibited mastery over more than 70 strands of inner strength, indicating that he either mastered multiple third-rate martial arts or possessed a single second-rate martial art. Considering the time required to cultivate each martial art in conjunction with this person's age, the latter possibility appears to be more plausible. Song Ling rummaged through Sun Yan's lifeless form, but alas, aside from a heavy pouch of coins, he discovered nothing else. Yet, this outcome was anticipated, as it is rare for individuals to carry martial arts manuals on their person. Song Ling tore a piece of fabric from her clothing to conceal her visage, then discarded the long knife, now marred with nicks and dents. Ensuring there was nothing on her person to draw attention, she swiftly exited through the door. Navigating through an alley, Song Ling emerged onto the bustling street outside, the territory of the Black Tiger Gang, situated on Xuan Yuan Street in the northern city, mirrored much of the northern region, rife with chaos and violence. As Song Ling made her entrance, she inevitably attracted a few predatory gazes, although her precise features remained obscured. The glimpses of her brows and eyes revealed that she was indeed a young lady of considerable beauty. If one were to abduct her and deliver her to a brothel, she would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. However, Song Ling emerged from the territory of the Black Tiger Gang, which rendered their intentions uncertain. While the Black Tiger Gang held little significance in the broader expanse of Sui City, they still possessed a certain degree of deterrence within the confines of Salon Street. After much deliberation, these individuals ultimately refrained from acting against Song Ling. Song Ling certainly noticed the restless individuals surrounding him and had a vague understanding of their reasons for not taking action. However, he was indifferent to their presence. These individuals were largely untrained commoners, and even a dozen of them charging at him would merely be an offering of vegetables. As the saying goes, the impoverished cultivate literature while the affluent hone martial skills, and it is impossible to practice martial arts without a certain degree of financial backing. Despite years of dedication to the Windbreaker Blade, his proficiency remained at a rudimentary level due to the scarcity of resources necessary for advancement, leading to a sluggish progress. As for these street ruffians, even if they were provided with a manual for free, their erratic sustenance would hinder their ability to cultivate any skill, requiring years of diligent practice under optimal conditions to achieve anything substantial. After traversing several streets over the course of an hour, Song Ling distanced himself from the Black Tiger Gang stronghold. He slowed his pace, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Prior to being abducted by the masked thugs of the Black Tiger Gang, his destination had been Sui City. Although his journey had encountered some setbacks, he had managed to arrive there relatively smoothly. Within Sui City, his modest prowess as a third-rate martial artist would allow him to either join a gang or find work as a guard, securing a means of livelihood without much difficulty. However, truth be told, with the looming threats of the Black Tiger Gang and the Jiang family, he was reluctant to remain in Sui City. Regrettably, the nearest cities lay hundreds of miles away, with only a scattering of villages in the vicinity, many of which were on the brink of extinction due to the recent proliferation of supernatural entities. Given Song Ling's current abilities, traversing the vast wilderness alone posed considerable danger. Even if he were to team up with others, he would still have to worry about potential ambushes along the way. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the matter of strength. As long as he possessed sufficient power, whether he stayed in Sui City or ventured elsewhere would be entirely within his control. He possessed a golden finger interface, which allowed for rapid enhancement of his abilities at the cost of Xuan Yuan. Yet the crux of the matter lay in the nature of this Xuan Yuan. What exactly was it? Song Ling furrowed her brow, pondering the concept of Xuan Yuan, of which she had no inkling. The mere sound of the name suggested a form of energy, yet she wondered whether it was anchored to a particular object or existed independently. As she walked, her thoughts meandered. Suddenly, she sensed two figures stealthily trailing her from behind. Their footsteps were light and feeble, unmistakably indicating that they were mere ordinary individuals, devoid of martial prowess. Indeed, given her solitary presence as a slender woman far from the Black Tiger Gang, it was hardly surprising she had attracted attention. The street she currently traversed appeared significantly more orderly than the chaotic lawn street. Although a few unsavory characters lingered, The majority of pedestrians hurried past, and the flanks of the street were lined with numerous vendors and shops. Periodically, she observed small patrols composed of several individuals, each adorned with identical insignia on their right arms, patrolling the thoroughfare. The leaders of these patrols exuded a palpable aura of vitality characteristic of seasoned martial artists. Ling speculated that it was likely the forces behind these small teams that maintained order, enabling the basic functioning of society. This might also explain why the two individuals trailing him had not yet intervened. However, being followed persistently, much like being pursued by two bothersome flies, was rather irksome. As he scanned his surroundings, he spotted a dimly lit alleyway to his left and decided to enter. True to his expectations, it wasn't long before the two individuals eagerly followed him inside. "Don't move. Hand over all your money." "Yes, surrender all your cash." To Ling's surprise, the voices belonged to two remarkably youthful individuals, a boy and a girl, especially the boy, whose tone carried a hint of immaturity. He turned to see two figures, one tall and the other short, cloaked in garments that concealed their faces. Each brandished a rusty kitchen knife, trembling as they directed it toward him. Ling fell silent for a few moments before speaking. "You're quite anxious. This must be your first time robbing someone, isn't it?" To err on the side of caution, he continued to disguise his voice as that of a woman, ensuring he would have an avenue for escape should he encounter masked brutes or the Jiang family in the future. The two individuals exchanged glances, and the taller girl shouted in a tremulous voice, "Enough chatter. Hand over the money quickly." With a soft sigh, Ling swiftly moved before the two individuals, deftly knocking the kitchen knives from their grasp and lifting the hoods that concealed their faces. Revealed to his gaze were two somewhat similar, youthful visages. The boy appearing just over 10 years of age, while the girl could scarcely be more than 13 or 14. The girl, her complexion pale and fragile, crumpled to the ground in a faint. Chapter 6. Xuan Yuan Zhaoli was engulfed in despair. She never anticipated that her painstakingly chosen target would turn out to be a martial artist. They were doomed, utterly doomed. According to the regulations set forth by the Qianmei gang, those robbed within their territory possessed the right for unlimited retaliation. It was entirely justifiable, even if the assailants were to kill the siblings without consequence. Martial artist. "It is all my fault. I chose you as my target, and my sister is not to blame. If you must kill, then take my life and spare her." The boy fell to his knees, fervently bowing his head to Ling. "No, it is not my brother's fault. It is entirely my mistake. Were it not for my mother's illness and the dire need for money, I would never have been so foolish as to propose such a robbery." Martial artist. "If you must take a life, let it be mine and spare my brother." Zhaoli, regaining her senses, knelt as well, repeatedly bowing her head in supplication. Observing the siblings before him, Ling felt a tumult of emotions. On Earth, not universally but certainly in his homeland, individuals of their age would be attending primary and middle school. Yet here they were, resorting to thievery to fund their mother-esque treatment. Nonetheless, despite a surge of sympathy, he could not impose Earth's values upon this realm. Moreover, the siblings' claims might not be entirely truthful. They could merely be fabrications born of desperation to save their lives. Ling spoke calmly. "You are indeed clever, and your pleas for mercy, you inadvertently reveal your hardships and tragic backgrounds. Are you attempting to elicit my sympathy in hopes that I might spare you?" Zhaoli felt a pang of panic, as she had not anticipated that her subtle intentions would be so readily discerned by the other party. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Esteemed warrior, you are not mistaken. However, every word we siblings utter is true. If it were not for our dire circumstances, we would never resort to such measures. We implore you to show mercy and spare our lives." Suddenly, an idea struck Zhaoli. From her collar, she produced a wooden carving of a tapir, intricately detailed and lifelike. In De Yang, the tapir is regarded as a creature of auspiciousness. Affluent families typically commission jade carvings as pendants for their children, to safeguard their well-being, while those of humble means would resort to wooden representations. Zhaoli explained, "My father was a carpenter in his lifetime. Though this tapir holds little monetary value, it is the only precious thing we possess. I beseech you to accept it, noble warrior." This was her last resort. A desperate gamble. She had previously attempted to pawn the tapir, but despite its exquisite craftsmanship, it remained merely wood, and her father was not a renowned master, rendering it unworthy in the eyes of pawnbrokers. Yet, if it could captivate the attention of this esteemed warrior, it might just afford them a glimmer of hope. Ling's gaze sharpened instantly. On this wooden carving of the tapir, he unexpectedly sensed a peculiar aura drawing him in. Could it be? Ling bent down and grasped the creature in her hand. Simultaneously, a line of text emerged in her mind's panel. 5 points of Xuan Yuan discovered. Would you like to extract? Song Ling Xin was overwhelmed with joy, never anticipating that the long-sought Xuan Yuan would be discovered in such a manner. He meticulously examined the imhu, noting that its material was the cedar wood abundant on the Haolian mountain to the north of Suai City, nothing particularly extraordinary. Although the carving was quite exquisite, it did not reach the level of divine craftsmanship and bore no essential difference from other wooden sculptures. Thus, could the presence of Xuan Yuan be attributed to the sculptor? Or perhaps it was due to the fact that it depicted the imhu, a creature of auspicious omen? Song Ling pondered for a moment, refraining from immediate extraction due to concerns about potential unforeseen effects or the possibility of the exquisite wood carving being destroyed upon completion. Martial artist? Zhao Li cautiously lifted her gaze to the masked yet strikingly beautiful female warrior before her. After taking possession of the wood carving, the warrior remained silent, leaving Zhao Li anxious and uncertain about her intentions. After a lengthy pause, Song Ling finally spoke. Do you have any more of these carvings at home? Zhao Li was taken aback, then elatedly replied, Yes. My father was a carpenter for his entire life and left behind many such trinkets. If you wish, we can go to my home and retrieve them right now. It was evident that the warrior was indeed interested in her father's craftsmanship, which might secure the safety of both Zhao Li and her brother. Very well, lead the way, Song Ling replied with indifference. Of course, this way please, Zhao Li responded, rising to escort Song Ling outside. At the Heihu gang stronghold on Hallen Street, a group of individuals gathered in the courtyard, their faces clouded with despair. The gang leader, Raogu, had not returned since his departure that morning. A crucial hostage had escaped, and their chief, Sun Yin, had perished in battle. It's all that Shao Qi's fault. He couldn't even keep track of one person. He is utterly useless. Indeed, when Biaogu returns, he is as good as dead. Shao Qi, the youth responsible for guarding Song Ling, lay bound and discarded on the ground, subjected to the ridicule and abuse of those surrounding him. Before long, a loud knock echoed at the stronghold's entrance. It must be Biaogu returning. One of them rushed to open the door, but as soon as it swung open, he was met with a brutal kick to the chest, sending him flying backwards several meters. Blood, mixed with internal fragments, spewed from his mouth as he collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The remaining members of the Heihu gang were left in shock, their gazes fixed on the entrance. A young man clad in resplendent garments stepped through the doorway. His attire adorned with intricate golden cloud patterns, his long hair elegantly held back by a simple jade hairpin. He stood tall and striking, with chiseled features and deep-set eyes that seemed to pierce the very soul. Beside him stood an elderly servant in his 50s, who held a man, none other than the masked brute who had kidnapped Song Ling, Biaogu himself. However, Biaogu now appeared utterly defeated, his face bruised and battered, his limbs incapacitated, resembling a lifeless chicken as he dangled in the elder's grip. Biaogu. The Heihu gang members were dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Biaogu was a second-rate martial artist, considered formidable even within the northern city, and yet here he was, reduced to this state. Realization struck them, and fear crept into their hearts as they recognized that these two were likely from the esteemed Jiang family of the eastern city. Indeed, it was clear that the Heihu gang had severely overestimated their capabilities in attempting to extort the Jiang family, leading them to a path of certain doom. The young man surveyed the crowd, his voice calm yet commanding. Where is the woman from Hongshi village that you captured? Silence fell over the group, each member exchanging apprehensive glances. After a moment, one bravely responded, She has escaped, my lord. Escaped? The young man's expression darkened. How could a defenseless girl possibly elude your gang? The man stammered, She is not defenseless, my lord. She is a surprisingly formidable third-rate martial artist. Our chief, Sun Yan, who possessed over 70 strands of internal energy, fell victim to her in combat. She decapitated him. The young man's brow furrowed in surprise. Huang Lao, conduct a thorough search. Leave no corner unchecked, he instructed the elder at his side. Yes, young master, Huang Lao replied, discarding the nearly lifeless Biaogu and rushing into the inner chamber with remarkable swiftness, stirring a gust of wind that fluttered the onlookers' garments, heightening their trepidation. Moments later, Huang Lao returned to the young master, bowing respectfully. Young master, there are no signs of the young lady inside. The young man frowned. Huang Lao was not only a top-tier second-rate martial artist, but also an expert in mechanisms and secret chambers. If he stated that she was not present, it meant the Heihu gang indeed held no trace of the individual he sought. What shall we do next? Huang Lao inquired. The young man cast a glance at the gathered crowd, his voice cold. Those who dared to kidnap a member of the Jiang family have forfeited their lives. Execute all but Long Biao. Understood, young master. Huang Lao acknowledged with a bow. As he swiftly plunged into the throng, screams of anguish erupting as blood stained the courtyard. The young man idly caressed a jade pendant carved with hydrangeas, gazing up at the luminous moon, his eyes filled with distant longing. Sister, I will surely find you. Chapter 7. Within reach Loli Ji, situated in the northern part of Sui City, was a destitute enclave within the territory of the Qiande gang. Martial artist. Our home is just ahead. We shall arrive shortly. Zhao Li spoke respectfully as she guided Song Ling. Indeed, he replied. Song Ling nodded, her gaze sweeping the surroundings. The scene of this dilapidated settlement appeared both desolate and chaotic, with a palpable sense of oppression permeating the air. The ramshackle wooden houses were huddled closely together, as if they might collapse at any moment under the force of a strong wind. The atmosphere was filled with an odd amalgamation of scents, a mix of decaying food and a faint floral fragrance drifting in from an unknown source. Passers-by, regardless of gender, were clad in tattered garments, their expressions weary. Occasionally, a few children could be seen playing in a corner, their laughter cutting through the stifling ambience like a jarring note. Martial artist, we have arrived. This is my home. Zhao Li announced after a few more minutes of walking, stopping in front of a dilapidated wooden house that bore no distinction from the others. Just as she was about to push the door open, a middle-aged man with a dark complexion emerged. He carried a coarse sack in his left hand and cradled a wooden box in his right, though not particularly tall. His robust build stood out in a slum where most residents appeared gaunt and emaciated. Li Laosi. Zhao Li exclaimed in shock and anger upon recognizing him and the items he held. The sack contained their family's last remaining provisions, while the box held their father's relics. Ah, little Li, you're back. Your Uncle Li is a bit short on cash lately, so I thought I might borrow some of your family's belongings. I'll return them once I'm better off, he said nonchalantly. Even when caught in the act of theft, Li Laosi showed no signs of shame, brazenly attempting to leave. No. That's our family's last bit of food. You said the same thing last time you came for provisions, and you still haven't repaid us. Zhao Li cried. Stepping forward to block his path, Li Laosi's expression darkened, and without warning, he kicked Zhao Li, sending her small frame stumbling several steps back, nearly falling. But her brother Zhao He caught her just in time. Damn it, you think you can stop me? Li Laosi, taking your family's things is your good fortune. How dare you obstruct me? Bah. The commotion at Zhao Li's doorstep quickly drew the attention of the neighboring residents. Oh no, it's Li Laosi again. He has plundered everyone in the vicinity. Can't someone do something about him? Do something? How? Li Laosi's cousin is a member of the Qianye gang, and I've heard he's close to becoming a recognized martial artist. Who would dare offend him? What a pity for Zhao Li and Zhao He, this unfortunate pair of siblings. Their mother is already ill, and now their food is being taken away, making their plight even worse. They might not survive this winter, the neighbors whispered among themselves. Yet none dared to step forward to help. It wasn't that they lacked compassion, but rather that they simply could not afford to be involved. Anyone who spoke up for the siblings would likely find themselves the next target of Li Laosi's wrath. Kindness requires resources, and they clearly lacked such means. Hearing the murmurs around him, Li Laosi grew increasingly arrogant. Little brat, let me tell you, your home is nothing but my storage. I can take whatever I want. Zhao He, witnessing his sister's pale face and hearing Li Laosi's taunts, drew out a rusty kitchen knife from his waist and glared fiercely at Li Laosi. Put down those things, or else what? You little stutterer, do you dare threaten me? What are you going to do, kill me? Do you think you can? Li Laosi scoffed, stepping closer, using his body to press against Zhao He's knife, taunting, go on, kill me, you little brat. Zhao He trembled. Yet he did not dare to strike. He had never killed anyone before, and he feared Li Laosi's cousin from the Qianye gang. Seeing this, Li Laosi laughed heartily and turned to leave. At that moment, Song Ling spoke up, gently inquiring of Zhao Li, are your father's wooden carvings in that box? Zhao Li nodded. With her confirmation, Song Ling reached out and blocked Li Laosi's path. Li Laosi, noticing that Song Ling was also clad in tattered garments, dismissed her with a curse. Who the hell are you? Get out of my way. Before he could finish his sentence, Song Ling seized his head and exerted her strength, forcefully driving it downward. With a resounding thud, Li Laosi's head struck the rough stone pavement, resulting in a gruesome end. The crowd fell into an instant silence, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Song Ling. The strike had been so swift and decisive, the sheer force of it suggesting that no ordinary person could have accomplished such a feat. It was evident that she was either a rising martial artist or one who had already attained such status, although Song Ling concealed her face. It was clear she was a young girl. Such youth paired with the likelihood of being a martial artist coupled with her fearless act of eliminating Li Laosi, raised questions about her true identity. Martial artist, Zhao Li murmured, gazing at Li Laosi's lifeless body, torn between relief and concern. What if his cousin from the Qianye gang comes looking for revenge? Fear not, Song Ling reassured her. So many witnesses saw it was I who acted. This matter does not concern you. Song Ling waved his hand dismissively, then bent down to pick up the box containing Zhao Li's father's wooden carving. To him, Li Laosi, the cousin of the Qianye gang, held no power of intimidation. Firstly, the fact that Li Laosi was still lingering in the slums, subsisting through extortion and robbery, indicated that his cousin was not faring well within the Qianye gang, or perhaps their relationship was not particularly close. In either case, this was insufficient to instill any apprehension in Song Ling. Even if, hypothetically, his cousin did seek revenge, it would matter little to him. He had never intended to linger long in Loliji. With such a vast city as Suai, he could easily find a place to hide, leaving his cousin with no means to track him down. You may handle the body as you wish. I shall enter to inspect your father's wooden carving. No one is permitted to enter without my consent. After instructing Zhao Li, Song Ling stepped into the room with the box in hand. As soon as he opened the door, a musty odor assailed his senses. The interior was dimly lit, with only a few beams of sunlight struggling to penetrate through the holes in the ceiling, barely illuminating the scene within. Aside from the entrance hall, there were two partitioned spaces on either side. In the left room, through the aged fabric curtain, one could faintly discern a woman lying asleep on the bed. Presumably the mother of Zhao Li and Zhao He. Song Ling gazed for a few moments, confirming that she was merely a gravely ill, ordinary woman. Before stepping into the room on the right, she seated herself at a modest wooden table and placed the box upon it, gently opening it. Chapter 8. North City Inside. A chaotic array of wooden carvings lay scattered about, depictions of both humans and beasts, each exhibiting a unique form. Yet, every piece was intricately crafted, with the details revealing the artisan's dedication and skill. Simultaneously, a rich and peculiar aura emanated from within, an essence of the mysterious origin. Song Ling's eyes brightened as he took out all the wooden carvings and arranged them neatly on the table. After a series of tests, he discovered that not all of these carvings possessed the mystical essence, and among those that did, the amount of essence varied significantly. The highest concentration was found in the carvings of two infants, boasting an impressive 8 points, while the majority of the others contained only 1 or 2 points, with none exceeding 3. All these carvings were crafted from the commonly found cypress wood. Among them was a carving of an auspicious beast, which had merely 1 point of mystical essence, while an ordinary miniature chair held 3 points. Through the observation of numerous samples, Song Ling was able to ascertain that the quantity of mystical essence bore no relation to the material of the carvings or their shapes. As for what it was truly related to, he had a vague suspicion in his mind, yet he remained uncertain. Song Ling picked up a wooden carving. Calming her mind and focusing her spirit, she summoned the panel in her mind. She discovered 3 points of mysterious origin. Should she extract them? Yes. After Song Ling reached a decision, the peculiar aura emanating from the wooden carving was silently extracted, yet the carving itself remained unchanged. However, within his mind, the panel displayed that his remaining mysterious essence had dwindled to 3 points. Song Ling let out a sigh of relief. Before achieving success, he had harbored some concerns that the mysterious source might not be replenished and that the golden finger panel was merely a fleeting illusion. Now he felt grounded. Soon, he extracted all the remaining mysterious source from the wooden carving, together with the previous contribution from Zhao Li's creature. The current panel displayed mastered skill, breaking wind blade, limit break, remaining mysterious source, 36 points. As he gazed at the numbers on the panel, a profound sense of satisfaction and security welled up within Song Ling. Initially, a mere 5 points of mysterious source had sufficed to elevate the mediocre breaking wind blade to its limit. While this was partly due to the fact that the breaking wind blade was among the least effective of third-tier martial arts, it nonetheless hinted that other third-tier techniques would likely not diverge too significantly in quality. Song Ling speculated that even second-rate martial arts techniques would require a reasonably attainable amount of profound essence to break through limitations, perhaps no more than several dozen points. Now that the profound essence had been acquired, the next step was to obtain a martial arts manual. Song Ling pondered for a moment before summoning the Zhao siblings. Zhao Li and Zhao He. Esteemed martial artist, how may we serve you? Zhao Li's demeanor exhibited an even greater respect than before. Song Ling took out the 2 wooden carvings of infants and inquired Zhao Li if they represented the 2 siblings. Upon receiving an affirmative response, he fell into deep contemplation. He then retrieved a piece of broken silver from the pouch that originally belonged to Xuan Yuan of the Black Tiger Gang, tossing it to Zhao Li with a nonchalant demeanor. I have a great admiration for these wooden carvings created by your father. He is a truly skilled artisan. I shall overlook your attempt to rob me. Consider this silver as my purchase of these carvings, which you may use to procure medicine for your mother. Although the carvings were of little practical use, he thought it prudent to adopt the guise of a collector, as perpetually seeking such items without acquiring them might arouse suspicion in the future. Zhao Li's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, her gaze misty. She accepted the broken silver, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, my lord. My father dedicated his life to the craft of wood carving, and his greatest wish was for his work to be recognized. If he were still alive to hear your kind words, it would surely bring him immense joy. Ling nodded and inquired, do you know of any place where one might acquire martial skills? Although Zhao Li and Zhao He were ordinary individuals unfamiliar with martial arts, having grown up in Sui City, they might possess some knowledge. Martial skills? Zhao Li was taken aback, not anticipating that this martial artist would pose such a question to them. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Li replied, I dare not deceive you, my lord. We are uncertain of the exact location to obtain martial skills. However, you might consider visiting the North Market. The North Market? Zhao Li continued, indeed. The North Market is a bazaar established by several major factions in the northern city, including the Qianye Gang. It offers a plethora of peculiar items for sale, and perhaps you will find the martial skills you seek there. Very well, accompany me on this journey, Ling declared, rising to his feet. Are we to depart now? Zhao Li exclaimed in astonishment. Yes, we shall leave at once. Ling's tone was resolute. The enhancement of strength was of utmost urgency. The distance from the North City to the humble gathering place of Zhao Li was considerable, and due to Zhao Li's lack of martial prowess and limited endurance, it took them a full hour to approach their destination. Unlike the frantic escape from the Black Tiger Gang stronghold, this time Ling found herself with the leisure to observe her surroundings. She realized that impoverished enclaves like the one in Luli were not anomalies in North City. Rather, they were ubiquitous, and such conditions were almost the norm in residential areas for the common folk. The sight of corpses perishing from starvation on the roadside was not uncommon. Due to stringent regulations on population movement, passage to the East City required a substantial fee, rendering the beggars, who had lost their means of livelihood and found themselves on the streets, unable to seek alms in the prosperous East City. They could only linger here, enduring the slow agony of starvation. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a hell on earth. Along the way, Zhao Li occasionally cast curious glances at Ling. This sister, who seemed to be only a few years her senior, was already an established martial artist, evoking in Zhao Li a mixture of reverence and envy. In her world, martial artists were exalted beings, capable of mastering combat techniques and possessing extraordinary strength, an aspiration unattainable for ordinary individuals like herself. The image of that decisive move that had effortlessly dispatched the formidable Li Laosi, whom she dared not offend, was indelibly etched in her memory. Before long, they entered the gates of North City. Inside, the atmosphere thrummed with life and vibrancy. Numerous stalls displayed an array of wares, with the sounds of merchants hawking their goods resounding, creating a stark contrast to the desolation outside. Antiques, elixirs, weapons, and even the martial arts manuals that Ling sought could be found at various stalls. Among the throng, the majority were martial practitioners, with approximately one-third being established martial artists, and occasionally even second-tier warriors could be spotted. It is important to note that this was merely the visible segment. The number of concealed masters, who had suppressed their auras, remained unknown. Ling felt a sudden chill in her heart, and the faint pride she held in her own abilities dissipated like mist. One must not become so accustomed to bullying ordinary people that they truly believe themselves to be a formidable expert. A third-rate martial artist merely possesses a rudimentary level of self-defense, and it is only upon reaching the second-rate realm that one can barely be considered a master. Esteemed guest, do take a look at my collection of manuals, said an elderly man wearing a straw hat, smiling warmly at Ling as she passed by his stall. Though many are flawed, I assure you that each one is authentic, free from the dross of counterfeit goods. Ling paused, picking up a tome to examine. After flipping through a few pages, he set it down and reached for another, repeating this action several times before furrowing his brow and exclaiming, "These manuals are all incomplete. What purpose do they serve?" The elderly man chuckled lightly, replying, "Dear guest, not everyone aspires to become a martial artist. Many seek merely a measure of self-defense. The truly comprehensive manuals are beyond their means. These imperfect yet affordable texts perfectly cater to their needs. Ling remained noncommittal and inquired, "Do you possess a complete manual of second-tier martial arts techniques here?" Chapter 9, Blood Wind Tower. Upon hearing this, the old man was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head and replied, "My dear guest, surely you jest. While it is feasible to acquire complete manuals of third-tier martial arts for a sufficient sum of gold and silver, second-tier techniques are typically snatched up by major powers the moment they appear in the market. They are not within the reach of ordinary folk. If you desire such knowledge, your only recourse is to join them, endure rigorous training for several years, and make significant contributions. Perhaps then you might be granted access." After reflecting on the old man's words, Ling grasped the underlying reasoning. Organizations like the Thousand Leaf Gang maintain their dominance primarily through their martial prowess. Should martial arts manuals proliferate unchecked, even a rare few among the vast populace of commoners could ascend to become martial artists. Once empowered, those who have long suffered oppression would not hesitate to retaliate against their oppressors. Such a scenario would inevitably undermine their rule. Thus, it becomes imperative to stifle the avenues through which commoners might rise, leaving only a narrow passage. Through careful scrutiny and selection, only those deemed worthy would be permitted to ascend the ranks. By that time, even those of humble origins, after enduring years of refinement, would find their loyalties no longer aligned with the common folk. Ling furrowed his brows, for he possessed no patience to serve as a lackey within a gang for several years. Was there truly no alternative? He inquired. If acquiring second-rate martial arts was unattainable, he would have no choice but to diligently practice several volumes of third-rate martial techniques and elevate them all to their limits through his panel, thereby accumulating internal energy to break through to the realm of a second-rate warrior. However, such an approach would be exceedingly inefficient. Not only would it squander his precious source of energy, but the limit-breaking techniques of third-rate martial arts would undoubtedly pale in comparison to those of second-rate, thereby constraining his potential. Just as the elderly man in the straw hat was about to respond, a voice unexpectedly floated over from the adjacent stall. "It is not entirely without solution. May I ask if the young lady has ever heard of Bloodwind Tower?" Ling turned her gaze upon the speaker, a middle-aged man with a scar etched across his face, standing before a stall adorned with glinting, sharp weapons. Before she could respond, the old man in the straw hat's expression darkened as he admonished, "Xiong, silence yourself. Do you wish to bring harm to this young lady?" The man addressed as Xiong replied with an unperturbed demeanor, "I merely present a solution to those in confusion. The choice rests entirely with her. How can it be said that I intend to bring about her demise? You are merely quibbling." The straw-hatted elder retorted indignantly, turning to Ling, "Young lady, heed not his words. His suggestion is fraught with peril. One misstep could cost you your life. I advise you to contemplate joining a faction instead. I have heard that the Baichao gang is currently seeking female apprentices, offering quite favorable terms. If you were to spend a few years there, you might very well attain what you desire." After pondering for a brief moment, Ling expressed her gratitude to the elder in the straw hat, then turned her gaze towards Xiong. "I have not heard of Bloodwind Tower. I am uncertain how it pertains to my desire for second-rate martial arts skills." The elder, witnessing Ling's disregard for his counsel, let out a deep sigh and fell silent. In this age, offering a few words to a stranger was already a testament to his benevolence. It is said that good advice is often wasted on the obstinate. With the other party resolutely pursuing her own path, he could only leave her to her own devices. Observing Ling's interest, Xiong allowed a faint smile to grace his lips and extended an open hand towards her, stating, "For your consideration, a mere one tael of silver." Ling raised an eyebrow. Given the current prices in Sui City, a mere 2 taels of silver could sufficiently feed a family of 3 for half a month. How audacious of Xiong to demand such a sum. He retrieved 2 pieces of broken silver from his waist pouch, weighed them in his hand, and tossed them to Xiong. "I trust your information is worth this amount." Ling's voice was icy and indifferent. Xiong, unfazed, contentedly tucked away the 2 pieces of broken silver, confidently asserting, "Rest assured, no one in this northern city knows Bloodwind Tower better than I do. I guarantee you will find it to be worth every penny." With that, he retrieved a roll of bamboo slips from his satchel and tossed it to Ling, adding, "All the information regarding Bloodwind Tower and how to acquire martial techniques is recorded here. You may peruse it at your leisure." Ling unfurled the bamboo scroll and began to read meticulously. It turned out that the so-called Bloodwind Tower was, in fact, an underground assassin organization. Unlike other factions that require prolonged trials to acquire martial arts manuals, the rules of Bloodwind Tower were significantly more straightforward and unadulterated. Within its ranks, there existed a points system where upon completing a client's task, one could choose between monetary reward and accrued points. As long as one amassed sufficient points, they could be exchanged for martial arts manuals, devoid of any restrictions regarding the duration of membership. This appeared to be an exceedingly alluring opportunity. However, as the adage goes, no pie falls from the sky. The simpler the task, the lower the points awarded. Thus, relying on risk-free assignments to accumulate the necessary points would likely consume as much time as joining a conventional guild. Conversely, the tasks that offered higher points were naturally fraught with greater peril. According to the records inscribed on the bamboo scroll, the mortality rate for third-rate martial artists within the first month of joining Bloodwind Tower exceeded 60%, gradually stabilizing thereafter, culminating in a staggering 90% mortality rate after 1 year. In essence, the majority of third-rate martial artists perished within the inaugural month of their membership, with the remaining few succumbing in the subsequent 11 months. Only 1 in 10 survived beyond the year. Ling gazed at the startling data, lost in contemplation. It was evident that Bloodwind Tower was manipulating individuals through martial arts manuals. To exchange for a second-rate martial arts manual, one required 500 points, while the task of eliminating a third-rate martial artist could yield a maximum of 100 points. This implied that one must vanquish at least 5 adversaries of the same realm to amass sufficient points. As the saying goes, those who frequent the riverbank are bound to get their shoes wet. This likely elucidated the alarmingly high mortality rate in the first month. Consequently, an endless stream of individuals undertook missions in pursuit of martial arts manuals. Due to the allure of accumulating points, the financial rewards submitted by the clients were entirely appropriated by Bloodwind Tower. Moreover, the exceptionally high death toll meant that many accrued points without the opportunity to redeem them before meeting their demise, leaving Bloodwind Tower to bear no costs whatsoever. It was truly a well-oiled machine. Ling could not help but marvel at the conclusion of the bamboo slips. The locations of Bloodwind Tower's outposts within Sui City and the associated contact codes were recorded. Ling made his decision to leave without much contemplation. With his extraordinary prowess, capable of slicing through the moon with the limit-breaking technique, it is unlikely that any mediocre warrior of the same realm could withstand such an attack. Accumulating 500 points is not an insurmountable task. Chapter 10. Preliminary Analysis after departing from Ganxiong's stall. Ling did not immediately set off for the Bloodwind Tower's outpost. Instead, he continued to wander through the northern city, driven by a hypothesis regarding the Xuan Yuan that required validation. Lord Warrior, that fellow named Ganxiong does not seem like a reputable person. You must be cautious. Zhao cautioned, trailing behind Ling. Are you worried for my safety? Ling replied nonchalantly. Naturally. You not only forgave the offense committed by my brother and me, but also aided us in dealing with that scourge, Li Lao Si. You even provided us with funds to treat our mother. Your kindness is deeply etched in my heart, and I cannot bear to see you come to any harm. Zhao Li said earnestly. Ling turned to Zhao Li, and only when she shyly lowered her head did he leisurely say, It is commendable that you understand the importance of gratitude, but I assure you, I can handle this matter myself. There is no need for further discussion. Zhao Li replied softly, Yes, I understand. The two navigated through the bustling crowd until they arrived at an area filled with stalls selling handicrafts and antiques. Ah, dear patrons. Come and behold the treasures at my stall. Each item is a cherished heirloom passed down through generations. Do not miss out on these extraordinary relics that you have never seen before. Along the roadside, various stalls showcased an array of antiques and curiosities. From exquisite blue and white porcelain vases to ancient tomes, from intricately carved jade pendants to rusted weaponry, creating a dazzling spectacle that was overwhelming to behold. Most of the antiques here are forgeries, designed to deceive the untrained eye, Zhao Li quietly cautioned. We have a person named Hui in our circle who specializes in this. Ling slowed his pace, meticulously examining the array of items displayed at each stall. Among these seemingly ancient relics, which boasted considerable renown in the mouths of the vendors, he detected not a trace of the profound aura he sought. After meandering for nearly half an hour, he finally halted before a particular stand. The assortment of goods was remarkably diverse, primarily consisting of various handcrafted artifacts. However, what captivated Ling's attention was an unassuming jade bracelet, lacking in intricate design and slightly rough in craftsmanship. Yet, it emanated a potent and rich aura of profundity. Song Ling's gaze flickered slightly. She refrained from directly revealing her intentions. Instead, she feigned interest in other items, engaging in conversation with the vendor for a while. It was only after that she seemingly nonchalantly picked up a jade bracelet and remarked, "This bracelet appears to have some age to it." The vendor, a young man in his early 20s, felt his face flush slightly under the scrutiny of Song Ling's enchanting autumn-like eyes. "You have a discerning eye, miss," he replied. "This jade bracelet indeed has a rich history. It was acquired by my father from a once prominent family during my childhood, though its craftsmanship may seem ordinary. It is crafted from exquisite mutton fat jade." Song Ling remarked, "Such exquisite jade is typically crafted by master artisans. Yet this particular piece clearly does not bear the hallmark of a master's touch. Is there perhaps a story behind it?" The young vendor nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. My father once shared with me that this jade bracelet is entwined with a poignant and tragic love story. It is said to have been hand-carved and gifted by a gentleman to his beloved wife as a token of their engagement following his success in the imperial examinations. However, after all these years, the finer details have eluded my memory. Otherwise, I would gladly recount it to you, my lady." Thus, the tale unfolded. Song Ling, lost in thought, realized that this step was sufficient for him, enough to substantiate the conjecture that lingered in his heart. The essence of the object contained a mystical source. Independent of its material and form, what truly mattered was whether the creator infused it with genuine emotion, whether their innermost feelings were intricately woven into its being. Moreover, it was often the case that the mystical source would only manifest after the creator had departed from this world. After organizing his thoughts, Song Ling inquired of the vendor, "May I ask the price of this jade bracelet?" The young vendor replied, "If the young lady is truly interested, it is merely 10 taels of silver." 10 taels? That seems a bit steep. I do not possess such a sum. Would 8 taels suffice? Song Ling's eyelids fluttered slightly, casting a look of delicate vulnerability. Her tone laced with a hint of pleading. The young vendor's face flushed deeper, and after a moment's hesitation, he gritted his teeth and said, "Very well. 8 taels it is. After all, this bracelet has remained unsold for many years. Today, it seems I have encountered a kindred spirit. Thank you very much." Song Ling produced 8 taels of silver and handed it to the stall owner, then pocketed the jade bracelet and prepared to depart. Previously, after Song Ling extracted the mysterious essence from Zhao Li's father's wooden sculpture, the sculpture itself remained unchanged. Logically, upon touching the jade bracelet, he could have chosen to extract the essence, yet the differing materials and the scarcity of similar cases made him cautious. In such a vast and illuminated world, any unforeseen anomalies would be undesirable. Thus, in the interest of prudence, he opted to purchase it instead. Once he conducts further tests and confirms that no matter the material, the extraction of the essence does not induce any alterations, he would no longer need to exercise such caution and could save a considerable sum of money. With this matter concluded, Song Ling and Zhao Li made their way toward the northern market exit. Along the journey, Zhao Li's gaze towards Song Ling grew peculiar, as if she wanted to speak yet hesitated. Song Ling discerned her confusion and candidly remarked, "Do you believe that my earlier display was entirely incongruous with my previously decisive nature?" Zhao Li nodded in earnest agreement. "Song Ling, allow me to impart a lesson. In this world, as long as an endeavor serves your interests without infringing upon your fundamental principles, you should act without hesitation or regret, seizing every opportunity. Only in this manner can you continuously ascend rather than remain perpetually ensnared at the lowest echelons. Seize every opportunity." Zhao Li murmured, wearing an expression that suggested understanding yet lacked complete clarity. The two walked for a considerable time until they reached the exit of Beishur. "I have pressing matters to attend to, so we shall part ways here," Song Ling stated, turning to leave. "Warrior," Zhao Li called out to Song Ling. "Is there something else?" Song Ling raised an eyebrow. Zhao Li, with a serious demeanor, replied, "Given that this parting may be our last, might I inquire your esteemed name?" Song Ling fell silent for a few moments before uttering the name. Su Qinghe. This was the name of his childhood companion, the true legitimate daughter of the Jiang family residing in Hongshi village. The name, bestowed by the old village chief, embodied the essence of green shoots, symbolizing robust growth. However, reality had strayed far from this ideal. Until he garnered sufficient strength to ensure his escape from peril, he would not reveal his true identity. Having spoken, Song Ling turned and strode away. Zhao Li gazed at Song Ling's retreating figure, silently whispering, "Thank you, Sister Qinghe." Chapter 11. The Azure Kite on Yolu Street. At the Renshin Apothecary, the afternoon sun cascaded upon the cobblestone pavement. Flanking the entrance of the apothecary were several pots of lush flowers and greenery. exuding a gentle fragrance that instilled a sense of tranquility in the hearts of passers-by. Ling stepped over the threshold and entered the apothecary. At this moment, he was clad in a unisex black round-collared robe purchased from a ready-to-wear shop, his face still veiled. His long, ebony hair was simply secured at the back of his head with a single hairpin, presenting a clean and refreshing appearance. The number of patrons seeking medicine was not particularly large, and after a brief wait, it was his turn to be served. Ling approached the counter, where an elderly man adorned with a square hat inquired with a smile, "What kind of medicine would you like to procure, esteemed guest?" Ling's gaze swept across the neatly arranged medicinal cabinet against the wall, each drawer meticulously labeled with the names of herbs. According to the records inscribed on the Ganxiong bamboo slips, the positions of these drawers containing the herbs would shift every 7 days. The coded signal was to recite the names of 5 drawers corresponding to the current arrangement, following a predetermined pattern. Sangjixing, Qinjiao, Jumingzi, Xine. Baixi, 2 taels of each, Ling stated calmly. There is a new batch of Xine in the inner room. You might want to inspect their quality. The old man maintained his smile and called over a nearby assistant, instructing, "Take this young lady to the Eastern Medicinal Storehouse." "Certainly. Right this way, Mississippi." Ling followed the attendant as they navigated around a screen, making their way toward the inner chamber of the apothecary. Along the route, Ling's gaze was drawn to a calligraphic masterpiece adorning the wall of the corridor, inscribed with the words "In the winding paths, one finds tranquility." Deep within the Zen chamber, flowers and trees abound. The strokes were bold and vigorous, unmistakably the work of a master calligrapher, yet regrettably devoid of any signature or origin. The wooden clogs worn by the attendant clicked against the floor, producing a crisp sound. Before long, the pair arrived at a mahogany door, where the attendant raised his hand and knocked thrice. "Come in," a somewhat languid voice emanated from within. The attendant gestured for Ling to enter before turning to depart. Ling pushed open the wooden door, revealing a dimly lit room, yet meticulously arranged. At its center stood a table, from which wisps of blue smoke rose gracefully from a small copper incense burner. Seated behind the table was a middle-aged man clad in splendid robes, deeply engrossed in his reading. Upon sighting him, Ling felt a sudden chill. The man exuded a formidable aura of vitality, far surpassing that of the formidable Biao from the Black Tiger Gang, suggesting he was a top-tier practitioner among the second-rate martial artists. Was he here to accept a mission, or perhaps to deliver one? The middle-aged man's gaze remained fixed on the book in his hands. "Greetings, esteemed senior. I am here to join the Bloodwind Pavilion." Ling bowed respectfully. Only then did the middle-aged man lift his head, somewhat taken aback. "I have been stationed at this stronghold in Suai City for over a month, and you are the first new member seeking to join." Let me venture a guess. Was it a certain Ganxiong who referred you?" "Ling, your wisdom is commendable, esteemed senior. I suspected it was that rascal all along, forever harboring malicious intentions, even deceiving young maidens like yourself into peril." The middle-aged man shook his head in resignation. "Yet since you have chosen to come, it is presumed that you have weighed the associated risks. I must caution you that, even upon becoming an assassin of Bloodwind Pavilion, the relationship between you and the pavilion remains fundamentally one of mutual benefit. Therefore, regardless of how you may meet your end outside, Bloodwind Pavilion shall not seek vengeance on your behalf." "I understand," Ling nodded. In that case, the middle-aged man opened a directory resting on the table, picked up a brush, dipped it in ink, and said to Ling, "In Bloodwind Pavilion, true names are unnecessary. Choose a code name for yourself." Code name. In a sudden flash, Ling was flooded with memories from his past life. It was a tranquil evening where the setting sun poured down like molten gold, painting the horizon in a splendid crimson hue. Su Qinghe smiled at him, expressing her desire to soar freely like a kite. "Let us call it Xuan Yuan," she said. Ling responded in a calm tone. Xuan Yuan." The middle-aged man inscribed the 2 characters for Xuan Yuan with a brush on the registry, annotating a female character beneath. Ling's gaze flickered slightly, yet she chose not to rectify this mistake. "By the way, how many strands of inner strength have you cultivated now?" inquired the middle-aged man. Ling replied, "I have already become a practitioner of the mainstream." As he spoke, he released his repressed aura. After all, he would soon be tasked with assassinating third-rate warriors, and it was only a matter of time before his true level was revealed. There was nothing left to conceal. The middle-aged man expressed mild surprise. "Given your age, you appear to be in the prime of youth. Yet you have already reached this level? To achieve such a status at your age suggests either the backing of a significant power or extraordinary innate talent. Since you have chosen to join our Bloodwind Tower, The former can be dismissed, after all. Such powerful factions possess profound martial arts techniques and would not risk their lives here. Therefore, this young lady may indeed possess commendable martial talent. However, it is a pity that talent alone does not guarantee growth. A genius who does not mature is merely a fleeting notion. Especially since she has now aligned herself with the Bloodwind Tower, it is tantamount to stepping halfway into the realm of the underworld, where untimely demise is not unexpected. Thus, the middle-aged man felt a twinge of regret but continued with the formalities. He retrieved a thumb-sized copper token from a wooden cabinet behind him, inscribed with a series of intricate characters. After meticulously transcribing them, he tossed the token to Song Ling. Our assassin ranks at Bloodwind Tower are categorized from highest to lowest as jade, gold, silver, copper, and iron, corresponding to martial masters down to ordinary humans. You are a third-rate warrior, thus designated as copper level. Keep this token safe. It serves as your credential for accepting and submitting tasks, as well as the sole proof for redeeming points. Losing it will result in a complete loss of all privileges. The middle-aged man advised. Understood. Thank you, senior. Song Ling performed a respectful bow and inquired, by the way, may I ask how to address you, esteemed senior? My code name is LZH, replied LZH. Since I have now joined the Bloodwind Tower, am I permitted to accept tasks? LZH nodded affirmatively, certainly. As he spoke, he produced a completely black book, devoid of any words on its cover, and handed it to Song Ling. Within this tome, the tasks marked with indicate those that have been completed, while the unmarked tasks are available for acceptance. Each target's general information, as well as the rewards in silver or points upon task completion, are detailed herein. Take your time to peruse it. Song Ling opened the book and began to read it attentively. He first eliminated the targets of second-rate martial artists and those of higher realms, as he had no desire to court death. After a thorough selection process, Song Ling initially identified several candidates, and then he meticulously compared and excluded them one by one, ultimately settling on a singular target. Elder Hiju, I have made my decision. The first mission objective is this individual. He returned the black book to Hiju and pointed to an entry detailing a certain person, the chief of the Beiqing Inspectorate. Jiaoxiao. A flicker of surprise crossed Hiju's eyes. Chapter 12. The Inspectorate. The very name Inspectorate indicates that it is a governmental institution. However, in these waning days of the dynasty, the central authority's grip on local prefectures and counties has plummeted to its nadir, rendering these institutions mere facades, having devolved into protectors of local tyrants. The collusion between officials and gang forces, oppressing the populace while lining their own pockets, has become a commonplace occurrence. The Beiqing Inspectorate stands out as a particularly egregious example of this corruption. Originally, prior to the strict division of Suwei City into 4 quarters, northeast, southeast, southwest, and northwest, the Beiqing Inspectorate was merely a branch office of the East City government. After the prominent clans of East City divided the interests of Suwei City among themselves, it transformed into a semi-autonomous entity, retaining only a nominal allegiance to the government. Diao Xiao, the chief of the Beiqing Inspectorate, was merely a squad leader last year. Through sycophantic maneuvering with a prominent figure of the Qinya gang, he managed to eliminate the former chief with their assistance, ascending to power himself. Subsequently, he became nothing more than the lackey of that gang leader, ruthlessly extorting wealth and abducting women, committing heinous acts that would fill volumes with his crimes. Song Ling, while eager to accumulate enough points to obtain the martial arts manual, was reluctant to harm the innocent. Thus, the scoundrel in question became the most suitable target. Although Diao Xiao's martial prowess was mediocre, his 2 brothers were quite formidable. The trio shared the same quarters at the public office, making it difficult to find an opportunity to strike alone. You must be certain, once the task is accepted, it cannot be rescinded, reminded Jiazhu. I have made up my mind. I beseech you, Senior Jiazhu, to assist me, Song Ling said, bowing in respect. Very well, Jiazhu replied, picking up the brush and inscribing the characters Xuan Yuan in the blank space beneath Diao Xiao's page, thus solidifying the agreement. Wishing you triumph. Thank you, Senior. Song Ling performed another bow before turning to leave the room. According to the records in the task roster, Diao Xiao had trained in a martial technique known as Tiger Skin Fist, which was rather mediocre in skill. However, due to the influence of his 2 brothers, the difficulty had been amplified, resulting in a score of 70 points. Otherwise, his own abilities would scarcely merit 20 or 30 points. It seemed that accumulating 500 points would be no easy feat, which explained the high mortality rate. A thorough investigation was imperative to avoid potential pitfalls. As night fell, within the dilapidated abode, The candlelight flickered dimly. What are we to do? Lamented a middle-aged woman. According to the rules, it's our turn tomorrow. The daughter of old Shou from the next street was returned last time, her body marred and her spirit shattered. It was truly tragic. If our Chuer is chosen, how will I survive? Her husband stood beside her, his expression grave. Once Diao Xiu became the chief inspector, he established a dreadful decree. Every 7 days, a maiden from the region must be offered for his gratification. These young women, once he grew weary of them, would often be bestowed upon his subordinates, subjected to torments beyond mere words. The best outcome for them was to return dazed and scarred, while many simply vanished without a trace. In such a dire state, the common folk found themselves utterly powerless. The martial artists held overwhelming dominance over the ordinary populace, especially with the formidable support of the Qinya gang behind them. The only recourse for the villagers was silent endurance. They could not even muster the courage to rebel. Suddenly, the woman suggested, "What if we flee?" "No." The man urgently covered her mouth, his face taut with anxiety. "Have you lost your mind? The chief inspector has already decreed that anyone attempting to escape will face death as a family. Do you wish to condemn Chuer?" The woman wept bitterly. "What can we do then?" The man remained silent for a moment before rising from the bed, prying up a floor tile to retrieve a small box hidden within. "What is this?" the woman asked, wiping her tears away in confusion. He opened the box to reveal a lump of gray substance. "My brother-in-law works at a cosmetics shop. I had him procure this. If we apply it to her face, it will darken her complexion, making her less desirable." Initially, the woman felt a glimmer of hope. But soon her concern resurfaced. What if it's discovered? The man reassured her. "My brother-in-law said it would appear quite natural, as though she hadn't applied anything at all." Though he too harbored doubts, he insisted they call Chuer to try it. If we can't discern any difference, Diao Xiu likely won't either. Just as they were about to summon their daughter, a light laughter echoed from outside the door. "Who is there?" Both were taken aback, their faces paling in fear that their conversation had been overheard by the inspector's men. Fortunately, the voice that followed belonged to a young woman. "You are quite naive. Diao Xiu has been at this for a long time. Do you really think no one else has employed such methods? He is not a fool. Even if he doesn't notice at first glance, he will conduct a thorough examination. This cosmetic product cannot be concealed." Her words plunged the couple deeper into despair. The man, summoning his courage, asked, "Who are you, and what do you want with us?" "My identity is of little consequence. What matters is that I possess a way to save your daughter. You have 10 breaths to decide. If you wish to proceed, open the door. If not, I will take my leave," the woman replied. "What?" The couple exchanged glances, and after a few moments, the man gritted his teeth, resolved to take a chance, and rushed to open the door. If she were indeed a villain, their flimsy wooden barrier would offer little defense. It was better to gamble for a chance to save their daughter's life. Upon opening the door, he beheld a figure clad in black, a hood obscuring much of their face, revealing only a hint of chin. "Come in and speak," the cloaked figure instructed, stepping into the dim room. Once the man closed the door, the figure removed the hood, revealing a visage of exquisite beauty that left the couple in awe. After a moment of astonishment, the woman quickly inquired, "May I ask, dear lady, what means you possess to save my daughter?" Ling smiled faintly and said, "It is quite simple. I shall take on the role of your daughter." "What?" The woman was taken aback. Ling explained, "Diao Xiu possesses a household register, indicating that your family has a daughter, yet she is unaware of her precise appearance. As I am of a similar age, I shall impersonate your daughter tomorrow. With my looks, Diao Xiu will undoubtedly be captivated, ensuring your daughter's safety." The couple was truly left speechless. Could it be they had encountered a living deity? Is there truly someone in this world willing to sacrifice themselves for another? A new book embarks, hoping to rectify the regrets of this one. Let us accompany Ling on a brand new journey. Chapter 13, The Decapitation. How can this be? If this were the case, would you not be? Ling replied calmly, "It is of no concern. I am a martial artist, capable enough to ensure my own safety. In any case, you need not worry about my matters, nor inquire as to why I wish to assist you. I have no desire to squander time on such trivialities. Simply inform me whether you agree to this plan." The couple conferred briefly before kneeling before Ling, bowing deeply in gratitude. "In that case, we shall express our heartfelt thanks to the young lady on behalf of Chuer for your tremendous kindness." Ling nodded. Subsequently, he instructed several matters that required prior preparation, and the long night swiftly passed. The following morning, Ling sat gracefully in the inner room, adorned in a delicate emerald-hued gown. while the true Chui heir had already concealed herself within the adjacent wardrobe. She had been instructed to remain hidden, emerging only when her parents personally came to open the door, regardless of what sounds might beckon her forth. They have arrived. The voice of Chui heir's father resonated, tinged with a hint of anxiety. At that moment, he leaned against the window, peering through the crevice, and beheld several individuals, led by Jiao Xiao and clad in inspection uniforms, making their way toward them. Do not panic. Should they perceive any anomaly, it would jeopardize our carefully laid plans. Song Ling's face remained as calm as a tranquil pool. Indeed, it was understood. Chui Fu took a deep breath, steadying his emotions. Before long, a heavy knock resounded at the door, startling Chui Fu, who hurriedly approached to open it. However, it was Zhang Youtian's family. Jiao Xiao, with a pair of inverted triangular eyes and a sinister countenance, wore a long sword at his waist. His voice was deep and cold, akin to the winter wind that pierces to the bone. Trembling, Chui Fu bowed, forcing a smile to mask his inner dread. Indeed, Zhang Youtian has met Diao Xijing. According to the household registry, your family has a daughter, so I presume the customs need not be elaborated upon? Diao Xiao unleashed a formidable aura befitting a martial artist, instilling immense psychological pressure upon the ordinary Chui Fu. Yes, I am aware of the customs. I shall summon my daughter at once. Chui Fu nodded repeatedly. Turning to call into the inner room, Chuier, come out quickly. Coming, father, came a melodious reply from within. Soon, a delicate figure clad in a silk dress stepped into view. The young girl, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, and a celestial beauty, captivated all upon her appearance. Song Ling's demeanor was gentle, feigning a touch of appropriate nervousness. I have met all the esteemed gentlemen, young Zhang Chui stated. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Jiao Xiao's eyes, soon overshadowed by avarice and desire. Beside him stood two brothers. One was a burly giant, while the other was a gaunt figure with a shadowy visage. Both revealed an expression of longing, yet, out of respect for Jiao Xiao's authority, they refrained from any overt actions. It was not that their strength paled in comparison to Jiao Xiao's, but rather that he had the formidable backing of the Qianya gang's leader, making them wary of any transgressions. Otherwise, the position of the chief inspector in Beicheng would not have been bestowed upon him. Indeed, what a delightful surprise it was to encounter such fortune today. Jiao Xiao laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling as he gazed at Song Ling Zhang Chui. Will you accompany me home now? Do you have any objections? To serve the esteemed chief inspector is a privilege for a humble girl. How could I dare to voice any dissent? Song Ling slightly bent her knees in a graceful bow, her demeanor gentle and submissive. Ha ha ha, splendid. I truly appreciate a woman who understands the times. Jiao Xiao turned to leave, and one of his companions inquired, Sir Zhang, shall we continue to inspect the other households? What nonsense. With such a captivating beauty present, how could I possibly be interested in mere commoners? Jiao Xiao replied, his words exceedingly blunt, showing no concern for the presence of Song Ling and her parents. Song Ling cast a glance at Chui's parents before following suit. The inspection office was abuzz with excitement. Raise your glasses. Let us celebrate our chief's newfound beauty. It was said that this particular beauty was extraordinary, captivating our chief to the point of delirium. Ha ha ha. Does that not mean good fortune for us brothers? Each time the chief grows weary of his entertainment, he generously bestows favors upon us. Yet, this time, it may take a while. Such a stunning allure is not something one grows tired of in just a few days. It's merely a matter of time. Come, let us drink. In broad daylight, the inspectors commenced their revelry, tables laden with sumptuous delicacies, while much food lay wasted upon the ground. Just a street away, however, several lifeless bodies lay, victims of starvation, already decaying and emitting a foul odor, attracting swarms of flies. In the main quarters, Song Ling sat quietly upon the bed. After returning with Jiao Xiao and the others, he had been assigned to this space. Jiao Xiao typically remained inseparable from his two lesser martial artist companions, only retreating into solitude during his indulgence in beauty. Although Song Ling's unique technique, Feng Huazhanyu, possesses formidable power, it is his sole skill. Beyond this, he remains merely a third-rate martial artist with only 10 strands of internal energy. If it were just the two of them, he could rely on the surprise of Feng Huazhanyu to swiftly eliminate one opponent, rendering the other insignificant. However, facing 3 adversaries poses a substantial risk. Even if he were to defeat one, he would still be subjected to the assault of the remaining 2. Thus, he seeks the opportune moment to confront Jiao Xiao in solitude. Not long after, Jiao Xiao, having enjoyed a couple of drinks with her companions, pushed open the door and entered. My beauty, I have arrived. Jiao Xiao exclaimed with exuberance, her gaze fixed upon Song Ling, igniting a fervor within her abdomen. Song Ling smiled gently and rose to greet her. Noticing Song Ling's perceptive nature, Diao Xiao felt even more pleased and opened her arms to embrace her. Just as the distance between them narrowed to less than a foot, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Song Ling erupted with sudden fury, akin to a startled hare leaping into action. Drawing the long sword from his waist, he stepped back half a pace, and without a moment's hesitation, unleashed the technique known as wind-splitting moon. A brilliant silver light streaked through the air, yet Diao Xiao's face remained frozen in a smile, while a slender line of blood appeared at her neck. This crimson thread swiftly widened, culminating in the severance of Diao Xiao's head from her body. Song Ling gazed down at the longsword in her hand, its blade shimmering with a cold light, reminiscent of a flowing autumn stream, unmarred by even a single drop of blood. What a magnificent sword! Song Ling could not help but marvel. The long blade and the sword bore a similar shape, thus not hindering Song Ling's execution of the elegant moon-slashing technique. Such a precious sword, paired with a wretch like Diao Xiao, was truly a disgrace to its lineage. It would be his in the future. Listening to the raucous clamor from outside, a cold smile crept across Song Ling's lips. He approached the doorway, half of his body concealed behind the wall while holding the long sword, then abruptly pushed the door open with one hand, letting out a piercing scream. Ah! This shriek instantly pierced through the surrounding din, causing all the inspectors engaged in revelry to momentarily freeze, their gazes converging on Song Ling's position. Diao Si was just about to retaliate when Song Ling's body trembled slightly, feigning fear. One of Diao Xiao's brothers, a sallow-faced figure, was the first to react. His expression shifted dramatically as he rushed into the room. As he darted past Song Ling, she elegantly swung her long sword, executing the moon-slashing technique once more. Chapter 14. Neighbors. The sallow-faced man's countenance turned ashen. He had never anticipated that this seemingly frail girl, Song Ling, would be a formidable martial artist, unleashing such a lethal strike. At such close proximity, he had no time to mount any defense. Before the eyes of all, his head fell, and due to inertia, his body continued to lurch forward several meters before collapsing to the ground. This horrifying scene jolted the onlookers, clearing their intoxication. Yu Xian. One burly man's eyes widened in fury. He was another of Diao Xiao's brothers, although he had become Diao Xiao's subordinate under the pressure of the Chiba gang's leader. His bond with the sallow man was genuine. Despicable scoundrel, how dare you ambush? Return my brother's life. He seized the long blade beside him, leaping towards Song Ling like a cheetah, the blade slicing through the air with a chilling gleam. Song Ling's gaze remained composed, his figure unwavering. The formidable power of the breaking limit, elegant slashing the moon technique was indeed immense, yet it exacted a significant toll on his internal energy. After employing it twice in succession, he had depleted more than half of his reserves. Now, with only enough energy left for a final strike, patience became paramount. He needed to wait for his opponent to close the distance before delivering a decisive blow. The burly man, witnessing Song Ling's stillness, felt an exhilarating surge of anticipation for impending vengeance, tightening his grip on the long knife. As the distance between them rapidly diminished, the brute swung his blade directly at Song Ling's slender neck. In that fleeting moment, Song Ling summoned the remnants of his internal energy, abruptly shifting his body to the side, slipping away from the trajectory of the man's attack like a darting fish. Simultaneously, he raised his sword to execute the breaking limit, elegant slashing the moon for the third time. The burly man stared in disbelief, his eyes widening. When the thin man perished, inebriated, he had failed to grasp the full extent of the situation, mistakenly attributing it to Song Ling's ambush. Yet now, facing the technique himself, he comprehended its terrifying nature. There was no escape, no evasion. How could such a masterful strike exist in this world? He pondered in the final instant before being severed by that stunning blade. With a swift motion, the burly man fell, his headless body collapsing to its knees upon the ground. Run! The remaining members of the Inspection Bureau, witnessing the demise of their three strongest comrades, were gripped by sheer terror, scattering like frightened birds and beasts. Song Ling let out a cold laugh and plunged into the crowd. In an instant, blood flowed like a river. Dusk. Song Ling departed from the Rinxin pharmacy and made his way towards the courtyard he rented. Originally, the remaining funds he possessed were only sufficient to cover a month's rent. However, the inspectors, being exceedingly affluent, alleviated his immediate financial concerns. Zhu expressed considerable astonishment at his prompt completion of the task and generously awarded him 70 points. Song Ling planned to return home and rest for the night to regain her strength, intending to accept the task the following day. The street where Rinxin Pharmacy is located is governed by the Baijiao gang, a force comparable to the Qianye gang. In contrast to several other major gangs in the northern city, the Baichao gang's management of the populace is relatively lenient, exerting less oppression and allowing the common people some breathing room. Consequently, this street stands as one of the few bustling areas in the northern city. Although the passers-by wear simple, coarse garments and bear weary expressions, it is still a significant improvement compared to most places in the northern market. Passing by a shop selling rice cakes, Song Ling purchased a few pieces to serve as her dinner for the evening. The courtyard rented by Song Ling is situated at the end of this relatively tranquil street, nestled within an inconspicuous alley. Towering and dilapidated earthen walls flank either side of the passage, their surfaces marred by the passage of time. The waning sunlight struggles to penetrate the narrow confines, casting a delicate golden sheen upon the shadowy lane. Song Ling walked along the somewhat uneven stone path, traversing the alleyway until he arrived at his quaint little courtyard. Although modest in size, the yard was imbued with tranquility, surrounded by a few resilient old locust trees that added a touch of vitality to this small haven. Oh, Qinghe has returned, he thought. From the adjacent courtyard, an elderly lady with graying hair emerged, carrying a bucket of kitchen scraps. She greeted Song Ling with a warm smile, her demeanor radiating cheerfulness. "Grandma Lee, have you had dinner yet? If not, I bought some rice cakes. Would you like to share?" Song Ling replied with a smile. He had met Grandma Lee when he moved in a couple of days ago, and she had proven to be quite amiable. "No need. My son has come back and is cooking in the house." Grandma Lee beamed with delight. Song Ling revealed a look of understanding. Previously, during a casual conversation with Grandma Lee, she mentioned that her late husband had passed away early, leaving her with only one son who toiled in the escort agency, often required to embark on perilous journeys. The bond between mother and son was seldom nurtured by their infrequent encounters. In these treacherous wilds, fraught with danger and filled with strange creatures, each return of her son brought her immense joy. At that moment, a robust middle-aged man stepped out from Grandma Lee's courtyard. He cast a wary glance at the veiled Song Ling before turning to Grandma Lee with a hint of complaint. "Mother, I have already said that I would take out the slop later. You need not fret about it. Why do you persist in disregarding my words?" "I am merely idling away my time," he continued. "Ah, by the way, Mother, allow me to introduce you. This is Miss Qinghe, who has recently moved in next door." Grandma Lee then turned to Song Ling and said, "Qinghe, this is my son, Zhang Feng." Song Ling sensed a faint, peculiar aroma emanating from the other person, reminiscent of a low-quality perfume from a past life. Yet, upon closer inspection, there was nothing to be found. It appeared to be merely a fleeting illusion. Song Ling maintained her gaze, greeting politely, "Hello, Uncle Zhang." However, Zhang Feng appeared somewhat reluctant to engage, merely responding with a half-hearted acknowledgement before ushering Grandma Lee into the courtyard. Song Ling returned to his courtyard. Just a few steps inside, he overheard a conversation from the neighboring yard. "Son, why does it seem that you are not particularly fond of the young lady Qinghe from next door? She is truly a good person. Although this young woman conceals her face, one can discern from her brows and eyes that her beauty is far from ordinary. Moreover, at such a tender age, living alone and renting a place, there must be some hidden circumstances. It would be wise for us to avoid unnecessary entanglements." Despite the mother and son speaking in hushed tones, Song Ling, possessing the keen hearing of a martial artist, managed to catch the essence of their dialogue. It must be said that Zhang Feng, a seasoned escort, exhibited a level of vigilance that surpassed the ordinary. Song Ling chuckled softly, finding this arrangement agreeable. It suited his preferences well, allowing everyone to coexist without interference. As night fell, a profound silence enveloped the world, with moonlight cascading like water, chillingly illuminating the earth. Suddenly, Song Ling, reclining upon his bed, opened his eyes wide. Something was amiss, very amiss. He detected a potent scent of blood permeating the air. Song Ling sat up, grasped his long sword, and made his way to the courtyard. He quickly discerned the direction from which the metallic scent of blood wafted, revealing it to be from the neighboring residence of Grandma Lee, separated only by a wall. Channeling his internal energy through his legs, Song Ling gracefully leaped, landing atop the courtyard wall. Peering into Grandma Lee's yard, a gruesome scene unfolded before his eyes. There lay Grandma Lee, who had greeted him with a smile just hours earlier, now sprawled on the ground, her chest nearly hollowed out. A creature with silvery white fur was feasting upon her lifeless body. Meanwhile, her son, Zhang Feng, stood at the doorway, his expression vacant, resembling a marionette, utterly motionless. Chapter 15. The white flesh sphere. Song Ling carefully examined the creature, whose silvery white fur adorned a head resembling that of an eagle and a body akin to that of a dog, with a long, slender tail trailing behind, ultimately extending towards Zhang Feng's abdomen. A curious entity? Song Ling raised an eyebrow. This peculiar entity exuded an air of uncanny mystery. Yet he found himself devoid of any pertinent recollections regarding it. This was hardly surprising, as his previous incarnation had merely been a boy from a rural village, accustomed to a life of limited exposure. Suddenly, the silvery creature lifted its head, its eyes gleaming with an eerie green light in the night, fixating intently on Song Ling atop the courtyard wall. With a powerful thrust of its limbs, it leapt into the air, lunging towards Song Ling, its sharp claws glinting ominously in the moonlight, moving with astonishing speed, arriving before him in the blink of an eye, emanating a strong stench of blood from its gaping maw. In addition to the metallic scent of blood, Song Ling distinctly recognized the lingering odor of the cheap perfume that had clung to Zhang Feng during the day. It appeared that this was no mere illusion. In an instant, Song Ling's gaze sharpened as he drew his sword. After a night of restorative slumber, his internal energy had nearly returned to full strength. And at that moment, wind and moon once again unleashed its might. The blade's radiance cleaved through the night sky. Clang! The silvery creature was struck solidly. Yet the sword did not yield the sensation of slicing through flesh. Instead, it resonated with a crisp metallic sound. The creature emitted a strange cry, its form sent crashing to the ground by the force of the blow. Song Ling was astonished. The sword strike just now had inflicted no tangible harm upon the silvery creature. After executing the moon-slicing elegance and returning empty-handed, this was a first. The creature's aura was clearly only equivalent to that of a third-rate being, merely slightly stronger than the lizard-like monster from Redstone Village. It was incomprehensible that it remained unscathed beneath the moon-slicing elegance. As Song Ling pondered this, the silvery creature shook itself and stood up as if nothing had happened. However, this time it did not rush directly at Song Ling, but instead began to circle him slowly, seemingly searching for an opportunity. At that moment, Song Ling finally discerned that what trailed behind the creature was not a tail, but rather a gruesome, fleshy intestine. With each movement, it was continuously drawn out from the standing Zhang Feng, creating an utterly repulsive and eerie spectacle. Connected to Zhang Feng, could it be that? Suddenly, a spark of inspiration illuminated Song Ling's mind as he carefully gazed at Zhang Feng. Upon closer inspection, he indeed discerned something amiss. At that moment, Zhang Feng appeared significantly paler than before he was struck by the silver-white creature with a single sword. Had the injuries been borne by Zhang Feng? If that were the case, with a sudden surge of determination, Song Ling leapt from the courtyard wall, her feet propelling her towards Zhang Feng. Her long sword aimed directly at his head. The silver-white creature, startled, emitted a piercing shriek and accelerated fiercely, attempting to thwart Song Ling's assault. However, it was met with yet another strike of the moon-slaying blade. Although it emerged unscathed, the force of the blow sent its body hurtling several meters away. What Song Ling desired was precisely this moment of opportunity. He swiftly turned, raising his long sword to strike at Zhang Feng's head. This time, the silvery creature was unable to intervene, and Zhang Feng's head fell with a resounding thud. Simultaneously, the fleshy cord connected to Zhang Feng's navel rapidly decayed and deteriorated, gradually losing all vitality. Within a few breaths, the decay spread to the silvery creature. It emitted a few agonized cries, and its entire form began to dissolve, ultimately leaving behind only a palm-sized white mass of flesh. This was. Song Ling approached the white, spherical creature and cautiously prodded it with his longsword. But it showed no signs of reaction. Unlike the inferior scent of perfume that lingered on the previous silver-white spirit, this creature emitted a refreshing and natural fragrance. Typically, when a spirit perishes, its body transforms into energy and dissipates back into the heavens and earth. Only demons of a higher tier than spirits can leave behind a corporeal form. However, it was evident that this silver-white spirit was not a demon, for had it been, Song Ling would have perished at the first encounter. Not only would he have faltered, but even an innate master would find themselves no match for a demon, as that would belong to an entirely different realm of existence. This entity might prove useful. To avoid missing an opportunity, Song Ling resolved to collect the spherical creature, intending to consult texts on spirits the following day in hopes of identifying its nature. However, exercising caution, he refrained from handling it directly. Instead, he used the tip of his sword to lift it, wrapping it in cloth and securely hiding it in a safe location. After completing these tasks, Song Ling returned to his chamber. The following morning, an elderly woman named Granny Qian, who frequently visited Granny Lee to attend the morning market. Arrived only to find the door of Granny Lee's house firmly shut, an unusual sight that sparked her concern, worrying that the reclusive Granny Lee might be in trouble. She circled to the backyard, discovered the door ajar, and pushed it open to enter. Before long, a piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the morning. In districts governed by other factions, a death might go unnoticed. Even if there were traces of spirits at play, such occurrences were hardly unusual, given the number of individuals who perished from hunger on the streets daily. Yet, this was the territory of the 100 Herb Gang, the most prosperous street within their domain. Should a spirit wreak havoc here, it could lead to significant losses. Consequently, members of the 100 Herb Gang swiftly arrived to investigate. At the hour of chin, Song Ling was enjoying his breakfast in the courtyard when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Having already heard some commotion, he remained unperturbed. Dressed in a pale blue linen skirt, with delicate shoulders and a slender waist, he appeared like a fragile willow swaying in the breeze. This attire was chosen deliberately to lower the visitor's guard. Upon opening the door, he was met by several uniformed members of the 100 Herb Gang, led by a tall young man with a resolute countenance, flanked by several solemn-faced associates, with a keen gaze sweeping the courtyard. The young man's eyes finally settled on Song Ling as he inquired in a low voice, "Did you hear anything unusual last night?" The residents of this neighborhood were well aware of the 100 Herb Gang, thus he felt no need to introduce himself and immediately delved into the matter at hand. "No. I went to bed quite early. What happened?" Song Ling's voice was soft and delicate, imbued with a hint of perfectly measured panic and bewilderment, as if she were entirely oblivious to the events unfolding outside. The young man furrowed his brow slightly. The woman before him appeared frail and lacked any indication of martial training. He did not harbor any suspicions towards her. However, the fact that even a neighbor so close had failed to provide any clues left him somewhat displeased. After inquiring a few more questions and confirming Song Ling's ignorance, the young man turned and departed with the others. Song Ling gazed at the receding figures, his expression gradually returning to a state of tranquility. After finishing his breakfast in the house and resting for a while, he donned a unisex round-collared robe and stepped outside. Chapter 16. Toad Pill Flower in the Ink Fragrance Bookstore. On the second floor, sunlight streamed through the exquisite window panes, casting dappled shadows upon the floor. The air was infused with a subtle scent of ink, and an array of neatly arranged bookshelves was densely populated with a variety of tomes. Eureka! Song Ling stood before a bookshelf, cradling an ancient tome adorned with the three characters Jingguaiji on its cover. As he turned to a particular page, he discovered an illustration of a spirit creature, its appearance strikingly reminiscent of the silver-haired entity he had encountered the previous night, even depicting the human who bore the brunt of its wrath. After meticulously perusing the description in the book, Song Ling's expression transformed into one of enlightenment. It was revealed that the peculiar creature encountered last night was known as the Mao Hu Chong, a rare and unusual entity akin to a parasite. Before reaching maturity, it lurks within the human body, extracting sustenance, often leaving its host with an alluring fragrance. Once fully developed, it bursts forth from the host, engaging in a spree of carnage. This marks its second form, during which all attacks directed at the Mao Hu Chong itself are redirected to its host. Upon consuming a sufficient amount of nourishment, it detaches from the host, evolving into its final, independent state. At this stage, the Mao Hu Chong possesses a prowess comparable to the elite among second-rate martial artists, exhibiting remarkable speed and proving to be a formidable adversary. As for the white, fleshy orb left behind by the Mao Hu Chong, it serves as a fleeting transitional product of its second stage, encapsulating its essence and vitality, referred to by the author as meat essence. If all proceeds favorably, the Mao Hu Chong will undergo its metamorphosis into its ultimate form through this meat essence. Consuming this essence can enhance a martial artist's internal energy. A flicker of light danced in Song Ling's eyes. His current shortcoming lay in his insufficient inner strength. Apart from the signature technique, Feng Wajianyu, he lacked intermediate methods. This peculiar creature could aptly compensate for that deficiency. Are you also intrigued by these enigmatic beings? A voice suddenly emerged from beside him. Turning his gaze, Song Ling beheld a youth clad in a simple yellow robe, his demeanor somewhat bashful as he pointed to the creature manual in Song Ling's hand. Song Ling glanced at the attire of the other party, which belonged to the apprentices of the 100 Herbs Guild. His gaze flickered slightly as he spoke. Indeed, these peculiar creatures may appear somewhat intimidating, yet they are quite fascinating. His voice was melodious and gentle, perfectly in harmony with his outward appearance. The young man scratched his head and introduced himself. I am Lin Yu, an apprentice in the Alchemy Hall of the 100 Herbs Guild. During my leisure time, I often come here to read. I have perused this compendium of peculiar creatures multiple times. However, due to its age, some of the information has become outdated, particularly regarding the flesh essence of the Miaohu insect. Outdated information? Song Ling's voice carried a hint of confusion. Though she wore a veil, the pair of bright eyes that peeked through still made Lin Yu's heart race. Indeed, the statement regarding martial artists consuming meat essence to enhance their internal strength was not inaccurate. However, according to the latest pharmacological research findings, it is only when paired with toad flower that the effects of meat essence can be maximized, yielding an efficacy at least double that of consuming meat essence alone. Toad flower? Song Ling rested a finger on her chin, adopting a contemplative pose. After a moment, she shook her head and said, I have not heard of it. Lin Yu, witnessing Song Ling's innocent and pure demeanor, felt his heart flutter unexpectedly. He had not anticipated encountering such a charming young lady in the bookstore. Steadying his thoughts, he explained. The toad flower thrives in exceedingly concealed marshlands, often hidden among aquatic vegetation, making it quite elusive. Its petals resemble the scales of a crocodile, emitting a green luminescence during the day and a red glow at night. Moreover, this flower only blossoms on nights of the full moon, with the opportunity for harvesting being fleeting, thus rendering it exceedingly precious. Song Ling exclaimed in astonishment, Is there truly such a wondrous flower? Indeed, Lin Yu replied. The marvels of nature far surpass our imagination. This Xuan Yuan flower is merely a mundane specimen. It is said that some flora can even absorb the essence of the sun and moon, transforming and wandering through the realms of heaven and earth. Does that not resemble the legendary demons? Song Ling gasped. Who would argue otherwise? Lin Yu responded. Song Ling blinked and said, That existence. I suppose I shall never have the opportunity to witness in my lifetime. However, you seem to possess profound knowledge about the toad flower. Have you perhaps seen it with your own eyes? Lin Yu's face displayed a hint of pride as he replied, Indeed. There is a specimen of toad flower in my master's medicinal pool, which was procured at great expense from the southern frontier. I am able to behold it every day. Wow, that is truly remarkable. Would you be so kind as to take me to see it? Song Ling's expression was one of excitement, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Lin Yu. However, Lin Yu's face revealed a sense of difficulty. The alchemy hall was a vital stronghold of the gang, and outsiders were strictly prohibited from entering. Oh, I see. Song Ling's face was etched with disappointment as she turned her gaze back to the book in her hands, no longer looking at Lin Yu. A wave of emptiness washed over Lin Yu. Just moments ago, she had looked at him with admiration, and now, gritting his teeth, he spoke. If you truly wish to see it, it is not impossible. I am responsible for guarding Master S medicinal pool and could discreetly bring out the toad pill flower for you. Once you have finished examining it, I shall return it. Song Ling was taken aback and covered her mouth in surprise. Isn't that akin to embezzlement? Lin Yu retorted angrily. How can this be considered embezzlement? I merely took it out temporarily. It will certainly be returned. Just tell me if you want to see it or not. Of course I want to see it. Please don't be upset. It was my mistake to say that. Song Ling replied obediently. That sounds about right. Lin Yu murmured, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Song Ling's delicate neck and fair wrist, causing him to swallow hard. Considering the considerable risks involved, he pondered whether it would be too much of a loss without some significant gain. With this thought, Lin Yu cleared his throat and said, At this hour tomorrow, I shall await you at the Tongfu Inn. By the way, I still do not know your name. I am Su Qinghe, Song Ling answered with a gentle smile. After engaging in conversation for a while longer, Song Ling excused herself, citing other pressing matters. Lin Yu could certainly discern his thoughts. Yet since the other party was so eager to present him with treasures, he graciously accepted the offering. Upon leaving the Maxiang bookstore, Song Ling made her way to the Rinxin apothecary, where she selected a suitable task to undertake. As the saying goes, to excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen one's tools. After an entire day of thorough investigation, Song Ling finally seized an opportunity to act. As evening descended, she returned to the Rinxin apothecary, carrying the severed head of her target. The efficiency displayed by Song Ling astonished Shaju, while others would languish over tasks, often prolonging their completion due to the inherent risks of assassination. She consistently accepted missions and executed them with remarkable swiftness, establishing herself as a paragon within the realm of assassins. After a night of rest, Song Ling arrived at the Tongfu Inn the following day as promised. Chapter 17. The second young master. Upon reconvening in the lobby, the two ascended the stairs to the room that Lin Yu had reserved in advance. After securing the doors and windows, Lin Yu, with an air of mystery, led Song Ling to the bedside and retrieved a brown jar from beneath it. Is this the toad flower? Song Ling inquired with curiosity. Indeed, Lin Yu replied with a triumphant smile as he opened the lid. A fragrant aroma enveloped the air. A refreshing blend of earthiness and unknown herbs that invigorated the senses. Inside the jar lay an extraordinary flower, its petals resembling the scales of a crocodile. And in the dim light of the room, one could detect a subtle, elusive green fluorescence. By grinding this toad flower into a paste and consuming it alongside the flesh essence of the Meo-Hachong, one can maximize its medicinal potency, Lin Yu elucidated. Smacking his lips and adding, however, both the Meo-Hachong and this toad flower are exceedingly rare. It is not an easy task for an ordinary person to gather them. I see, Song Ling responded, understanding the gravity of the situation. Song Ling gazed intently at the toad flower, a glimmer of intrigue evident in his eyes. Lin Yu caught a glimpse of Song Ling, who was mere inches away, rose from his seat, poured a cup of water from the kettle on the table, and handed it to him, saying, "By the way, you arrived quite early. You must be thirsty. Here, have some tea." "Thank you, Lin Yu. You are truly considerate." Song Ling wore a radiant smile as she accepted the cup from Lin Yu, feigning an intention to drink, observing her innocent and carefree demeanor. A wave of profound guilt surged within Lin Yu, compelling him to almost voice a warning against her consuming the tainted tea. Yet, the thoughts of the ensuing events stifled his resolve, and he succumbed to the allure of his desires, choosing silence instead. He had taken such a significant risk to procure the flower. This was the reward he believed he was entitled to. Thus, he reassured himself. However, an unsettling question lingered. "Why do you keep staring at me?" Song Ling abruptly halted the motion of bringing the cup to her lips, gazing at Lin Yu with a hint of confusion. "No, not at all," Lin Yu replied, slightly flustered. "Is that so?" Song Ling's previously innocent tone suddenly shifted, a strange smile curling upon his lips. "You've been watching me intently. Are you worried that I might not drink the tea you've spiked?" "How did you know?" Lin Yu exclaimed, rising abruptly, his face a mask of terror. At this point, Song Ling could no longer be bothered to entertain the charade. In a swift motion, he struck Lin Yu with a precise chop, rendering him unconscious. "Young man, remember this. There's a blade above the word lust. Next time, be more cautious." Song Ling cast an indifferent glance at Lin Yu, lifted the jar containing the toad flower, and turned to leave the guest room. Upon returning home, Song Ling promptly followed Lin Yu's instructions, grinding the toad flower into a paste. He then retrieved the previously hidden essence of the Miaohu insect. The snow-white essence retained its original fragrance, unchanged and as delightful as when it first appeared. Song Ling applied the floral paste onto the meat essence, and in an instant, it seemed as if a peculiar chemical reaction had occurred. The pristine white meat essence transformed into a viscous black substance within mere seconds, its original fragrance completely dissipating, replaced instead by an odor reminiscent of durian that had seemingly fermented for half a month. The very scent of it caused Song Ling to furrow her brows. "Is this truly edible?" After a prolonged contemplation, Song Ling finally opened her mouth wide and took a significant bite. A bitter, exceedingly acrid flavor erupted in her mouth. In his lifetime, Song Ling had never encountered anything so distasteful. Gazing at the remaining portion of the meat essence in his hand, he resolved that a swift agony was better than prolonged suffering. With a firm determination, he quickly consumed the entire piece, leaving not a trace behind. Moments later, the bitterness in his mouth gradually dissipated, and a warm current began to rise within him. This warmth originated from his stomach, flowing gently through his limbs and eventually converging in his dantian, forming strands of pure internal energy. 20 strands, 30 strands, 40 strands. The internal energy continued to surge until it finally stabilized at 86 strands. Song Ling closed his eyes, immersing himself in an unprecedented surge of power within. A profound joy swirling in his heart that was beyond words. This was the exhilarating sensation of becoming stronger. He had never anticipated that the fusion of the toad pill flower and the essence of the Miaohu insect could lead to such a remarkable leap in his internal energy in such a short span of time. As his internal energy surged, Song Ling sensed a subtle transformation in his physical attributes. His muscles and bones had become denser and more resilient, and even his breath deepened and lengthened. The upper limit of a third-rate martial artist's internal energy is 99 strands, and I have now reached 86 strands. Even without employing the wind and moon slash, adversaries like the Lizard Man and Sun Yin from the Black Tiger Gang are no longer my match. Should I choose to wield it, it is highly likely that I would find myself unmatched among third-rate martial artists. Even in situations akin to facing 3 opponents as in the previous inspections, I could stand my ground with confidence. Truly, diligent practice pales in comparison to the fortuitous bestowal of destiny. Song Ling lowered his gaze to his own body, examining his arms and other parts, and discovered that they remained as delicate and pale as before, devoid of any signs of a martial artist. After a moment of contemplation, he discerned the reason. His current level of internal energy had been attained through shortcuts. Typically, the cultivation of internal force is deeply intertwined with the rigorous honing of the physical form. Only through arduous training can one unlock the latent potential of the body, giving rise to internal power. However, Song Ling's journey was different. He initially ascended to a third-rate martial artist through the assistance of a special ability, and now, the vast reservoir of internal energy he possessed was derived from the essence of toad pill flowers and the flesh of the Mao Hu insect, without engaging in any strenuous training himself. Thus, to the casual observer, he appeared no different from an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts. Unless he actively revealed his aura, it would be exceedingly difficult for others to perceive the depths of his abilities. A moment of extraordinary prowess brings fleeting delight. Yet the thrill of constant advantage endures. Song Ling smiled faintly, feeling not a hint of shame. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this period, Song Ling fervently undertook tasks to earn points, amassing an impressive total of over 470 points by yesterday. Such remarkable efficiency left the bamboo speechless, and the name Xuan Yuan began to gain a modicum of fame. On this particular morning at the Rinshin apothecary, in the inner chamber, a young man with a delicate visage sat in the main seat, which previously belonged to the bamboo, who now stood to the side. "Second young master, your visit to Suwei City is for?" The bamboo inquired cautiously, lowering his head. The young man before him was named Fu Zong, the legitimate son of the Blood Wind Tower's master, compelling a careful approach. "My father claims I am inferior to my elder sister, that I am incapable of handling any task, and has sent me here for self-reflection," Fu Zong replied, holding a wine cup, a hint of inebriation gracing his features, while his eyes held a shadowy gleam. The bamboo remained silent. This was a matter of the Tower Master's household, beyond his purview. What does it matter whether I excel or falter? After all, our Bloodwind Tower is merely a dog of the illusory spirit sect. A dog that must seek approval even to gnaw on a bone. What a distinction between the celestial and the mortal, Fu Zong exclaimed, appearing almost frenzied as he violently overturned the table before him. "Second young master." The bamboo was about to intervene when a crisp, melodious knock echoed through the door. "Senior Bamboo, Xuan Yuan requests an audience." "Come in." Song Ling stood outside the door for quite some time before he finally heard the sound of Lu Zhu's voice emanating from within. He pushed open the door and was surprised to find not only Lu Zhu inside, but also a young man he had never encountered before. The demeanor and positioning of the two clearly indicated that the young man held a more esteemed status. "Xuan Yuan, allow me to introduce you to the second young master of our Bloodwind Tower," Lu Zhu said to Song Ling. "The second young master?" Song Ling recalled that during a previous conversation, Lu Zhu had mentioned that the current master of Bloodwind Tower, Fu Xingji, had a son and a daughter. This young man before him must indeed be the son. Song Ling, neither servile nor arrogant, respectfully bowed to Fu Zong and greeted him. "I have the honor of meeting the second young master." When he initially joined the Bloodwind Tower, Zhu Zhu had remarked that his relationship with the organization was merely one of collaboration, rather than a traditional superior-subordinate dynamic. Hence, there was no need for excessive flattery towards this second young master. A simple adherence to customary etiquette sufficed. Fu Zong, holding a wine cup, squinted his eyes and remained silent. Song Ling addressed the elder Lei Zhu, saying, "Elder Lei Zhu, I have come to accept the task." Lei Zhu smiled and replied, "I have long prepared this for you." He then handed a black booklet to Song Ling, adding, "If my memory serves me correctly, upon the completion of today's task, you should accumulate over 500 points, which will allow you to exchange for second-tier martial arts. Congratulations." "Thank you, esteemed elder." Song Ling took the booklet and opened it, searching for his target. After all, Bloodwind Tower is an assassin organization. As long as one pays, anyone can submit a request. Thus, the task list cannot consist solely of villains. After several days of frequent assassinations, the number of individuals on the list who matched his capabilities and possessed numerous heinous deeds was already scant. After careful selection, Song Ling finally settled on a small leader of the Chiba gang. "Dang Wei from the Chiba gang, are you certain?" Zhu Zhu raised an eyebrow and remarked. Dang Wei has been entrenched in the third-tier realm for nearly a decade, although he has never managed to break through to the second tier. His depth of foundation among third-tier warriors is extraordinarily profound. His mastery of the butterfly knife is nothing short of sublime, having achieved remarkable feats of defeating 4 opponents alone. He is not an adversary to be trifled with. The most crucial point is that he belongs to the Chiba gang. You should be aware that the leader of the Chiba gang, Shan Sofeng, is a first-tier martial arts master. And he has the backing of one of the true rulers of Sui City, the Jiang family of the East City. According to the information I have received, the Jiang family has recently been in close contact with the Chiba gang due to their search for a lost legitimate daughter. To attempt to assassinate a member of the Chiba gang at this juncture may not be wise. I would advise you to seek other targets and not to fixate on the character of the target, lest you jeopardize your efforts at the final moment. Zhao shook his head. He could see through Song Ling's unwavering determination in selecting such a distinct target. Thank you, Senior Zhao, but I have faith in myself. I have made my decision. It will be this dang way. Song Ling's demeanor was resolute. He was well aware that he was not a virtuous individual. Yet he had no desire to wield his sword against the innocent. La Ju sighed and remarked, "Very well, since you are insistent, then let us wait." Suddenly, Fu Zong interjected, interrupting La Ju. He turned his gaze towards Song Ling, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes, and casually stated, "Xuan Yuan, is it? Remove your veil, that I may behold your true appearance." As Song Ling's gaze sharpened, it became evident, as the bamboo had indicated, that the Qianye gang had recently been fervently searching for the long-lost daughter of the Jiang family within Beijing. Their method involved creating a portrait based on the descriptions provided by Long Biao of the Black Tiger gang, which was then disseminated throughout the city. Although the likeness was not remarkably accurate due to its oral nature, if one were to remove the veil and scrutinize closely, it could still be discerned that she resembled the figure depicted. Should she fall into the hands of the second son of the Bloodwind Tower? The outcome would likely be far more dire than when she was initially captured by Long Biao of the Black Tiger gang. The Bloodwind Tower was not to be underestimated, despite the apex combatant in this base at Sui City being merely a top-tier second-rate master like the bamboo. The depths of their influence ran profound. At such a juncture, she might become a mere pawn in the hands of the second son, deprived of her freedom. Thus, removing the veil was not an option. My apologies, second son, but Qing Yuan harbors undisclosed difficulties and cannot unveil her face. I hope for your understanding. Song Ling bowed deeply, adopting a humble demeanor. A true gentleman knows when to yield. Are you certain you wish to deny my request? A glint of coldness flashed in Fu Zong's eyes. Forgive my past mistakes. I humbly ask for your indulgence. With the cliff looming behind her, retreat was not an option for Song Ling. Very well, Fu Zong sneered. Turning to the bamboo, he commanded, "Bring me the roster of this woman." The bamboo's expression changed, realizing Fu Zong's intentions. "Second son, I do as I say," came the curt reply. Reluctantly, the bamboo handed over the roster detailing Song Ling's identity. Fu Zong opened the roster, took up a brush, and crossed out the name Qing Yin inscribed upon it. He then flung the roster towards Song Ling, coldly declaring, "Depart. You have been disqualified." Song Ling lowered his gaze upon the crossed-out code beside his name in the register, rendered speechless. This signified that all his previous efforts to accumulate points had been in vain. "Second young master, the points I have amassed are yet to be." Fu Zong raised his wine glass, his impatience evident as he retorted, "Do you not comprehend my words? I said you have been disqualified. There is no place for you here. Depart at once." The formidable vitality of a second-rate martial artist surged forth from him, akin to a torrential flood, overwhelming Song Ling to the point where he could scarcely catch his breath. Song Ling fell silent for a moment before turning to leave. His expression remained calm, yet a hint of madness flickered in his eyes. A great philosopher of earth, Wade, once proclaimed, "To lose one's humanity is to lose much. To lose one's beastliness is to lose all." Now that he had arrived at this juncture, there was nothing left to contemplate. Those who dared to mock him in such a manner must perish, regardless of the cost. At the stronghold of the Thousand Leaves gang, the main entrance stood imposing. The wrought iron gates were adorned with the fierce visage of a beast, its eyes wide open, instilling a sense of dread in all who gazed upon it. Above the threshold, a massive plaque hung prominently, embellished with golden threads that formed the 3 powerful characters of Thousand Leaves gang, radiating an undeniable aura of dominance. Song Ling navigated through the throng, making his way directly towards the entrance. As he drew near, the guards on either side sternly admonished him, "Halt. This is the stronghold of the Qianye gang. Outsiders are forbidden entry. Trespassers shall be executed." Song Ling halted her steps, gracefully removing her veil, and spoke softly. "Aren't you searching for me?" Upon seeing her visage, the 2 guards were momentarily taken aback. They had recently posted the portrait of the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, and this young woman bore a striking resemblance to the image, particularly the tear mole beneath her left eye, which was identical. In an instant, the two guards were overwhelmed with elation. It was known that this was the person personally sought by the gang leader, and now they had stumbled upon her, presenting them with an extraordinary opportunity for merit. Please wait, Mississippi. I shall report this. One guard, with a glint of cunning in his eye, was the first to dash inside. The other, realizing the cleverness of his companion, cursed him silently and hurriedly followed suit. Chapter 19. Lady Ling. For the common folk residing in this region, the Qianye gang was akin to a deity. Even the most ordinary of foot soldiers held their heads high, seldom paying for goods or meals, as no one dared to demand recompense from them. Yet, the sudden appearance of the modestly attired Song Ling left the two guards astounded, igniting the curiosity of passers-by about her identity. This intrigue did not linger long, as soon someone recognized her. This girl looks somewhat familiar. I remember now. She's the one from the notices posted by the Qianye gang, claiming to be the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family from the East City. What? She's the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family from the East City? Not all citizens were acquainted with the East City Jiang family. To them, the Qianye gang loomed as a colossal entity, and any power beyond that was far removed from their reality, leaving them uninformed. However, those who did know were utterly astonished. After all, the Jiang family was a true sovereign of Sui City, and even the ruling Qianye gang was merely one of its many subordinate factions. Indeed, she is the Jiang family's legitimate daughter. Her beauty is truly extraordinary. Yes, she is remarkably stunning. A bystander, struggling to articulate his admiration due to his impoverished upbringing and lack of education, ultimately managed only the most rudimentary compliment. Song Ling stood before the gates of the Qianye gang, listening to the murmurs around her, her expression unruffled. It wasn't long before a throng of individuals emerged from within the gates. At the forefront was a formidable middle-aged man, clad in a resplendent brocade robe, a curved saber at his waist, and a robust physique. His countenance exuded authority, and his gaze radiated an undeniable dominance. It was Xuan Yuan, the leader of the Qianye gang. Although he had tempered his martial aura, upon encountering him, Song Ling felt a jolt in her spirit, akin to the sudden appearance of a giant tiger in a tranquil wilderness. A first-rate martial artist, his internal energy surpassed 1,000 strands. Every sinew in his body had undergone unimaginable refinement and training. The seamless fusion and flow of his internal energy endowed him with terrifying endurance and explosive power, far exceeding that of a second-rate martial artist. Beside Xuan Yuan stood a prisoner, restrained by two members of the Qianye gang, his hands bound. To her shock, it was Long Biao of the Black Tiger gang, the very man who had once abducted Song Ling. Is it her? Xuan Yuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, indeed. It is she. Oh heavens, you have finally found her. Long Biao wept bitterly, unable to fathom that what he once perceived as boundless wealth had culminated in a catastrophic disaster. He had grossly underestimated the might of the Jiang family from East City. As a mere second-rate martial artist, regardless of the schemes he devised, he was effortlessly subdued in the face of absolute power, leading to the annihilation of the Black Tiger gang he had painstakingly established. Until this morning, he had languished in the underground water prison of the Qianye gang, his sole purpose for living being the hope of identifying the Jiang family's legitimate daughter. At this moment, he felt a profound sense of release. Whether he would gain his freedom or face death, it was infinitely preferable to being shackled and confined in that lightless prison, helpless to control his fate. Upon receiving confirmation, Xuan Yuan's expression shifted dramatically. He strode towards Song Ling, knelt on one knee, and addressed her with utmost reverence. I am Xuan Yuan of Beiqing, and I pay my respects to Miss Yu Ling. This display left the onlookers utterly astonished. It was well known that Xuan Yuan ranked among the three greatest masters of Beiqing, alongside Gong Jinyu of the Baichao gang and Yuan Qianying of the Jinke gang. The sight of him kneeling before a seemingly delicate young girl was nothing short of astonishing. In that moment, even those unfamiliar with the Jiang family grasped the profound esteem it commanded. Even Song Ling herself felt a twinge of surprise. The Jiang family's influence surpassed her expectations. However, having crossed this threshold, it could be viewed as a fortuitous turn of events. The endeavors she wished to pursue would likely unfold with greater ease. As for the name Yu Ling, which Xuan Yuan had uttered, it was not unfamiliar to her. She had heard it once before during her abduction by Long Biao. Song Ling slowly spoke, her gentle and melodious voice emanating from her lips. Mountain leader, I wish to request your assistance in taking a life. After a period of deliberate practice, her feminine voice had become even more natural and enchanting, devoid of any flaws. Shan Songfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated that this long-lost young lady of the Jiang family would approach him with such a request for murder. However, this suited him perfectly. It seemed that Jiang Yuling's brother, Jiang Yujin, a formidable candidate for the next head of the Jiang family, was quite concerned for his sister. Having gone to great lengths in search of her, it was evident that Jiang Yujin had competitors within the family, and to take such drastic measures indicated that he had paid a considerable price. Should he earn the favor of the illustrious Miss Yuling, it would undoubtedly enhance his connection with her brother, Jiang Yujin. Once Jiang Yujin ascended to the position of head of the Jiang family, he might even be able to secure a merit worthy of the dragon's assistance, potentially leading to an opportunity to become a congenital master. With this thought, a fervent excitement ignited within Shan Songfeng's heart. If achieving this ambition required the elimination of one person, he would not hesitate. He would readily take on 10, or even 100. Please, Miss Yuling, command me. Whoever it may be, I shall spare no effort in eradicating them. Shan Songfeng's demeanor was resolute, his gaze fierce and unwavering. Song Ling gazed at the other party, a subtle smile gracing her lips as she gently uttered a name: Yalu Street, Renxin Pharmacy. In the inner room, the second young master observed that Xuan Yuan, from my observations over the past few days, is no ordinary individual. Your handling of the situation today seems rather inappropriate. Lei Zhu sighed, addressing the still-drinking Fu Zong. Not an ordinary individual? Huh. It seems you have lingered too long in this small place, losing even the most basic ability to discern character, Fu Zong retorted sarcastically. What can a mere third-rate warrior possibly be extraordinary? If he had any significant background, why would he come to my Bloodwind Tower for a mere second-rate martial arts manual? He continued, his voice rising, and who are you to question my decisions? As he concluded, he slammed the table, causing a crack to appear in the fine wooden surface, a cherished piece he had brought from his ancestral home. Lei Zhu winced at the sight, feeling a pang of regret for the damage, yet he dared not voice his concerns, opting instead for silence. Seeing this, Fu Zong wore a satisfied expression. Just as he lifted his cup to continue drinking, a sudden loud noise erupted from outside, followed by a powerful voice. Where is the second young master of Bloodwind Tower? Chapter 20. Bowing Lei Zhu's expression shifted as he recognized the voice. Shan Songfeng of the Qinya gang? What brings him here? The Qinya gang, as a local force in North City, was certainly aware of Bloodwind Tower's existence. However, due to the latter's true power, they had never directly engaged in conflict, maintaining a watchful yet passive stance. Lei Zhu had even attended Shan Songfeng's birthday banquet in the past, presenting a congratulatory gift. Yet today, the man had audaciously come to their doorstep, explicitly seeking their second young master, and his tone suggested malevolence. Lei Zhu pondered how they had come to know of the second young master's existence. After some deliberation, he cautiously stated, "Second young master, allow me to go check." "You should remain here." "No. I wish to see what gall Shan Songfeng possesses, daring to show such disrespect to me, a mere Qinya gang." Fu Zong's face darkened. In his eyes, a gang of this caliber was insignificant. Even if Shan Songfeng was a first-rate warrior, his status could never surpass his own. Did he truly think he could act against him? Second young master. Lei Zhu attempted to dissuade him, but Fu Zong had already risen and exited. With a resigned sigh, he followed suit. In Renxin Pharmacy's main hall, upon Fu Zong's arrival, he was met with chaotic destruction. Tables and chairs lay shattered. The counter and the medicine cabinet were split in two, and members of Bloodwind Tower, posing as shopkeepers and assistants, lay on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. In the center stood a man exuding a formidable aura, his presence akin to a primordial beast. Fu Zong's expression shifted, despite his bravado. Facing an unleashed first-rate warrior instilled a primal fear within him, a reaction beyond his control, much like prey sensing a predator. With a grave tone, he addressed Shan Songfeng. "Gang leader Shan, what is your intention in forcefully intruding into my Bloodwind Tower?" Shan Songfeng fixed his hawkish gaze on Fu Zong, speaking slowly. "You are the second young master of Bloodwind Tower." "Indeed, that is I. However, gang leader Shan, you have yet to answer my question. Why do you invade my Bloodwind Tower? Do you think us defenseless?" "Very well," Shan Songfeng replied with an unsettling calmness. "I am here to take your life." His words carried a chilling intent, unrestrained and palpable. Having grown up in an assassin organization, Fu Zong was well acquainted with such murderous intent. His pupils contracted, and goosebumps rose on his skin. Are you certain of this, Xuan Yuan? In this city of Sui, Bloodwind Tower is but a trifling outpost. Our main headquarters is teeming with experts. Even innate masters are not absent. If you dare to act against me, my father will have a word, and the Qinya gang will be uprooted. Unmoved, Xuan Yuan drew his curved blade. If it were not for Miss Yuling's orders, he might hesitate. Yet, he was here on behalf of the Jiang family. Even if Bloodwind Tower retaliated, the Jiang family would surely protect him. Who would serve them otherwise? As the saying goes, a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake. No matter how formidable Bloodwind Tower was, it was still an outsider in Sui City. The Jiang family had innate masters, and even if they could not withstand Bloodwind Tower, other major forces in East City would not stand idly by as the Jiang family was humiliated by an outsider. Thus, he possessed the entire city of Sui as his backing, rendering him fearless of Fu Zong's threats. Unless Bloodwind Tower grew powerful enough to compel all local forces to submit, his safety was assured. Just as he was about to strike, Leju rushed forward, his face a mask of urgency and pleading. Gang leader Xuan, please show mercy. He bowed deeply. I am Leju. Do you remember me? Leju. Xuan Yuan pondered briefly before nodding. I recall you. Last year at my birthday, you presented a luminous pearl from the Western Sea, which I greatly admired. Leju breathed a sigh of relief, his expression earnest. If you remember, may I ask why you seek to kill my second young master? Is there no room for negotiation? Xuan Yuan shook his head, his tone resolute. There is no room for negotiation. I must kill him today. As for the reason, at that moment, a commotion erupted at the entrance. Amidst the guards of the Qinya gang, Ling, graceful and poised, stepped into the hall. The reason is that I intend to kill you. Ling smiled faintly, echoing Xuan Yuan's words. The subordinate acknowledged Miss Yuling. Xuan Yuan immediately knelt before Ling, his demeanor filled with respect. Qing Yuan. The eyes of Jia Zhu widened. Even without the veil, the familiar brows and eyes allowed him to recognize her at once. Coupled with Xuan Yuan's address and the previously circulated portraits by the Qinya gang, Jia Zhu's mind swiftly reached a conclusion. The assassin Qing Yuan was, in fact, Jiang Yuling, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. But how could this be? As the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, why would she risk her life to become an assassin for a mere second-rate martial arts manual? If she were to return to the Jiang family and reclaim her heritage, she could have her pick of any first-rate manual, let alone a second-rate one. Was it merely for the thrill? Jia Zhu could not fathom it. No matter how hard he tried, Jia Zhu's confusion mirrored that of Fu Zong beside him. Fu Zong's expression shifted, alternating between shades of green and white. He had never anticipated that a mere third-rate assassin would possess such a background, bringing him an unprecedented life-and-death crisis. His father had sent him to Sui City precisely to temper his skills, hence there was no first-rate martial artist assigned to protect him. In the current predicament, it seemed his survival depended solely on finding a way to appease this Qing Yuan, or Jiang Yuling. After contemplating his words, Fu Zong said, Miss Yuling, I was unaware of your identity before, and due to my inebriation, I may have spoken out of turn. I hope you can forgive my indiscretions. I realize that a mere verbal apology lacks sincerity, so I can take the liberty of offering you 10,000 points, allowing you to select any first-rate martial arts manual from my Bloodwind Tower. From henceforth, we can bury the hatchet and enjoy amicable relations. This way, we can also prevent any enmity between Bloodwind Tower and the Jiang family. Bury the hatchet and enjoy amicable relations? Ling chuckled. Fu Zong had entirely disrupted his plans, forcing him to assume Jiang Yuling's identity and confront countless dangers in the future. Now he sought to brush the matter aside so easily? Impossible. After becoming the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, one would never lack for martial arts manuals. Fu Zong's suggestion held no allure for him. However, he refrained from outright rejecting it. After all, a cat must play with its prey before delivering the final blow. Thus, Ling's lips curled into a subtle smile, and he spoke with a light tone. If the second young master is willing to kneel and bow 3 times, I might consider forgiving you. You. Fu Zong's delicate face twisted in rage, his eyes flashing with profound humiliation and anger. Jiang Yuling, do not overstep your balance. You think that just because you are the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, you can act with impunity? I am the second young master of Bloodwind Tower. To think I would kneel to you is sheer folly. Ling let out a light laugh. It appears that the second young master is not quite aware of his predicament. Master Xuan, could you assist him in gaining clarity? Of course, miss, Xuan Yuan replied. In an instant, He lunged forward with the ferocity of a tiger unleashed, arriving before Fu Zong and delivering a powerful palm strike to his chest. Since Song Ling had not commanded his death, Shan Tsungfeng's strike was tempered. Nevertheless, Fu Zong was sent hurtling backward like a tattered sack caught in the wind, soaring several meters before crashing against the wall with a resounding thud. Blood gushing from his mouth. Jiang Yuling. Fu Zong raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Song Ling. The flames of hatred burning in his eyes as if they could incinerate him entirely. The second young master still possesses some spirit, it seems. In that case, Master Shan, please sever his two arms for me. Song Ling revealed a cold smile. Yes, Mississippi Shan Tsofeng immediately complied. Wait. Fu Zong's expression changed drastically with his severe injuries. If his arm were to be severed, survival would be impossible. Moreover, without hands, even if he miraculously escaped death, he would be rendered utterly useless. At this moment, he finally realized that his identity as the second young master of the Bloodwind Tower held no significance in the presence of this madwoman, Jiang Yuling. She truly intended to kill him. Does the second young master have something to say? Song Ling gestured for Shan Tsongfeng to refrain from acting for the time being. Yes. Cough, cough. Fu Zong coughed up blood, struggling to prop himself up, lowering his head before Song Ling, his voice trembling with humility. Miss Yuling, I acknowledge my wrongs. If I bow 3 times, will you forgive me? Bow first, then we shall see, Song Ling replied noncommittally. Very well. Fu Zong knelt, his hands trembling as they pressed against the ground, and before the gazes of the onlookers, he forcefully bowed his head 3 times in succession. Thud, thud, thud. The echoes resounded throughout the hall. Afterward, Fu Zong lay prostrate on the ground, his body shaking. What a disgrace, what a humiliation. He, Fu Zong, of noble birth, had been accustomed to luxury since childhood. How could he endure such indignity? The enmity of this day would surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. Now that you have bowed, I ask for Miss Yuling's mercy. Fu Zong gritted his teeth. Very well, since you have bowed, I shall honor my promise and contemplate whether to forgive you, Song Ling stated. After a brief pause, she continued, upon reflection, I regret to inform you that I have decided not to forgive you. What a jest. Having already crossed the line, Song Ling would not entertain the notion of releasing a tiger back into the mountains. Are you mocking me? Fu Zong suddenly lifted his head, his eyes bloodshot. I will kill you. Overwhelmed by sheer rage, he lost the last vestiges of his reason. His second-tier internal energy surged throughout his body, propelling him like a cannonball towards Song Ling Shan. Eliminate him. Song Ling remained calm, her voice devoid of warmth. Yes, Mississippi. Shan Tsongfeng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly approached Song Ling, drawing his blade with a sudden flourish. The blade gleamed like a flash of lightning, slicing through the air with precision as it aimed directly at Fu Zongji's advancing figure. A muffled thud echoed as Fu Zong's momentum abruptly ceased, his expression of fury freezing in place. A thin line of blood trickled from his forehead downwards, quickly spreading, saturating his attire in crimson. In the next heartbeat, Fu Zong was cleaved in two, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The second son, beside him, was left in a daze, feeling as though the world had darkened around him. The second son had perished within the stronghold he was responsible for. Regardless of the unfolding events, he knew he could not evade accountability. Oh, second son, you have brought ruin upon me, he lamented silently, tears unshed. Miss, how shall we dispose of this man? Shan Tsongfeng glanced at the bamboo stalk beside him, directing his inquiry towards Song Ling. No need to concern ourselves with him. Given the multitude of witnesses to today's events, including the crowd outside the apothecary, any attempt to conceal the truth would be futile. Whether he lives or dies bears little consequence. Out of respect for his previously amicable demeanor, I choose to spare his life, Song Ling decided. Yes, Mississippi, in the eastern part of Sui City. A magnificent cluster of buildings sprawled gracefully amidst lush greenery and flowing streams. At the heart of this architectural marvel stood an imposing estate, surrounded by exquisite pavilions, winding corridors, and intricately placed bridges, each exuding an air of grandeur and meticulous craftsmanship. Above the main entrance of the estate hung a large plaque, elegantly inscribed with the characters Jiangfu, shimmering in gold and exuding a majestic presence. To the southeast of the estate lay a serene lake, its waters shimmering like emeralds. Lotus flowers floated gracefully upon the surface, while fish danced beneath, occasionally leaping to create ripples that spread across the water. At the center of the lake stood a delicate octagonal pavilion, its roof adorned with verdant glazed tiles, glowing softly in the sunlight. Inside the pavilion sat a young gentleman, draped in a flowing robe woven from cloud-patterned silk. His features were striking, with an elegant demeanor that concealed an undeniable aura of strength. He gently waved a finely crafted fan, painted with scenic landscapes, adding an air of scholarly elegance. He gazed silently at the lake, his eyes deep with thought, as a gentle breeze tousled his hair. "Young master, the tea and pastries you requested are ready," a maidservant, dressed in a modest uniform, spoke softly. Holding a tray of delicate confections and a pot of steaming tea, her steps light so as not to disrupt the tranquility. The young master turned slightly, accepting the cup and taking a delicate sip, savoring the fragrant brew. "Xian Bing, I heard from Zhang Quan that the younger sister of Eugene Tang has been located," he remarked with a faint smile. "Indeed, young master," Xian Bing replied quietly. "This Miss Ling is not to be underestimated." Upon discovering her identity, she boldly commanded Shan Sofeng of the Qianye gang to take a life, and it was none other than the second son of the Bloodwind Tower. The young master mused, shaking his head with a chuckle. Before even acknowledging her ancestry, she has already embroiled our Jiang family in such a significant dilemma. "Tell me, Xian Bing, should I report this matter to grandfather as a grievance against Jiang Yujin?" Xian Bing lowered her gaze. "Young master, have you forgotten the lesson learned from Aunt Mei Hong's previous experience? The family head traditionally disapproves of conflicts among kin. Although Shan Sofeng has been closely associated with young Master Yujin recently, this incident does not directly implicate him. Should you bring this matter to the family head? It may indeed affect him, but overall, the repercussions would outweigh any benefits. As you said, Miss Ling has wandered far from home and has yet to acknowledge her family. Thus, the family head is unlikely to penalize her for this incident. Consequently, should you proceed, you would emerge as the greatest loser." Upon hearing Xian Bing's words, the young master laughed heartily. "Indeed, Xian Bing, you are truly the cleverest of my Jiang Yinliang servants, growing ever more astute. However, even if I refrain from acting, there will undoubtedly be other fools eager to intervene." Jiang Yin-yang observed the fish leaping from the water, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "The depths of our family's waters run deeper than any river or sea outside. Just how long can this outsider, Jiang Yuling, continue to thrash about?" He flicked a sunflower seed from the table, striking the fish that had leapt from the water, sending it plunging back into the depths, leaving a splash of crimson in its wake. Chapter 22. Returning to the Jiang family, miss. After passing through the city gate ahead, we shall arrive at the East City. Shan Sofeng rode alongside Song Ling's carriage on a magnificent steed with a gleaming coat. As they journeyed towards the Jiang family in East City, having resolved to enlist the Jiang family's aid in dealing with Fu Zong, Song Ling was prepared to pay the requisite price. Song Ling gently drew aside the curtain, revealing the scenery beyond. A towering, expansive city wall loomed ahead, featuring a semicircular archway wide enough for several carriages to pass side by side. In front of the archway stretched a lengthy queue, predominantly composed of individuals with fair complexions, dressed in opulent attire, accompanied by attendants and carriages. In stark contrast, the onlookers flanking the road were clad in tattered garments, gaunt and emaciated, gazing upon the procession with eyes filled with envy. This was their closest proximity to wealth and nobility. Shan Sofeng did not join the queue, but instead traversed directly beside it, making his way toward the city gate. Initially, the crowd expressed some discontent, but their murmurs subsided upon noticing a group of followers from the Qianye gang trailing behind. At the city gate, a contingent of armored soldiers was systematically collecting entry fees from those lining up. The leading officer, upon spotting Shan Sofeng approaching on horseback, immediately clasped his fists in respect and inquired, "Is the gang leader entering East City?" Curiosity sparked in his gaze as he glanced at the carriage beside Shan, asking, "Who occupies that carriage? It must be someone of considerable importance to warrant the personal escort of the Qianye gang leader." Shan Sofeng replied, "Inside the carriage is Miss Jiang Yuling, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family." The officer gasped in surprise, his demeanor shifting to one of utmost reverence as he bowed towards the carriage, proclaiming, "I am Su Pengfei, the officer of the East City Gate Guard, and I pay my respects to Miss Jiang Yuling." Song Ling did not make an appearance, merely emitting a soft sound of acknowledgement from within the carriage. Su Pengfei maintained a composed demeanor, perceiving nothing amiss. It was entirely customary for such distinguished individuals to exhibit such behavior. Having the opportunity for his name to echo in the ears of the esteemed was, in itself, a stroke of fortune. "I shall instruct them to clear the way and escort the young lady into the city," Su Pengfei declared, signaling his subordinates to fully open the grand gates. Forming two lines, As the carriage entered the eastern city, it felt as though the surroundings had transformed into an entirely different realm. The ground was laid with smooth bluestone slabs, and the buildings flanking the streets boasted intricate carvings and ornate eaves. A plethora of shops dazzled the eye, their vibrant displays accompanied by the lively sounds of vendors hawking their wares and the spirited negotiations of customers, creating a scene of bustling excitement. Occasionally, one could spot elegantly attired men and women, leisurely strolling or pausing at various stalls, selecting their desired treasures. The air was rich with the aromas of diverse culinary delights, the smoky scent of barbecued meats, the sweet fragrance of fresh fruits, and the subtle perfume of tea wafting from nearby tea houses, all tantalizing the senses. Everything about this vibrant scene stood in stark contrast to the impoverished landscape of the northern city. Ling felt a profound shock within. The disparity in living standards within the same city was staggering. On one side lay a field of corpses, while on the other, revelry and merriment thrived. Truly, it was a world where humanity devours its own. Outside the grand gate to the east of the Jiang residence, a young maiden clad in a red silk gown held a long whip, her gaze intensely fixed ahead, seemingly awaiting something with bated breath. "Miss, is this truly wise?" inquired a young maid by her side, twisting the hem of her garment, her face etched with concern. Raising an eyebrow, the young woman in red retorted, "What is unwise about it? I merely wish to personally greet my cousin who has traveled a long way. Is that so wrong?" Her brother, Yin Liang, had always had a contentious relationship with Jiang Yujin. With Jiang Yujin's sister returning, humiliating her before she even crossed the threshold would surely bring disgrace upon Jiang Yujin, which would undoubtedly delight Yin Liang. However, the maid attempted to voice further objections, only to be silenced by a fierce glare from the young woman. "Silence! Do not presume that, because you were sent by my mother, you can dictate terms here. In essence, you are but a lowly maid. Your blood tainted by the rabble of the outer city. Serving me is already a privilege you could scarcely hope for. Do not overstep your bounds." The words of the young woman were sharp, her tone unyielding. The maid's expression fell, her head bowed in silence. At that moment, the distant sound of wheels clattering approached, accompanied by the gentle rhythm of hooves, as a lavishly adorned carriage slowly made its way to the Jiang residence's gate. The young woman's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she instantly straightened her posture, gripping her whip tightly. As the carriage came to a halt, Xuan Yuan dismounted with grace, respectfully approaching the carriage door to gently lift the curtain. "Miss, we have arrived." "Good." Just as Ling stepped down from the carriage, the young woman in red raised her whip and suddenly lashed it down onto the ground before Ling, producing a resounding crack. The startled horse reared its front hooves, ready to bolt forward, but fortunately, Xuan Yuan, with the reflexes of a seasoned warrior, deftly restrained the creature. Ling swayed slightly but remained composed, standing firmly on the ground. Ling's gaze turned slightly frosty. Had it not been for Shan Songfeng's intervention, despite his formidable strength, he would have undoubtedly found himself in an awkward and discomfited position upon his arrival at the Jiang family. "Thank you, Chief Shan," Ling said, offering a gentle nod of gratitude. "It is my duty to assist," Shan Songfeng replied in a deep voice. Ling then turned to the young woman in the red dress and inquired, "Who are you?" The young woman gazed at Ling's exquisite countenance, feeling a surge of astonishment within. She had heard that Ling grew up in a humble village beyond the city's outskirts, and thus had expected her to possess a rather crude appearance. To her surprise, however, Ling was strikingly elegant and possessed an extraordinary grace, leaving even this malicious woman momentarily awestruck. Yet, the realization only fueled her inner indignation. How could it be that someone raised amidst the lowly could surpass her? A lady nurtured in opulence? Initially, her intentions had been to provoke Ling merely to amuse her brother, Yin Liang. But now she found herself genuinely envious and hostile towards Ling. A cold smirk curled at the corners of the young woman's lips, her eyes gleaming with arrogance and defiance as she declared, "I am Xuan Yuan, the seventh daughter of the head of the Jiang family. I have come today specifically to welcome you, my cousin." Ling had previously inquired briefly with Shan Songfeng about the familial connections within the Jiang family. He learned that the current head of the Jiang family has several children, with legitimate offspring being fewer in number than those born out of wedlock. Thus, Xuan Yuchan's mother is one of the many illegitimate daughters. With a faint smile, he remarked, "I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be merely a foreign-born child of an illegitimate daughter." Ling's voice was calm and frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. Yet each word struck like a needle, piercing precisely into Yuan Yuechan's heart. Instantly, Yuan Yuechan's complexion turned ashen. The surrounding air seemed to freeze. The maid beside her was so terrified that she dared not breathe, trembling uncontrollably. The Jiang family name was a source of immense pride for their young mistress. Yet it was now ruthlessly stripped away by Song Ling. What an audacious and ignorant country girl. Today, I shall teach you the meaning of propriety. Yuan Yuechan was consumed by rage, nearly losing her reason, as the long whip in her hand sliced through the air with a fierce arc. Akin to a serpent darting from its lair, aimed directly at Song Ling's face. Xuan Yuan's expression changed as he prepared to intervene, but was halted by a mere glance from Song Ling. Upon witnessing Yuan Yuechan's whip strike, he immediately recognized her to be a third-rate martial artist of the same realm, clearly lacking depth in her martial studies. Even disregarding the formidable technique of breaking limits, Moonlight Slash, she was no match for him. In response to the whip, Song Ling channeled his internal energy into his palm, and in the blink of an eye, seized the whip's body firmly in his grasp. Then, with a sudden, forceful tug, Yuan Yuechan felt an irresistible power emanating from the whip, causing her to stumble forward several steps, nearly losing her balance and falling to the ground. Song Ling grasped the long whip, her gaze icy. Having lived in such a privileged environment since childhood, yet possessing only this scant ability, what a waste. Chapter 23, The Probe. Song Ling opted to leverage the influence of Xuan Yuan to address Fu Zong. Consequently, his past endeavors in Beijing would undoubtedly be known to the Jiang family. Moreover, since Long Biao was already in the clutches of the Qinya gang, his solitary escape from the Black Tiger gang must have been widely recognized. At the very least, his elder brother would certainly be aware of it. If he were to feign innocence at this juncture, it would undoubtedly lead to unfavorable consequences. Thus, rather than masquerading as a frail and powerless orphan seeking sympathy, it would be far more advantageous to present himself as a gifted and proud young woman emerging from the countryside, entering the Jiang household with an air of confidence. This would render his subsequent pursuit of martial arts manuals and other resources entirely justifiable. Yuan Yuechan, struck by Song Ling's ruthless and incisive remarks, turned pale, trembling all over, and ultimately burst into tears, discarding the whip in her hand as she rushed into the Jiang residence. At that moment, an elderly man, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, emerged from within. Noticing the distressed Yuan Yuechan, he offered a respectful bow, addressing her as Miss Yuechan. Yuan Yuechan, her face concealed in tears, disregarded the elder and continued her hurried retreat. The elder, unfazed, made his way directly towards Song Ling. Upon seeing the elder, Xuan Yuan immediately composed himself, clasping his fists in greeting. Greetings, Elder Huang. The elder, in the presence of the formidable master of the Qinya gang, merely nodded slightly, then approached Song Ling and respectfully bent in a courteous bow. Greetings, Miss Yuling. Miss Yuling? Song Ling raised her eyebrows. I am an old man named Huang Shilu. If the second young lady does not mind, you may address me as Old Huang. Over 30 years ago, I followed Master Jiang Yinwu, and since his passing, I have served the eldest young master, your brother Jiang Yujin, which is why I refer to you as the second young lady, Huang Shilu explained. Oh, so it is Old Huang. You have served my father and brother for so many years, truly deserving of great respect. I am unworthy of such honor. Please, do rise. Song Ling was moved, promptly assisting Huang Shilu to his feet. Thank you, second miss, he expressed, a hint of relief flickering across his face. Second miss, let us not linger at the entrance. I kindly invite you to enter the manor with me. Very well. Nearby, Xuan Yuan remarked, Miss Yuling. I shall take my leave now. Thank you for your efforts, Chief Xuan. Should I encounter my brother, I will certainly convey your kindness towards me. Song Ling nodded in acknowledgement. Thank you, miss. Xuan Yuan rejoiced, for this was the very affirmation he had awaited. After bowing once more, he turned and departed. Subsequently, Song Ling followed Huang Shilu as they made their way into the Jiang residence. Though referred to as a manor, the interior was vast beyond ordinary imagination. Adorned with intricately carved railings and exquisite structures, winding paths leading to secluded corners, and a plethora of splendid architecture, creating a veritable realm of its own. Song Ling even doubted that the palace of Daong was any better than this. Second miss. The eldest young master went hunting for mystical creatures outside the city yesterday with young master Zifengli from the Shi family. According to past customs, he will return in no less than 2 or 3 days, and perhaps as long as 8 or 9 days. However, you need not worry, second miss. I have already arranged for someone to hasten back to inform you of your return to the residence. I believe the young master will return promptly upon hearing the news." On the way, Huang Shilu spoke to Song Ling. "Thank you for your efforts, old Huang. I must admit, I have never met my elder brother. What kind of person is he, truly?" Song Ling inquired. "My lord, is he truly a prodigy of martial arts?" A hint of pride illuminated Huang Shilu's face as he responded. "My lord has practiced martial arts since childhood, achieving a respectable level within a year, reaching the second tier in 3 years. At merely 16, he attained the first-tier realm, and now, at the age of 22, he stands out among the elite first-tier warriors. It is merely a matter of time before he surpasses the threshold of a grandmaster. The martial talent of my brother is indeed astonishingly high." Song Ling's face revealed astonishment. Not feigned, but genuinely profound. For the vast majority, even those aspiring to become proficient martial artists must dedicate several years of their lives to the endeavor. Take the original owner of this body, for instance. They began training in martial arts from a tender age, yet even at this stage of life, they have not achieved proficiency. While factors such as resource availability certainly play a role, the innate talent of Xuan Yuan is undeniably evident. The second young lady's aptitude is equally remarkable. Having grown up in a remote rural area, she has astonishingly attained such a level of skill at her age, truly deserving of being the younger sister of the young master, with both siblings sharing the distinguished bloodline of their esteemed father. Old Huang offered his praises. Externally, Song Ling maintained a facade of indifference, yet internally, he pondered that without a fortuitous advantage, he would have long been a mere delicacy for that lizard-like creature. Xuan Yuan is a genuine prodigy, whereas he is but a counterfeit. His martial talent is fabricated, his identity is a sham, and even his gender is an illusion. These secrets must remain concealed, otherwise, he would face an unimaginably dreadful fate. Huang Shilu continued to extol. The second young lady not only possesses exceptional martial talent, but also remarkable intelligence. Otherwise, how could she simultaneously study martial arts while being well-versed in etiquette and literacy in such a rural setting? Song Ling felt a tightening in his heart. Although Huang Shilu's words seemed to praise his intelligence, they subtly carried an undertone of skepticism. For, according to reason, it was quite remarkable for someone raised in such a humble village to achieve any accomplishments in martial arts at his age. The fact that he could read and write and articulate himself with elegance only amplified the incredibility of his situation. Song Ling's mind whirled as she humbly replied, "Old Huang, you overpraise me. I am merely fortunate." "Fortunate?" Song Ling sighed. "Indeed, nearly a decade ago, a beleaguered scholar arrived in our village to settle down. He charged no fees, allowing any child who wished to learn to attend his lessons. Due to his fondness for plums, we affectionately referred to him as Mr. Li, while his true name has since faded from our memories. Alas, it is a pity that Mr. Li passed away 2 years ago, succumbing to a chill." Song Ling shook his head, a touch of melancholy evident in his demeanor. This tale was, of course, a spontaneous fabrication. The inhabitants of Hongsher village had perished, leaving no witnesses to dispute his narrative. Unless the Jiang family possessed some extraordinary resurrection magic, he was free to weave his story as he pleased. Huang Shilu sighed softly, acknowledging, "I see now. Such an inclusive approach evokes the essence of ancient sages. You truly are a man deserving of respect. By the way, speaking of the second young lady's childhood, does she still recall that exquisite jade pendant?" Song Ling nodded. "Of course I remember. According to the village chief who raised me, that jade pendant was with me since I was in swaddling clothes. It must have been left by my relatives." Huang Shilu sighed. "That was back when you, Miss Second, had yet to be born. The master and mistress personally selected and purchased it. I was present at that time, and aside from the exquisite carvings on the surface, the pendant also features a naturally occurring peony pattern hidden within, making it quite unique." Song Ling's gaze sharpened. Huang Shilu was indeed still probing him. The Xianghua jade pendant did possess a concealed pattern, but it was not a rose. Rather, it was a lily, discernible only under the sun at an exceptionally oblique angle. Had it not been for years of handling it with care, one would undoubtedly remain oblivious to its secret. His awareness stemmed from the fact that the genuine Zhang Yuling, his childhood companion, had played together with him since their youth, sharing intriguing discoveries with one another. Thus, with a slight furrow in his brow, Song Ling feigned confusion and remarked, "A rose? Could it be that old Huang has made a mistake? I distinctly remember it as a lily." Chapter 24. Changing clothes indeed. It is a lily. I have grown old after all. My memory fails me, and I have caused a jest for the second miss. Huang Shilu responded with a smile and a shake of his head. Song Ling jestingly remarked, "Nonsense. With Huang Lao's vitality, I believe he could live for another century. Haha. Then I shall take the second Mrs. kind words to heart. Subsequently, the two engaged in further conversation. And Song Ling distinctly sensed that after passing the subtle test of the Xiang flower jade pendant, Huang Shilu's demeanor towards him had notably grown more affable. Shedding the previous veneer of superficial respect, it seemed that the other party had temporarily come to trust that he was indeed the genuine Zhang Yuling. They arrived. Huang Shilu halted before a door, respectfully stating, "Second miss, after your arduous journey, please enter the bathing chamber to cleanse away your fatigue and don attire befitting your stature." With that, he opened the grand door, revealing 4 maidens clad in delicate garments, standing gracefully to either side. They held an array of items, including exquisite garments, soft handkerchiefs, and fragrant bathing essentials, clearly prepared for Song Ling's bathing and changing needs. "Greetings, Second Mississippi." It was evident that Huang Shilu had given prior instructions. As the 4 maidens gracefully knelt in unison, their voices melodious and clear, akin to the gentle babbling of a stream in spring, Song Ling remained composed. Offering a subtle nod, Huang Shilu remarked, "Second miss, please forgive my departure. Once you have finished your bath, they will escort you to your chamber." Song Ling, "Thank you for your hard work, Elder Huang." Huang Shilu bowed respectfully and departed from this place. "Second miss, please follow me." A leading maid softly spoke as she guided Song Ling towards the bathing area. The bathing pool, meticulously carved from exquisite jade, revealed crystal-clear water, where fresh petals and rare medicinal herbs floated gracefully, filling the air with a captivating fragrance that uplifted the spirit. The surrounding walls were adorned with several scrolls of landscape paintings, adding an air of scholarly elegance to this sanctuary of relaxation. "Second miss, we shall assist you with your change of attire," one of the maids gently announced, preparing to approach Song Ling to assist in her disrobing. "Wait a moment." Song Ling raised his hand to stop her and said in a calm voice, "I am not accustomed to being attended while bathing. Please leave the clothes here and wait outside." It was a jest. If his garments were to be removed, the situation would escalate dramatically. Huang Shilu would likely burst in at any moment and dispose of him in a most gruesome manner, feeding his remains to the fish in the lake. The head maid replied, "But Master Huang instructed us to serve you diligently." Song Ling pondered for a moment and said, "I comprehend the difficulties you face. Yet I am truly unaccustomed to being attended to while bathing. How about this? You may consider that you have already served me, and I shall convey the same to Elder Huang afterward. Thus, you need not fret about incurring his displeasure. What do you think?" The 4 maidens exchanged glances before bowing in unison. "If that is the case, we are deeply grateful to the Second Mississippi." With that, they gracefully exited the room. Song Ling secured the door latch, exhaling a sigh of relief. He then meticulously examined every corner and the ceiling of the house, ensuring that no one remained before finally shedding his outer garments and stepping into the bath. The water was warm and inviting, perfectly alleviating the fatigue he had accumulated during his journey. The fragrance of petals intertwined with the steam, enveloping him in an unprecedented sense of relaxation. He closed his eyes, savoring this rare moment of tranquility, yet his mind involuntarily wandered back to the experiences of recent times, reassuring himself that he had left no trace of vulnerability. So far, everything seemed to be progressing smoothly. Huang Shilu should have been convinced of his identity. As for his brother, Jiang Yujin, with Huang Shilu vouching for him, gaining trust might not pose a significant challenge. Song Ling felt a tingling sensation coursing through his skin, gradually spreading into his flesh and meridians with the passage of time, bringing him an exquisite sense of comfort. It seemed that certain elements within the pool's water were mending the hidden injuries he had previously sustained. Once the tingling sensation completely faded, Song Ling rose from the bathing pool. Beads of water cascaded down his elongated form, and he experienced an unprecedented freshness and vitality, his skin appearing even more luminous than before. Song Ling sighed, remarking on the opulence of the Jiang residence, where the value of the medicinal herbs in the bathwater was likely an astronomical figure for an ordinary person. After drying his body with a handkerchief, he approached the garments prepared for him. The handmaiden had arranged a resplendent dress, predominantly white with red accents, exuding an air of elegance and grandeur without a hint of ostentation. The fabric was exquisite, and every detail, from the cut to the embroidery, patterns, and adornments, reflected an exceptional level of craftsmanship. Accompanying the dress were 2 layers of undergarments, and once Song Ling was fully attired, the overlapping folds at the neckline gracefully conformed to his collarbone and neck, epitomizing both dignity and the gentle grace of femininity. Finally, he secured his lustrous, raven black hair with a red silk ribbon, loosely binding it at the back. Standing before the mirror, Even though he was accustomed to his own visage, he could not help but feel a sense of awe at the reflection. The figure in the mirror revealed a woman with brows like distant mountains shrouded in mist, eyes reminiscent of shimmering autumn waters, a delicate and refined nose, and naturally rosy lips that appeared as if kissed by blush. Previously clad in simplicity, he now donned the resplendent attire of a noble woman, accentuating his ethereal elegance to an extraordinary degree, evoking a beauty that seemed almost otherworldly. How could a man possess such enchanting allure? Ling murmured to herself, ultimately attributing it to the exquisite craftsmanship of nature. However, she also perceived a flaw, or rather a shortcoming, the absence of a bosom. At her current age, it was not an immediate concern, yet if she were to grow older and remain so unremarkable, it might arouse the suspicions of those with ulterior motives. Nonetheless, it was uncertain how long she would remain within the Jiang family. Perhaps she would slip away before that time arrived. Furthermore, to take a step back, there are numerous flat-chested women in the world. One cannot simply suspect me of being a man for such a reason. The mere appearance of my face would dispel 99% of any doubts. After a moment of self-reassurance, Ling felt a semblance of calmness within her. She then turned and stepped outside. Awaiting her beyond the door were 4 maids, who, upon catching sight of the emerging Ling, were momentarily struck with awe, their astonishment rendering them forgetful of their customary greetings. After a brief pause, the leading maid regained her composure and promptly bowed, saying, "Second miss, please forgive us. Your beauty is simply breathtaking, a celestial grace that leaves us utterly enchanted, causing us to momentarily forget our manners." Ling softly spoke, "It is of no consequence." His voice was gentle and clear, akin to a mountain spring. Although his tone did not convey familiarity, it lacked the haughty arrogance characteristic of noble lineage, thus endearing him to the 4 maidservants. This second young lady not only possessed remarkable beauty but also an ineffable grace and charm that instinctively drew others to her. "Second miss, your chamber has been prepared. I shall escort you there," the leading maidservant said respectfully. Chapter 25. The death of Yuchan, although referred to as a room. The place to which the maidservant led Ling was a 3-story pavilion beside a tranquil pond. Adjacent to the pavilion were rugged rocks and a delicate bridge arching over a babbling stream, resembling a serene world far removed from the clamor of life. According to the maidservant, this little building, named Qihong Pavilion, had been meticulously arranged by Elder Huang for his stay. "Is this entire pavilion my residence?" Ling inquired. "Indeed." "Second miss," the leading maidservant, named Dongzi, replied. The other 3 maidservants were called Shiyu, Yuchan, and Xiaoyao. Dongzi had entered the Jiang residence earlier than the others, thus becoming their leader. However, all 4 had now been assigned by Elder Huang to serve Ling, obeying her every command. Not only did they possess basic martial skills, but each was also proficient in the 4 arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, their talents rivaling those of young ladies from smaller families. The dedication to cultivating such skills in the maidservants reflected the profound heritage of the Jiang family. Upon entering the pavilion, Ling chose a well-lit room on the 3rd floor as her sleeping quarters. Opening the window, she could not only gaze upon the garden's beauty but also observe the playful koi in the pond. "Second miss, please rest. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call us. We shall be downstairs," Dongzi said before leading the other 3 maidservants out. As night fell, Ling retired early to rejuvenate herself for the potential return of her brother, Jiang Yujin, the following day. The next morning, before Ling had risen, she was awakened by a commotion outside, a stranger's voice demanding, "Make way for me. Young Master Chen Hang, this is my young lady's private chamber. You cannot enter," came Dongzi's voice. "Jiang Yuling is suspected of murdering my sister. I have come at the behest of the family head to summon her. You insignificant maidservants, if you dare obstruct me, do not blame me for being impolite." The man's voice dripped with menace. Dongzi remained resolute. "I can relay your message, but young master, you cannot enter." "Relay my message? What if she flees in fear of her crimes? Since you refuse to step aside." Then, just then, with a creak, the door was pushed open from within. Ling, adorned in the exquisite attire of the previous day, stepped out gracefully. "Whom do you wish to perish?" He cast a frigid glance at the man. The man, momentarily entranced by Ling's breathtaking beauty, quickly regained his composure and, in a stern voice, inquired, "Are you Jiang Yuling?" Ling did not respond but retorted, "And who might you be?" "I am Yuan Shenhang, the elder brother of Yuan Yuechan. My sister clashed with you yesterday, and this morning she was found dead in her own courtyard. Who else could the murderer be if not you, Jiang Yuling?" You possess a truly ruthless heart. Though we do not share the same surname, we are bound by the ties of blood. How could you resort to such a heinous act over a mere trivial dispute? Yuan Shenhong's face was etched with profound sorrow. Song Ling raised an eyebrow in surprise. Yuan Wechuan had actually passed away? This was truly unexpected for him. He had initially anticipated dealing with his elder brother, Jiang Yujin, but instead, a more troublesome predicament had befallen him. He sensed the faint whiff of a conspiracy in the air. Song Ling's gaze was composed as she replied, I am unaware of what you are referring to. I remained in this Qinghong pavilion all night, never stepping outside. Indeed, the second young lady did not leave. They affirmed. That's correct. We were all downstairs and can attest to it. Dongzi and the others immediately chimed in. Yuan Shenhang, with a disdainful tone, retorted, You are her maidservants. Naturally inclined to provide false testimony on her behalf. In any case, Jiang Yuling, you must accompany me at once. This is the command of the head of the family. Song Ling gazed at Yuan Shenhang, deliberating for a brief moment before stating, Very well, I shall accompany you. Since the head of the Jiang family had permitted Yuan Shenhang to summon him alone, it indicated that he had not yet been fully condemned. It was highly probable that the matter at hand was merely an inquiry. Should he choose not to attend now, that would undoubtedly pose a far greater issue. The second miss and the four from Dongzi expressed their concerns. No need for worry. Song Ling offered them a reassuring glance, then nonchalantly said, Lead the way, cousin Yuan. He deliberately emphasized the word Yuan. Yuan Shenhang could hardly miss the sarcasm in Song Ling's tone. Veins bulged on his forehead as he retorted angrily. When we stand before the head of the family, we shall see if you can maintain such arrogance. With that, he strode purposefully towards the exit. In the Haiyan Hall, the council chamber of the Jiang residence, an elderly man with snow-white hair sat at the head of the hall. Flanking him were a dozen elegantly attired men and women. Their expressions varied, some grave, others curious, and a few barely concealing a hint of malicious glee. The old man was Jiang Changhe, the current patriarch of the Jiang family, and the individuals beside him were his children and grandchildren. On the ground lay a body covered with a white cloth. Woo woo woo, my dear father. You must seek justice for Wechuan. She was so young and had yet to be promised to a suitor, and now she is gone. A middle-aged woman clutched a handkerchief, weeping beside the corpse. Rest assured, no matter what, Wechuan is my granddaughter. I will not allow her to die unjustly. Jiang Chang's voice was steady and powerful, so robust that one would not guess he was an old man simply by his tone. In my opinion, the culprit is undoubtedly Jiang Yuling, who arrived just yesterday. On her very first day, she clashed with her cousin. It is no surprise that someone raised among commoners would lack refinement and commit such a heinous act. A somewhat plump woman standing on the left spoke up. She was Jiang Chang's second daughter, Jiang Lirong. It was well known that her relationship with her elder brother, Jiang Yinwu, was fraught with animosity, so it was only natural for her to take pleasure in her niece's misfortune. However, while she dared to speak, no one else echoed her sentiment. Apart from Jiang Yinwu, Jiang Lirong, and the third son Jiang Yiji, the rest were illegitimate children, whose ties with Jiang Changhe were far weaker. Thus they refrained from voicing their opinions. Their offspring were even more timid, standing like quails in silence. Second sister, your words are misguided. Yuling has suffered greatly since childhood. Having been cast out into the world, now that she has finally returned to the family, we elders should at least give her a chance to explain herself. Who knows? She may have her own reasons for what transpired. At this moment, a middle-aged man with a refined demeanor, standing on the right, spoke with a smile. This man was Jiang Yiji, the third son of Jiang Changhe and the father of Jiang Yinyang. His words, seemingly in defense of Song Ling, subtly implied his belief that she was the perpetrator. Jiang Changhe cast a glance at his two children and replied coolly, It is meaningless to discuss this now. When Yuling arrives, everything will be clear. Yes, father. The crowd did not have to wait long, in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Song Ling entered the Haiyan Hall, led by Yuan Shenhang. The moment she appeared, the assembly turned their astonished gazes upon her. Even Jiang Changhe was taken aback, not expecting his previously unseen granddaughter to be so strikingly beautiful. Despite being the focus of so many eyes, Song Ling's expression remained composed, and she walked steadily to the center of the hall, bowing deeply to Jiang Changhe, the head of the family. Granddaughter Jiang Yuling pays her respects to you, grandfather. Following this, she acknowledged the elders on either side with a courteous gesture. Her display of etiquette transformed the family's impression of her significantly. They had anticipated a boorish, ill-mannered girl, but instead, they found a poised young lady whose demeanor and manners were impeccable. She is indeed the daughter of Jiang Yinwu, many thought to themselves. Chapter 26. The true culprit Jiang Yuling, cease your pretentious act. Speak, did you not murder my sister Yue-chan? Yuan Shenhang accused aggressively from the side. Silence. It is not your place to speak before grandfather has had his say. Song Ling cast a cold glance at him. You are well. Jiang Changfa, seated high on the platform, spoke, and an immediate silence enveloped the room, as everyone dared not utter a word. Yuling, after many years of wandering, you have just returned to the family. It is only fitting that we hold a welcoming banquet in your honor. However, I did not anticipate this unfortunate incident. Although Yue-chan is now with a family of another surname, she is still my granddaughter. I hope you can understand, my dear granddaughter. Now I ask you, is there any connection between you and Yue-chan's demise? Jiang Changha gazed at Song Ling, his tone deliberate and measured. Song Ling felt no pressure. He merely perceived the other as an ordinary old man, devoid of the formidable aura that a true master would exude. Yet, this was evidently implausible. Could this indeed be the state of a congenital master, a return to simplicity? According to ancient texts, the realm of martial arts masters is divided into 3 stages: internal vigor, external vigor, and heavenly vigor. A first-rate martial artist, upon reaching the limit of internal energy that the body's meridians can accommodate, must condense and compress all that energy into a single strand of congenital vigor to advance further, thus attaining the realm of internal vigor mastery. However, this step is exceedingly arduous and fraught with the peril of death. The threshold for a first-rate martial artist is at least 1,000 strands of internal energy, while the pinnacle may vary based on the martial techniques practiced and individual constitution, typically ranging from 3,000 to 5,000 strands. The endeavor to compress and refine these thousands of strands into a singular form is an immensely daunting task. One misstep could result in severed meridians and a fate worse than death. Each individual who reaches the master realm has undergone a level of training that is beyond ordinary comprehension, truly a dragon among men. And before him stands Jiang Changha, his grandfather, a paragon of such strength. Song Ling steadied her mind and replied, in response to grandfather's concerns, it is true that yesterday at the Jiang residence, Ling had an altercation with cousin Yu-chan. However, it is implausible that such a disagreement would incite Ling to harbor murderous intentions, for she is not so petty-minded. Moreover, Ling had only just returned to the family yesterday and was still unfamiliar with the layout of the estate. How could she possibly carry out an assassination of cousin Yu-chan without alerting anyone? Her demise has no connection to me whatsoever. Yuan Shunhang interjected eagerly. Being unfamiliar with the layout is hardly an issue. Your maidservants are quite well acquainted with the estate. Song Ling replied calmly, Cousin Yuan, your words lack both evidence and logic. Those maids only became acquainted with me yesterday. How could they possibly commit such a grave act on my behalf? Evidence? How can you claim there is none? Yuan Shunhang quickly approached the lifeless body of Yuan Yue-chan and forcefully pulled away the white cloth that covered her. You wield a sword, and these sword marks on my sister's body are the most direct evidence. He pointed at Song Ling's sword hanging at her waist. His voice filled with authority. The onlookers gazed in shock, for indeed, there were numerous sword marks on Yuan Yue-chan, as if she had endured a fierce battle. The most fatal wound was the one that pierced her chest. Expressions varied among the crowd. Just earlier that day, Yuan Yue-chan had quarreled with Jiang Yuling, and now she lay dead, her demise coinciding with the very weapon wielded by her adversary. Both motive and evidence were present. It seemed Jiang Yuling would find it exceedingly difficult to defend herself. My daughter, how cruelly you have perished. Yuan Yue-chan's mother once again broke down in tears. Yuan Shenhang brandished a sharp axe, aimed directly at Song Ling Jiang Yuling. What more can you possibly say? In the face of such a scene, Song Ling merely smiled lightly. Cousin Yuan, how does your martial prowess compare to that of Yuan Yue-chan? As her elder brother, I naturally surpass her. What significance does your inquiry hold now? Song Ling nodded, and in a sudden motion, unsheathed her sword. With the technique of breaking limits, she executed the wind and grace to slice the moon. Clang! A flash of sword light streaked by, sending Yuan Shenhang's hatchet flying from his grasp. As Song Ling's long sword was now poised against his neck, Song Ling's tone was icy. I shall end your life with but a single stroke, let alone a lesser opponent like Yuan Yue-chan. Sensing the sharp blade against his neck, Yuan Shunhang felt cold sweat trickle down his forehead, goosebumps rising all over him. The swift strike was witnessed by all present. Their expressions varied. This Jiang Yuling is indeed formidable. The speed of this swordplay was such that even I, as an observer, could scarcely comprehend its intricacies. Truly an exquisite maneuver. To execute such a level of technique at a third-rate realm speaks volumes of her lineage. She is, after all, the daughter of Jiang Yinwu and the sister of Jiang Yujin, a family of martial prodigies. In this light, it seems unlikely that the sword marks left by the fierce struggle belonged to Jiang Yuling. Could it be that she orchestrated this to eliminate suspicion? Unlikely. Wouldn't it be more prudent for her to forego the sword entirely? Why invite danger upon herself? Just as the crowd engaged in discussion, a tall, handsome young man entered the hall, bowing respectfully to Jiang Changha, who sat at the head of the table. Yujin had met her grandfather before. Song Ling's gaze sharpened as he realized that the individual before him was none other than his elder brother, Jiang Yujin. He had not anticipated encountering him in such a place. As Song Ling turned his eyes toward Jiang Yujin, the latter also cast a gentle and concerned look in his direction. Then, with a clear voice, he declared, "I have a witness who can attest that my sister, Jiang Yuling, is not the perpetrator of the murder." Upon finishing his statement, he clapped his hands, and a timid young girl dressed in maidservant attire timidly stepped forward. Song Ling recognized this individual. She was the maid who had followed Yuan Yuechan at the entrance of the Jiang residence yesterday. Jiang Yujin remarked, "Her name is Xiaolan, a personal maid assigned to cousin Weichan by sixth aunt. Last night, she was punished by cousin Weichan and spent the entire night kneeling in the thorns of the jujube tree, perhaps due to her form being concealed by the bushes. The murderer did not notice her, allowing her to witness the true identity of the one who killed cousin Weichan." Upon hearing this, Yuan Shenhang's expression changed dramatically. Ignoring the long sword that Song Ling had placed against his neck, he immediately retorted, "How can the words of such a lowly maid serve as evidence? Perhaps you instructed her to say this." Jiang Yujin cast a knowing glance at Yuan Shenhang and replied, "Xiaolan has yet to reveal the identity of the murderer. Why is cousin so agitated? Moreover, this maid was personally assigned to cousin Weichan by your mother, my sixth aunt, in plain view of everyone. What power do I possess to compel her to testify falsely?" Yuan Shenhang fell silent, while Yuan Yuechan's mother, disregarding everything else, urgently inquired, "Xiaolan, please tell me, who killed my daughter? Do not be afraid. As long as you speak the truth, regardless of who it is, I will ensure your safety." Trembling, Xiaolan looked up at the esteemed members of the Jiang family surrounding her, feeling faint. Slowly raising her hand, she pointed at Yuan Shenhang and stammered, "It was young Master Chunhang who killed the young lady." Chapter 27. The Qi Worm. Last night, young Master Chunhang sought out the young lady, and at first, they merely engaged in casual conversation. Later, he claimed to have recently practiced swordsmanship and wished for the young lady to spar with him. She consented, but during their practice, young Master Chunhang suddenly struck with ferocity, catching the young lady off guard, ultimately piercing her chest with a single thrust. "I assure you, what I have said is without a trace of falsehood." Upon finishing her statement, Xiaolan collapsed to the ground. Jiang Yafan, the mother of Yuan Shenhang and Yuan Weichan, turned her head with great difficulty to look at her son, incredulously asking, "Is what Xiaolan said true?" Yuan Shenhang's face turned pale as he stammered, "No, it isn't true. I would never harm you, Weichan. I am her own brother. Xiaolan is merely a wretched servant who has accepted benefits from Jiang Yujin, attempting to frame me. Mother, grandfather, esteemed elders, please believe me. I did not do this." The crowd exchanged subtle glances. The servants of the Jiang family had been indoctrinated from a young age, sworn to loyalty without question. Thus, once their allegiance was determined, they remained steadfastly devoted, and Xiaolan, being personally assigned by Jiang Yafan to her daughter, had undoubtedly undergone scrutiny. The notion that such a carefully chosen servant would betray her mistress for mere benefits was hard for them to accept. Moreover, Yuan Shenhang's current demeanor suggested that the truth was becoming increasingly evident. "Why would you do this? She is your own sister." Jiang Yafan, having raised Yuan Shenhang with care, could not help but discern the lies in her son's words. The death of her daughter at the hands of her own son? Absurd, utterly absurd. Jiang Yafan sank to the ground, her eyes vacant. "Mother, I..." Yuan Shenhang opened his mouth but found no words of defense. "To frame me. He would even go so far as to harm his own sister. I am left curious. Who exactly has instigated you to commit such an act?" Song Ling still held her long sword, coldly inquiring of Yuan Shenhang. Today marked their first encounter, and there could be no profound enmity between them. The only conceivable reason for this attention was her identity as the sister of Jiang Yujin, making her a potential target. Upon Song Ling's inquiry, the atmosphere within the hall became palpably delicate. Many individuals exchanged furtive glances, only to instinctively avert their gazes. At this moment, Yuan Shenhang was engulfed by dread. With the revelation of his predicament, He faced a dire consequence according to clan laws. Fratricide was punishable by death. The only potential salvation lay in. Just as Yuan Shenhang's gaze shifted toward a certain direction, he suddenly froze, his eyes widening in horror. He then collapsed to the ground, frothing at the mouth. And within mere moments, he succumbed to oblivion. Subsequently, a grotesque insect emerged from his mouth, emitting a shrill cry as its body withered rapidly. A shikong. Someone in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment. The shikong is a type of cursed insect that can be artificially domesticated, typically employed to manipulate the life and death of others. Once the mother insect perishes, the male insect residing within the human host releases a lethal toxin, leading to an instantaneous demise. Following this brief explanation, the expressions of the onlookers varied widely. Was this an act of silencing a witness? Ling raised her brow. To extinguish a life at such a precise moment suggests that the puppet master lurks within the crowd. Jiang Yujin bowed respectfully to Jiang Changhe upon the platform, stating, "Grandfather, it is evident that there are others behind Yuan Shenhang. Although today's incident appears directed at Yuling, she is merely a young lady who entered the estate just yesterday. Who could she possibly have offended? Thus, the true target must be me, her elder brother. This creature, the Shihong, has both male and female. I implore you to command an investigation of everyone present, for we shall surely uncover a clue." Jiang Yujin spoke wisely. If we were to search each individual at this moment, the one possessing the deceased Chichong's remains would undoubtedly be the culprit. Absurd. Jiang Chang's second daughter, Jiang Lirong, rebuked. "Search everyone. Jiang Yujin, have you no sense of hierarchy? There are so many elders here. To regard them all as suspects, to be treated like common vermin, is utterly disgraceful. Furthermore, if the male and female Shihong are separated by a considerable distance, it could lead to the demise of the one who ingests the male. The real perpetrator may have long since fled." Apart from Jiang Lirong, many elders wore expressions of discontent, clearly displeased with Jiang Yujin's suggestion. Why would second aunt so vehemently oppose the search? Is it to avoid the capture of the true culprit, or could she herself be the perpetrator? With his hands clasped behind his back, Jiang Yujin addressed her coldly, calling her second aunt without an ounce of respect. As a genuine martial arts prodigy, a standout among elite fighters, he possessed the confidence to do so. "You speak nonsense," Jiang Lirong retorted vehemently. "Enough. Silence." Jiang Changhe interjected, immediately quieting the two. His gaze swept across the assembled company, ultimately resting upon his sixth daughter, Jiang Yaftan, as he spoke softly. "What decorum is this? With niece and aunt hurling curses at one another in the hall? Today, often mourns the loss of her son and daughter, and I too grieve for my grandchildren. My heart is heavy, and I find myself weary." Lirong makes a valid point. Perhaps the true assailant is someone who has infiltrated our Jiang family with nefarious intentions. Our mutual accusations will only serve to delight our enemies and deepen the pain of our loved ones. Let us postpone the search for the culprit until another day. For now, this matter concludes here. With that, he turned to Ling, saying, "Yuling, given these unfortunate events, it is quite unsuitable for our family to host a celebratory banquet. I must apologize for the inconvenience." Ling's gaze flickered slightly as she respectfully bowed, saying, "Yuling is not wronged. I shall heed grandfather's wishes." Jiang Changhe nodded in agreement. "That is well." Subsequently, Jiang Changhe rose and departed, prompting the others to disperse as well. Some cast him friendly smiles, while others chose to disregard him entirely, and a few even revealed disdainful sneers. Once everyone had left, Ling approached Jiang Yujin and bowed. "Today, I am grateful for your timely assistance, brother." Jiang Yujin helped her up, his expression a mixture of emotions as he remarked, "After being apart for over a decade, I never imagined we would have the chance to reunite. If father were watching from above, he would surely feel a sense of comfort." Tears glistened in Ling's eyes as she softly called out, "Elder brother." Jiang Yujin's heart stirred. That single utterance, "elder brother," had been long awaited. He reached out, gently brushing away the tears from the corner of Ling's eye, his gaze lingering for a moment on the tear mole below. With a tender tone, he reassured her. "Ling, you have endured so much alone over the years. From now on, with your elder brother by your side, no one shall ever bully you again." Ling's eyes were slightly reddened, yet his gaze shone with remarkable brilliance. He nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed." Subsequently, the two departed from the high-end hall. Along the way, Ling inquired of Jiang Yujin, "Elder brother, do you not find our grandfather's demeanor today rather peculiar? It is undeniably an opportune moment to apprehend the culprit. Yet he seems intentionally inclined to let them slip away." Chapter 28, Celestial Destiny. Jiang Yujin replied nonchalantly, "Grandfather is well aware of the identity of the perpetrator. Such trivial schemes could hardly deceive him. Upon hearing this, Song Ling paused, gazing at Jiang Yujin in astonishment. What? Does grandfather know? Then why not only grandfather is aware? I am also in the know. It seems that, apart from you, who has just returned to the Jiang family, most others are as clear as day about it. Yet, no one dares to speak of it openly. Jiang Yujin took a moment before continuing. Currently, there are 9 legitimate descendants of the Jiang family, including you and me. Among them, the only one who can contend with me for the position of the next family head is Jiang Yinyang. If anyone wishes to undermine me through such means, it can only be him. Upon hearing this, Song Ling could not help but express his astonishment. It seemed that all those individuals in the hall were knowingly performing a charade. Each one of them would surely deserve an Oscar for their artistry. Yet, even if he is your sole rival, there is no justification for grandfather's blatant favoritism towards him, Song Ling pondered. Jiang Yujin gazed into the distance and replied, It is because Jiang Yinyang possesses celestial affinities. Celestial affinities? Song Ling echoed, intrigued. Indeed, Jiang Yujin affirmed with a nod. 10 years prior, while accompanying his father, our third uncle Jiang Yiji, back to the city from the southern Dali Mountains, they encountered a formidable creature within the mountains, one whose strength rivaled that of a master. This creature decimated a significant portion of their accompanying party, and just as it seemed that the father and son were about to meet their demise, a radiant arc of light descended from the heavens, transforming into a Taoist clad in azure robes. Song Ling exclaimed in astonishment, to traverse the skies effortlessly. Could this azure-clad figure be the legendary immortal master? Indeed, the immortal master merely waved his hand lightly, causing the once invincible, master-level creature to disintegrate into ash. Subsequently, addressing the grateful survivors who were moved to tears, the immortal master approached Jiang Yinliang, gently ruffled his hair, and remarked that the boy was fated to him. If he could survive this calamity, he would return to guide him along the path to immortality. Song Ling was taken aback, realizing the situation at hand. Had the immortal master sought out Jiang Yinyang over the years? Not at all. Jiang Yujin shook her head and remarked, however, the immortal's perception of time undoubtedly differs from that of us mere mortals. No one can fathom whether that immortal will ever return. The reason my grandfather favors him today is that should the day arise when the immortal returns to guide Jiang Yinliang on the path to immortality, our entire Jiang family would ascend to greatness. The subtlety in his favoritism also stems from the concern that the immortal may not have survived the tribulations he mentioned. Thus, Jiang Yinliang's chances of immortality would be extinguished. In that case, the one who would sustain the prosperity of the Jiang family would be me, the martial arts prodigy, Jiang Yujin, rather than Jiang Yinyang. As the two conversed, they gradually approached the vicinity of Jiang Yujin's residence. Nestled within a secluded bamboo grove, the courtyard exuded tranquility. Jiang Yujin pushed open the courtyard door and spoke with indifference. Many of those present in the hall today sought to cling to this thread of immortality. Hence they formed alliances. Yet, considering that the immortal has not made an appearance in a decade, they dared not completely offend me, resulting in the scene you witnessed today. Of course, there are also foolish individuals like Yuan Shenhang, who, due to the decline of his paternal Yuan family, have become mere pawns for Jiang Yinliang, even resorting to the heinous act of harming his own sister. Truly, he is beyond redemption. Song Ling contemplated thoughtfully, realizing that the current atmosphere within the Jiang family was indeed quite delicate. Jiang Yujin led Song Ling along a pebbled path, arriving at a stone table where they took their seats. Soon, Huang Shilu, whom they had encountered the previous day, emerged from the room holding a teapot and cups. After bowing respectfully to the siblings, he poured tea for them before quietly retreating back inside. Song Ling held her teacup, feeling a mix of indignation and anxiety. It is evident that my brother is the true face of the Jiang family, a fact even the people of Beijing acknowledge. Yet, they flock around that Jiang Yinyang for an elusive celestial affinity. It is truly vexing. Does my brother not feel any urgency? What if Jiang Yinyang truly awaits the return of that celestial master? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Jiang Yujin, with a calm demeanor, replied, What use is anxiety? Objective facts do not alter in accordance with individual will. Moreover, if Jiang Yinyang genuinely possessed the confidence to attain this celestial affinity, he would not need to hasten in taking action against me. Song Ling's expression revealed a dawning realization. So it seems that Jiang Yinyang himself lacks confidence. After exchanging a few more words, Jiang Yujin shifted the tone of the conversation, displaying a hint of concern. Ling, now that you have returned, do not trouble yourself with these matters for the time being. I shall make the necessary arrangements. Have you, however, contemplated your forthcoming plans? Song Ling pondered for a moment before Yjn spoke up. I have heard that you were raised in a resource-scarce environment, yet have emerged as an exceptional figure among third-rate martial artists at such a young age. It is evident that your martial talent is quite remarkable, much like that of your brother. If you continue to tread this path, you are destined for extraordinary achievements. In this tumultuous era, the pursuits of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting will merely serve as trifles for the strong. Only by seizing power into your own hands can you truly govern your life. Ling, your survival in the chaotic northern city thus far surely attests to your understanding of these truths. Song Ling nodded, a resolute glimmer flashing in her eyes. What you say is indeed true, elder brother. From a young age, I have understood that in this tumultuous world, only strength can ensure one's safety. My time in the northern city has further solidified this belief. Yet, I have struggled due to the absence of martial arts manuals, hindering my progress. Now that I have returned to the Jiang family, I shall not forego the opportunity to elevate myself, even if you had not mentioned it. I was already inclined to bring it up. Jiang Yujin's eyes sparkled with delight as he replied, Excellent. You are indeed my sister, Song Ling. Come. I shall take you to the Xuanwu Tower to select martial arts manuals. With that, he took hold of Song Ling's wrist and led her outside. In the Jiang residence, within a small building by the lake in the southeast, Jiang Yiji and his son Jiang Yanliang stepped inside sequentially. Yanliang, your actions this time have been somewhat hasty, which is uncharacteristic of you, Jiang Yiji remarked as he settled into a chair, gazing at his son. Jiang Yanliang also took a seat, a shadow of gloom crossing his brow. Jiang Yujin reached the first-rate realm at the age of 16, and now at 22, with his martial talent. He is likely at the pinnacle of that realm. It won't be long before he challenges the master level. As for my so-called celestial opportunity, I have yet to even catch a glimpse. If this continues, I fear, Jiang Yiji interrupted, Yin Yang, you underestimate the difficulty of breaking through to the master level. Historically, among 10 first-rate martial artists attempting to reach that stage, only one succeeds at best. Even Jiang Yujin cannot hope for an easy victory. Furthermore, your grandfather still harbors a preference for you. Otherwise, today's outcome would not have been so favorable. However, this means that your original plan to use Jiang Yuling to orchestrate the death of the Bloodwind Tower's second son may not work with grandfather. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Yanliang's eyes. It is all the fault of that useless Yuan Chenhang, who could not handle even this minor task, causing me to squander a precious opportunity and a pair of Chicho. Chapter 29, Xuanwu Tower. As for Jiang Yuling, she indeed exceeded my expectations. Her sword that defeated Yuan Chenhang was extraordinarily exquisite. Given her upbringing and age, her accomplishment is truly remarkable. With the resources of the Jiang family now at her disposal, it is likely she will soon become another Jiang Yujin. A shadow of gloom crossed Jiang Yanliang's gaze. With his second-rate martial prowess, he could never contend with Jiang Yujin without the boon of a celestial opportunity. Now, he would have to face a sister of exceptional talent as an ally. Jiang Yiji furrowed his brow slightly. Though Jiang Yuling possesses some ability, she still falls short compared to her brother. However, you are correct. If she continues to grow unchecked, especially with that celestial master yet to seek you out, she will undoubtedly become a significant asset in your grandfather's favor toward Jiang Yujin. Yet, with the recent incident involving Yuan Chenhang, if further troubles arise, your grandfather may not be so lenient with you. He must also consider Jiang Yujin's perspective to maintain balance between you two. What do you believe I should do, father? Jiang Yinyang inquired calmly. Jiang Yiji tapped his fingers lightly on the table, contemplating before slowly responding. In 2 months, it will be the Withering and Flourishing Festival, and this year, it will be hosted by the Yu family. Are you suggesting? Jiang Yinliang's eyes gleamed as he instantly grasped Jiang Yiji's intent, a smile curving his lips. As expected of you, father. Yuling, this is the Xuanwu Tower, the repository of martial arts manuals belonging to the Jiang family. Jiang Yujin led Song Ling to a 6-story tower. Through their conversation, his address for her had shifted from Yuling to the more affectionate Linger. Song Ling gazed upward, beholding a stone tower entirely enveloped in darkness, exuding an extraordinary sense of weightiness. What astonished him most was the utter absence of windows. The structure featured only a few exceedingly narrow ventilation openings. Take good care of this, Jiang Yujin said, producing a thumb-sized piece of white jade and offering it to Song Ling. The jade was smooth and delicate, its surface adorned with intricate patterns, within which faint strands of gold were subtly embedded. The reverse side bore the 3 characters, Jiang Yuling, and a small hole at the top was threaded with a purple ribbon, rendering the piece remarkably exquisite. Jiang Yujin continued. This jade pendant is possessed by every legitimate member of the Jiang family. It serves to signify one's identity in the outside world and internally. It grants access to the Xuan Tower and the ability to claim resources, among other privileges. However, it is important to note that this pendant alone is insufficient. The individual must be present as well. Today, I shall escort you on a tour of all the locales, ensuring that the people remember you, so that in the future, you may venture forth independently. Thank you, elder brother. Ling tied the white jade around her waist, and beneath the embellishment of the purple ribbon, she appeared even more distinguished. As the two approached the entrance of the Xuan Tower, the guard on duty immediately bowed and clasped his fists. His expression imbued with respect as he said, "Greetings, young Master Jin." The servants of the Jiang family were not privy to Jiang Yinliang's celestial fate, thus for them. It was Jiang Yujin, the martial arts prodigy, who commanded their utmost reverence. Jiang Yujin nodded and said, "This is my sister, Ling. Do remember her?" "Yes, young Master Jin." The guard replied, lifting his gaze to Ling, his eyes momentarily reflecting awe. The news of Jiang Yuling's return to the family had circulated among the servants. Yet this was his first time seeing her in person, and he was taken aback by her beauty. However, young Master Jin was also remarkably handsome. One could only conclude that they were indeed worthy siblings. Realizing he had gazed for a tad too long, he hastily lowered his head and added, "Greetings, Miss Ling." Ling remained silent, merely nodding slightly, her demeanor cool and detached. Jiang Yujin spoke, "Very well, open the door." "Yes," the guard replied with a nod. Then produced an intricately designed flute from his collar and began to play a gentle melody directed at the imposing double doors of Xuan Tower. Jiang Yujin elaborated. To prevent unauthorized entry into Xuan Tower, it is required to play this specific tune on that specially crafted flute outside. Only then will the guards within grant access to the doors. Should a single note or pitch be misplayed, an immediate signal will be sent out, alerting the entire Jiang residents. Ling understood immediately. After a brief wait, the melodic tune played by the guards came to an end, and the grand door of Xuan Tower was opened from within. "Let us proceed," Jiang Yujin declared as she took the lead into the building. Once both had entered, the door was swiftly shut behind them. What greeted their eyes was a spacious hall, devoid of windows yet remarkably well lit. For the walls were adorned with substantial candles that illuminated the space brilliantly. As Jiang Yujin guided Ling up the staircase, she remarked, "Though Xuan Tower comprises 6 stories, the first 4 are occupied by guards. The true martial arts tomes are housed on the 5th and 6th floors. The 5th floor contains second-rate and third-rate martial arts manuals, while first-rate tomes are exclusively found on the 6th floor. Only we, the direct descendants, are permitted to ascend to the 6th floor. Others may access at most the 5th. Ling observed the numerous guards clad in heavy armor, marveling at the stringent measures the Jiang family took to safeguard their martial arts manuscripts. Were it not for his disguise as Jiang Yuling, he would have found entry impossible. The two ascended to the 5th floor without pausing. Jiang Yujin remarked, "Given your innate talent, it would be a mere waste of time to study second-rate martial arts. It would be far more beneficial to engage in first-rate techniques directly. The true determinant of one's martial realm lies within the inner strength coursing through the meridians, rather than the level of martial arts one has mastered. While many mediocre second-rate techniques may reach perfection, they yield but a scant 100 strands of inner power, whereas an exceptional first-rate technique might achieve similar results at a mere minor accomplishment. However, the more profound the martial art, the more arduous the practice naturally becomes." In Jiang Yujin's eyes, his sister was undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy. Even if she did not surpass him, she would certainly not be daunted by first-rate techniques. Jiang Yujin's thoughts resonated perfectly with Ling. With the advantage of a golden finger panel, he feared not the difficulty of martial arts, but rather their lack of sophistication. Ling smiled and said, "Yuling always listens to her elder brother. However, are there no master-level martial arts within the Xuan Tower?" "Master-level martial arts?" Jiang Yujin was taken aback for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. "Such a thing does not exist. The highest tier of martial arts in this world is merely first-rate martial arts." Ling appeared deep in thought. Soon, the two ascended to the 6th floor. As soon as the door swung open, Ling's heart was jolted. Before him lay an expansive circular hall, meticulously arranged with a multitude of bookshelves, each sparsely adorned with approximately a dozen tomes of martial arts manuals. This indicated that there were over 100 elite martial arts texts contained within these 6 floors. Meanwhile, he had toiled in Beicheng, risking his very life merely to exchange points for a second-rate manual. Yet here lay an abundance of first-rate tomes. The profound heritage of the noble families was unveiled to Song Ling in a manner he had never experienced before. Chapter 30. Divine Form Skill Brother. May I select any of these martial arts manuals at will? Song Ling endeavored to keep his voice steady. Certainly, but you may only take one manual at a time. Once you return it, you may proceed to select the next, Xuan Yuan replied. Although the direct descendants of the Jiang family were few, this system was established to safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, ensuring that the manuals would be preserved from loss or damage. Song Ling nodded, deeming it inconsequential, after all. Mastering martial arts is not an endeavor that can be achieved overnight, even with the presence of a system panel. One must first reach the foundational level of a martial art before being able to allocate points. And it is likely that the time required to reach the entry level of a first-rate martial art will not be brief. Allier. The variety of martial arts manuals here is extensive, encompassing boxing techniques, swordplay, knife skills, lightness techniques, palm techniques, and leg techniques, all meticulously organized by their respective categories. You may choose according to your inclinations and the path you wish to pursue, said Xuan Yuan as he and Song Ling navigated through the shelves. Brother, which manual are you studying? Song Ling inquired. Xuan Yuan halted, retrieving a manual from a nearby shelf, and smiled. The first martial art I have undertaken is the Shattered Wind and Flowing Clouds palm. It is an exceptionally refined manual, emphasizing strikes that flow like the wind and rhythm akin to flowing water. It possesses formidable power in close combat, while also enabling the practitioner to disrupt foes from a distance with the force of their palm. Mastering this technique to an advanced level can ensnare opponents in a mist, rendering them unable to discern reality from illusion, allowing for a fluid mastery of both offense and defense. However, despite its strength, this palm technique is overly aggressive and not suited for someone of your disposition, Allier. Xuan Yuan's gaze reflected a tender concern as he took a few steps forward and presented another martial arts manual. Your physique and temperament are more aligned with techniques that are agile and graceful, capable of overcoming strength with softness. For instance, lightness techniques, or palm techniques focused on yielding strength. Here, there is a manual called Flowing Cloud Steps, an exceptionally sophisticated lightness technique that emphasizes lightness of form and agility of steps. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can harness the wind, achieving the ability to tread upon snow without leaving a trace, embodying the elegance of gliding upon waves. It is perfectly suited for you. Song Ling shook her head, her voice imbued with determination and resolve. Brother, I understand your recommendation of lightness and martial arts is intended to allow me to swiftly escape danger. However, rather than fleeing, I would prefer to carve out my own path with the sword in my hand. She did not forget the persona she was currently embodying, a prodigious young woman of exceptional talent, hailing from the countryside, with an indomitable spirit. Xuan Yuan paused, scrutinizing the young lady before him, and after a moment, he chuckled lightly. It seems I have underestimated you. Very well, choose your martial arts as you see fit. I shall not interfere. Thank you, brother, Song Ling replied earnestly. With so many martial arts manuals available on the 6th floor, it was apparent that Song Ling could not make a swift decision. After introducing her to various options, Xuan Yuan excused himself to attend to pressing matters, leaving her to deliberate at her leisure. After a thorough selection process, Song Ling's gaze ultimately settled upon a manual titled Crimson Lotus Sword Technique. The lotus blossoms, and the sword intent soars to the heavens. This technique emphasizes a sword style akin to the lotus, balancing offense and defense. Each move encapsulates intricate sword principles, and the light of the sword dances like a blooming crimson lotus, radiant yet lethal. It embodies the essence of a harmonious swordplay, possessing both the devastating force of thunder and the impenetrable defense of water. When mastered to a profound level, its point can pierce through anything, rendering all obstacles null and void. Most importantly, this sword technique is accessible for beginners, yet its advancement poses considerable challenges. According to the notes inscribed within, aside from the innate master Ling Xinglan, who created this technique over a century ago, only a handful have achieved its consummation. It is the perfect choice, as it allows for rapid initiation while promising formidable power thereafter. For one equipped with a system interface like her, as long as the martial art can be initiated, the subsequent challenges of enhancement become non-existent. Song Ling put away the Crimson Lotus Sword technique, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he leisurely perused other martial arts manuals. Although he could only carry away one manual at a time, this did not hinder him from browsing in advance. Once he had fully mastered the Crimson Lotus Sword technique, he would return to select the next martial skill that suited him. Ling continued to peruse until she reached the final bookshelf, which housed a collection of unique tomes. Among them were rare techniques for concealed weaponry, sonic skills, and even the art of poison. Oh! Ling's gaze sharpened as he beheld a martial arts manual titled Divine Form Technique. According to the accompanying notes, this technique was devised by a mysterious prodigy of the martial world who had emerged many years ago. Little was known of his origins. Yet he effortlessly vanquished the most formidable warriors of his time before vanishing without a trace, only to resurface amidst the madness of others. Upon his demise, the Divine Form Technique was discovered. Rather than a conventional martial art, this technique could be described as a peculiar skill in harnessing inner strength, for it bore no offensive capability whatsoever. Its sole purpose was to alter one's appearance and physique. The records indicated that upon achieving mastery, one could even manipulate the bones and muscles at will. This manual was indeed remarkable. If I could master it, I would possess the ability to alter my form and no longer fear being recognized as a male. However, the prerequisites for training in this technique seemed rather stringent. Ling furrowed her brow slightly. The foundational technique of Xinxiang Gong surprisingly required the rare and precious materials, washing grass and damai flower, as medicinal catalysts. To attain perfection in this practice, an abundance of celestial and earthly treasures would be indispensable. However, she was not overly concerned about the subsequent herbs. Once she had grasped the fundamentals, she could potentially enhance her abilities through the panel without needing those resources. The crux of the matter lay in acquiring the initial washing grass and damai flower. In the future, she would certainly need to seek these two herbs without relying on the power of the Jiang family. Nor could she allow Jiang Yuan to discover her intentions. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly connect it to Xinxiang Gong and subsequently question her motives and identity. After a moment of contemplation, Ling carefully returned the manual of the Divine Form Technique to its original place. At this juncture, the paramount task was to enhance his strength, ensuring his foothold in this world where the strong reigned supreme. As for the Divine Form Technique, there was no urgency at present. Once he had mastered the Scarlet Lotus Sword Technique, he would return to delve into it later. Resolute in his decision, Ling set forth with the Scarlet Lotus Sword Technique in hand. Outside the hall on the 6th floor, an elderly man was responsible for registration. After registering the Scarlet Lotus Sword Technique, Ling departed the Xuanwu Tower and made his way to the Qinghong Pavilion where he resided. "My lady, it is truly a relief to see you safe," exclaimed Dongzi, along with the other maidens, Shiyu, Yuchan, and Xiao Yao, their faces alight with joy upon his return. After exchanging pleasantries, Ling instructed Dongzi, "Please procure a few living scarlet lotuses for me." The Scarlet Lotus Sword Technique was a first-rate martial art, starkly different from the third-rate wind-breaking blade he had mastered. To grasp its essence, he needed to comprehend the spirit of the Scarlet Lotus, and the most direct method was to observe the growth and blooming of the lotus at close quarters. Dongzi, though puzzled by her lady's sudden interest in lotus flowers, did not inquire further and readily agreed. Days later, Jiang Yuan arrived at the courtyard of the Qinghong Pavilion. Upon entering, he was taken aback to find several vibrant scarlet lotuses flourishing in the clear pond beside the pavilion. His younger sister, Jiang Yuling, sat by the pond, her delicate, bare feet gently swaying in the water, her gaze fixed intently on the blooming scarlet lotuses, her eyelashes fluttering, and her exquisite features radiating an unparalleled tranquility. Sunlight danced upon her hair and shoulders, as if even the light itself were captivated by this serene scene and reluctant to depart. Witnessing this moment, Jiang Yuan's expression softened. He had already learned from Elder Huang about the trial concerning the Xiang flower jade pendant. With such substantial evidence, he was now nearly certain that the girl before him was indeed his long-lost sister. "Brother, you have arrived." Ling noticed the arrival of Jiang Yuan and greeted him with a smile. Jiang Yuan approached Ling's side, gazing at the few blooming red lotuses, and remarked, "Linger, have you cultivated these red lotuses in hopes of mastering the Red Lotus Sword Technique?" He had visited the 6th floor of the Xuanwu Tower numerous times and was certainly aware of the existence of the Red Lotus Sword Technique. Truly impressive, as a brother. He discerned it at a glance. Ling nodded. Jiang Yuan furrowed her brow, hesitating to speak, and said, "Linger, although the Flame Lotus Sword Technique is immensely powerful and easy to grasp at the beginning, advancing further proves to be exceedingly challenging. In over 100 years, only a handful have ever achieved perfection. Song Ling interjected, I comprehend my brother's concerns. However, having made this decision, I am confident in my ability. I kindly ask you not to worry excessively. If others can succeed, there is no reason I, Jiang Yuling, cannot as well. Pride illuminated Song Ling's countenance. Jiang Yujin felt somewhat helpless. His sister was exceptional in every regard, yet her lofty ambitions were somewhat excessive. He had perused the Scarlet Lotus sword technique himself, and found its post-initiation training to be exceedingly intricate and arduous. The mental fortitude and willpower required to master it were far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary individual. Even a martial arts prodigy like himself could not guarantee its flawless cultivation. However, given his sister's temperament, any attempts to dissuade her would likely incite her displeasure. They had only recently been reunited after a long separation, and he wished to avoid any discord over such matters. Thus, he decided to refrain from broaching the subject for the time being. After all, one need not be confined to a single martial technique. If she were to encounter difficulties later, she could always pivot to another discipline, albeit at the cost of some time. With this thought in mind, Jiang Yujin chose silence and sat cross-legged beside Song Ling. Did you come here today with a particular purpose, brother? Song Ling spoke softly. Jiang Yujin nodded, saying, It is not a matter of great significance. Are you aware of the Withering and Flourishing Festival occurring in 2 months? The Withering and Flourishing Festival? A look of curiosity appeared on Song Ling's face. I have not heard of it. I implore you, elder brother, to enlighten me. Jiang Yujin explained. The Withering and Flourishing Festival is a unique celebration in our Sui city, intended to honor the natural cycle of growth and decay. It also serves as a grand occasion for various noble families to showcase the prowess and elegance of their younger generation. According to tradition, each family is to send forth 2 outstanding representatives, no older than 16, from the latest generation to compete. The ultimate victor is chosen to embody the goddess of Luo, ceremoniously slaying a mystical creature to conclude the festival, symbolizing the triumph of rebirth over death. I have just returned from my grandfather's side, and he has decided that this year, Ling shall be one of the representatives from our Jiang family to participate in the Withering and Flourishing Festival. Song Ling expressed her surprise, saying, Why would they choose someone who has just returned like me? Jiang Yujin replied, My grandfather said that it is precisely because you have just rejoined the family that this opportunity arises for you to present yourself before the members of several prominent families. As for other reasons, it is naturally due to your formidable strength. The sword strike with which you defeated Yuan Chihang was highly praised by my grandfather. Currently, there are very few within the family of your age who possess such remarkable ability. She continued, The other individual is my second aunt Jiang Lirong's youngest son, named Jiang Yishuan. He is of a similar age to yours and was present that day in the hall, standing right behind Jiang Lirong. You must have seen him. I have a vague impression, Song Ling replied. Song Ling nodded. He recalled a youth with freckles adorning his face, whose demeanor exuded a certain timidity. Brother, if I were to surpass all other families at this year's Withering and Flourishing Festival and emerge victorious, would it enhance your standing within the family? Song Ling suddenly inquired. Jiang Yujin chuckled in astonishment. Linger, do not underestimate these scions of noble families. Those selected to represent their clans at the Withering and Flourishing Festival are undoubtedly the Army de la Army among their contemporaries. Far from the likes of Yuan Chihang, who is deemed inept. Though your martial talents are remarkably high, you have, after all, lacked resources from a young age. And there remains a considerable gap between you and them for the time being, especially with Lu Yuqing of the Lu family and Cui Xiangling of the Cui family, both of whom have already entered the second tier of cultivation. Should you encounter them, remember to refrain from overexerting yourself and to concede when necessary. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Song Ling's eyes. How does my brother know that in 2 months I will not surpass the second tier realm? Jiang Yujin was taken aback. And Song Ling, displaying a hint of indignation, continued, that Jiang Yinliang, relying on the intangible so-called celestial destiny, despite his inferior strength compared to you, has garnered grandfather's favor. I am determined to prove to grandfather that our lineage is the most exceptional in the Jiang family, and the position of the next family head undoubtedly belongs to you. My brother. Upon hearing Song Ling's words, Jiang Yujin felt both warmth and emotion in his heart. Truly, she was a sister bound by blood, despite years of separation. There was no barrier between them, and her unwavering support for him made her proud demeanor all the more endearing. Seeing Jiang Yujin's expression, Song Ling felt a slight sense of relief in his heart. He was not so naive as to believe that a momentary deception would grant him a sense of invulnerability. Such a notion would be the height of folly. Ultimately, until he possessed absolute strength, the Jiang family represented an exceedingly perilous den of dragons and tigers for him. Should his true identity be uncovered, there would be no second chance beyond death. Thus, it was imperative to deepen his rapport and trustworthiness with Jiang Yuan, so that in the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he might have a means of retreat. Linger, your intentions are appreciated, but you must act within your limits and take care not to harm yourself, Jiang Yuan stated earnestly. Rest assured, brother, Song Ling replied with a nod. After conversing for a while longer, Jiang Yuan took her leave, while Song Ling remained by the pond, observing the red lotus. It was not until night fell, with stars adorning the sky, that Song Ling rose to his feet. He drew the long sword beside him, recalling the red lotus in the clear pool, while circulating his internal energy and executing sword techniques as per the manual. The sword, in harmony with his graceful movements, alternated between ferocious as a tiger and gentle as silk, yet at a certain moment, it came to an abrupt halt. Indeed, it still falls short. Song Ling murmured to himself. First-rate martial arts truly deserve their reputation, even if they were said to be easy to master. This was only in comparison to other martial arts of the same caliber. Song Ling's innate talent for martial arts was rather unremarkable. Achieving even the most rudimentary level would likely require more than just a few fleeting days. Chapter 32, The Red Lotus Sword Technique, Mastered. For the next half-month, Song Ling immersed himself fervently in the cultivation of the Red Lotus Sword Technique. Had he not possessed a unique advantage, he might have resigned himself to the fact that no amount of effort could surpass the true prodigies. However, with the system interface at his disposal, he was aware that once he grasped the fundamentals, rapid advancement was within reach, thus his motivation to train soared to unprecedented heights. At long last, fortune favors the diligent. After many days of relentless study and practice, supplemented by an assortment of rare medicinal herbs at his disposal, and building upon his foundation as a third-rate martial artist, he succeeded in mastering the rudimentary aspects of the Red Lotus Sword Technique. Song Ling sat cross-legged in his chamber, summoning the system panel that resided within his mind. Currently mastered skills: Windbreaker Blade, Breaking Limits, Crimson Lotus Sword Technique, Beginner. Remaining mystical essence, 51 points. During his leisure in the northern city, he took the opportunity to gather items imbued with mystical essence, and he has now amassed a total of 51 points. The enhancement of his prowess shall commence today. He resolved to expend all his mystical essence to elevate the Crimson Lotus Sword Technique. Song Ling exhaled softly, and as his thoughts stirred, the numbers behind the mysterious source became indistinct, rapidly diminishing until they vanished entirely. Simultaneously, he felt a tremendous warmth surge from his dantian. Compared to the initial infusion of energy into the Gale Blade, this wave of warmth was at least tenfold more intense. This warmth spiraled twice within his dantian before coursing through his meridians, effortlessly shattering all obstructions in its path, causing his aura to ascend dramatically. At a certain moment, Song Ling sensed a profound release, as if he had transcended a formidable barrier and unshackled himself from invisible restraints. He realized he had ascended to the realm of a second-rate martial artist. After some time, Song Ling steadied his internal energy and once again gazed at the panel within his mind. Current skills mastered: Gale Blade, Limit Break, Crimson Lotus Sword Technique, Great Achievement. Remaining mysterious source, 0. Song Ling furrowed her brow slightly. Her mastery of the Red Lotus Sword Technique had only reached the level of great accomplishment with 51 points of profound essence. It is noteworthy that the Breaking Wind Blade had achieved the limit-breaking stage with merely 5 points. Furthermore, Song Ling harbored a premonition that the profound essence required for further enhancement might significantly increase. Evidently, the chasm between third-rate martial arts and first-rate martial arts is indeed considerable. With my current prowess, executing the limit-breaking move, Splendid Moon Slash, should yield a power far exceeding that of before. However, I remain uncertain of its standing among second-rate martial artists. I must continue to gather profound essence and strive to ascend to the ranks of first-rate martial artists as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, a sense of insecurity will linger. After adjusting her breathing for a while, Song Ling rose and exited the room. Song Ling sought out the maid Dong Zi, who was diligently tidying the attic, and inquired, "I wish to take a stroll through the streets. Are there any places where antiques or various crafts are sold?" Dong Zi paused for a moment, then promptly replied, "That would undoubtedly be Sanguan Street. It is the most bustling commercial thoroughfare in the eastern city, where several prominent families, including the Jiang family, have their enterprises. The rare goods from various trade caravans are assuredly delivered there first. Song Ling said, "All right, prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly." "Yes, miss. I shall summon someone to arrange the carriage," came the response. "No need. It will suffice for just the two of us," Song Ling replied nonchalantly. Although he outwardly appeared to be merely collecting antique crafts to indulge his own preferences, there was nothing peculiar that anyone could discern. However, it was prudent to remain discreet whenever possible. Understood, Mississippi Dongzi was unaware of Song Ling's reasons for eschewing the carriage, yet the master's orders were paramount. She needed no further contemplation, only to execute. Song Ling followed Dongzi, departing from the Jiang family. After a brief half-hour's journey, they arrived at the bustling Sanguan street she had mentioned. This locale was even more vibrant and prosperous than other districts in the eastern city. Despite the late hour, the streets were ablaze with light, stalls and shops thrived with activity, and the throngs of people flowed like a river. A dazzling array of goods was on display, ranging from exquisite porcelain to ancient calligraphy and paintings, from rare medicinal herbs to peculiar gemstones, creating a captivating spectacle that left one utterly entranced. Song Ling navigated through the throngs of people, her gaze sweeping over the wares displayed on the stalls flanking her. "Miss, the truly exquisite items reside within the shops. The trinkets at these roadside stalls hardly befit your stature." Dongzi remained closely beside Song Ling, her eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Since the young lady had ventured out with her, it was her duty and obligation to safeguard her, even though, given the young lady's prowess, she was not in dire need of protection. Song Ling replied lightly, "It's no trouble. I am merely browsing." The objects entrusted to Xuan Yuan need not necessarily be valuable antiques, much like the wooden carvings created by the father of Zhao Li and Zhao He. The essence lies in whether the creator has infused genuine emotion into their work. In fact, Song Ling's judgment proved to be astute, as he soon stumbled upon an item imbued with Xuan Yuan's essence, discreetly purchasing it before continuing on his way. He subsequently acquired several more items in a similar fashion. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a gathering of people ahead. Zhao Li, in tattered clothing, sat crouched within a cage, her eyes cast downwards. Surrounding her were well-dressed individuals, scrutinizing both her and her brother, Zhao He, as if they were mere commodities devoid of life. In truth, this was indeed their reality. Their mother had ultimately succumbed, passing away unexpectedly one fateful night. Zhao Li had cried herself hoarse against the headboard of her bed, but it was futile. Their mother would not return, nor would anyone come to their aid. It seemed as though their wretched existence was fated for a tragic end from the moment of their birth, with no escape in sight. Observing her bewildered brother, Zhao Li suddenly recalled the words of Sister Qing He, who had urged her to seize every opportunity, regardless of the cost, to escape the fate of the downtrodden. Thus, Zhao Li resolved to make a desperate choice. She sought out a local trafficker and sold herself and her brother into servitude, all for a chance to enter the East City. Upon learning of this decision, the neighbors of the siblings were left in shock. It was well known that the masters of East City would hardly regard them as human beings. Once purchased, they would likely be treated as disposable playthings, facing a grim fate, while remaining in their current state at least promised them survival. Yet, Zhao Li understood that mere survival was not enough. Remaining there meant death was inevitable. To step into the bustling East City, however, held the promise of a transformative fate. Should they fall into the hands of a cruel person, she would accept her destiny, for at least she would have fought for her chance. At that moment, a man's voice called out, "I'll take these two." "Heh, a brother and sister together. I've never tried that before." Zhao Li looked up to see a portly middle-aged man with a small mustache, his eyes filled with lewdness and depravity as he gazed at her and her brother, which made her stomach churn with revulsion. A wave of despair washed over Zhao Li. Had she ultimately lost her gamble? Chapter 33. Rescue. Song Ling observed the siblings Zhao Li and Zhao He confined within the cage, feeling a sense of astonishment. She had not anticipated encountering them in the East City. Song Ling turned her gaze and addressed Dongzi beside her, saying, "A few days ago, I happened to overhear Qiu Yao mention that the courtyard is rather expansive, and with just the four of you, it might be a bit overwhelming, wouldn't it?" Dongzi was taken aback, surprised that Miss had caught wind of Qiu Yao's casual lament. Hastily, she offered her apologies. "I beg your pardon, Mississippi. Qiu Yu merely spoke in jest. She certainly harbors no discontent towards you. I implore you not to hold it against her. Were it not for the public setting." Dongzi would have fallen to her knees in supplication. Song Ling shook her head and said, "It matters not. Qiu Yao speaks the truth. With the Qihong Pavilion and the vast area surrounding it, The four of you are indeed somewhat insufficient. Therefore, I intend to acquire these two individuals and entrust their training to you. What say you? Dong Zi bowed respectfully. We shall defer entirely to your judgment, Mississippi. Song Ling nodded, about to speak, when a portly middle-aged man with a round face in the front of the crowd exclaimed, I'll take these two. Hee hee. A brother and sister together. I've never experienced that before. Simultaneously, despair flickered in the eyes of the siblings within the cage. Dong Zi promptly stated, Miss, I shall place a bid immediately to secure them. Wait a moment. A glimmer flickered in Song Ling's eyes as she halted Dong Zi. Since she intended to acquire the siblings for her own purposes, it was better to wait until they were at their most desperate before revealing herself, appearing before them as a savior, thus enhancing their loyalty. Without Song Ling's interference, the middle-aged rotund man successfully purchased the Zhao siblings. Zhao Li's gaze was vacant. She and her brother wore collars connected by chains, being led by the man's servant as though they were mere dogs on the street. The passers-by were accustomed to such sights, showing no surprise. In this chaotic era, marked by the decline of the dynasty and the disintegration of moral order, such occurrences were hardly remarkable. I'm sorry, Xiaohe, it is your sister who has brought you to this fate, Zhao Li lamented, her face etched with sorrow. What awaited them next was a life of degradation and torment until death. Zhao He shook his head. It matters not, sister. I agreed to this decision from the outset. Our current fate is merely a reflection of our destiny. Since his birth, he had struggled to survive, and the world had offered him nothing but suffering. If death could bring relief, then perhaps it would be a welcome end. Suddenly, the middle-aged man and his servant halted, and Zhao Li looked up, disbelief flooding her features. Sister Qinghe. It was Song Ling and Dong Zi who had intercepted the rotund man and his entourage. The man initially intended to lash out, but upon seeing Song Ling's beauty, he was taken aback. He swallowed hard and leered. What brings such a beauty to obstruct my path? I desire the two individuals you just purchased, Song Ling replied coolly. The man was momentarily stunned, glancing at the Zhao siblings and then back at Song Ling. A sly smile crept across his face as he said, No problem at all, as long as the beauty is willing to visit my residence for an evening. These two mere servants can be gifted to you. Impudent fool. Dong Zi's expression turned icy, and a resounding slap struck the man's face. How dare you show disrespect to the young lady of the Jiang family? Do you seek death? Though Dong Zi was not a martial artist of renown, she had trained for many years, her strength far exceeding that of an ordinary individual. The middle-aged man, merely a wealthy layman, was left reeling from Dong Zi's strike, his head buzzing, and half his face swelling rapidly. You. The man was about to erupt in anger when the words Jiang family echoed in his ears. It was as if he had been doused in cold water, and he immediately regained his composure. The Jiang family was one of the four prominent clans in East City. To kill him would be as inconsequential as squashing an ant. Young lady of the Jiang family? The middle-aged man stammered, his eyes widening as he gazed anew at Song Ling. In his earlier fixation on her beauty, he had overlooked the luxurious garments she wore, and most importantly, the purple ribbon and white jade hanging at her waist, unmistakably signifying her as a member of the direct lineage of the Jiang family. The man inhaled sharply, realizing that this ethereal beauty was indeed of the Jiang family, and not just any member, but a direct descendant. He had dared to speak so brazenly to someone of such noble standing. Panic washed over him, his face drained of color as he hastily knelt before her, his corpulent frame trembling with fear. I am but a fool who failed to recognize the mountain of greatness before me. I have offended the young lady of the Jiang family. I beseech your grace to spare me this once. Song Ling's gaze was icy, and she did not respond immediately. Instead, a mere glance signaled Dong Zi to bring the Zhao siblings to her side. At this moment, Zhao Li and Zhao He were still in a state of shock, unable to fathom that in their moment of despair, such a fortuitous turn of events had occurred. Sister Qinghe, is it truly you? You are actually the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family, Zhao Li exclaimed, her face a mask of disbelief. It was worth noting that when she first encountered Song Ling, the latter wore simple homespun garments, although she was a skilled martial artist. She clearly did not appear to belong to any particularly noble lineage. Yet now, she had astonishingly transformed into the esteemed eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Song Ling smiled faintly, choosing not to respond directly. Instead, she inquired, Are you willing to work under my command? If not, I can offer you some wealth and grant you your freedom. Zhao Li and Zhao He exchanged glances, then resolutely declared, Miss, you have saved us on multiple occasions. If you do not mind, our lives shall henceforth belong to you. Zhao Li understood clearly that, given their status and abilities, even if they were to acquire some wealth, It would be futile in the eastern city, where they would ultimately be devoured by others, leaving not a trace behind. Thus, it was wiser to serve under Song Ling. After all, it is said that beneath a great tree, one finds ample shade. Although Song Ling was known for her ruthless demeanor, she discerned that the woman was not inherently malevolent. As long as she and her brother devoted themselves sincerely, it was certain that they would not be treated unjustly. Very well, you shall follow Dong Zi from now on. She will guide you. Song Ling nodded. Saving the siblings had been a mere act of kindness, without any ulterior motives. Presently, within the Jiang residence, she lacked a true confidant, as even Dong Zi and the others had been arranged for her by Jiang Eugene. Should any trouble arise, they would inevitably heed Jiang Eugene's commands rather than hers, although their loyalty would remain with her as long as their identities were concealed. Song Ling still desired to cultivate a genuine team of her own, for they might prove invaluable in critical moments. Having addressed the Zhao siblings, Song Ling then turned her attention to the middle-aged rotund man on the ground. Her tone icy. The words you uttered just now are sufficient grounds for your demise 10 times over. However, I am benevolent by nature and reluctant to take a life. Therefore, you shall crawl away from Sangguan Street, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Song Ling's words were by no means exaggerated. Had another prominent family member been subjected to such humiliation, the execution of this corpulent man would have been considered a gesture of mercy, with the more ruthless resorting to the complete annihilation of his entire clan. The middle-aged man, upon hearing the initial part of her statement, was terrified to the point of near incontinence, yet upon hearing the conclusion, he was overwhelmed with joy, repeatedly bowing in gratitude. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Chapter 34. Jiang Yixuan. After departing from the middle-aged man, Song Ling continued her journey, perusing the roadside stalls in search of items imbued with Xuan Yuan. After a brief period of time, she had thoroughly examined the majority of the stalls and discovered several more objects containing Xuan Yuan. However, this time she refrained from purchasing them all. Instead, she seized the opportunity to observe, absorbing the Xuan Yuan before returning the items to their original positions. Through numerous experiments, she had firmly established that regardless of the material, the process of absorbing Xuan Yuan would not manifest any discernible phenomenon. Thus, there was no necessity to buy every single item. She merely needed to touch them for a moment to quietly extract the Xuan Yuan. Miss, I told you there was nothing of value at these stalls, Dong Zi remarked. Observing that Song Ling had not made many purchases and assuming it was due to her dissatisfaction with the items on the carpet, Song Ling nodded and inquired, "Do you have any recommended shops?" Dong Zi replied, "When it comes to antiques and collectibles, the most renowned establishment on Sangguan Street is undoubtedly Zhao Yuan Lu, owned by the Shi family. They collaborate with the Biaoju Alliance, led by Dong Wei Biaoju, to exclusively acquire and sell a majority of the antiques and treasures sourced from various places. In terms of power, the foremost factions in Sui City are undoubtedly the 4 great clans, Jiang, Lu, Chui, and Gua. Following closely, though slightly inferior, are the Biaoju Alliance, the Martial Arts Alliance, the Caravans Alliance, and the Gang Alliance. In terms of genuine strength, the latter groups may indeed surpass the 4 great clans. However, due to their loose coalition and lack of unity, their overall power remains overshadowed by the former. Beneath these 8 dominant forces lie numerous smaller factions. Now, let us proceed to Zhao Yuan. Lu. Song Ling decided to visit the Zhiyuan Tower as mentioned by Dong Zi. Yes, miss, she replied, under Dong Zi's guidance. Song Ling soon arrived at the Zhiyuan Tower, which was located in the heart of Sangguan Street. This ancient and majestic edifice boasted an exquisite charm, with the 3 powerful characters of Zhiyuan Tower elegantly inscribed on the plaque hanging prominently at its entrance. Welcome to Zhao Yuan Tower, esteemed guest. Greeted a middle-aged man dressed in a long gown, his demeanor amiable. However, upon noticing the purple ribbon and white jade at Song Ling's waist, he momentarily faltered, his expression shifting. He then bowed deeply, adopting a tone far more respectful and humble than before, exclaiming, "It is indeed an honor to receive the esteemed Miss Jiang, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. I sincerely apologize for not welcoming you sooner." Song Ling said lightly, "I am merely here to take a casual look. There is no need to pay too much attention to me. You may continue with your tasks." Understanding her intent, the young man replied, "As you wish, Mississippi. Please feel free to browse at your leisure. I shall take my leave." With that, he stepped back and exited. The first floor of the Zhiyuan building was adorned not only with antiques but also with a multitude of works from renowned contemporary artists. As Song Ling perused the exhibits, She indeed discovered several items imbued with profound essence. Theoretically, the displayed pieces were not meant to be touched, however. Ling disregarded such restrictions and pretended to examine them closely, reaching out to touch one. A staff member in the hall witnessed this and was about to speak up, but was halted by a gesture from a middle-aged gentleman in a long robe. Although these exhibits were valuable, they paled in comparison to the status of the young lady from the Jiang family. It was well known that the Shi family and the Jiang family maintained a cordial relationship. Thus, it was essential that his actions did not jeopardize the bond between the two families. Ling completed a thorough inspection of the hall, extracting all the mysterious sources he discovered. Just as he was about to depart, a man in a long robe approached him and respectfully inquired, "Miss, have you not selected any items?" Ling calmly replied, "There is nothing that particularly captivates me." The man in the long robe responded, "This is quite understandable. The treasures housed within the Xuan Yuan Tower may be deemed precious by many, yet in comparison to a person of your esteemed stature, Miss Jiang, they seem rather lacking. However, in 7 days, we shall host an auction at Xuan Yuan Tower, featuring a myriad of rare antiques and exquisite curiosities. If you are intrigued, I encourage you to attend." An auction? After a brief moment of contemplation, Ling nodded slightly. "I understand. I shall be there when the time comes. After all, it is the Jiang family's wealth. Why not utilize it? I hope to acquire some items abundant in profound essence at that time." Ling felt as if he were a parasite, drawing sustenance from the Jiang family through the false guise of Jiang Yuling. The original owner of this body would never stoop to such despicable acts, especially considering that Jiang Yuling was his childhood companion. Upon leaving Xuan Yuan building, Ling returned to the Jiang residence. As he stepped into his courtyard, he noticed a figure standing with their back to him, gazing up at a cherry blossom tree. Hearing a sound behind them, the person swiftly turned around, revealing a boyish face adorned with a few freckles and a shy smile. "Cousin Yuling, you've returned. I've been waiting for you for quite some time." Ling raised an eyebrow, for this individual was none other than Jiang Yujin's second aunt, Jiang Lirong's son. Jiang Yishuan. What could he possibly want from her? Ling maintained a composed demeanor, her expression unperturbed as she inquired, "Cousin Yixian, have you come seeking something of significance?" Jiang Yixian scratched his head, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks, and replied, "Cousin Yuling, you are likely aware of the upcoming Withering and Flourishing Festival, correct? This year, it is I and you who shall represent the Jiang family." "And what does that imply?" Ling prompted. Jiang Yixian continued, "It means that my mother has sent me to become better acquainted with you, dear cousin Yuling, so that we may communicate effectively when the time comes. It would be unfortunate to tarnish the Jiang family's reputation during the festival due to any misunderstandings." Ling, with a smile that danced on the edge of sincerity, remarked, "Oh, however, it is my understanding that my second aunt has been at odds with our family since my father's time. Would she truly invite you to seek me out?" Jiang Yishuan let out a wry chuckle and replied, "Well, I knew I couldn't keep this from cousin Yuling. In truth, it was my own initiative to come here today. After all, we are family, and I do not wish to involve myself in the grievances of our parents' generation. To speak somewhat unfilially, even from a purely self-serving perspective, I believe it is unjust for my mother to treat cousin Yujin in such a manner. Cousin Yinliang's chance at transcending has lingered for a decade. The likelihood of that immortal returning to seek him is exceedingly slim. The future leader of the Jiang family will undoubtedly be cousin Yujin, and thus, I cannot allow my mother to persist down this path of folly. The reason for my visit today is that cousin Yuling, you have just returned to the Jiang family and have yet to become entangled in the web of familial interests. I wish to express my stance now, to prevent any irreversible occurrences in the future." As he concluded, Jiang Yishuan's expression turned earnest, shedding any remnants of his earlier shyness. How intriguing. Ling squinted her eyes slightly, realizing that Jiang Yishuan's previous demeanor had been nothing but an act. Could his current words be trusted? Chapter 35. The auction. After a moment of contemplation, Ling broke into a radiant smile. "I see now, dear cousin Yishuan, you are absolutely right. As family, we should not harbor animosity towards one another. The grievances of the previous generation ought not to persist." Regardless of the veracity of Jiang Yishuan's words, she resolved to remain vigilant. As the saying goes, when the soldiers come, let the generals resist. When the water rises, let the earth cover. As long as her strength continued to grow, all challenges would become trivial. "Wonderful. I knew that cousin Yuling is a person of reason." Jiang Yishuan breathed a sigh of relief, his bashful smile returning. "Before I arrived, I was worried that cousin Yuling might cast me out." "Not at all, dear cousin Yishuan. You are overthinking it. Song Ling maintained a smile. Yesterday, my maid procured some exquisite Yunbi tea from the treasury. Cousin, would you care to stay and indulge in a cup? To enjoy tea and admire the blossoms alongside cousin Yuling is indeed a fortunate occasion for Yi Xian. How could one dare to refuse? Jiang Yi Xian exclaimed joyfully. Upon hearing this, Song Ling instructed her companion Dong Zi, go and brew that Yunbi tea. And remember to use the set of blue and white porcelain tea utensils that I usually employ. Yes, miss, Dong Zi replied, promptly departing to fulfill her task. Song Ling and Jiang Yixuan took their seats beside a stone table not far from the cherry blossom tree in the courtyard. They then enjoyed tea and engaged in cheerful conversation, exhibiting a harmonious camaraderie, until more than an hour had passed when Jiang Yixuan finally rose to take his leave. Upon returning to her chamber in Qihong Pavilion, Song Ling summoned the system panel. Currently acquired skills include the Gale Blade, Limit Break, and the Crimson Lotus Sword technique, Mastery. With a remaining Xuan Yuan of 42. Indeed, the bustling East City is remarkable. Merely venturing out for a brief exploration has yielded me 42 points of Xuan Yuan, rivaling the achievements I amassed in a month in the North City. Song Ling was exceedingly pleased with today's harvest. For it is well known that the wares sold by the vendors are refreshed every few days. Should she return in a few days' time, she would undoubtedly be able to procure another bounty of mysterious resources. After a moment of calming his breath, Song Ling dedicated all 42 points of his profound essence to enhancing the Red Lotus Sword technique. As his essence dwindled to zero, a warm current surged within him, continuously fortifying his physique. However, the term Great Achievement following the Red Lotus Sword technique on the system panel remained unchanged, revealing that he had yet to attain perfection. It was indeed true that while the initial entry into the Red Lotus Sword technique was facile, mastering it in later stages proved to be quite arduous. Nevertheless, Song Ling sensed a significant augmentation in his strength, with his internal energy now far more formidable than before. There was no need for haste. As long as he persevered and gradually developed, he would inevitably become the strongest. Song Ling silently reflected. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. During this period, he made another visit to Sanguanjia. Although the gains were not as abundant as the first time, he still acquired 23 points of Xuan Yuan. He devoted all of it to enhancing his Honglian sword technique. Consequently, Song Ling sensed that he was on the brink of a breakthrough. With just a bit more Xuan Yuan, his Honglian sword technique could attain perfection, propelling him into the realm of a first-rate martial artist. On this day, Song Ling arrived at the Zhaoyuan building in Sanguanjia, having been invited to attend an auction. Clad in an exquisite and elegant long gown, he was accompanied by his 2 maidservants, Dong Zi and Shiyu. As he entered the Zhaoyuan building, he was met with the astonished gazes of the crowd. Though he had considered maintaining a low profile, the proprietor of Zhaoyuan building was already aware of his identity. To conceal it further at this point would only raise suspicion. Thus, it was better to participate openly, leaving no room for dissent. Miss Ling, your esteemed presence truly illuminates Zhaoyuan building. The proprietor approached with a beaming smile. Following their previous encounter, he had discerned the true identity of this young lady from the Jiang family. She was none other than Jiang Yuling, the younger sister of Jiang Yujin, one of the candidates for the head of the Jiang family. Jiang Yujin and his own young master, Shi Fenglai, were close friends. And thus, he felt it imperative to treat her with utmost respect. He respectfully stated, I have prepared a premium private room for your auction experience. Please allow me to escort you. Song Ling nodded and followed the attendant arranged by the innkeeper upstairs. Witnessing this scene, the others in the hall began to whisper among themselves, who is this woman, to possess such exquisite beauty? Why does the innkeeper show her such deference? Hush. Speak with caution. Do you not see the purple ribbon and white jade pendant hanging at her waist? She is none other than the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. The legitimate daughter of the Jiang family? I heard that a long-lost daughter of the Jiang family recently returned to her kin. Could she be the one? How remarkable. To have lived among common folk for so many years yet still exude such grace. Truly, she embodies the essence of the Jiang lineage. Enough of this chatter. My sow is about to give birth. I must return home. After Song Ling ascended the stairs, she followed the attendant into a splendidly adorned private room. To the north of the room lay a circular railing, beyond which one could behold the entirety of the round auction venue, with neatly arranged seats encircling the central stage. The attendant placed a platter of fruits upon the table, then bowed and remarked, Miss, please hold on for a moment. The auction will commence shortly. Having said this, he withdrew from the room. As Song Ling was about to take a seat, he heard a flurry of hurried footsteps outside the door. Moments later, a robust young man with a broad back and sturdy build appeared at the entrance. The man flashed a bright smile, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. And addressed Song Ling, "Are you Jiang Yuling? Indeed, you possess an extraordinary beauty, just as your brother described. I am your brother's friend, Shifeng Lai. If you do not mind, you may call me Brother Shi." Song Ling gazed at the affable man before her, a smile gracing her lips. "Ah, it is the esteemed Brother Shifeng Lai. My elder has spoken highly of you, describing you as a person of great integrity and generosity. Today, meeting you in person, I find your reputation well-deserved. This Yuan Tower is indeed a property of the Shi family, and knowing that Shifeng Lai is in charge, it is only natural for her to extend her greetings." Upon hearing her words, Shifeng Lai's face brightened with delight. "Haha, Miss Yuling, you truly possess a way with words. Unlike certain individuals who seem to take pleasure in needling me," he remarked, clearly alluding to Jiang Yuan. Song Ling let out a light laugh, gesturing for Shifeng Lai to take a seat. Shifeng Lai, unreserved, strode confidently to the chair opposite Song Ling and settled himself down. Then instructed the servant outside to bring in some tea and snacks. "Sister Yuling, this auction holds quite a few treasures. Do you have anything in particular that you desire?" Shifeng Lai inquired, his tone laced with familiarity. Song Ling slightly shook her head and said, "My primary purpose for coming here is to witness the grandeur of the Xuan Yuan Tower auction. As for the auction items, I do not have any particular desires. I leave everything to fate." This was the truth. She had only come to see if she might encounter objects imbued with profound origins, showing little interest in anything else. Upon hearing this, Shifeng Lai nodded and replied, "As the person in charge, I am well aware of the details of today's auction items. If Miss Yuling has any interests, feel free to inquire with me at any time." "Thank you very much, Brother Shi," she responded. Song Ling expressed her gratitude. The two chatted for a few moments before the auction officially commenced. Chapter 36. Surprise as exquisite items were presented on stage one after another. The atmosphere within the auction hall gradually became more fervent. Despite Song Ling's lack of interest in most of the items on display, he found himself captivated by the lively atmosphere. The occasional commentary from the nearby Shifeng Lai added to his enjoyment. However, the object he sought, one imbued with profound essence, remained elusive. Upon a moment's contemplation, Song Ling discerned the reason. The myriad items up for auction today were predominantly natural treasures, untouched by human hands, thereby devoid of any emotional resonance. As the auction progressed into its latter half, a peculiar plant, elegantly nestled within a jade plate, captured Song Ling's attention. The auctioneer then proclaimed, "The next item for bid is known as the Wind-Shattering grass, which flourishes in the northernmost reaches of the Molan mountain range in the Great Yang region. Its rarity extends throughout our Nanga County and even to Jinzhou, where it is considered an extraordinary find. This remarkable herb is said to enhance one's focus and tranquility, nourishing the heart's pathways, and offers significant benefits for the cultivation of internal energy." Song Ling's gaze sharpened. The Waxing KO. It is one of the two essential herbs required for the foundational practice of the divine form technique. How astonishing that this item would appear at such an auction. "So, Sister Yuling, are you intrigued by this Waxing KO?" Xifeng Li noticed Song Ling's focus and spoke with a smile. Song Ling's heart jolted as she realized her gaze had lingered a bit too long. She quickly averted her eyes and smiled gently, saying, "I merely found this grass rather peculiar, hence I took a couple of extra glances. After all, the Molan mountain range lies at the far northern edge of Deyong, 1,000 miles from our Sui city. If Shifeng Lai were to learn of her desire for this exquisite Wind-Shattering grass, then Jiang Yuan would undoubtedly become aware as well, which might provoke unnecessary speculation and suspicion. Indeed, it is no small feat to bring back such rare treasures from the utmost north. Since Miss Yuling has found something of interest, why not allow me to procure it for you? Consider it a token of my goodwill for our initial meeting." Shifeng Lai nodded in agreement. Song Ling gently shook her head and replied, "Thank you, Brother Shi, for your kind intentions. However, while I am somewhat intrigued by this Wind-Shattering grass, it holds no significance for the martial arts I cultivate. He will undoubtedly acquire this item, but certainly not in such a manner." Shifeng Lai responded, "If that is the case, then so be it. Nevertheless, given the bond between your brother and me, I insist on presenting you with a token of our meeting tonight. Should you desire anything in the future, do not hesitate to express your wishes. I implore you not to decline, lest it appear we are strangers." Song Ling could only smile and nod. "Then I shall graciously accept the jade ribbon." As the two conversed, the contention over the Wind-Shattering grass below reached a fever pitch. After a vigorous bidding war, only two individuals remained in the fray. One of them rose to his feet, clasped his fists, and declared in a clear voice, "My esteemed friend across the way, I am CF Feng from the Dongwei Escort Agency. This Hua Xin grass holds immense value for me. Might I implore you to consider yielding it to me? His words sparked a flurry of discussions among the onlookers. Is he truly from the Dongwei Escort Agency? The Dongwei is the leader of the Escort Alliance, after all. Who would dare to provoke them, save for the 4 great clans and the other 3 alliances? It was noted that this CF Feng was a capable aide to the deputy chief of the Dongwei Escort Agency. Renowned for his mastery of the flying dragon blade and his cultivation of the external skill hit golden body, those of lesser prowess could scarcely breach his defenses, marking him as a paragon amongst second-rate warriors. In my estimation, that individual will surely refrain from further bidding. Indeed, upon hearing CF Feng's self-revelation, the other bidder withdrew, ceasing his competition altogether. With the auctioneer's gavel falling, the Hua Xin grass was ultimately secured by CF Feng of the Dongwei Escort Agency. A flicker of light danced in Song Ling's eyes as she feigned curiosity, inquiring, "Brother Shi, does not CF Feng's actions potentially affect the final sale price of the auction items? Does Jiwan Tower condone such behavior?" Shi Folai took a sip of tea and replied nonchalantly, had he revealed his identity from the outset and purchased at a price significantly below market value, we would undoubtedly have disallowed it. However, at this juncture, the price reached is already acceptable to us at Yuan Tower. His actions now pose little issue. Ultimately, it is a matter of balance. By tacitly permitting them to employ such tactics for their own gain, they consequently owe us a favor in return. Such occurrences are not confined to Yuan Tower but are manifested in various aspects, illustrating that the forces within Dongxing are all striving to maintain a certain equilibrium. Song Ling revealed a look of realization, and with a charming smile, she said, "I see now. Thank you, Brother Shi, for enlightening me. It has broadened Yu Ling's understanding." Upon seeing Song Ling's smile, Shi Fenglia's expression momentarily faltered. He then scratched his nose, his gaze somewhat drifting as he remarked, "It matters not. Even if I do not speak of these matters, as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, you will inevitably come to know them in due time." With a smile that betrayed no awareness of the peculiar atmosphere, Song Ling continued to observe the auction house. After several more items were presented, the auctioneer received a delicate brocade box from an assistant. Upon opening it, a fist-sized, intricately carved, emerald green bead emerged, captivating the audience. Ladies and gentlemen, this dragonstone glazed dragon and phoenix bead is the final masterpiece of the renowned sculptor Su Liuguang from the previous dynasty. It is said that Master Su was not only a master carver but also a congenital martial arts grandmaster. This is truly a treasure in the realm of collectibles. I invite you to place your bids. As the auctioneer's words echoed, the crowd eagerly began to bid, and in the blink of an eye, the price soared to an unimaginable height for an ordinary person. In a private room on the second floor, Song Ling's gaze remained fixed on the bead. He sensed an unprecedented, profound aura emanating from it, far surpassing any other item imbued with such essence he had encountered before. The thought of a martial arts master flickered in Song Ling's mind. Could the bead's intensity of essence be attributed to its creator's status as a martial arts grandmaster? The greater the creator's strength, the more intense his emotions and spiritual fluctuations would be, naturally resulting in a richer essence. This explanation seemed plausible. To his astonishment, this auction had presented him with 2 delightful surprises in succession. Given the bead's extraordinary essence, Song Ling could not afford to miss this opportunity. However, it was evident that the dragonstone glazed dragon and phoenix bead had already been bid to an exorbitant price by someone below. Despite withdrawing all his funds for the month, he still found himself lacking. Song Ling's eyes flickered slightly as she intentionally exclaimed, "This dragonstone glazed dragon and phoenix pearl is truly a masterpiece, exquisitely beautiful." Shi Fenglai immediately replied, "Shall I bid for it and present it to Sister Yuling?" Song Ling was initially taken aback, but after a moment of contemplation, she shook her head. "This is far too precious. While other items might be acceptable, the price of this dragonstone glazed dragon and phoenix pearl is quite astonishing. Brother Shi, perhaps it is best to reconsider. It's no trouble at all. What do my relationship with your brother in this trifling sum matter? I can always recoup it from him next time. However, this treasure, if missed, will be lost forever. It is rare that you, Ling, have taken a liking to it, so I shall certainly assist you in acquiring it." Without allowing Song Ling the chance to refuse, Shi Fenglai gestured for a servant nearby to begin the bidding. Chapter 37. Conspiracy with Shi Fenglia's Financial Resources. Securing the glazed dragon and phoenix pearl was undoubtedly a trivial matter. Moreover, due to his position as the head of the Yuan building, it took mere minutes after the auctioneer's gavel fell for the pearl to be delivered to Song Ling's private room. "Yu Ling, this pearl is now yours." Shifoli generously presented the glazed dragon and phoenix pearl, along with its ornate box, to Song Ling. Song Ling took the bead into his hand. And under the illumination of the light, the jade-green bead appeared pure and translucent, exceedingly beautiful. While he feigned astonishment at the bead's beauty, his mind swiftly accessed the system panel. To his delight, it revealed a total of 106 points of Xuan Yuan. Should he extract? The information displayed on the panel filled Song Ling with immense joy, for previously, the maximum points for a single item had never exceeded 10. Yet this singular bead possessed over 100 points. It seemed that his conjecture was indeed correct. The quantity of Xuan Yuan contained within an item is directly proportional to the emotions invested by its creator and their own strength. Extract. Song Ling promptly extracted all the mysterious essence from the pearl. Upon witnessing the soaring figures displayed on the panel, he felt an immense sense of satisfaction within. This essence was the wellspring of his strength, the very foundation upon which he stood in this chaotic world. Thank you, Brother Shi, for gifting me such a beautiful jade pearl, Song Ling said, his autumn-like eyes fixed intently on Shifoli, his tone earnest. Ha ha, Shifoli beamed. The sister of Eugene is as dear to me as my own sister, so there is no need for such formality. Song Ling responded with a smile. In human society, men often exhibit a tendency to provide special care to women of remarkable beauty. At times, even if their intentions are not impure. The sense of achievement derived from assuming a protective, brotherly role towards such women can be intoxicating. This phenomenon remains unchanged, even in a different world. After spending some time with Song Ling, Zifengli departed to attend to certain matters that required his oversight as the organizer, given the impending conclusion of the auction. Subsequently, Song Ling did not linger for long. Before the auction's end, she left the private room and stepped out onto the street. You all may head back. I wish to take a solitary stroll. Song Ling addressed Dong Zi and Shi Yu, expressing his intent to acquire the item without delay to prevent the depletion of Hua Xi and Chao. He deemed it imperative that they refrain from accompanying him. The two maids exchanged a glance, their faces etched with concern. But, miss, what if you encounter danger alone? They ventured cautiously. Do not forget, Song Ling replied, his demeanor unflinching. I am a formidable martial artist. The two of you together would barely suffice as my single hand in combat. How could you possibly protect me? His expression remained impassive. Moreover, this is my command. Do you dare defy me? Dong Zi and Shi Yu's faces reflected alarm. We would never dream of it, miss. Song Ling spoke in a calming tone. Rest assured, I am merely taking a solitary stroll in this vicinity. Nothing untoward will occur. Did not Dong Zi mention that the osmanthus cake from Jinlu Hall is exceptionally delicious? Purchase some on your way back, and enjoy it with Yuchan and Qiuyao. You may use my funds. A gentle reprimand accompanied by a sweet reward, a classic approach to governance. Monsieur. The two maidservants responded in unison and departed from Song Ling, heading towards the Jiang residence. As Song Ling took advantage of Xie Feng's absence, he stealthily made his way to a secluded spot, scaling a wall to procure a set of simple, unadorned garments worn by the common folk. He concealed his face entirely, revealing only a pair of eyes. He positioned himself in the alley opposite Zhao Yuan building, attentively observing the exit. It was not long before the figure of Xie Feng from Dongwei Escort Agency emerged at the threshold. A multitude of carriages awaited at the entrance, and Xie Feng boarded one, setting off toward the horizon. Song Ling concealed himself in the shadows, trailing closely yet maintaining a respectful distance, ensuring he neither attracted attention nor lost sight of Xie Feng. The carriage wove through streets where vibrancy and tranquility intertwined, ultimately arriving at a relatively secluded alley, halting before an unremarkable courtyard bearing the plaque inscribed with the name of the Xie residence. As the gate creaked open, a manservant emerged, addressing Xie Feng, who had just alighted from the carriage. Master, young Master Jiang has arrived and is awaiting you in the hall. Very well, I shall proceed at once, Xie Feng replied, his demeanor composed, seemingly unfazed by the presence of this young Master Jiang, and with that, he strode swiftly inside. In the shadows, Song Ling furrowed his brow. Young Master Jiang? Although the specific identity eluded him, one could surmise that anyone referred to as young Master Jiang in the city of Sui must surely belong to the esteemed Jiang family. As Song Ling's gaze shifted, he waited for the gate of the Xie residence to close before stealthily maneuvering to the side. Channeling his inner strength, he silently scaled the wall and entered the courtyard. The layout of the courtyard was simple, and under the cloak of night, it exuded an even greater tranquility, illuminated only by a few lanterns that cast a gentle glow, infusing the darkness with a touch of warmth. Utilizing his agile skills, Song Ling weaved through the shadows, skillfully avoiding the patrolling servants as he approached the hall. Nearing the grand entrance, he pressed against the wall to listen intently, catching the voice of a young man, Xie Biao. Have you given any thought to the matter we discussed last time? Upon hearing the voice, Song Ling instantly recognized its owner. Jiang Yishuan? How could he possibly know Xie Feng? Song Ling was somewhat taken aback. Soon after, he heard Xie Feng's voice from within. Young Master Jiang. Your proposition is indeed quite enticing. You are willing to offer me a 10% stake in the Jiang family's cloth shop. However, the risk involved in assassinating a member of the Jiang family is exceedingly high. If exposed, even as the favored deputy chief of the Dongwei escort agency, I would undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Jiang Yishuan replied with unwavering confidence. Haha, there is no need for you to worry, Chief Xie. I have already gained that person's trust. When the time comes, I will lure her out of the city, and then you can eliminate her. Ultimately, I will shift the blame onto the monsters. Rest assured, I have meticulously planned this matter, and no one will suspect a thing. Moreover, that individual has only recently returned to the Jiang family and has yet to entangle herself in the convoluted web of interests, aside from her brother posing a minor inconvenience. There is no one else who would come to her aid. As long as you are willing to take action, that 10% stake is merely the beginning. In the future, the trade routes and resources under my control will certainly include a share for you as well. Song Ling squinted his eyes, and upon hearing this, he could no longer be in doubt. Jiang Yishuan had clearly sent Xie Feng to assassinate him. Recalling Jiang Yishuan's sincere expression at the time, Song Ling couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. This entire family truly possessed a talent for acting. After a brief silence, Xie Feng gritted his teeth and declared, Fortune favors the bold. Very well, I shall do it. Jiang Yishuan rejoiced. Excellent. In that case, before he could finish, the door was suddenly shattered with a violent kick, with splinters flying everywhere, as a figure clad entirely in black materialized before the two. Who is it? Both Jiang Yishuan and Xie Feng's expressions changed drastically. The one sent to kill you. Song Ling, this time, abandoned the pretense of a feminine voice and deliberately allowed his tone to take on a rough edge. Upon finishing his words, he channeled his inner energy, moving with an ethereal swiftness as he surged towards Xie Feng and Jiang Yishuan. Xie Biao, eliminate him. Jiang Yishuan commanded in a low voice. The machinations he had orchestrated had been overheard by this individual. Even if the adversary refrained from action, he felt compelled to silence him. As for Xie Feng, the stakes were even higher. Should their conspiracy be exposed, Jiang Yishuan, as a member of the Jiang family, might escape unscathed, but Xie Feng would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Thus, even before Jiang Yishuan had finished speaking, he had swiftly drawn the long blade from his waist. Dragon soars across the seas. Xie Feng's gaze was fierce as he unleashed a lethal maneuver from the flying dragon blade technique. The long sword was wielded with such ferocity that its glimmer resembled a dragon leaping forth, accompanied by a piercing roar that cleaved through the air with astonishing force. Song Ling's gaze sharpened as he unsheathed his long sword, invoking the Red Lotus sword technique. The sword's momentum mirrored the elegance of a lotus, illuminating Song Ling's austere visage. His form was ethereal, akin to dewdrops dancing upon the petals of a lotus flower, exhibiting remarkable agility. In the face of Xie Feng's fierce onslaught, Song Ling neither evaded nor flinched. Instead, he countered with aggression, his sword tracing brilliant arcs in the air, intertwining with the blade's radiance, producing a crisp symphony of metallic clashes. As the sword light swirled, it resembled a blooming red lotus, resplendent and lethal. Red Lotus sword technique. Jiang Yishuan's expression was one of disbelief, as he instantly recognized that the figure in black was indeed wielding the Jiang family's Red Lotus sword technique. Memories surged in his mind of his previous visit to Qinghong Pavilion, where he had glimpsed several red lotuses in Jiang Yuling's courtyard. Could it be? A startling notion emerged, only to be swiftly dismissed. No, it cannot be. The individual before him had mastered the Red Lotus sword technique to a remarkable extent, yet Jiang Yuling, since her return to the Jiang family, had barely trained for a month. While it was conceivable to grasp the basics in such a short time, achieving mastery was utterly impossible. Furthermore, Jiang Yuling was a woman, while this person was undeniably male, thus ruling out the possibility of being her. Jiang Yishuan furrowed his brow, his mind racing to recall who else in the Jiang family had practiced the Red Lotus sword technique. Chapter 38. Double kill. As Jiang Yishuan pondered, Xie Feng had already found himself at a disadvantage. Song Ling's Crimson Lotus sword technique flowed with grace akin to a gentle stream, each strike precise and lethal. Although Xie Feng exhibited great valor, under the onslaught of Song Ling's fierce swordplay, his blade began to falter and his breath grew labored. With a powerful and forceful strike, Xie Feng aimed to cleave, yet Song Ling deftly parried the blow. With a forceful thrust, she crouched low, her form surging forward with sudden intensity. Xie Feng, having exhausted his strength and yet to harness new vigor, found himself struck in the chest by Song Ling's blade. However, with a clang, Xie Feng's tattered garments revealed a chest as dark as wrought iron, and Song Ling's sword met with an immovable barrier, failing to penetrate. Humph. My externally tempered arhat golden body is no mere trifle. Do you think you can slay me? Impossible, Xie Feng roared, gripping his long knife tightly. Akin to a fierce tiger emerging from the mountains, unleashing a formidable strike towards Song Ling retreated swiftly. Secretly acknowledging that Xie Feng truly lived up to his reputation as a capable aide to the vice chief of the Dongwei escort agency. Not only was his internal strength formidable, but he had also cultivated his external prowess to such an impressive level. The combination of his invulnerable physique and the bold, rugged flying dragon blade showcased his remarkable prowess. As Xie Feng advanced menacingly towards Song Ling, Jiang Yishuan simultaneously seized the opportunity, his palms emanating a dark hue as they struck towards Song Ling. A timely move indeed. Song Ling's gaze flickered, and his retreating steps abruptly halted. With a distinctive angle, he unleashed his longsword. Did they truly believe I could not contend with them? He abruptly halted a technique from the Red Lotus sword art, and then executed the wind and flower moon slashing technique with fervor. The immense internal energy coursed through his meridians at an unprecedented velocity, crashing through numerous acupoints and converging in his right arm. Swish! The sword light erupted like the moon, suddenly illuminating the night sky, akin to the most radiant star, imbued with an undeniable resolve and sharpness. This strike from Song Ling bore no complex sword techniques. It was merely the purest fusion of power and speed, confronting Jiang Yishuan's palms and Xie Feng's longsword head-on. What manner of swordplay is this? Jiang Yishuan and Xie Feng were taken aback, recognizing the terrifying ferocity of this strike, yet their movements could not keep pace with their thoughts. In that fleeting moment, even if they wished to retreat, it was already too late. Puff. Ah. Jiang Yishuan let out a chilling scream as his palms were severed at the wrists, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, Xie Feng felt an overwhelming force surge through his hands. After sustaining a grievous wound, his long sword flew from his grip, embedding itself in a nearby support pillar. Bang! Following this, Song Ling delivered a fierce kick towards Jiang Yishuan. Whoa! Jiang Yishuan soared backward like a tattered sack in the wind, blood arcing from his severed wrists as he crashed violently against the wall, blood spewing forth, his head tilting as he succumbed to the void. Song Ling moved with relentless agility, seizing the moment when Xie Feng was disarmed, unleashing a frenzied assault with his long sword. The blade, glinting with a metallic sheen, ruthlessly sliced into Xie Feng's form, leaving him in a state of disarray in mere moments, his attire tattered and torn. Curse it, at this rate, my Vajra body will inevitably be shattered. Xie Feng's expression shifted dramatically. Deprived of his weapon, he could only rely on his hardened external skills to withstand Song Ling's onslaught. Yet, the frequency and potency of the attacks rendered him unable to endure for long. You leave me no choice. Gritting his teeth, Xie Feng turned his back, braving 2 strikes from Song Ling before swiftly dashing to the center of the hall, where a landscape painting hung. He tore the artwork apart, revealing a hidden compartment from which he retrieved a white bone flute. Upon sighting the flute, Song Ling's gaze sharpened, an instinctive sense of danger coursing through him as he propelled himself towards Xie Feng with haste. Without hesitation, Xie Feng raised the bone flute to his lips and blew into it. A strange melody resonated throughout the courtyard, and simultaneously, the ground, paved with green bricks, began to swell ominously, as if something formidable was emerging from beneath. An overwhelming aura, alien to humanity, surged forth with a deafening intensity. Ha ha ha, it's over for you. You still have time to flee. Xie Feng exclaimed with maniacal laughter upon witnessing the unfolding scene. Song Ling's gaze turned icy, showing no signs of being swayed by Xie Feng's presence. He charged towards Xie Feng, his longsword dancing with elegance as he unleashed the wind-splitting moon once more. Xie Feng's countenance was filled with horror. He had not anticipated that such a formidable move could be executed by Song Ling a second time, nor the intensity of his murderous intent that drove him to peril. You will regret this. With a sharp hiss, the blade sliced through the air, and the brilliant sword met the hardened neck of Xie Feng, who had invoked the Arhat golden body. Sparks erupted from the collision, yet the defense faltered almost instantly. In but a breath's time, the longsword breached the protection, and Xie Feng's expression turned to one of stark rigidity as his head fell heavily to the ground. Song Ling swiftly crouched down, meticulously searching through Xie Feng's belongings until he unearthed the Hua Xian grass he had captured, securing the precious herb close to his chest. Song Ling did not relent. Instead, he turned, his expression grave as he gazed into the courtyard. At that moment, the cobblestones beneath him lay shattered, and a colossal figure began to emerge from the depths below, accompanied by a low, rumbling growl that sent tremors throughout the entire courtyard. Before him stood a creature resembling a giant bear, yet its body was cloaked in glossy black scales. Its eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and drool dripped from its mouth, releasing an overwhelmingly foul stench. The beast sensed Song Ling's presence and abruptly turned its head, its fiery gaze locking onto him. Then, to Song Ling's astonishment, it spoke. "Why have you awakened me?" Realizing that Song Ling was not the one who had disturbed its slumber, the creature's attention shifted to the headless body of Xie Feng nearby. "Dead. He is dead. Who will provide me with fresh human flesh every day?" It bellowed. "If that is the case, you shall serve as my meal." With that, it unleashed a deafening roar, thrashing its massive limbs as it lunged ferociously towards Song Ling, a being of formidable prowess akin to a first-rate warrior. Song Ling's heart was heavy with concern. A creature of such caliber was beyond his current capabilities to confront, and given its speed, escape seemed improbable. The words of the gigantic bear-like monster suggested that it had struck some form of accord with Xie Feng, wherein it resided in this locale while Xie was tasked with capturing humans to nourish it. Yet, humans and monsters had always been archenemies. How could a second-rate martial artist like Xie Feng forge an agreement with this formidable bear creature, whose strength far surpassed his own? There was no time to ponder these questions. As the colossal bear monster swung its paw, akin to a small mountain, Song Ling deftly rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the attack. While a supporting pillar behind him was struck and shattered with a thunderous crash, Song Ling's countenance darkened. Had that strike landed upon him, the consequences would have been dire. Faced with such a perilous situation, there remained but one course of action. Seizing the moment amidst the giant bear spirit's assault, Song Ling summoned the system panel. Observing the more than 100 points of, he concentrated his thoughts, consume all to enhance the Crimson Lotus Sword technique. Chapter 39, Top Tier. Advancing one's cultivation through the panel is not an instantaneous endeavor, but rather a gradual process. Thus, Song Ling had previously taken the time to reach an optimal state before allocating points. Yet, the present circumstances left no room for even a moment's hesitation. A familiar warmth surged from his dantian throughout his body, rapidly unblocking his meridians and acupoints, while his muscles and bones underwent continuous fortification. Despite the necessity of evading the giant bear spirit strikes, his inner energy flowed less than smoothly. However, under his utmost effort to maintain control, he managed to stave off chaos. Song Ling, with a physique as agile as a deer, deftly leapt and dodged within the courtyard, narrowly evading the ferocious assaults of the colossal bear-like creature. After a fleeting moment, the creature seemed to grow impatient, unleashing a thunderous roar that momentarily rendered Song Ling motionless. It then raised its massive paws high and thrust them down towards Song Ling with great force. At this critical juncture, the internal energy surging within Song Ling reached its zenith. In an instant, the world around him became astonishingly clear. The rush of wind and the bear's roar slowed to a crawl. He sensed every subtle shift in his surroundings, even perceiving the tremors in the creature's muscle fibers as it attacked. The Red Lotus Sword technique, perfected. The pinnacle of mastery achieved. A torrent of internal energy coursed through his body, and with a flicker of his gaze, he propelled himself between the descending paws of the colossal creature. His form traced a graceful arc through the air, reminiscent of a bird soaring across the sky, as the sword in his hand reflected the cold moonlight. Imbued with a chilling intent as he charged towards the bear, the wind and splendor slash. The sword carved a brilliant trajectory in the air, its tip concentrating all its might and velocity, glowing as radiantly as a full moon. Yet in an instant, it contracted like a shooting star streaking through the night. Aimed directly at the bear's chest, the bear's massive frame appeared somewhat clumsy in the face of this force, although it reacted swiftly, attempting to sidestep the attack. Song Ling's speed and angle were far too cunning. It could only watch helplessly as the sword light approached. With a resounding crash, the blade collided with the scales on the creature's chest, erupting in a dazzling shower of sparks. The scales were cleaved open instantly, creating a fist-sized cavity in its chest from which blood gushed forth. The colossal bear let out a roar of anguish, staggering backward. Song Ling landed with poise, His form is steadfast as a mountain, his long sword angled toward the ground, and his gaze icy and piercing. The giant bear spirit displayed a moment of human-like astonishment, unable to comprehend how this seemingly feeble human had transformed so drastically in such a brief span of time. Yet, Ling did not afford it the luxury of contemplation. He launched himself once more, his sword aimed directly at the giant bear spirit's left leg. The creature attempted to thwart him with a massive paw. But Ling moved like a wraith, weaving through its colossal form. His sword danced gracefully, the glint of steel weaving a tapestry of light. Each strike landing precisely on the vulnerabilities the giant bear spirit sought to evade. Ling lunged forward, swiftly positioning himself behind the colossal bear-like creature. Channeling his inner strength through his feet, he leaped high into the air. "Red Lotus 9 forms, blooming lotus," he exclaimed, invoking a sword technique that could only be executed upon mastering the Red Lotus sword art. The long sword unfurled like a blossoming lotus, brimming with boundless sharpness and lethal intent, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle. The enormous bear creature twisted its massive body, its claws extending with razor-sharp nails aimed at Ling. Yet, the brilliance of Ling's sword formed an impenetrable net. Each lotus flower encapsulated the power to pierce through even the hardest of substances. In the instant the creature clumsily turned, the lotus sword net enveloped it completely. The clash of sword tips against claw tips sparked a shower of embers, yet Ling's sword momentum remained unyielding, intensifying with each passing moment. Clang, clang, clang. A series of metallic collisions echoed as the creature's sharp claws were systematically severed. The bear, stung by pain, felt its crimson eyes blaze brighter. In a frenzied response, it began to pound the ground wildly, forcing Ling to retreat momentarily to evade the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The ground shattered beneath the bear's relentless strikes. And once its fury subsided, Ling advanced once more. The clash of his sword against the creature's scales and flesh erupted in explosive sounds, inflicting numerous wounds upon the beast. Blood stained its form, and its roars grew increasingly feeble. Ling moved like a shadow, his swordplay accelerating to an astonishing pace, each strike resembling a meteor streaking across the night sky, leaving behind a trail of radiant sword marks. At last, following a fierce clash, Ling seized the opportunity during the giant bear spirit's labored breaths. With a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the wind and flower moon slash, targeting the creature's heart with precision. Whoosh! The blade gleamed like lightning, slicing through the air. This strike encapsulated all of Ling's current cultivation and resolve. The might of the wind and flower moon slash reaching its zenith in this moment. Fear flickered in the giant bear spirit's crimson eyes, as it sensed the lethal threat of the attack. Yet, its massive form and grievous injuries rendered it incapable of evading effectively. It seemed to have words to utter. But Ling's expression was icy and resolute. He had no intention of listening. The commotion had escalated too greatly, drawing imminent attention, and it was imperative to resolve the matter swiftly. Should he fall into the encirclement of the Eastern Micro-Escort Bureau's personnel, it would spell considerable trouble. Ling would not believe that achieving the first-rate realm would render her invincible, just as there exists a significant disparity in strength among second-rate warriors. The gap in power among first-rate warriors is even more pronounced. The perilous endeavor of striving for the master level, fraught with near-fatal risks, leads many first-rate experts to prefer remaining in place, diligently honing their martial skills rather than attempting to break through. In such circumstances, a first-rate warrior who has mastered a single martial art will undoubtedly possess a vastly different level of strength compared to one who has mastered multiple techniques. The deputy leader of the Dongwei Escort Agency is a prime example of such a formidable individual, having immersed himself in the first-rate realm for decades. His profound abilities now shrouded in mystery. Ling did not believe that his current strength was sufficient to vanquish this formidable foe. Thus, he wielded his sword with unwavering resolve. This breathtaking strike did not waver for a moment, piercing accurately into the heart of the colossal bear-like creature. This time, there were no sparks flying. Only a warm torrent of blood gushed forth, staining Ling's blade and garments in crimson. The massive creature trembled violently before collapsing helplessly, letting out a final, deep, and agonizing roar that stirred a cloud of dust. Moments later, under Ling's cold gaze, the creature's lifeless form dissipated into a wisp of black smoke. This bear-like entity had resided underground in the courtyard of Xie Feng, who had been feeding it. Given Xie Feng's status as a second-rate martial artist, it was evident that he lacked the strength to sustain such an unusual pact, suggesting that there were undoubtedly undisclosed secrets involved, perhaps even entangled with the Dongwei Escort Agency and the Escort Alliance. Ling contemplated briefly and decided not to involve himself in the matter. His current strength had yet to reach a level where he could intervene in such affairs at will, unless it concerned his own interests. It was wiser to remain uninvolved and thus prolong his existence. Song Ling approached the edge of the wall and gracefully leaped away from this place of turmoil. Chapter 40. The Truth of the Past. The following day at Qinghong Pavilion, a wisp of delicate blue smoke wafted from the incense burner, permeating the reception hall on the first floor. Elder brother, do take a moment to savor the exquisite flavor of the Qingyan tea from Luoshan City. Song Ling, adorned in an elegant plain silk dress, brewed a pot of tea for Jiang Yujin, who sat across from her. After taking a sip and savoring the flavor for a moment, Jiang Yujin remarked, "The tea itself is rather unremarkable, even somewhat peculiar. However, when paired with the fragrant spices wafting through your abode, it creates a uniquely refreshing flavor profile. Truly, you are perceptive, dear brother. You have instantly discerned the distinct charm of this Qingyan tea. The harmonious blend of tea and fragrance is indeed the latest trend in tea appreciation from Luoshan City." Song Ling smiled faintly, having heard that the tea masters in Luoshan City were endeavoring to ingeniously blend various spices with tea leaves to create an unprecedented sensory experience. She inquired if her elder brother still enjoyed such pursuits. Jiang Yujin nodded, acknowledging it is quite agreeable. However, tea remains a mere trifle. Only strength constitutes the undeniable truth of this world. Linger, you must not become overly engrossed in this, lest you neglect your martial arts. Rest assured, brother. This is merely a means of leisure during my spare time. I shall never lose sight of what truly matters, Song Ling assured him. That is good to hear. Jiang Yujin replied, taking another sip of tea before continuing. By the way, have you heard about Jiang Yishuan's situation, Linger? A glimmer flickered in Song Ling's eyes as she maintained her smile and inquired, Cousin Yishuan? What has happened to him? Oh, has your maid not informed you? Jiang Yujin glanced at the maid, Dong Zi, who stood behind Song Ling. Dong Zi hurriedly replied, My lady, forgive me. Just as I learned the news and was about to report it, the young master arrived, and I had no time to convey the message. It's of no consequence. Song Ling waved her hand dismissively. It is not too late to speak of it now. What has transpired? Young Master Yishuan, he Dong Zi began, only to be interrupted by Jiang Yujin. Jiang Yishuan is dead. Last night, he perished at the residence of CF Feng from the Dongwei escort agency. What? Song Ling displayed an appropriate measure of shock, her expression intricate as she uttered, Cousin Yishuan has actually perished? He visited me not long ago, expressing a desire for the animosities of the previous generation not to spill over into ours, urging a collaborative effort to achieve commendable results during the festival of withering and flourishing. Who could have anticipated that he would utter such words? Jiang Yujin furrowed her brow, coldly retorting, such utter nonsense. If we were to consider who in the Jiang family is least likely to coexist peacefully with us, Jiang Yin-yang would undoubtedly rank behind Jiang Yishuan and his ilk. Why is that? Song Ling questioned, perplexed, for Jiang Yujin's most formidable rival was indeed Jiang Yin-yang. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yujin slowly elaborated, the demise of our parents is directly linked to Jiang Lirong. 15 years ago, during a time when the rule of the Daong dynasty was not as corrupt as it is now, the various branches of demon suppression still existed, and the beasts in the wild were not as rampant as they are today. At that time, my father and Jiang Lirong were honing their skills at a trading hub between our family and Luoshan City, when a recent outbreak of demonic beasts in a nearby village necessitated urgent assistance from the demon suppression branch. However, the intensity of this outbreak exceeded all expectations, leading to a steady retreat of the branch and the human reinforcements. My father thus sent a message to the Jiang family's trading hub, requesting Jiang Lirong to send aid. Yet, as Jiang Yujin recounted this, a glint of coldness flashed in her eyes. Jiang Lirong disregarded my father's plea for help, resulting in his exhaustion and death in battle. Subsequently, the defensive line collapsed, and the beasts slaughtered their way to the Jiang family's trading hub. In a state of panic, Jiang Lirong fled with valuables, while my mother perished there, and you, Linger, were lost in that calamity. I surmise that it was one of my father's subordinates, who, in a desperate attempt to bring you to safety, perished from his injuries before he could return you to the Jiang family. Fortunately, you were blessed with great fortune, allowing us to reunite today. Otherwise, Jiang Yujin shook her head. With Jiang Yujin's explanation, Song Ling began to understand. Everything fell into place. The village of Hongshe, where her previous incarnation resided, lay between Suai City and Luoshan City. It was likely that when the village chief discovered the true Jiang Yuling, the corpse of Jiang Yinwu's subordinate was also present nearby. Song Ling sighed. So that is the reason. No wonder second Aunt Jiang Lirong has been so antagonistic towards you. Jiang Yujin replied. I had refrained from discussing this with you before, as you had just arrived at the Jiang family. I did not wish to burden you with the weight of past grievances and entanglements. But why reveal it now? Song Ling inquired. Your demeanor, Linger, has demonstrated to me that you possess a strength far beyond my expectations. As the daughter of our parents, you have the right to be informed about these matters. I cannot keep the truth from you indefinitely, Jiang Yuan stated earnestly, gazing at Song Ling. Song Ling was moved. The siblings exchanged a moment of silent understanding, the only sound being the gentle curling of incense smoke rising from the burner. After a while, Song Ling remarked, if that is the case, then what Jiang Yishuan said to me the other day was also false. His words must have held ulterior motives. Yet, why did he meet his demise at the residence of the Dongwei escort agency? Jiang Yuan shook her head, to my knowledge. The Jiang family's enterprises controlled by Jiang Lirong have no direct ties to the Dongwei escort agency. Jiang Yishuan's presence there likely stemmed from a personal connection with Xie Feng. Last night, many nearby heard strange roars from within, judging by the extent of the destruction in the courtyard. That creature must have reached a level comparable to a first-rate martial artist, capable of easily killing Jiang Yishuan and Xie Feng. However, the injuries indicate that both Jiang Yishuan and Xie Feng were evidently slain by human martial artists. Thus, it can be inferred that a hidden third party was responsible for their deaths, subsequently eliminating the creature before departing. It is curious, though, that the Dongwei escort agency seems intent on suppressing this incident to prevent its dissemination. Were it not for the involvement of our Jiang family, this information might have remained concealed. Jiang Yuan's gaze shifted back to Song Ling, softening as she continued, speaking of which, Linger, you attended that auction hosted by that fellow, Xifeng Lai, last night, did you not? The Xiaoyuan building is not too distant from Xie Feng's residence. I heard from Dong Zi that after you left Xiaoyuan building, you wandered the streets alone for a while? Thankfully, nothing unfortunate occurred. Song Ling felt a slight tightening in his heart. Was he being doubted? No. That could not be the case. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, he should still be perceived as merely a third-rate martial artist, vastly inferior to the mysterious individual, making it improbable for her to associate him with that figure. Thus, with a hint of remorse, Song Ling said, I apologize for causing you concern, brother. I later wandered around Songting Fong for a while before returning home and encountered nothing of note. Jiang Yuan understood. Since Songting Fong is in the opposite direction from the Xie residence, it is no wonder that you heard nothing, Linger. Chapter 41. The elegant gathering at Nanyuan. The two continued their conversation for some time, and before parting, Jiang Yuan produced an invitation from within her garments and handed it to Song Ling. It was an invitation to the elegant gathering at Nanyuan. The elegant gathering at Nanyuan? Song Ling took the invitation, raising an eyebrow. Jiang Yuan, with a hint of skepticism, remarked, this gathering is hosted by Lu Yingxin, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 prominent clans of East City. This marks the 3rd iteration of the event, which consistently attracts invitations extended to several esteemed families, alongside various reputable young gentlemen and ladies from both illustrious and lesser households. At the gathering, they indulge in the utmost elegance, showcasing poetry, calligraphy, music, and chess, essentially an array of refined pursuits. Each year, I receive their invitations, yet I have never attended. Now that you have returned to the Jiang family, they have included your invitation as well. Song Ling blinked innocently and asked, what does my elder brother mean? I plan to participate in the Nanyuan elegant gathering with you this year. Jiang Yuan replied nonchalantly, although these refined affairs may seem trivial, they present an opportunity for you to appear before the world as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Song Lingwei was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and replied, brother, you know that I do not care for such superficial titles. It is not merely a superficial title, Jiang Yuan interjected. If you remain hidden away in obscurity, it would be far easier for certain individuals to plot against you. However, if the world acknowledges you as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, those who wish to act in the shadows would have much more to consider. Song Ling's face was etched with emotion, realizing that her elder brother had indeed considered this step for her. Jiang Yuan smiled gently. You are my sister. Who else should I consider? Very well, prepare yourself. I shall come to fetch you tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Jiang Yuan, Song Ling's smile faded. She returned to the hall and softly addressed Dong Zi beside her. Are you aware of your transgression? Dong Zi, flustered, hurriedly knelt down. I am unaware of my fault. I beseech you to enlighten me, Mississippi. I merely took a stroll alone on the street last night. For such a trivial matter, you chose to inform my brother, causing him needless worry. Is that not a grave error? Song Ling gazed down at Dong Zi, her expression indifferent. Dong Zi trembled, pressing her forehead to the ground. I acknowledge my mistake and implore you to punish me, miss. Since you so enjoy kneeling, you may do so in the courtyard until evening before you rise. Song Ling coldly uttered her words and descended the stairs. Yes, Mississippi. The following day, Jiang Yujin arrived outside Qinghong Pavilion. After a brief announcement, Song Ling emerged. Clad in an elegant moon-white gown with a curved hem, the gown was adorned with intricate and exquisite cloud and water motifs, exuding a subtle elegance that did not compromise its nobility, perfectly complementing Song Ling's ethereal and refined demeanor. Her hair was styled in a high bun, embellished with delicate jade hairpins and floral ornaments, her graceful movements reminiscent of a celestial being stepped out from a painting. A long sword hung at her waist, further enhancing the young lady's unique air of valor and poise. Even Jiang Yujin found herself momentarily captivated by the stunning sight. Brother, what do you think? Is it beautiful? Song Ling approached Jiang Yujin, feigning the demeanor of a charming young lady as she twirled around. A smile graced Jiang Yujin's face. How lovely. Truly, you are my sister. And if we speak of beauty, I dare say there is no woman in the entire Sui city more exquisite than you, Linger. However, before Jiang Yujin could finish, Song Ling interjected. Yet, in these tumultuous times, a beautiful visage can easily become a source of calamity. Only one's own strength serves as the most steadfast support. That is what you wish to convey, is it not, dear brother? Well then, you have preached these truths to the point of calluses on your tongue. Let us hasten our departure, for old Huang awaits us. As Song Ling spoke, she grasped Jiang Yujin's hand and led her outside. You. Jiang Yujin could only chuckle and shake her head. Nanyuan, located to the south of Qingsong Lake in the eastern city, is a peninsula partially extending into the lake. Surrounded by water on three sides. Within the garden, flowers bloom profusely, willows provide ample shade, and the lake's surface glimmers, reflecting the azure sky, white clouds, and exquisite architecture, creating a scene reminiscent of a poetic painting. At the very center stands a blank stone tablet, slightly taller than an adult. Guests, adorned in splendid attire, gathered in small groups according to their social standings, engaging in hushed conversations or admiring the scenery, embodying a harmonious and congenial atmosphere. In one corner, a discussion was unfolding around Song Ling. What do you suppose the recently returned legitimate daughter of the Jiang family will look like? Will we see her today? I've heard that Jiang Yuling grew up among the common folk outside the city. Despite her noble bloodline, the ravages of time must have rendered her rather coarse. She surely wouldn't dare to appear in such an elegant setting, only inviting ridicule. Indeed, and one can hardly learn poetry and music in such a place. She is likely just an ordinary peasant woman. I advise you not to hold any expectations. That is not to say. It is quite pitiful for someone of such noble birth to have fallen to such depths. We are discussing her present appearance, not her background. So do not confuse the two. Besides, who in this world is not deserving of pity? My allowance was halved by my father this month. Am I not pitiable? Enough of your chatter. Regardless of Jiang Yuling's circumstances, she will always be the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Do you dare to gossip so recklessly? On a jade stone platform near the lakeshore, several distinguished men and women were seated around a table. A wide space surrounded them, for none dared to intrude upon their gathering. These individuals hailed from the four prominent families, and those of lesser status were deemed unworthy of entering their exclusive circle. One among them inquired, Yingzhen, will Jiang Yujin be attending this year? Before Lu Yingzhen could respond, a young man with a folding fan interjected, that martial arts enthusiast. Jiang Yujin has always dismissed matters of elegance. She did not attend in previous years, and I suspect she will not this year either. Lu Yingzhen. A woman in her mid-20s with an ethereal grace, gently laughed and shook her head. Cui He, you are mistaken. Not only will Jiang Yujin attend this year, but she will also bring along her sister, Jiang Yuling. Another young man, clad in a white robe and wearing a black cloth cap, remarked with a smile, Oh? I have heard a bit about Jiang Yuling. I did not expect to have the fortune of meeting her today. Cui scoffed, Guiyangzai. Jiang Yuling grew up in the countryside, no different from the common folk. Yet, having the renowned Jiang Yujin, the acknowledged martial arts prodigy of Sui City, at our Nanyuan gathering will certainly elevate its prestige. Guiyangzai remained silent, merely smiling. At that moment, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the fragrance of flowers and the stir of the distant crowd. At the entrance of Nanyuan, a carriage slowly came to a halt, and Jiang Yujin along with Song Ling emerged, the soft sunlight bathing them in a delicate golden glow. The moon-white gown of Song Ling gently swayed in the breeze, each step seemingly treading upon clouds, harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding scenery. Chapter 42, The Stone Tablet's Demise. The appearance of Song Ling and Xuan Yuan captivated the attention of the entire gathering. It was Xuan Yuan, the foremost martial arts prodigy of our Sui city. Many had presumed he would abstain this year as he had in the past, yet he surprised everyone by attending. The woman by his side. Could she possibly be his sister, Xuan Yuan? How remarkably beautiful she is. Just moments ago, someone had the audacity to label Jiang Yuling a country bumpkin. I wonder if they would dare repeat that in front of her brother? One individual fell silent, discreetly retreating to the back of the crowd. He had initially believed that Xuan Yuan would not show up this year and had spoken rather carelessly, only to be taken aback by his presence. On the Jadestone platform by the lake, Luingzhen, Cui He, and Guo Yangzhe also turned their gazes towards Song Ling and Xuan Yuan. A flicker of astonishment crossed Guo Yangzhe's eyes as he turned to Cui He with a smile, saying, "Cui, have you ever encountered a country beauty with such allure?" Cui He, his expression slightly twitching, maintained his composure and replied, "Beauty is but a superficial attribute. What truly matters is one's inner qualities and talents." Having grown up in such a place, what insights and capabilities could she possibly possess? This Southern Garden gathering is not merely about one's appearance. Luingzhen remained silent. Her gaze fixed on Xuan Yuan, an enigmatic light shimmering in her eyes. After Xuan Yuan and Song Ling entered the Southern Garden, they made their way directly towards the Jadestone platform. Given his status as the legitimate heir of the Jiang family, Xuan Yuan had little interest in mingling with those from lesser families, save for individuals he deemed worthy, such as Shi Lai from the Shi family. To be precise, he regarded those on the Jadestone platform, who were merely sycophants, with disdain, however, recognizing their status as direct descendants of the four prominent families. And out of consideration for his sister, he temporarily set aside his pride to engage with them. "Young Master Yuan, it has been a while since we last met at the Yulan festival last year," Luingzhen said as she stood first, performing a graceful bow. Her voice as gentle as a spring breeze. "I have met Jiang Xiong." Guo Yangzhe and Cui He also rose to pay their respects. Although Xuan Yuan looked down upon these three inwardly, he reciprocated their courtesy and bowed in return. He then introduced Song Ling to the trio, saying, "This is my younger sister, Xuan Yuling." Guo Yangzhe smiled, remarking, "Jiang Xiong is the greatest martial arts talent of Sui City. I believe your sister deserves the title of the most beautiful woman in Sui City." Luingzhen, with a warm smile, added, "Indeed. I have seen the noble ladies of the entire city, yet none possess the extraordinary grace of Yuling. Standing here, I feel somewhat ashamed." Xuan Yuan, unperturbed by their flattery, replied calmly, "You are both too kind, Guo Xiong and Miss Lu." After exchanging pleasantries, the others, save for Luingzhen, took their seats. Luingzhen stepped forward to the Jadestone platform, smiling at the assembled guests, and announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has come, let the Southern Garden gathering commence." As her words concluded, a melodious tune emanated from the small pavilion in the lake, resembling the gentle sound of bubbling springs and the soft caress of spring winds on willow trees. Subsequently, the servants around the area began to bustle, arranging exquisite tea sets and presenting fragrant pastries and fruits. Luingzhen continued, "This year's rules remain unchanged from previous years. Everyone may take turns showcasing their talents at any moment, be it through poetry, music, or calligraphy, as each participant deems fit. After each performance, we shall collectively score them, and the one with the highest score shall be crowned the champion of this Southern Garden gathering." No sooner had she finished speaking than a young man in a blue robe stood up, elegantly striding towards the stone tablet in the courtyard. He bowed to the assembly and declared, "I am Xuan Yuan, and I would like to commence today's proceedings with a poem on autumn." With that, he gracefully unfurled a folding fan and began to recite, his verses fresh and transcendent, vividly capturing the beauty and vitality of autumn, drawing the attention of all present, particularly the ladies, whose eyes sparkled with appreciation. Once Xuan Yuan concluded, applause erupted throughout the courtyard, with attendees eagerly scoring his performance. After the servants compiled the scores, they inscribed them in crimson ink upon the stone tablet in the center of the courtyard. Following this, one after another, individuals stepped forward to demonstrate their talents, some wielding brushes to create lifelike landscapes and floral paintings, others performing sword dances that radiated power and grace, captivating the audience with an array of splendid displays. The gathering reached its zenith when Luingzhen personally took the stage to play a piece, the applause resounding continuously. Upon returning to the platform, Luingzhen smiled at the others and said, "I hope I did not embarrass myself." She then turned her gaze towards Xuan Yuan, her eyes reflecting a hint of expectation, and inquired, "What does young Master Yuan think of my musical skills?" Xuan Yuan nodded slightly, very melodious. His somewhat aloof response caused a fleeting shadow of disappointment to cross Luingzhen's eyes. Nevertheless, she smiled and replied, "As long as it pleases young Master Yujin." "That is enough." Nearby, Guiyangzha observed this exchange thoughtfully, while Cui frowned, a glimmer of mischief lighting up his eyes as he stood and proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, young Master Yujin is the premier martial arts talent of Sui City, and his sister, Jiang Yuling, has been praised by Guoxiong as the most beautiful woman in Sui City. Having witnessed Miss Lu's performance, shall we now invite the first beauty, Miss Yuling, to showcase her talents?" Chui's words were met with immediate agreement from the lesser families present, who eagerly applauded. However, many quickly registered the peculiarity of the situation. It was common knowledge that Jiang Yuling had only recently returned to the Jiang family after spending her life in the countryside. Where would she have found the time to cultivate such refined skills? Chui's proposition was evidently a calculated attempt to put her in an awkward position. Curiosity arose among the onlookers about how the Jiang siblings would respond. This was an overt maneuver, since the host, Luingzhen, had already performed. What could Jiang Yuling possibly showcase? Embarrassment was inevitable. It was merely a matter of degree, and if she faltered, the ridicule would be insufferable. Did Cui not fear incurring the wrath of the Jiang family? As members of the four great families, what did he have to fear? Besides, the Cui and Jiang families had long been at odds due to business disputes. On the Jadestone platform, a cold glimmer flitted across Jiang Yujin's eyes. Luingzhen hesitated, while Guiyangzhai's gaze flickered between the individuals present, revealing a hint of amusement. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Ling rose and smiled. "Since young Master Cui wishes to see my performance, I shall oblige." Yuling, Jiang Yujin frowned, concern etched on his face. Even if she were to force herself not to participate, it would surely be better than facing potential humiliation. He did not wish for his sister to become the subject of ridicule. "It's all right, brother." Ling gestured for Jiang Yujin to remain at ease, then placed his left hand upon the hilt of the sword suspended at his waist, proceeding to the stone tablet in the courtyard. As the audience's curiosity piqued regarding the talent he was about to exhibit, Ling's gaze sharpened, and the sword was suddenly drawn from its sheath. In a flash of brilliance, the stone tablet, inscribed with the scores of all present and towering to a person's height, was cleaved in two. Chapter 43, The Most Beautiful Woman. The blade glimmered like lightning. At the moment the tablet shattered, an eerie silence enveloped the entire South Garden gathering. Onlookers stood in stunned disbelief, unable to comprehend the scene before them. Even though those gathered were aficionados of elegance, they were not strangers to martial prowess, surely. Within their families, there existed skilled practitioners as a foundation, for in this ruthless world, survival was a testament to strength, and the weak would have long been devoured. To cleave a stone tablet of such magnitude with a single sword strike was beyond the capabilities of third-rate warriors. Only second-rate practitioners could accomplish such a feat. A second-rate warrior, Jiang Yujin, appearing no older than 16, had astonishingly reached this level. It was remarkable to note that she had lived in the countryside since childhood and had returned to the Jiang family for less than a month. Yet had already achieved the second-rate realm? The last individual whose martial talent had evoked such astonishment was her brother, Jiang Yujin. This sibling duo was utterly extraordinary. It was truly terrifying. At this moment, standing at the center of the courtyard, Ling wore a smile. The sword strike he had just executed utilized merely the inner strength of a second-rate practitioner, yet it sufficed. This level was sufficient to showcase his innate talent without appearing overly ostentatious. Ling had indeed contemplated the idea of becoming a literary scribe. But the masterpieces that resided in his mind were composed in the elegant script of Huaxia, a language system distinct from that of this world. A direct and forceful translation would inevitably strip away their essence. Thus, he deemed it more prudent to carve his own path with resolute vigor. Fixing his gaze upon Cui, who stood upon the jade platform, he inquired with a serene smile, "There exists a way in literature, a way in tea. And my art lies within the sword in my hand, cleaving through all obstacles. Are you, young Master Cui, satisfied with Miss Yuling's performance? Swordsmanship, what a splendid notion." Chui's complexion shifted between shades of green and white. He never anticipated that Ling possessed such profound martial prowess, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. In this chaotic era, martial strength remained the foundation of all, and to attain such a level of skill at this young age commanded respect, regardless of one's proficiency in other arts. Indeed, I am exceedingly satisfied. Miss Yuling is truly a heroine among women. Cui managed a strained smile before returning to his seat. The surrounding guests began to whisper amongst themselves, sharing their opinions, though they refrained from speaking openly. Many found amusement in Cui's self-imposed predicament. Jiang Yujin was both astonished and delighted. He had not anticipated that Song Ling had secretly reached the realm of a second-tier warrior. Guo Yangzhe's eyes were fixed intently on Song Ling, revealing a glimmer of intrigue. Seeing the unfolding scene, Lu Yingzhen, the hostess of today's Nanyuan gathering, felt compelled to intervene and ease the tension. She gracefully glided to the edge of the platform, her voice soft yet distinctly audible. Miss Yuling's swordsmanship performance is truly a unique spectacle at today's Nanyuan gathering. Within the gleaming sword light, not only does it showcase the might of a warrior, but it also encapsulates a distinctive interpretation of beauty, leaving one in awe. Though her explanation was somewhat strained, no one was inclined to delve into the intricacies of swordsmanship versus the ways of tea and literature at that moment. After all, the strength demonstrated by Jiang Yuling was sufficiently impressive, and they had no desire to offend the Jiang family. Thus, the farce subsided, the gathering regained its lively atmosphere, and the event resumed. Upon returning to the Jadestone platform, Song Ling hurriedly apologized to Jiang Yuan, saying, "Brother, please forgive me. Lingo has only recently made a breakthrough and intended to surprise you, but it seems the display occurred here unexpectedly." Jiang Yuan shook his head, a smile gracing his face as he replied, "Linger, with such exceptional talent, I am delighted for you. How could I possibly fault you for this? Speaking of which, now that you have attained the second-tier realm, does that mean your Red Lotus sword technique has been perfected?" Song Ling nodded in agreement. Jiang Yuan remarked with a sense of wonder, "Indeed, after mastering the rudimentary stages of the Red Lotus sword technique, even I lack the confidence to achieve such remarkable progress in such a short span of time. Given your upbringing, Linger, it seems your martial arts aptitude may well surpass mine. How could that be?" Song Ling hastily shook her head, her eyes reflecting admiration. Her elder brother was the true genius. Within a year, he had ascended to the second tier, and by the tender age of 16, he had already reached the pinnacle of the first tier. Linger, in comparison, was far lacking. Perhaps her affinity lay solely with the Holian sword technique. And had she practiced a different martial art, her progress would not have been as swift. Jiang Yuan chuckled, shaking his head. He could not deny that he rather relished the way his sister looked at him with such adoration. As night descended, the Nanyuan elegant gathering gradually drew to a close. The guests dispersed, and Song Ling and Jiang Yuan boarded their carriage, returning to the Jiang residence. In the days that followed, aside from the occasional visit to Sanguan Street to seek out Xuan Yuan, Song Ling devoted herself to mastering a martial art she had recently acquired from Xuanwu Tower, the Jingshi Gong. With still some time before she could gather enough Xuan Yuan to break through the limits of the Holian sword technique, she seized the opportunity to refine her skills in another discipline, as mastering it would allow her to directly enhance her abilities. The Jingshi Gong bore some resemblance to Xie Feng's Arhit Golden Body from the Dongwei Dart Bureau. Both were external martial arts that, when perfected, could render one impervious to blades and bullets to a certain extent. Song Ling chose to cultivate his skills. Having witnessed the formidable power of such martial techniques during his last encounter with Xie Feng, simultaneously, his reputation flourished following his remarkable performance at the Nanyuan Elegant Gathering. Beyond his astonishing martial talents, the words of Guo Yangzhi, declaring him the most beautiful person in Suai City, echoed through the streets, leading many to seek a glimpse of this celebrated figure to ascertain whether he truly lived up to his esteemed title. Fortunately, as the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, those curious souls dared not overstep their bounds, otherwise, they might have already trampled upon the threshold. Notably, Lu Yingzhen, the organizer of the Nanyuan Elegant Gathering, made several visits, extending invitations for him to accompany her to the Lantern Festival, seemingly eager to forge a sisterly bond. Song Ling discerned that Lu Yingzhen harbored no ill intentions towards him. He was also aware of the reasons behind her affability. At the Nanyuan Elegant Gathering, he had perceived Lu Yingzhen's genuine affection for her elder brother, Jiang Yuan. Since she approached him with the intent to ingratiate herself, Song Ling saw no reason to rebuff her. After all, Lu Yingzhen was the legitimate daughter of the esteemed Lu family, one of the 4 prominent clans, and may prove useful in the future. Adopting the role of a Na'vi younger sister would require little effort on his part. On this particular day, after completing his practice of the golden stone technique and donning a pristine white ensemble, he stepped into the courtyard, where Dong Zi approached him and said, "Miss, Guo Yangzhi from the Guo family has arrived and wishes to see you." Chapter 44. The Invitation. Guo Yangzhi. Song Ling raised her brow as the image of the young man in a white robe wearing a black cloth crown from the Nanyuan Elegant Gathering appeared in her mind. What could he possibly want from me? Song Ling inquired with a hint of languor. Dong Zi lowered her head and replied, "I am unaware. But Master Guo merely mentioned that he has urgent matters to discuss with you, and that this matter would undoubtedly pique your interest. In that case, please bring him in." San Ling had no inkling of Gui Yangji's intentions. However, since the other party confidently asserted that she would be intrigued, it would not hurt to meet, after all. She had nothing pressing to attend to at the moment. Dongzi lifted her gaze to Song Ling and cautiously suggested, "Miss, would you like to change into another outfit?" Song Ling is currently adorned in a pristine white cross-collared tunic and matching trousers. This attire is typically worn as formal wear and can also serve as loungewear at home. However, it may appear rather too casual and informal for receiving guests. Song Ling said indifferently, "No need. A martial artist is not bound by trivial formalities. I presume young Master Guo would not take offense. Gui Yangji was hardly a person of great consequence. The fact that Song Ling was willing to receive him at all was already a courtesy. He certainly wouldn't go out of his way to dress up for the occasion." Yes, this servant spoke out of turn. Having said this, Dongzi bowed respectfully before turning to leave and summon Gui Yangji. Song Ling then walked to the edge of the serene pond in the courtyard, sitting cross-legged and gradually regulating his internal energy, although he appeared unperturbed. The truth was that his body was covered in bruises and faint pain due to the rigorous training of the stone and metal technique, which required him to beat his entire body with a bag filled with iron and stones. After a while, a voice from behind broke the silence. "Miss, young Master Guo has arrived." Song Ling rose gracefully, offering a courteous bow to Gui Yangji. "Young Master Guo, your journey from afar warrants a more fitting welcome." Gui Yangji, adorned in an elegant dark green brocade robe cinched at the waist with a jade belt, exuded an air of poise and charm. A gentle smile graced his features as he returned the gesture. "Miss Yuling, you are too kind. My visit is indeed rather abrupt, and I hope you will not take offense." As he cast a glance at Song Ling, he noted how her long, flowing hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, and she was clad in a simple white attire. This ensemble radiated a natural beauty reminiscent of a lotus emerging from clear waters, untouched by embellishments. In stark contrast to the resplendent garments worn at the recent gathering in the South Garden, compared to that occasion, he found her current unadorned appearance to be far more befitting of her spirited character. The piercing brilliance of her swordplay at the South Garden affair had truly struck a chord within him. Song Ling slightly turned her body, gesturing for Gui Yangji to enter the room, while she herself stepped into the hall first and took her seat at the main position. Gui Yangji followed closely behind and settled into the guest seat. After Dongzi presented the tea, she quietly retreated to stand at the side. "May I inquire about the purpose of your visit, young Master Guo?" Song Ling delicately sipped her tea, getting straight to the point. After a moment of gathering his thoughts, Gui Yangji spoke. "Might Miss Yuling have an interest in collectibles such as antiques?" Song Ling paused slightly with the teacup in his hand. His frequent visits to Songguan Street in search of collectibles were no secret, although he donned a veil each time he ventured out after gaining fame. It was not particularly difficult for the observant to discern his whereabouts. Could it be that young Master Gui is keeping a watchful eye on me? Song Ling did not respond to Gui Yangji's inquiry. Instead, she coldly countered with a question of her own, fearing to incur the displeasure of the young lady before him. Gui Yangji hurriedly clarified, "That is not the case. It is merely that I have a friend who owns a shop on Songguan Street. He was present at the last Nanyuan gathering, and although Miss Yuling was veiled, he faintly recognized you. A few days ago, during a casual conversation, he mentioned this matter, which led me to surmise that Miss Yuling might possess an interest in antiques or handcrafted items." Song Ling's expression softened slightly as she said, "I see now. I mistakenly judged young Master Guo." "Not at all. It was I, Guo, who acted thoughtlessly," Gui Yangji replied with utmost humility. "Song Ling, I presume that the significant matter you mentioned today, young Master Guo, pertains to this issue?" "Indeed." Gui Yangji nodded and continued. "Has Miss Yuling ever heard of the Xinxie division?" "I know a little about it. Previously, when discussing the cause of her parents' demise with Jiang Yujin, the existence of the Xinxie division was mentioned. It was an institution responsible for slaying malevolent creatures and safeguarding peace in various regions before the decline of the Daong dynasty, having once enjoyed great prominence. However, apart from major cities like the provincial capital, the original outposts of the Xinxie division have largely fallen into disuse." Gui Yangji went on to say, "Recently, through our family's channels, I acquired information regarding an outpost of the Xinxie division located in the southwest of Danwang Mountain. It is said to harbor a significant collection of precious antiques and various artifacts left behind by a high-ranking official named Jiang Zi, who was unable to relocate them in time. Jiang Zi was quite renowned in his day, wielding considerable influence over the cities within his jurisdiction. It is rumored that he had a profound passion for antiques, possessing innumerable rare items in his collection. I wonder, Miss Yuling, would you be interested in accompanying me to explore this intriguing site?" Upon hearing this, Song Ling's eyes flickered slightly. He instantly grasped the underlying intentions of the other party. Guo Yangji had never displayed an interest in cultural artifacts before. The sudden mention of such a topic could only indicate a hidden agenda. It was highly probable that he had developed an infatuation with the persona of Jiang Yuling. However, Song Ling had no intention of exposing this understanding. Her persona was that of an arrogant prodigy in martial arts, ostensibly oblivious to matters of the heart. Furthermore, young individuals consumed by romantic notions are often the most easily manipulated. Thus, Song Ling feigned a puzzled expression and inquired, "There must be many enthusiasts of cultural artifacts in Sui City. Why has young Master Guo sought me out?" Guo Yangji's countenance stiffened. He had not anticipated that Song Ling would pose such a question. Was his own demeanor not sufficiently transparent? It was evident that he harbored feelings for her, which was precisely why he had gone out of his way to cater to her interests. Yet, confronted with the girl's seemingly genuine confusion, Guo Yangji found himself unable to articulate his true sentiments. A proud young genius endowed with extraordinary martial talent was likely indeed oblivious to the subtleties of romantic affairs. He feared that if he were too blunt, she might outright reject him, leading to an irrevocable silence. After a moment of contemplation, Guo Yangji mustered the courage to provide a reluctant explanation. Indeed, there are many who appreciate cultural artifacts, yet most are merely seeking fame and fortune, lacking any genuine understanding of the treasures themselves. It is only individuals like Miss Yuling, who possess a true passion for cultural artifacts, that are worthy of owning such treasures. Song Ling observed Guo Yangji's perplexed expression and couldn't help but smile inwardly. Externally, however, she chose not to press him further, intentionally displaying a hint of pride. "Indeed, when it comes to my affection for those antiquities, I would not concede to anyone." After a brief pause, she continued, "Yet, while Dngwing Mountain is not exceedingly far from here, it is not a journey that can be completed in but a day or two. Moreover, there are numerous areas along the way teeming with peculiar creatures. Relying solely on the two of us may prove challenging." Guo Yangji promptly replied, "There is no need for you to worry, Miss Yuling. I would never place you in jeopardy. I have already enlisted a top-tier expert from the Guo family to escort us along the way. If you are willing, we can depart at any moment. In that case, I shall accompany young Master Guo on this journey," Song Ling remarked. Chapter 45, Yukue Village. The following day, Song Ling donned a sharp and athletic outfit. Her flowing black hair elegantly tied into a high ponytail as she strode purposefully outside. "Miss, are you truly not going to inform Master Jean?" Dongzi followed closely behind, her expression tinged with anxiety. Song Ling spoke with unwavering focus. "Young Master Guo has employed top-tier masters to ensure our protection, so we shall encounter no peril. There is no need to inform my brother, as it would only serve to increase his worry." However, Song Ling abruptly halted his steps, his voice indifferent. "Dongzi, have I been too lenient with you, causing you to forget the lesson from last time?" Dongzi's complexion turned pale as she hurriedly knelt down. "I dare not, my lady. I hope that in the future, my commands will not require repetition." Song Ling coldly cast a glance at Dongzi before continuing on her way. Upon leaving Jiang Manor, Guo Yangji was already waiting outside. Song Ling performed a respectful gesture, saying, "Brother Guo, I apologize for the delay. It's quite all right. I have only just arrived myself," Guo Yang replied, returning the courtesy. Upon observing Song Ling's attire today, a fleeting glimmer of admiration crossed his eyes, though he quickly suppressed it. He then shifted slightly to reveal a gentleman standing beside him and smiled as he introduced, "Miss Ling, allow me to present to you Senior Wei Peng, the esteemed chief instructor responsible for training our family servants." Wei Peng greeted Song Ling with a deep bow, his voice resonant and powerful. He exuded the undeniable aura of a first-rate warrior, embodying the essence of a towering mountain, steadfast and unyielding. Song Ling slightly nodded, saying, "I entrust our safety to you, Senior Wei Peng." Wei Peng replied, "I shall spare no effort." "Well, the time is drawing near. We should set off quickly," Guo Yangji remarked. Indeed, the journey to Dangwang Mountain was rather treacherous, with many areas inaccessible to carriages. Thus the three departed from Sui City, each mounted on a horse. In the opulent confines of the Jiang residence, a cloaked figure knelt on the ground, addressing a voluptuous woman seated upon a bed. "Master, the one you instructed me to observe, Jiang Yuling, has exited the city today." "Exited the city?" The woman's eyes sparked with fervor as she exclaimed, "Excellent. When heaven offers no path, one must seek their own way to hell. You must contact Mo Sha immediately, ensuring that this little wretch is eliminated outside, and remember, it must be done without a trace." "Yes, master," the cloaked figure responded, swiftly retreating. The voluptuous woman clenched her fists, her eyes revealing a deep-seated hatred. My son is dead. How dare you, wretched girl, live on alone? Are you not to attend the withering and flourishing festival? My son awaits you below. As Song Ling and the two companions departed from the city, they initially raced along the main road, but gradually veered off, entering the winding mountain paths. The melodic chirping of birds echoed through the forest, while sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, bringing with it a refreshing coolness. Perhaps it was due to the presence of Wei Ping, a formidable master who unabashedly exuded an aura of strength, that the trio encountered no supernatural beings along their journey. Guo Yangji, mounted on his steed, occasionally stole glances at Song Ling, his eyes brimming with admiration and infatuation. He felt immensely fortunate to have invited her to the abandoned site of the Zhenxie division. From the day of the Nanyuan gathering, he had discerned that a woman of her caliber could not be pursued through conventional means. One must share profound and unforgettable experiences to have a chance at winning her heart. He had already devised a plan. Even if the journey proceeded smoothly, he would find ways to artificially create thrilling and perilous situations. Of course, within a controllable scope, ensuring no real harm would come to his beloved. As for Song Ling, she was acutely aware of Guo Yangji's fervent yet seemingly concealed gaze, yet she chose to feign ignorance. Fully aware of her own emotional naivete as a gifted martial arts prodigy, Song Ling slowed the pace of his steed, retrieving the map bestowed upon him by Guo Yangji. He remarked, given our current speed, we should reach the Yukue village marked on this map before darkness falls. We can rest there for the night and set forth at dawn, arriving at our destination by afternoon. Upon hearing this, Guo Yangji nodded in agreement, saying, Miss Yuling is absolutely correct. We can replenish our supplies of food and water there. After all, once we venture into the mountains, finding sustenance becomes increasingly challenging. Wei Ping, with an air of composure, scanned the surroundings with keen eyes to ensure no latent threats loomed nearby. The trio pressed onward, the path growing ever more rugged. Yet, Wei Ping's equestrian skills were exceptional, allowing him to maintain a steady control over his mount. Song Ling and Guo Yangji followed closely, but their steeds were not as robust as Wei Ping's. They managed to keep pace under the guidance of their riders. As the sun sank lower in the sky, the light filtering through the forest grew dimmer, prompting the three to quicken their pace. At last, they arrived at Yukue village just as twilight enveloped the landscape. The village appeared modest, comprising only a few dozen households, with the dwellings artfully scattered at the foot of the mountain. From their vantage point, Guo Yangji furrowed his brow and remarked, strange, at this hour. One would expect to see smoke rising from cooking fires. Yet, there is not a wisp of smoke to be found in this village. Song Ling also sensed the unease, his gaze sweeping across the village, and indeed, not a wisp of smoke rose into the air. The entire settlement exuded an uncanny silence, as if even the wind had been devoured. He recalled his previous encounters in Hongshe village and remarked, this village may have been annihilated by malevolent creatures. Wei Ping nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, in today's world, such small villages falling prey to monstrous attacks is not uncommon. His demeanor remained composed, for unless they were of master-level prowess, these beings posed no threat to him. Hearing this, Guo Yangji's expression shifted, and he turned to Wei Ping, asking, Wei instructor, what should we do now? Shall we venture directly into the village to investigate, or take a detour? Wei Ping pondered for a moment before responding. Since we have come this far, it would be prudent to enter the village and take a look. I shall proceed ahead, if danger arises. You and Miss Yuling must not act rashly. With that, Wei Ping spurred his steed, which galloped toward the village like an arrow released from a bow. Guo Yangji and Song Ling followed closely behind, but their pace was markedly slower. Wei Ping galloped swiftly and soon reached the village entrance, where he reined in his horse, carefully surveying the surroundings. The streets were devoid of life, with every household's door tightly shut, and not even the sounds of chickens or dogs could be heard, creating an eerie silence that was unsettling. Dismounting, Wei Ping tethered his horse to a nearby tree. He drew the long knife from his waist and cautiously stepped into the village. His ascent from an ordinary individual to his current status was rooted in vigilance. Even as a top-tier expert, he would not lower his guard in an unfamiliar environment. At that moment, Song Ling and Guo Yangji arrived at the village entrance on horseback. Noticing Wei Ping had entered alone, Song Ling furrowed his brow and said to Guo Yangji, Brother Guo, should we not follow him? In case Wei Sr. encounters any danger, it is best to have someone to rely on. The words of Song Ling aligned perfectly with her character. Chapter 46, Entering the Village. Upon hearing this, Guo Yang hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook his head and said, Let us wait here. A flicker of doubt crossed Song Ling's face. Could it be that Brother Guo is afraid? Not at all, Gui Yangji hastily replied. Miss Yuling, I comprehend your concerns. Yet since Master Wei has instructed us to wait here, he must have his reasons. Should we rashly pursue? We might inadvertently become a burden to him in the event of unforeseen circumstances. Furthermore, given Master Wei's formidable strength, ordinary spirits pose no threat. We ought to place our trust in him. Very well, you make a valid point. Let us wait a moment longer. Song Ling appeared to be persuaded. Gui Yang breathed a sigh of relief. Given the nature of the other party, if he were to be mistakenly perceived as timid and overly cautious, he would have no chance whatsoever. As the two conversed, Wei Ping's figure had already vanished at the end of the road. The two of them led their horses to a relatively open spot at the village entrance, quietly awaiting Wei Ping's return. Song Ling stood seemingly calm, yet inwardly vigilant, ever prepared to respond to any unforeseen circumstances that might arise. The dusk was particularly fleeting, and as nightfall gradually enveloped the surroundings, a veil of mist inexplicably emerged, rendering the scenery somewhat hazy. As the cool moonlight crept upon the branches, Wei Ping's silhouette finally re-emerged from the fog. He approached with steady strides and an air of ease, and upon drawing near, he spoke. Young master, Miss Yuling, I have conducted a preliminary inspection of the village. I did not encounter a single living soul, nor did I find any corpses or signs of struggle. Furthermore, many household items such as pots, bowls, and bedding have all vanished, leading me to deduce that the villagers must have migrated collectively, rather than being annihilated by malevolent spirits. Gui Yang exhaled in relief. So, does that mean this place is quite safe? Not necessarily, Wei Ping replied. Song Ling said softly. Does young Master Gui not ponder why the villagers of Yukue have collectively relocated? Gui Yangji was momentarily taken aback. Wei Peng cast a glance at Gui Yangji and, in defense of his master, remarked, Miss Yuling makes a valid point. However, I observe that the village appears orderly and does not seem to have suddenly encountered a calamity that would necessitate such a departure. Rather, it resembles a planned and organized evacuation. I suspect it may be due to the increasing number of supernatural beings in the surrounding mountains and wilderness, prompting them to relocate as a precautionary measure. Song Ling, so, does Senior Wei mean that we should spend the night in this village? Wei Ping nodded. Compared to spending the night in the mountains, I prefer to stay here. If we are indeed confronted by any supernatural beings, I believe my abilities would suffice to handle the situation. However, the final decision rests with you, young master and Miss Yuling. Gui Yangji remarked. I think it is best to stay here. After all, traveling at night is not feasible. And at least here we have shelter from the wind and rain, in comparison to the complex terrain of the mountains. The village offers a clearer view and is evidently much safer. Song Ling's expression remained indifferent, neither affirming nor denying. Since you insist, let us spend the night here and resume our journey at dawn. After all, among the three of them, only Wei Pu was a first-rate master in plain sight. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, he would be the one to face them head-on, allowing her to assume the role of the protected young lady. If Wei Peng faltered, she would make a swift exit without hesitation. As the trio entered the village, they encountered an eerie silence. Not only were there no people in sight, but even the sounds of chickens and dogs were conspicuously absent. Let us stay here for the night. What do you think, Miss Yuling? Suggested Gui Yangji as they passed by a seemingly sturdy courtyard residence. Song Ling cast a glance and nodded, saying, Very well. Young master, please wait a moment while Miss Yuling. I shall first enter to take a look. Having spoken, Wei Ping proceeded inside. In less than the duration of a tea break, he emerged once more and informed the two, there are no abnormalities. Aside from the main hall, there are 2 additional bedrooms on either side. Young master and Miss Yuling may share the left bedroom for the night. Since there are 2 bedrooms, why must I share a room with young Master Gu? Would it not be better for each of us to have our own space? Song Ling feigned a look of confusion. Wei Ping elucidated, we are, after all, in the wilderness. If Miss Yuling and the young master were to be separated, and should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I might find myself in a difficult position. Upon hearing Wei Ping's reasoning, Gu Yangji praised his astuteness, his heart brimming with delight. Yet he maintained a solemn facade as he remarked, Indeed, Miss Yuling, it would be beneficial for us to be together for mutual support. In times like this, we should not concern ourselves with trivial formalities. Rest assured, I, Gu, am not the sort to take advantage of others' vulnerabilities. I would never act inappropriately towards you. Gu Yangji truly harbored no ill intentions. He understood that with a woman of Jiang Yuling's temperament, forceful advances would yield no favorable outcome. Thus, his desire was merely to spend a night alone with her, creating shared memories to pave the way for future emotional development. Song Ling observed the amusing interplay between the master and servant, finding it quite humorous. He even whimsically pondered what expression Gui Yangji would wear if he were to discover that he was, in fact, a man. Surely, it would shatter his worldview. However, Song Ling merely entertained this thought. For the time being, he could not reveal his true gender to anyone. Song Ling nodded and said, naturally, "Yu Ling trusts the character of young Master Gua. In that case, let us proceed as Senior Wei suggested." Gui Yangji felt a surge of joy within, yet maintained an air of calmness on the surface. The three then traversed the courtyard, which had become overgrown with weeds, and entered the house. Wei Ping remained in the main hall, while Song Ling and Gui Yangji proceeded to the spacious left bedroom. The room was quite ample, aside from the solitary bed. A table was positioned on the side, covered with a fine layer of dust. Observing the lone bed, and to convey his honorable intentions and gentlemanly demeanor, Gui Yangji promptly declared, "Miss Yu Ling, you shall take the bed tonight, while I shall make do at the table." Song Ling feigned surprise as she cast a glance at Gui Yangji, then shook her head and remarked, "Young Master Gui has been accustomed to a life of luxury and comfort since childhood. I presume he has never endured such hardships. Unlike Yu Ling, who has grown up in such an environment and has long since acclimatized to it. Therefore, it would be better for young Master Gui to rest on the bed while I find a suitable place to sleep." This statement was misguided. Gui Yangji gazed earnestly at Song Ling and slowly replied, "It is precisely because Miss Yu Ling has been raised in such circumstances that she should not repeat the same mistakes. Otherwise, should she encounter familiar sights, it would only evoke painful memories of her past, causing unnecessary sorrow. This journey was initiated by my invitation to Miss Yu Ling, and thus I have a natural obligation to care for you. I kindly ask that Miss Yu Ling does not decline my offer." Chapter 47, Illusion? Young Master Gua, you. Song Ling gazed intently at Gui Yangji with her autumn-like, luminous eyes. After a moment, she spoke with a somewhat complex expression, "Young Master Gua, you are quite different from those other noble science." Upon hearing this, Gui Yangji's heart surged with joy, for he recognized that his demeanor had won Song Ling's favor. Most importantly, he had established an image in her mind that distinguished him from others, a matter of utmost significance. However, Gui Yangji did not allow himself to become overly elated. He merely shook his head lightly and replied, "Miss Yu Ling, you flatter me. I have merely done what I ought to do, seeking only to remain true to my conscience. Therefore, you need not decline any further. We must rise early to embark on our journey tomorrow, so it would be wise to rest." After saying this, as if to affirm his resolve, he seated himself in a chair and closed his eyes. A moment later, he heard Song Ling let out a soft sigh. "In that case, I thank you, young Master Gua." Following this, a flurry of subtle sounds ensued. When Gui Yangji finally reopened his eyes, he beheld Song Ling lying on the bed, turned away from him. Her long, dark hair cascaded over the pillow, and the hazy moonlight filtering through the paper windows enveloped her figure in a gentle, ethereal veil, resembling a serene painting. A surge of indescribable emotions welled up within Gui Yangji, and he quietly admonished himself to remain composed, not wishing to disturb Song Ling's repose. Taking a deep breath, he gradually cleared his mind. Although they were in a remote mountain village, the presence of Wei Peng outside provided him with a sense of security. Driven by the fatigue of a long day's journey, he soon drifted into slumber. At some point, Song Ling too succumbed to sleep. It was as if he had suddenly plummeted from a great height, the sensation of weightlessness jolting him awake. Before him lay a dilapidated room. Yet it was not in Yue village. Rather, he found himself in a place both familiar and strange. Here, Song Ling's pupils constricted as she realized that she was in the very house where her previous self had resided in Hongshu village. Outside, the gentle breeze and warm sunlight created an atmosphere where time seemed to stand still, reminiscent of a cozy afternoon. Sunlight filtered through the paper-covered window panes, casting dappled patterns upon the wooden floor, while the air was filled with a faint scent of firewood mingling with the distant fragrance of blooming flowers. "Ling, how long are you going to sleep? Come help your mother dry the rice." A soft and familiar voice resonated from outside. The voice of Song Ling's mother from her previous memories. A dream. Song Ling suddenly sat up, filled with bewilderment. He lowered his gaze and discovered that his body had become diminutive, as if he had reverted to childhood. Reaching out to touch the rough texture of the bed beneath him, he was struck by its palpable reality. On the walls surrounding him hung a scythe, its handle engraved with the mischievous designs he had etched during his youthful days. Song Ling's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He was utterly convinced that before succumbing to slumber, he had shared a room with Gui Yangji in the village of Yue. At this moment, as thoughts swirled in Song Ling's mind, his mother's voice resounded once more from outside. "Ling, did you hear? Your mother is overwhelmed with tasks alone. Please rise swiftly to assist me." Song Ling maintained a composed demeanor as he slowly rose to his feet and exited the room. The sunlight was blinding, causing him to instinctively squint. In the courtyard, a woman clad in coarse fabric was bent over, diligently occupied with her tasks. Her silhouette perfectly overlapped with the image of his mother from his previous memories. Upon hearing the commotion behind her, the woman straightened and turned, her face radiating a warm and loving smile. "Ling, you finally decided to get up. Come help your mother spread out the rice. The sunlight is just right today, and we must dry it quickly, or it will rain tonight." The sight of this woman further solidified Song Ling's conviction that this was not reality. For his parents had perished at the hands of malevolent creatures that attacked their village when he was merely 10 years old. Time cannot reverse, and the deceased cannot be resurrected. Could it be that I have been ensnared in an illusion crafted by some malevolent entity capable of influencing the soul? Song Ling furrowed his brow in contemplation, completely disregarding the woman's words before him. Ling? Ling? The woman approached Song Ling, and seeing his lack of response, she angrily pinched his ear and lifted it. A sharp pain, long forgotten, surged through him, prompting an instinctive desire to push her away. However, he soon realized that his strength had diminished to that of a child, easily subdued by the woman. Ling, it seems you have become increasingly disobedient as you grow older. Not only do you ignore your mother's words, but you dare to push me away? The woman glared down at Song Ling, her beautiful face contorted with anger. Gazing into that familiar yet foreign visage, Song Ling came to a profound realization. This place was not entirely an illusion. At the very least, the sensation of pain was undeniably real. Thus, if one were to perish here, would the true self also meet the same fate? Upon witnessing the sudden change in Song Ling's expression, she quickly mimicked the demeanor from her previous memories and plaintively exclaimed, "Mother, I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I will accompany you to sun the rice right away." Observing her reaction, the woman's anger began to dissipate. Releasing her grip, she remarked, "Humph. That is more like it. Hurry, bring over the winnowing basket from over there, and let us spread out the rice together." "All right," came the reply. Song Ling gently rubbed her flushed ears, obediently picked up the dustpan from the corner, and joined the woman in their industrious task. Sunlight cascaded over the golden rice stalks, reflecting a dazzling brilliance, while the air was suffused with the distinct fragrance of the harvest. As Song Ling busied herself, her mind raced with thoughts on how to escape this illusion. A panel? Song Ling summoned the golden finger panel within his mind, yet it elicited not the slightest response. A wave of despondency washed over him. This predicament could arise from only two causes. Either the force that ensnared him in this illusion had grown potent enough to influence his golden finger panel, or his current form did not belong to him, and his soul was not his own, thus rendering this realm a mere illusion in which the system could not exist. In comparison to the first scenario, Song Ling leaned more towards the latter. For if the former were true, it would be an overwhelming despair. The golden finger panel represented the very foundation of his existence in this chaotic world. If a force truly could surpass it, what purpose would he have to continue? Therefore, it must be the second possibility, and it must be the only one. Song Ling steadied his mind and cast a glance at the woman diligently at work, then inquired, "Mother, where is father?" The woman regarded Song Ling with a peculiar expression and replied, "My dear child, what is the matter with you today? Did I not inform you yesterday that your father is at the blacksmith Zhang's house by the old locust tree in the east of the village, arranging for you to become his apprentice?" Upon hearing this, Song Ling paused. The memories of his previous life were vividly clear. Despite studying the art of the broken wind blade with his father for several years, he had made little progress. His father, believing that his son lacked the martial prowess he himself possessed, intended for him to learn the craft of blacksmithing from Zhang in the village, thus providing an alternative means of livelihood beyond farming. However, it was on this very day that a malevolent creature attacked Hongshi village, resulting in the tragic demise of his parents. Fortunately, a martial artist was present in the village at that time, which prevented greater casualties. Dear readers, I sincerely apologize for the recent irregularities and updates. My mental state has been significantly compromised, with at least half of each day consumed by anxiety and fear, leaving me only fleeting moments of clarity to write intermittently. It has been an immensely painful experience. I am striving to regain my stability and hope to recover soon. Thank you to all the loyal readers who continue to support me. Your kindness is truly appreciated. Chapter 48. Su Qinghe, what must he do now to extricate himself from this vivid illusion? Drawing from certain films he had seen in his past life, it seemed that self-harm could be a viable option. Yet, this reality felt so palpable that even pain was experienced without diminishment. If he were to act recklessly and end his own life, what if he truly perished in the real world? Setting aside such an extreme course of action, If he considered the memories of his previous life which spanned over a decade, it was peculiar that this particular day was chosen. Surely, there must be significance to it. Perhaps he was meant to rescue his parents, who would otherwise perish, thereby unraveling the most painful knot in his memories, and thus conclude this illusion? With no other alternatives at hand, he had no choice but to gamble on this desperate hope. After a moment of contemplation, Ling inquired, "Mother, do you know where the renowned martial artist in the village resides?" Perhaps due to the overwhelming sorrow and despair of that day, the memories of the past are rather indistinct, particularly regarding the warrior who vanquished the malevolent spirits and saved the village. A vague recollection of such a figure exists. Yet the specifics of their name and whereabouts remain elusive. Renowned martial artist? To Ling's surprise, her mother appeared taken aback, concern flickering in her eyes as she approached to gently pat Ling's head. "Child, why are you speaking such nonsense today? In our humble little village, how could there possibly be a distinguished martial artist? If you mean those lesser martial practitioners, there are indeed a few, your father being one of them. After decades of practicing his rudimentary knife techniques, he remains at a novice level, and I fear he may never ascend to become a renowned martial artist." "Oh, my dear, you must not follow in your father's footsteps. It is prudent to learn a trade. Perhaps one day you might even live in the city. Otherwise, the world grows increasingly dire, and who knows when our village might fall victim to those malevolent spirits." The woman paused, her expression clouded with worry as she shook her head. Upon hearing her words, Ling felt a profound astonishment. Although the memories of her past life were hazy, the existence of martial artists was unequivocally clear. Otherwise, the calamity that befell the village would not have resulted in merely a handful of casualties. And it was unlikely that her previous self would have lived past the age of 15. If the warrior who defeated the spirits undoubtedly existed. Yet the woman was entirely oblivious to this fact. Only one possibility remained. That warrior must have been merely passing through, fortuitously witnessing the havoc wrought by the malevolent spirits in Hongsher village, and intervening to lend aid. This would also explain why her recollections of the warrior were so nebulous. They had no true connection to Hongsher village. However, this raises a pressing question. Where could she seek out this warrior for assistance? Since her parents perished on this day, it implied that the martial artist arrived in Hongsher village only after their demise, and she had no means of knowing from where they had come. Thus, the prospect of rescuing her parents seemed to hinge solely upon the possibility of fleeing in advance. Her parents were slain in their home during the evening. At that time, she had already taken refuge at the blacksmith Zhang's place on the eastern edge of the village, thus escaping disaster. This meant that if only she could persuade her parents to leave their home at that critical juncture, they could evade the tragic fate that awaited them. This was not an insurmountable task. Just as Ling pondered this, a bright and lively voice suddenly echoed from outside the courtyard, calling out, "Ling." Ling looked up and saw a sweet-looking little girl with a ponytail, her bright smile illuminating her face, running towards him. She leaned against the fence, her round, bright black eyes sparkling with joy as they gazed at him. This little girl was none other than his childhood companion, Xuan, who was, in fact, the true Xuan Yuan. "Ling, come out and play." Xuan called out to Ling, waving her hand. Ling's expression subtly shifted as an idea blossomed in his mind, one that could significantly increase the likelihood of his parents being away from home in the evening. He feigned a look of difficulty and said, "However, I still need to help mother dry the rice." Xuan, her eyes sparkling with mischief, dashed in from beyond the fence. After exchanging greetings with the woman, she picked up a drying rake from the corner and cheerfully exclaimed, "Then let me help you. This way, you can join me for some fun sooner." "Xinghe, you are truly wonderful." Ling pretended to beam with joy. The woman, observing the close bond between the two children, couldn't help but smile. They all set to work together. The task of drying the rice was not particularly arduous, and with Xuan's assistance, it was completed in no time. At last, they finished. "Ling, let us go. Let's catch fish at the creek west of the village. I've heard there have been quite a few big ones there lately. If we catch some, your mother can make fish soup for you tonight," Xuan exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Ling's hand as they rushed out. "Mother, we're heading out," Ling called back to his mother. She smiled warmly at the two children and said, "Make sure to come back early this afternoon. Your father will want to discuss the apprenticeship at Zhang the blacksmith's when he returns." "Understood. I will definitely be back before dinner." Ling waved his hand dismissively. The two young ones jogged along, traversing the familiar village path towards the creek in the west. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon them, as if the very air was infused with a carefree spirit. Along the way, Xuan chattered animatedly about amusing village anecdotes, while Ling responded with a gentle smile. The girl's expressions were so vivid and lively that he could distinctly see her long eyelashes fluttering, a reality so tangible it felt almost dreamlike. Had he not traversed from Earth but instead been a true native named Ling, he might have been completely entranced, believing this moment to be the genuine reality, with all prior experiences mere illusions. After all, this was the most cherished chapter of his memories. Upon reaching the creek's edge, the water was crystal clear, revealing the swaying aquatic plants beneath, with an occasional fish darting through the depths. Xuan excitedly rolled up her trousers, eager to step into the water and begin her search for the elusive big fish. Ling also entered the water, yet her thoughts were far from catching fish. The solution to keep her parents away from home in the evening was, in fact, rather simple. She merely needed to refrain from returning home at the appointed hour. In their worry, her parents would undoubtedly venture out in search of her, thereby allowing her to evade the fate of being attacked by the malevolent creatures within the house. Ling, look, I found a beautiful stone, Xuan exclaimed from a short distance away, excitedly holding up a vividly colored stone to show Ling. Ling smiled and said, "It's truly beautiful, but Qinghe, weren't you here to catch fish? How did you end up collecting stones?" "I just picked them up when I saw them," Xuan replied as she walked towards Ling unexpectedly. Her foot slipped, causing her to tumble sideways. Chapter 49. Birds and fish. Ling's gaze sharpened as she hurried forward. If saving her parents was a prerequisite for leaving the illusion, then it was imperative that Xuan, a person of immense significance to her past self, must also be preserved. In the fleeting moment before Xuan's head collided with the jagged stones beneath the river, Ling caught her. "You nearly frightened me to death. Ling, you have saved my life," Xuan exclaimed, rising to her feet, her heart racing with relief as she patted her chest. Then, with a swift glance, she grasped Ling's right hand and gasped, "Oh no, Ling, your hand is injured." Ling glanced down and noticed a faint scar on the back of his right hand, likely a result of the stone in the water that had grazed him while he was rescuing Xuan. He withdrew his hand and casually wiped it against his trousers, replying nonchalantly, "It's nothing, just a minor injury. It will heal shortly." Xuan bit her lower lip, her expression filled with remorse as she said, "It's all my fault for being careless. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been hurt." Ling gently patted Xuan's shoulder, offering a comforting smile as she reassured her. "It truly does not matter. Do not take it to heart. Let us continue our fishing endeavor. Did you not mention your desire to catch a large fish to prepare a delightful fish soup this evening?" "Indeed." Xuan nodded earnestly, determination in her eyes. "I shall catch a big fish to treat you well tonight, Ling." Thereafter, in an apparent bid to make amends for her earlier mishap, Xuan displayed an extraordinary effort. With the shimmering surface of the river before her, the young girl's gaze was intense, fixated on the subtle movements beneath the water. Her hands deftly navigated through the aquatic vegetation. Though fish occasionally slipped through her fingers, she remained undeterred, her excitement only heightening. Children possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy. And the afternoon swiftly passed. As the sun gradually descended, a golden glow blanketed the river's surface. At long last, after countless attempts, Xuan let out an exhilarated shriek, her hands tightly grasping a sizable fish. Its scales glimmered like silver in the sunlight, dazzling to behold. "Ling, come quickly. I have caught a big fish," Xuan exclaimed, raising the fish triumphantly, her face radiating with satisfaction and joy. Ling approached and praised, "He is truly remarkable." "Indeed, I always keep my word." Xuan lifted her small face, her expression brimming with pride. After basking in her triumph for a moment, she glanced toward the horizon and said, "Oh dear, it's quite late. Ling, we should head back now." Ling gazed towards the direction of his home, his eyes imbued with deep contemplation. At this hour, it was the time for dinner at home. Should he fail to return, his parents would undoubtedly venture out in search of him. Thus, he could evade the grim fate that awaited him at home, where he would be slain by the malevolent spirits. Perhaps then, he might finally liberate himself from this illusion. With this thought in mind, Ling took hold of Xuan's hand, and with a smile amidst her surprised expression, he gently suggested, "There's no rush. Let us linger by the shore and converse a while longer." Xuan hesitated, replying, "I am not particularly concerned, but does Ling not fear reprimand from your mother?" Ling gently shook his head, glancing at the fish in Xuan's hand, and softly remarked, "Reprimanding is far better than losing. Qinghe, have you ever heard the tale of the bird and the fish?" Upon hearing this, Xuan's cheeks flushed slightly, her large eyes blinking in curiosity as she shook her head. Ling wore a gentle smile as she led Xuan by the hand to a flat stone by the riverbank, where they settled down. The lingering rays of the setting sun elongated their shadows, The tale of the bird and the fish is, in essence, quite simple. It narrates the tragic love between a bird and a fish who, despite their mutual affection, are fated to remain apart due to their vastly different habitats. However, under Song Ling's narration, Xuan listened with rapt attention. Upon finishing the story, she sighed and remarked, "What a sorrowful tale." Indeed, Song Ling casually concurred. To prolong the moment, he inquired, "If you had the choice, would you prefer to be a fish or a bird, Qinghe?" Xuan cradled her cheeks in her hands, genuinely pondering the question. At that moment, a call echoed through the sky, and she looked up to see a kite soaring gracefully across the horizon. Her face lit up with joy as she stood and pointed at the kite, exclaiming, "If I must choose, I would become a bird, no, a kite." I yearned to soar freely like the kite, and with just a glance down, I could see the beloved fish beneath. Behind Xuan, the setting sun poured down like molten gold, casting a brilliant crimson hue across the sky. Witnessing this scene, Song Ling felt a jolt within, a peculiar sense of familiarity enveloping him. Yet, before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he heard the distant calls of his parents searching for him. A surge of joy filled Song Ling's heart, for this signified the success of his scheme. His parents had successfully evaded the grim fate of being slain by the malevolent creature within the confines of their home at dusk. Now, all that remained was to stall for a brief moment, awaiting the arrival of the martial artist who would vanquish the fiend passing through Hongshu village. Thus, Song Ling grasped Xuan's hand and ran in the opposite direction. "Hey Ling, what is the matter? Your parents are calling for you," Xuan inquired. Her brow furrowed in confusion. As Song Ling was about to speak, an overwhelming sense of terror engulfed him. The mountains and rivers ahead shattered into fragments, dissolving into an abyss of darkness. Beside him, Xuan appeared as if she were a figure in a painting frozen in time. Her expression rigid and her body utterly still. Has the illusion finally come to an end? Song Ling flashed through her final thoughts, and then darkness enveloped her, rendering her unconscious. The familiar sensation of weightlessness jolted Song Ling awake. "Am I back?" Song Ling abruptly sat up, surveying his surroundings, yet soon his expression darkened. For he found himself still within the abode of his previous incarnation in Hongshu village. Outside, the gentle breeze mingled with the warmth of the sun, as rays of light streamed through the window and illuminated the room. "Ling, how long do you intend to sleep? Come help your mother with the rice drying." The voice of his mother echoed once more, identical to before, without the slightest variation. Song Ling's countenance darkened further, for he not only failed to escape the illusion but seemed to have been thrust back to the beginning, as if the cycle had restarted. From this perspective, rescuing his parents did not appear to be a means of breaking free from the delusion. Song Ling's brow furrowed in deep contemplation, her mind racing through the potential causes and strategies. Since rescuing her parents had not liberated him from this illusion, it was evident that the issue lay elsewhere. She retraced every detail of the dreamscape, striving to uncover any overlooked or unnoticed clues. Could it be that the key resided in Xuan? A flicker of realization crossed Song Ling's mind, but he swiftly dismissed the notion. "No, that is incorrect. Xuan did not encounter any misfortune today, and there was no need for my intervention. Could it be that my line of thought is misguided? Perhaps rather than seeking to save them, I should contemplate annihilation? Only by personally extinguishing those who reside most dearly in the recesses of my memory can I hope to escape this illusion." Song Ling raised his hand to caress his chin, and suddenly, a jolt coursed through him as his gaze fell upon a scarlet mark on the back of his right hand. This was the wound he had sustained while rescuing Xuan prior to returning to the starting point. A sense of foreboding enveloped Song Ling's heart. Should he become ensnared in a cycle, everything in the surrounding world would reset, leaving only him untouched by this renewal, or rather, the injuries upon his body would remain. An overwhelming sense of urgency bore down upon him, akin to the weight of a mountain. He must swiftly discover a method to escape the illusion, otherwise, with each reiteration, his condition would deteriorate further. Song Ling cast her gaze upon the sickle hanging on the wall, a glint of fierce determination flashing in her eyes. Chapter 50. The Method to Break the Deadlock. Song Ling harbored no affection for the parents of his former self, and given that he was merely ensnared in an ephemeral illusion, the individuals before him were mere figments of imagination, rendering any hesitation utterly irrelevant. Thus, he seized the scythe and stepped outside, decisively bringing the blade down amid the astonished gaze of the woman. In an instant, the world before him shattered once more. He plummeted, opened his eyes, and found himself still within the confines of his predecessor's dwelling, yet he had not escaped. Fear and anxiety, along with all superfluous emotions, could not alleviate the predicament at hand. Gazing at the dilapidated ceiling, Song Ling took several deep breaths to restore a semblance of calm, allowing rational thought to return. Rescue was unfeasible, and slaughter equally so, what then was the appropriate course of action? Perhaps I should alter nothing and permit all that is destined to unfold. Experiencing the entirety as a mere observer, which may be the key to transcending this illusion. If the true Song Ling of the past were faced with this choice, it would undoubtedly pose a formidable challenge, for it is a recollection steeped in anguish, confronted with the opportunity to alter everything. Yet compelled to remain a passive bystander and relive despair once more, would be a cruel irony. However, for Song Ling, the time traveler, no such psychological burden lingered. Upon hearing his mother's call from outside, he calmly responded and rose from his bed to join her in drying the rice. Subsequently, the routine unfolded as before, with Su Qinghe arriving to invite him to fish. The trio worked together to dry the rice, after which Song Ling and Su Qinghe set off towards the riverbank. This time, thanks to Song Ling's prior warning, Su Qinghe did not slip. The only notable difference was that Song Ling suggested returning home early. Although Su Qinghe felt a twinge of regret for not catching any fish, she readily acquiesced. After parting ways with Su Qinghe, Song Ling returned home, where his father had also arrived. With a smile, he addressed Song Ling. Son, Zhang the blacksmith has agreed to take you on as an apprentice. Starting today, I will have a sip of water and rest a bit before taking you over. Very well, father. Song Ling responded obediently. He sat calmly in the courtyard, awaiting his father, gazing at the pristine sky adorned with blue and white clouds, allowing his thoughts to drift away. After the duration of a single incense stick, his father emerged from the house. Let us go, my son. Song Ling nodded and followed her father towards the eastern edge of the village. After bringing Song Ling to the blacksmith Zhang's home and offering a few words of advice, her father turned and departed for their own residence. Song Ling gazed at his retreating figure, acutely aware that barring any unforeseen circumstances, the individual would meet his demise at the hands of a malevolent spirit upon returning home. Subsequently, a passing martial artist would vanquish the wicked entity, restoring the course of history to its rightful path. Come, Ling, have a bite to eat. You will need your strength for the tasks ahead, said Zhang, the blacksmith, a man of plain appearance and honest disposition. With a warm smile, he led Song Ling into his abode and handed him 2 steamed buns. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Song Ling expressed his gratitude. After finishing his meal, he accompanied Zhang to the forge, attentively listening to the latter's explanations while contemplating the passage of time. It should be nearly the moment when his predecessor's parents met their tragic fate, and the malevolent spirit would soon be dispatched by the martial artist. However, despite his prolonged wait, the world around him remained intact, just as confusion began to cloud his thoughts. A cacophony of commotion and terrified cries erupted from outside the blacksmith shop. The malevolent spirit is attacking the village. The malevolent spirit is attacking the village. Song Ling's complexion changed dramatically as she hurriedly flung open the door and dashed outside. Before her lay a scene of chaos on the distant street, where an oddly shaped creature was mercilessly slaughtering the villagers, blood pooling upon the ground as everyone fled in panic. How could this be happening? In the memories of her former self, this creature had not caused such a commotion. It had merely killed her parents and a neighboring family before being vanquished by a martial artist. Where was that martial artist? The one who was supposed to have defeated the creature? Could it be that my presence has triggered a butterfly effect, preventing the martial artist who was meant to arrive in our Redstone village? Yet, I have not deviated from the events as I remember them that day. Song Ling's expression was grim. It was evident that the events had reached a point where this cycle could no longer unfold according to the annals of true history. In a fleeting moment, the scene before him abruptly froze, only to gradually shatter and descend into chaos. He opened his eyes to the familiar ceiling, and thus, the cycle commenced once more. As he listened to his mother's calls from outside, Song Ling sat up in a daze. Despair and fear surged within him like a relentless tide, as though a voice whispered to him that no matter how hard he endeavored, it would all be in vain. That he was destined to be ensnared in this illusory nightmare. No, absolutely not. I, Song Ling, shall never succumb to an inexplicable demise in such a place. Song Ling closed her eyes, took a moment to recalibrate her emotions, and upon reopening them, found clarity and resolve. She resumed contemplating her strategies. The hour of despair was not yet upon her. However, with the absence of a warrior capable of vanquishing the spirits, how could she possibly recreate the memories of yore? Was it to be her own hand that must rise to the occasion? Yet, she was but a powerless child, utterly incapable of confronting the mystical beings. Song Ling lowered his gaze to the scar on his right hand, a flash of insight striking his mind like a bolt of lightning. If the injuries he sustained would carry over to his next incarnation, what of the strength acquired through his training? If he were to continually accumulate and enhance his abilities through each cycle, could he not, at some point, transcend to become a formidable martial artist, thereby vanquishing that elusive spirit? The more Song Ling pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He immediately rose to his feet, disregarding the cries of the women in the courtyard, and hurried towards the grove across the small river to the west of the village. Excluding the rudimentary golden stone technique he had yet to master, Song Ling currently possessed proficiency in two martial arts. One was the family inheritance, the mediocre Windbreaker Blade, and the other was the esteemed Crimson Lotus Sword technique from the Jiang family Xuan Yuan Tower. After a moment of contemplation, Song Ling resolved to practice the Windbreaker Blade. This technique, categorized as a third-rate martial skill, could be cultivated even without the aid of rare herbs. Moreover, having already reached the threshold of the breaking limit level, his familiarity with this blade technique surpassed even that of its original creator. Thus, his progress in mastering it would undoubtedly be swifter than that of the recently perfected Crimson Lotus Sword technique. He picked up a slender branch, took a deep breath, and commenced his training in the Windbreaker Blade amidst the forest. Song Ling's gaze was resolute. Despite the emptiness within his dantian, devoid of any internal energy, his movements were executed with such finesse that they belied the fact he was a novice, as though he had rehearsed them countless times. In the midst of such focused cultivation, time swiftly slipped away, and before long, several hours had passed. The sun dipped below the horizon, ushering in the twilight. Song Ling gazed calmly at the world before him as it shattered, descending into an endless abyss of darkness. As the cycle reset, Song Ling opened his eyes. He immediately leapt from his bed and dashed out of the house, once again arriving at the forest across the small river west of the village, where he commenced his practice of the Blade of the Windbreaker. Chapter 51. The Kill. 276 times. Song Ling opened his eyes with remarkable calmness, gazing at the dilapidated ceiling. This marked the 276th cycle since he entered the illusion. In each of these 276 cycles, the moment he opened his eyes, he would hasten to the forest across the small river to the west of the village to practice the breaking wind blade. As he had surmised, since his injuries would be inherited by his new self in the subsequent cycle, the fruits of his training would also be fully passed down. Today Song Ling rose abruptly, forcefully swinging his fist. The internal energy from his dantian surged rapidly into his arm and bones, erupting ahead in a gust of fist wind. As a practitioner of the flowing martial arts, he had reached a pivotal moment. The creature that had attacked the village was merely of a third-tier realm in terms of strength, although it lacked the prowess of the limit-breaking technique, Wind-Splitting Moon. Song Ling, with his awareness and combat experience that had genuinely surpassed the first-tier realm, felt fully confident in his ability to defeat it. What followed was a matter of patience. Ling, how long are you going to sleep? Come help your mother dry the rice. Outside, the familiar voice echoed once more. Evening approached. After being escorted to Zhang the blacksmith's home by his father's previous incarnation, Song Ling found an excuse to slip away. Taking with him a long knife as he stealthily trailed back to the vicinity of his home, he stood in a secluded shadow, gazing at the somewhat desolate entrance of his house, illuminated by the setting sun. It was not long before the creature, which had haunted his previous self's nightmares, emerged from the forest. It was a long-limbed being with a broad head, covered in green skin that was pockmarked and riddled with imperfections, its eyes glowing a menacing red. Song Ling observed coldly as it entered the dwelling of its predecessor, remaining utterly motionless. Moments later, a chilling scream echoed from within the house, only to be abruptly silenced. Soon after, the green-skinned creature emerged, its maw stained crimson with blood, clearly indicating that the couple inside had met a grim fate. Witnessing this scene, Song Ling refrained from intervening, for the memories of the previous owner revealed that the creature would next slay the neighboring residents before being confronted by a martial artist. Indeed, the green-skinned entity appeared unsated. It bared its jagged teeth, glistening with remnants of flesh, and grinned wickedly as it advanced into the home of the next victim. Song Ling continued to wait, during which several villagers approached from a distance. Among them was the elderly village chief of Hongshi Village, accompanied by his adopted daughter, Su Qinghe, and a few other young men. Their conversation indicated a plan to explore the southern part of the village, intending to survey the terrain in preparation for a new irrigation system to combat the impending drought season. Su Qinghe giggled cheerfully, while the old village chief wore an expression of helplessness, evidently being persistently urged by her to accompany them. As they passed by Song Ling's neighbor's home, a green-skinned creature suddenly burst forth, perhaps alerted by their voices, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty red light, fixating hungrily on the unsuspecting group. An apparition. The old village chief and his companions were taken aback by the creature's sudden appearance, halting in their tracks with expressions of terror. Su Qinghe, in particular, clutched the old man's sleeve tightly, her face pale and her body trembling slightly. The green-skinned creature emitted a bizarre laugh before lunging towards them. At that moment, Song Ling sprang into action. His intent was not to rescue these phantoms, long deceased in reality, but rather to seize the perfect opportunity for a surprise attack. As the creature was momentarily distracted by the group, with a powerful stomp, Songling's foot struck the firm earthen ground, creating a small crater. He propelled himself forward like an arrow released from its bow, fueled by a resolute determination as he swiftly charged towards the green-skinned creature. As he approached, his inner energy surged, amplifying the strength in his arm, and the long blade in his grasp whistled through the air, slicing towards his adversary. The green-skinned creature, taken aback by the sudden onslaught, reacted with remarkable speed, leaping backward with its body contorting unnaturally, narrowly evading Songling's strike. "Human, you seek your own demise." The creature roared in fury, astonished that a human dared to launch a surprise attack against it. Songling's gaze was icy and penetrating. Even after his strike missed its mark, he did not falter. Harnessing the momentum of his advance, he deftly twisted his wrist, causing the long blade to carve a silvery arc through the air as he aimed once more at the green-skinned creature. In an instant, the crimson glow in the creature's eyes intensified, and its muscles swelled ominously. The pits on its skin appeared even more pronounced, with some areas rupturing to ooze a repugnant viscous substance. Simultaneously, its hands underwent a swift transformation. Scales sprouted from its palms, and green talons emerged from its fingertips, glinting menacingly like two razor-sharp daggers. In defiance of Songling's blade, the creature extended its hands to meet the attack head-on. The long knife scraped against the scaled hands of the green-skinned fiend, producing a dazzling shower of sparks. Subsequently, it forcefully gripped the blade and yanked it backward, raising its lethal right claw to strike at Songling's head. As Songling's eyes flickered, he decided to turn the tables, relaxing his body. In an instant, he was pulled closer by the green-skinned creature. Just as the creature's claw was about to pierce his skull, he released his long knife, channeling his inner strength into his legs. Suddenly, he sank down, and the creature's sharp claws grazed perilously close to his scalp. Seizing the opportunity, Songling swiftly pivoted, gliding from beneath the arms of the green-skinned creature with the grace of a falling leaf. With his right hand braced against the ground, he raised his left foot and delivered a powerful kick to the hilt of the long knife clutched by the creature. The unexpected blow caused the blade to penetrate its body, eliciting a pained howl. Without allowing it a moment to recover, Songling adjusted his stance, stepped forward, grasped the hilt, and wrenched the knife free. Dark, viscous blood gushed from the creature's wound as Songling wasted no time, wielding the long knife with all his might in a downward strike. The creature attempted to defend itself with its scaled claws, sparks flying from the clash of steel and talon, yet as time wore on and blood continued to flow from its chest wound, it began to sense the looming threat of death. A flicker of fear emerged in its crimson eyes as it made several desperate attempts to flee, all of which were ruthlessly thwarted by Songling. Ultimately, after a fierce exchange, the green-skinned creature, weakened by excessive blood loss, found its movements growing sluggish. Taking advantage of the opportune moment, Songling leaped into the air, gripping his long blade tightly. With a force akin to 1,000 tons, he brought the weapon crashing down upon the head of the green-skinned creature. A resounding roar echoed as the blade collided, shattering both the weapon and the creature's skull, blood splattering in all directions. The creature's body fell to the ground like a kite severed from its string, convulsing weakly for a brief moment before succumbing to silence. Moments later, it dissipated into a wisp of black smoke, vanishing without a trace. Songling's gaze remained tranquil. After enduring 276 cycles, he finally reached this pivotal moment, yet his emotions were unexpectedly serene. Not far away, the village chief, Su Qinghe, and several others looked on in astonishment. Ling. Su Qinghe's words trailed off as the world again froze and then began to shatter. Chapter 52. Imo Sha hailed from a slum in the southern part of Sui City. At the tender age of 8. Following a conflict between his parents and a neighbor's family, he stealthily infiltrated their home that night and ruthlessly slaughtered all 6 members of the family, from the elderly to the infants. Being so young, no one suspected him, and given the worthlessness of life in the slum, no one pursued the matter further. Having experienced such a swift and efficient method of conflict resolution, Imo Sha felt as though a new world had opened to him. His first instinct in any situation became to resolve it through violence. He even exploited his youth to deceive adults, luring them to their deaths to seize their wealth. However, as often happens, one cannot walk by the river without getting their shoes wet. At the age of 12, he crossed paths with a local figure of considerable influence and was captured. Just as he faced execution, Jiang Lirong, who was out for a leisurely stroll, discovered him. Upon learning of his actions, she admired his ruthlessness and, treating him as a curious toy, brought him back to the Jiang family for cultivation. Unexpectedly, what began as a mealworm bore fruit. Imo Sha's martial talent proved quite remarkable, though he could not be compared to prodigies like Xuan Yuan, who reached the pinnacle of martial arts in just a few years. The martial obstacles that confounded ordinary practitioners posed no challenge for him. Over the span of several years, he continually broke through barriers, ultimately achieving the rank of a first-tier martial artist, becoming a hidden trump card for Jiang Lirong, assisting her with various unsavory tasks. This time, Imo Sha received the order to eliminate the newly returned legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, Xuan Yuan. For others, this target was a taboo not easily approached. Yet for Imo Sha, it held no distinction. After all, he knew nothing but killing. By completing Jiang Lirong's task, he could attain everything he desired, allowing his family to live in luxury. Thus, there was little to ponder. Aside from her identity as the Jiang family's daughter, she was merely a second-tier martial artist, and he could dispose of her as easily as one would a dog. Outside Yukue village, Imo Sha donned black attire, his face masked, leaving only his cold eyes visible. He crouched to examine the fresh hoof prints on the ground, indicating that his target and two others had clearly entered the village. Intending to spend the night, it was an opportune moment to strike. Just as Imo Sha prepared to enter the village, three figures emerged from the mist ahead. His eyes narrowed as he swiftly concealed himself. For reasons unknown, the trio seemed intent on traveling at night. However, it mattered little, as he did not aim to kill the first-tier expert among them, as long as he could catch Jiang Yuling off guard and eliminate her. His lightness of foot would allow him to escape unscathed. Yet, as the figures drew closer, Imo Sha sensed something was amiss. The three were inexplicably walking with closed eyes, appearing as if they were in a deep slumber. The horses they led followed them docilely, and most strangely, translucent bubbles floated above their heads, shimmering with rapid images that were impossible to discern. What was this phenomenon? Imo Sha was taken aback. He had never encountered such an odd scene before, especially when he noticed Wei Peng, also a first-tier martial artist, moving blindly alongside them. A chill ran through him. The unknown was the most terrifying of all. Nevertheless, this presented an excellent opportunity to act. Regardless of the reason behind their state, the fact remained that they were utterly oblivious to their surroundings. With a swift strike to sever the target's throat, he could easily fulfill his mission. Yet, out of caution, Imo Sha chose to observe a while longer. After trailing the trio for nearly half an hour without sensing any abnormalities, he finally resolved to act. Drawing his dagger from his waist, a glint of cold light flashed in his eyes as he lunged toward Song Ling. The speed of a first-tier expert's lethal strike was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, the blade was mere inches from Song Ling's pristine neck, and Imo Sha envisioned the scene of the target's head rolling away. But just at that moment, Song Ling, who had kept his eyes shut, suddenly opened them. The chilling intent of his gaze jolted him back to reality, prompting him to instinctively draw his sword from his side. Breaking the limit, wind and moon slash. The sword gleamed like a silver ribbon, slicing through the night sky with brilliance and chill, resembling a cold moon exploding upon the ground, aimed directly at Imo Sha's heart. Imo Sha's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated Song Ling would awaken at such a moment and unleash a strength rivaling his own as a first-tier martial artist. His dagger was already at Song Ling's throat, yet if he persisted in his intent to kill, he would undoubtedly be pierced through the chest by the sword at such close range. Mutual destruction? Impossible. That was not Imo Sha's desire. He had not yet lived enough. Thus, he redirected the dagger to shield his chest. As the night air crackled with sparks from the clash between Song Ling's sword and Imo Sha's dagger, a tremendous force surged through the sword, forcing Imo Sha to retreat a couple of steps to dissipate the impact. The wind and moon slash was formidable. It was merely an offshoot of the third-tier technique, breaking the wind blade. While it might shine in the second tier, it paled in comparison at the first tier. It could suffice for ordinary maneuvers but lacked the potency for a killing blow. Imo Sha gazed at Song Ling, his expression a mix of astonishment and uncertainty. According to his intelligence, this legitimate daughter of the Jiang family had not yet turned 16 and had grown up in the countryside, devoid of any cultivation resources. Achieving second-tier status already showcased remarkable talent, yet now, she had somehow advanced to the first tier? It was known that her brother, Jiang Yuan, reached first-tier status at 16. But that was only with the abundant resources provided by the Jiang family. If that were the case, was her innate talent not superior to Jiang Yuan's? What a monstrous anomaly! As the night breeze swept through, Song Ling fully regained his senses. He had finally returned. Song Ling cast her gaze around and observed Gui Yangji and Wei Peng, who were walking with their eyes closed, as well as the bubbles floating above their heads. It seemed that this was indeed the culprit behind my entrapment in this illusion. However, now was not the time for inquiry. As Song Ling contemplated, his gaze fell upon Imo Sha not far away. A martial artist of the first tier must not underestimate their opponent. Who sent you to kill me? Jiang Yin-yang or Jiang Liro? He inquired with an expression of calm indifference. Imo Sha remained silent, even though his target was a prodigy in martial arts. Surpassing Jiang Yujin's talents, the latter was still, for the time being, merely a fellow practitioner within the same tier, not an insurmountable adversary. Thus, Imo Sha gripped his dagger tightly, resolutely drawing it forth. Chapter 53, The Name is Demon with a powerful thrust of his foot. Imo Sha propelled himself forward like a cannonball, instantly covering several meters as he lunged at Song Ling, his dagger glinting ominously as it aimed directly for Song Ling's temple. Song Ling had long been fully focused and prepared, thus he would not allow his opponent to succeed. With an astonishing angle, he deftly redirected his long sword, its tip lightly touching the ground. Utilizing this slight force, his body strangely shifted to the side, evading Imo Sha's deadly strike. Simultaneously, his wrist flicked, and the sword traced an arc through the air, transforming from defense to offense. The blade pierced the void, emitting a piercing shriek as it aimed directly for Imo Sha's ribcage. Imo Sha's eyes widened in astonishment as he let out a thunderous roar, his body twisting mid-air to block with the dagger. The collision of his dagger and Song Ling's sword erupted in a shower of fierce sparks. He did not linger in the engagement but retreated at once, his internal energy surging wildly. The formidable strength of a first-rate martial artist erupted throughout his muscles and bones, his vital energy thick as molten lava. Clenching his left hand into a fist, he fiercely struck towards Song Ling's forehead. Due to the angle of his long sword, Song Ling found himself unable to lend aid in time. A flicker of ruthless intent flashed in his eyes as he resolutely raised his fist. The power of his vital essence surged forth, layering strength upon strength, as he met Imo Sha's punch with a mighty counter. Bang! The full force of two first-rate martial artists clashed in mid-air, creating a shockwave of explosive energy. The air rippled around them, and their garments billowed as if caught in a tempest, swirling uncontrollably. Song Ling's gaze darkened slightly as he sensed that Imo Sha's internal power surpassed his own. In a prolonged battle, it would likely be disadvantageous for him. With this thought in mind, he seized the opportunity to adjust his sword posture, adopting a stance that completely sacrificed defense. His sword was raised high, its tip resembling a dragon, descending forcefully to target the vital point at Imo Sha's chest. Startled, Imo Sha retreated swiftly. The opponent's approach was a desperate gamble, exchanging life for life. Had he possessed sufficient resolve, this strike could have shattered Song Ling's throat. However, he would likewise be pierced through the heart by the sword, a cost too great to bear. He was an assassin, not a martyr. The world still held too many beautiful things for him to savor. How could he possibly forfeit his life for a mere mission? A flicker passed through Song Ling's gaze as he took a step back, retreating further with each stride. His longsword quivered, unleashing a formidable thrust imbued with the ferocity of wind and thunder, stirring the air around him. As the saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Song Ling capitalized on the advantage of his sword, attacking Imo Sha from a distance. Imo Sha, having been momentarily forced back by Song Ling's previous life-and-death gambit, found himself in a passive defensive position due to the constraints of his dagger. In the pitch-black night, the clash of dagger and longsword erupted in a dazzling display of sparks, akin to brilliant stars igniting in the sky. Although Imo Sha was temporarily at a disadvantage, his agile movements, courtesy of the wind-step technique, allowed him to evade injury from Song Ling's relentless strikes. Just as Imo Sha successfully parried another of Song Ling's assaults and prepared to counterattack, Song Ling unexpectedly retrieved a pouch from his pocket and hurled it at Imo Sha with startling swiftness, assuming it to be a concealed weapon. Imo Sha instinctively slashed at it with his blade. In the next instant, a cloud of black powder erupted, engulfing him entirely. Overcome by a suffocating stench that invaded his nostrils, he felt dizzy, unable to open his eyes, and was besieged by a searing pain. You dare to use poison? Despicable and shameless, devoid of martial ethics. A cold laugh escaped Song Ling's lips as he scornfully remarked. What need is there for martial ethics when dealing with a despicable assassin like you? With that, he sprang into action, his sword slicing through the night sky like a bolt of lightning, each thrust aimed directly at Imo Sha's vital points. Imo Sha desperately attempted to open his eyes, but his vision was gravely impaired, and the effects of the poisonous powder severely hindered his senses. His movements became sluggish, and he could only rely on his extensive combat experience and profound internal strength to barely evade Song Ling's relentless onslaught. Yet each encounter left him with fresh wounds. In a matter of moments, he was already drenched in blood. The lotus blossoms unfurl. Song Ling executed the perfected technique of the red lotus sword art. With the long sword blooming like a lotus flower, unleashing an infinite array of sharpness and lethal intent that shattered the void with a piercing shriek. The consummate mastery of the Red Lotus sword art left Imo Sha utterly astounded. Having been nurtured within the Jiang family for so many years by Jiang Lirong, he was well aware of the martial skills' ease of entry and difficulty of advancement. How could Jiang Yuling, having only just returned, have achieved such perfection in her practice? He felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. With such prowess, what need had she for poison? The dense web of lotus swords increasingly overwhelmed Imo Sha, and with a clang, his dagger was sent spiraling away. Instantly, blood-red blossoms erupted from his body, transforming him into a figure of blood. With a swift motion, the sword's radiance shimmered coldly under the moonlight, its tip pressing firmly against Imo Sha's throat. A slight push forward would suffice to end his life. Wait, wait. Do not kill me. I will tell you who sent me. Imo Sha exclaimed, his face etched with terror. He could not afford to die. He had not yet lived enough. Jiang Lirong had shown him kindness, yet over the years he had also accomplished numerous tasks on her behalf. Surely, he could not repay her kindness with his demise. Oh, Song Ling halted her movements. Imo Sha dared not negotiate terms, speaking in rapid succession. It is Jiang Lirong. She blames you for the death of her son, Jiang Xuan, and desires my hand in your demise as retribution. Indeed, it was she. Song Ling displayed not a hint of surprise upon hearing this. Imo Sha continued, Miss Yu Ling, if you could spare me, I am willing to divulge anything you wish to know. Having been by Jiang Lirong's side for many years, I possess numerous secrets about him. Once you acquire this knowledge, you will undoubtedly be able to manipulate him at will. There is no need, Song Ling interjected. What? I said, there is no need. Song Ling replied with a placid demeanor. The secret of a deceased holds no significance. As a killer, you must have taken many lives. Surely you are curious about the sensation of being slain, are you not? Imo Sha's pupils dilated in shock. No, I am not curious at all. With that, the warmth of life spilled onto the ground as Imo Sha's vitality gradually faded, his body collapsing to the earth. After searching him for a while without discovering anything of value, Song Ling shifted his gaze to Gui Yangji and Wei Peng, who continued to move forward. If his assumptions were correct, the two of them were likely ensnared in the same illusion as he had been before, unable to extricate themselves. Could this be the reason for the disappearance of Yukue village? If left unimpeded, to what destination would they inevitably wander? After a moment of contemplation, Song Ling resolved to follow discreetly for the time being, ready to flee at the slightest hint of danger. Thus, he trailed behind the two individuals, continuing in a particular direction. An hour later, Song Ling observed several other figures, similarly adorned with floating orbs above their heads, advancing towards the same destination as Gui Yangji and Wei Peng. 3 hours later, as dawn began to break, the procession of orb-bearing travelers had grown to over 100 individuals. Faced with such a formidable assembly, Song Ling dared not follow closely. Instead, he maintained a considerable distance, allowing Gui Yangji and Wei Peng to fall behind the main group due to his intervention. Finally, upon reaching the edge of a gorge, the procession slowed its pace. Song Ling discovered a towering tree in the rear, and upon ascending it, the breathtaking scene that unfolded below left him utterly astounded. He beheld a multitude of peculiar creatures, thousands upon thousands, fervently prostrating themselves in the depths of the canyon. At the forefront of this reverent assembly was a being of colossal stature, akin to a small mountain, with a head resembling that of a lion. Almost its entire form, save for half of its skull, had been reduced to bone, and a deep sword scar traversed from its tail to its cranium. Were it not for the overwhelming aura of dread emanating from it, which rendered Song Ling nearly immobile, he might have doubted that this was a living entity, a term he had heard since childhood, yet had never witnessed. Detonated within his mind, it was known as a demon. Chapter 54. Emotion and loyalty. As he gazed upon this spectacle, Song Ling felt a shiver run down his spine. Such a being transcended all prior understanding he possessed. Among the prostrating creatures, he even discerned some formidable entities, whose powers were comparable to that of innate grandmasters. As recorded in the annals of the spirit beings, should these creatures rise en masse, they would be more than capable of obliterating the entire city of Sui. Yet, at this moment, they trembled in submission before what might be a demon. It was no wonder they had encountered no other spirit beings on their journey. They had all congregated here. The sheer terror embodied in this creature, now reduced to mere bones, with only half of its head remaining intact, clearly indicated it had suffered grievous injuries. What, then, could have inflicted such harm? Perhaps it was the legendary celestial master? Song Ling took a deep breath, striving to calm his tumultuous emotions. The lofty beings before him felt exceedingly distant, rendering him, in comparison, even less significant than an ant. However, soon after, a wave of exhilarating excitement surged within him. What a magnificent and grand world it was, as long as he continued to grow stronger. One day he too could ascend to such heights, gazing down upon all living beings. Just as Ling prepared to descend the tree, cautiously departing from this place, the throngs of people who had halted at the canyon's edge began to move once more. Their limbs twitched momentarily before they suddenly surged forward. Hundreds of individuals leaped from the precipice in a spectacular display. Remarkably, upon their descent, they did not meet their demise. Instead, bubbles above their heads unexpectedly expanded, enveloping their entire bodies. They curled up as if they had returned to the amniotic fluid of a fetus, serene smiles adorning their faces. Before long, the sky above the canyon was adorned with countless bubbles containing adult-sized infants. Due to Ling's earlier intervention, Guo Yangji and Wei Peng lagged behind the main group, still racing toward the canyon, temporarily remaining outside this extraordinary phenomenon. Ling gazed at the figures of the two, his eyes flickering with contemplation. After a moment's reflection, he relinquished the thought of aiding them. After all, the proximity to the monstrous creature posed a significant risk, and should his intervention incite unforeseen calamities that ultimately ensnared him, it would be dire indeed. As the saying goes, better the death of a friend than the death of a hermit. Guo and Wei, you may proceed without concern, Ling murmured softly. As Guo Yangji and Wei Ping sprinted forth, a multitude of adult-sized bubbles, numbering in the hundreds, began to drift slowly towards the beast at the canyon's base. During this process, the human occupants within the bubbles gradually dissolved, ultimately transforming into droplets of shimmering, iridescent liquid. These droplets floated toward the grotesque half-head of the creature, seamlessly entering its nostrils with each breath it took. With the infusion of the colorful liquid, the edges of the creature's wound began to exhibit a delicate, pinkish growth, writhing gently as it sought to cover the areas reduced to mere bone. However, it soon ceased its growth, perhaps due to a lack of energy, rendering the area of recovery almost negligible compared to its massive form. Just as Guo Yangji and Wei Ping approached the precipice, poised to leap, a brilliant golden hue erupted on the eastern horizon. The magnificent sun ascended the sky with an indomitable force. Dawn had arrived. An endless cascade of radiance enveloped the earth, and as the dazzling sunlight struck the bubbles above Guo and Wei, they unexpectedly shattered. Simultaneously, the creature, with its remaining half-head, abruptly opened its solitary eye. In an instant, the myriad of ethereal beings within the canyon exploded, transforming into dense clouds of black mist that surged toward the creature's form, enveloping it completely just before the sunlight could touch it. Ling's thoughts flickered like lightning as he swiftly comprehended that the demon was unable to bask in sunlight, at least during its current, severely injured state. However, even with this knowledge, it proved inconsequential, for the disparity between the two was insurmountable, much like an ant could never hope to rattle a human, regardless of the latter's frailty. Yet, upon witnessing Guo Yangji and Wei Peng, both teetering on the brink of consciousness at the edge of the cliff, a glint of mischief sparked in his eyes, and a sly smile crept across his lips. He leapt down from the tree and hastened towards them, deliberately smearing dirt and dust upon himself to present a rather disheveled appearance. Upon reaching the two, he composed his expression into one of frantic urgency and began to shake them vigorously. Master Guo, Senior Wei, please awaken. Their impending return to consciousness was hastened by his fervent actions, and they soon opened their eyes. Monsieur Ling. Guo Yangji's face registered confusion initially, but after a moment, realization dawned upon him, and he widened his eyes to call out to Ling. Wei Peng, too, shared his astonishment. At last, you have awakened, Ling exclaimed, his expression brimming with delight. What on earth transpired? I feel as though I've been ensnared in a lengthy dream. And Monsieur Ling, why do you appear so disheveled? What has happened? Guo Yangji shook his head, struggling to distinguish between reality and illusion. Beside him, Wei Ping gazed down into the abyss, where a colossal entity loomed, shrouded in dense, black mist, an overwhelming sense of suffocation washing over him. Ling furrowed her brow and said, "This is not the place for conversation. Let us leave promptly, and I shall explain everything later." Guo Yangji and Wei Peng exchanged glances. Very well. 10 miles away from Danwang Mountain, they were astonished by the revelations. After listening to Ling's account, both Guo Yangji and Wei Peng displayed expressions of incredulity. Monsieur Ling, it is thanks to you that both Wei and I have survived this ordeal, Guo Yangji remarked, his expression a tapestry of emotions. Originally, he had invited Ling on this journey intending to share an unforgettable experience and, perhaps, evoke a sense of admiration in her as he protected her. Little did he expect that this memorable journey would lead to him being saved by her instead. Monsieur Ling, I owe you my life. Should you ever require anything in the future, I, Wei Ping will not hesitate to oblige. Wei Ping spoke earnestly. Song Ling smiled faintly, saying, "There is no need for you two to be overly courteous. Since we have ventured out together, we share the responsibility of mutual support. How could we abandon one another in times of peril? The highest form of deceit lies in the blend of 7 parts truth and 3 parts falsehood." Most of what Song Ling conveyed to the two was indeed genuine, albeit with certain crucial details omitted, such as the fact that he too had been ensnared in an illusion. Instead, he claimed he had not even fallen asleep. "Miss Ling truly embodies the spirit of a chivalrous woman," Wei Ping exclaimed in admiration, while Song Ling's words appeared lighthearted. The disheveled state of his companion revealed the arduous journey she had undertaken to rescue the two of them. Yet, she mentioned none of it, reflecting the sheer integrity and noble spirit that resided within her. In these tumultuous times, individuals possessing such qualities are exceedingly rare. Chapter 55, The Xiong Brothers. A day later, in the southwestern corner of Dangwang Mountain, four individuals congregated before a dilapidated cluster of buildings. "Brother, are there really so many treasures inside? This shabby place hardly seems like it," mumbled a scar-faced youth, a blade of grass dangling from his mouth. He Junyan is a renowned antiquities dealer in Luoshan City. By threatening his family's lives, he would not dare to lie. "There must be something here that we desire, those treasures once collected by Jiangzi, the former director of the Exorcism Bureau, are of considerable value," replied another youth, a one-eyed man donning an eye patch, his gaze glimmering with avarice as he surveyed the rundown structures. If any residents of Luoshan City were present, they would instantly recognize these notorious figures as the infamous Xuan Yuan and Xuan Kuang brothers. Their conduct is eccentric, and their lustful nature knows no bounds. They adhere to no principles of the martial world and will resort to any means to achieve their ends. However, their martial prowess has reached an exceptional level, and their coordination is remarkably seamless. Unless surrounded, ordinary first-rate martial artists stand no chance against them. Moreover, their transient lifestyle renders them untouchable, leaving others helpless despite their deep-seated resentment. As they prepared to enter the dilapidated premises with their two subordinates, the distant sound of galloping hooves echoed. And soon 3 riders, a man and a woman, emerged into the Xiong brothers' line of sight. "Stop the horses," Wei Ping ordered, squinting towards the Xiong brothers. It was evident that this group was also in search of the treasures left behind at the Exorcism Bureau's ruins. He did not recognize the Xiong brothers, but their unabashed display of vitality indicated that they were also first-rate martial artists. However, even among those of the same rank, distinctions and strength are apparent. Wei Ping, serving as the martial arts chief in one of the 4 great families of Sui City, possesses genuine skills far beyond the ordinary. Yet, glancing at Gui Yangji and Song Ling beside him, he realized that he would dare to confront them only if these two were absent. At this moment, he had to act with caution. He could not allow them to suffer any harm under his watch. Gui Yangji, being the legitimate son of his master, and Jiang Yuling, who had saved his life, were factors he could not overlook. After a moment of contemplation, Wei Ping smiled and clasped his hands, addressing the Xiong brothers. "May I inquire how far this place is from Luoshan City?" Upon witnessing Wei Ping's gesture, it was unnecessary for Song Ling to speak. Gui Yangji, not being foolish, understood Wei Ping's intentions and thus refrained from interjecting or displaying confusion. Xiang Kuang scrutinized the 3 of them, particularly lingering on Song Ling's veiled face. Before turning to Wei Ping, "Are you headed to Luoshan City?" Wei Ping replied with a wry smile, "Indeed. I am escorting our young master and young lady to Luoshan City. Unfortunately, we encountered an attack by a creature along the way and lost many belongings, including our map. We have no choice but to proceed based on our previous impressions. Fortunately, we have encountered you. If it is convenient, could you point us in the right direction?" Xiang Kuang laughed heartily. "You have indeed asked the right people. Simply follow this small path eastward, then turn north at the fork. That will guide you around Dangwang Mountain directly to Luoshan City." "Thank you, brother. If we meet again in the future, I shall treat you to a drink." Wei Ping responded with a salute to the Xiong brothers, then turned to Song Ling and Gui Yangji, saying, "Young master, young lady, let us continue our journey. We should reach Luoshan City before this evening." "All right," Gui Yangji nodded, casting an apologetic glance at Song Ling. Though it had been agreed that they would search for treasures together, circumstances now compelled him to yield, leaving him with a sense of unease. Song Ling responded with a smile. "Return empty-handed? How could that be possible?" Just as the horses' hooves began to move and the group started to advance once more, perhaps due to an inadequate fastening, the veil on Song Ling's face unexpectedly fell away. Song Ling quickly turned her head to grasp the veil, only to lock eyes with Xiang Kuang. A tremor coursed through Xiang Kuang's heart. Even while the woman wore a mask, he had sensed her extraordinary beauty. However, adhering to the philosophy of avoiding unnecessary trouble, he had forcibly suppressed his desires. Yet, upon witnessing her ethereal visage, a singular thought consumed him: to possess her. Such a beauty, if missed, would be a lifelong regret. Suddenly, Xiang Kuang spoke. "You two may leave. She must stay." Wei Ping's expression darkened. "What do you mean by this?" Xiang Kuang reiterated. "I have said, you may leave. She must remain." A brazen smile, utterly devoid of shame, crept across Xiang Kuang's face. In the meantime, Xiang Yong and two others had already moved to encircle the trio. "Boldness of you!" Guo Yangzai exclaimed furiously. Song Ling was his beloved. How could these people act with such impunity? As the legitimate son of the Guo family, he had never endured such humiliation. "Yuling, rest assured, I will not allow them to harm you," Guo Yangzai declared resolutely. Song Ling felt a flicker of emotion at his words. Wei Ping slowly unsheathed his long knife. A powerful aura emanating from him as he regarded Xiang Kuang, his voice cold as ice. "It seems today as matters cannot be resolved amicably?" Xiang Kuang chuckled darkly. "I have given you a chance." With that, he struck fiercely, a flash of cold light preceding the swift thrust of his spear like a dragon. Seeking death, Wei Ping, undeterred, advanced instead of retreating. Channeling his internal energy into his right arm, he slashed through the air with his long knife, creating a brilliant arc of light that clashed with the tip of Xiang Kuang's spear, producing a sharp metallic sound. Xiang Kuang's expression shifted. The force transmitted from Wei Ping's blade was overwhelming, forcing him to step back 2 paces to dissipate the impact. "Ah Yong!" Xiang Kuang shouted. His brother Xiang Yong immediately understood, thrusting his spear toward Wei Ping from behind. "Well done!" Wei Ping roared, his vital energy thick as mercury, surging through his body as he transformed his left hand into a dark dragon claw, boldly grasping the spear aimed at him, and then yanked it fiercely. "What?" Xiang Yong was taken aback, losing his balance and stumbling toward Wei Ping. In that critical moment, Xiang Kuang struck again, his spear sweeping towards Wei Ping's lower body with a tempestuous force. Xiang Yong had no choice but to abandon his assault on Wei Ping, converting his claw strike into a palm strike against the steed. The tremendous force shattered the horse's limbs, which let out a final neigh before collapsing lifelessly. Wei Ping seized this recoil to leap into the air, evading Xiang Kuang's spear. Landing deftly, he clapped his hands against the mounts ridden by Song Ling and Guo Yangzai. "Young masters, Miss Yuling, you must leave first. I will hold them off," he urged. The horses, spurred by the impact, surged forward. "Wei Laojiao, be careful." Song Ling turned, her expression filled with concern. A warm surge flooded Wei Ping's heart. "Damn you too, chase after them. Bring that woman back alive." Xiang Kuang commanded his 2 subordinates. "Yes," they replied, immediately setting off in pursuit. Wei Ping attempted to intervene but was blocked by Xiang Kuang and Xiang Yong. "Your adversaries are us." Chapter 56. The library pavilion surrounding the ruins of the Jinshe division was a dense forest. Once Song Ling and Guo Yangzai's mounts plunged into the thicket, their speed rapidly diminished due to the terrain. Meanwhile, the 2 subordinates of the Xiang brothers relentlessly pursued. "Yuling, our horses cannot maintain speed here, and we are too conspicuous. We must dismount." Guo Yangzai instructed. Song Ling agreed. Song Ling nodded, and the 2 swiftly dismounted, vanishing into the depths of the forest. A short while later, 2 henchmen from the Xiang family arrived at the location where the horses had been abandoned. They fled on foot, one remarked, frowning. "No matter. Let us not forget the exquisite white rat we raised." The other spoke as he produced a small, snow-white rodent from a cloth bag at his waist, placing it before the saddles of Song Ling and Guo Yangzai. The little creature twitched its nose, then leapt from its master's palm, scurrying towards a certain direction within the woods. "Let us proceed." The 2 hastily followed suit. "Master Gui, this is entirely my fault. Otherwise, matters would not have escalated to this point," Song Ling expressed with a face full of remorse as they ran. Guo Yangzai gritted his teeth. "You cannot blame Yuling. It is the fault of that lecherous scoundrel. Should we manage to escape, I shall spare no effort to exact vengeance upon him." No sooner had he uttered these words than a chilling scoff resonated from behind. "You shall not have the opportunity to survive." "What?" Guo Yangzai turned in shock, only to behold the 2 henchmen of the Xiang family pursuing them relentlessly from behind. "How could they possibly know we fled this way?" Guo Yangzai's expression darkened. The 2 pursuers exuded the formidable aura of top-tier second-rate warriors, while he, being merely an amateur in the realm of martial arts, and Song Ling, a novice at best, stood no chance against them. Was this truly the day he would meet his demise? Guo Yangzai's face turned pale. Song Ling's gaze flickered. He had originally intended to seize the opportunity to slip away from Guiyangzhai and return alone in search of ancient artifacts containing the mysterious essence. The arrival of these two individuals was indeed fortuitous. Thus, he halted his steps and turned to stand resolutely before the two pursuers, declaring, "Young Master Gua, this situation has arisen because of me, and you must not be implicated. I will hold them off. You must flee. You Ling." Guiyangzhai's expression was one of utter astonishment. He could scarcely believe that Song Ling would make such a self-sacrificial choice, granting him a chance to escape. "You shall not leave." Just as Guiyangzhai was momentarily stunned, the two assailants had reached Song Ling. One wielded a massive hammer, while the other brandished twin cudgels. Advancing towards Song Ling from either side. "You Ling!" Guiyangzhai exclaimed in alarm, and gritting his teeth, he turned back, withdrawing a diamond folding fan from his waist and charging at the hammer wielder. The assailant's eyes glinted with derision as he redirected his massive hammer straight at Guiyangzhai. The collision between Guiyangzhai's diamond fan and the hammer resulted in the fan's rib shattering, yet it momentarily softened the blow of the hammer, which still crashed heavily into Guiyangzhai's chest, sending him reeling several meters away, blood spilling from his mouth. An unparalleled dread began to spread within Guiyangzhai's heart. If this continued, he would surely perish. "Young Master Gui," Song Ling drew his long sword, deftly fending off the assailant wielding twin maces, while simultaneously obstructing another pursuer. He called out to Guiyangzhi, "Young Master Gua, you are no match for them. Remaining here only invites death. You must flee at once. If I can hold out until Senior Wei Peng secures victory, I shall be unharmed." As he spoke, Song Ling had already engaged in a fierce battle with the two adversaries. Yet, despite his exquisite swordsmanship, he was still a novice among the second-tier fighters, and soon found himself at a disadvantage against the coordinated assault of two top-tier opponents. Guiyangzhi watched this unfolding tragedy with reddened eyes, realizing he had been reduced to a situation where he might need to sacrifice someone dear in order to escape. Nevertheless, he clung to the will to survive and resolved to flee deeper into the forest. "The man has fled," one of the attackers remarked dismissively. "It matters not. The boss instructed us to bring this woman back alive." The one wielding the massive hammer spoke coldly, directing his words at Song Ling. "We have refrained from using our full strength to avoid harming you. If you comply and accompany us willingly, all will be well. However, should you choose to resist, do not blame us for our lack of courtesy." "Oh?" Song Ling's expression was indifferent. As he observed Guiyang and Shai fleeing into the distance, a surge of formidable inner strength, characteristic of a first-rate realm, coursed through his entire being, culminating in an explosive release of powerful vitality. How could this be? Bang! The eyes of the two men widened in shock, unable to react in time. One of them was struck in the chest by Song Ling's kick, causing a significant indentation, with broken ribs puncturing his internal organs. He flew through the air like a severed kite, landing several meters away, lifeless on the spot. The other man, confronted with this sudden turn of events, was utterly horrified. Just as he opened his mouth to plead for mercy, a cold blade descended, severing his head from his shoulders. Song Ling flicked the blood from his sword before sheathing it. With his current prowess, dispatching second-rate foes was as effortless as slaughtering chickens or pigs, devoid of any strain. The sound of squeaking echoed. Song Ling lowered his gaze and observed a small white mouse scurrying around him. A sudden realization dawned upon him. This little creature was likely the reason why the two were able to track both him and Guiyangzhi. Perhaps this tiny being held some significance after all. Song Ling explored the two individuals and discovered a rather exquisite cloth pouch, emanating a faint fragrance. Upon opening it, a small white mouse eagerly scurried inside. Song Ling stowed away the cloth bag and sprinted back in the direction he had come from. He soon returned to the vicinity of the main entrance of the former town's evil sect ruins, concealing his presence amidst the trees. He observed Wei Ping still locked in a fierce struggle with the Xiong brothers, their bond unbreakable. Truly deserving of his title as the martial arts grandmaster of the Gua family, he was managing to maintain a subtle upper hand against the two first-rate masters of the Xiong family, who worked in perfect harmony. If this situation were to persist, it seemed that the ultimate victor would indeed be him. Song Ling cast his gaze upon the ruins of the Xinxia division, an expansive complex that beckoned him to seize the opportunity to stealthily infiltrate and search for the elusive Xuan Yuan artifacts. With this thought in mind, he promptly set forth. He distanced himself from the battlefield where Wei Ping and the Xiong brothers clashed, taking a wide detour until he arrived at the southern side of the Xinxia division ruins. Approaching a somewhat dilapidated yet largely intact wall, he leaped with determination, entering the desolate interior. As he looked around, the remnants of the Xinxia division lay in a state of desolation. The structures were worn and overgrown with weeds, once a bastion for subduing malevolent spirits and safeguarding peace. It now stood in ruins, permeated by a faint mustiness and the dust of history. Ling traversed the ruins, the gravel beneath his feet emitting a faint sound. After a continuous search through several rooms, he arrived at a side hall, where the roof bore multiple damages. The golden rays of the setting sun streamed through the gaps, casting a mottled light that evoked a sense of desolation. Navigating through the dilapidated walls, Ling found himself in a room marked with the characters for library. A rusted lock hung ominously on the door of the library. Ling swiftly drew her sword, severing the lock with a decisive stroke. As she pushed open the grand door, she beheld an interior brimming with an array of dust-laden antiquities, each more intriguing than the last. A rich aura of profound energy pervaded the entire chamber. Chapter 57. Within the pages lies a house of gold. Ling inhaled sharply, taken aback by the profound and rich aura of the mysterious source that enveloped him. Indeed, it was the library pavilion. Within its tomes lay treasures untold. And the ancients had not misled me. This was truly a fortuitous discovery. Ling murmured to himself, wishing to avoid prolonged uncertainties, and promptly commenced the extraction of profound essence. It was akin to a weary traveler, parched from a relentless drought, who suddenly stumbles upon a crystal-clear spring and savors its refreshing waters. The abundant essence flowed into Ling's being as his hands made contact with the antiquities, being absorbed into his very core. 100, 500, 1,000, 3,000. When Ling had flawlessly absorbed every last drop of essence, the total on the panel had surged to an astonishing 5,236 points. It is noteworthy that Ling had elevated the Red Lotus sword technique to perfection with merely around 200 points. Even considering that breaking through his limits would require another 200 points, that amounts to 400 points. The surplus of over 5,000 points of profound essence would be more than sufficient to elevate numerous first-rate martial arts techniques to their limits. If he could indeed achieve such a feat, how formidable he would become. Ling gazed at the figures displayed on the panel, inhaling deeply as he suppressed the urge to immediately elevate the Red Lotus sword technique to its limit. The last time he had forcibly enhanced it at Xie Feng's residence was an act of desperation. Ideally, he would prefer to seek a secluded and secure location for such an endeavor. Presently, outside the ruins of the Wind-Shattering division, his brothers from the Xiong family and Wei Peng were still engaged in a fierce battle. The prospect of an unforeseen mishap during the enhancement was far from desirable. Thus, Ling chose not to act impulsively. Instead, he retraced his steps and scaled the walls to exit the ruins of the Wind-Shattering division. While traversing the forest, Ling observed that the clash among the three had seemingly reached its conclusion. Wei Peng had gained a distinct advantage, managing to overpower both members of the Xiong family single-handedly. It was likely that he would soon defeat them one by one, leading to an inevitable victory. After a moment of contemplation, Ling turned and dashed towards the location where he had previously vanquished the two subordinates of the Xiong family. He discovered their lifeless bodies, dragged them away to a secluded spot for burial, and meticulously cleansed the scene of the incident. Subsequently, with a calm demeanor, he struck his palm against his chest, expelling a mouthful of blood that stained his garments and rendered his complexion pale and pitiable. Having completed these tasks, Ling returned to the battlefield where Wei Peng and the others were engaged in combat. At this juncture, one of the Xiong brothers had already met his demise at Wei Peng's hand, while the remaining brother was barely holding on. Beauty has led to my suffering, Xiong Kuang lamented, his face etched with bitterness. He had initially believed that, alongside his brother Xuan Yuan, they would easily subdue Wei Peng. Yet, to his astonishment, this seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man proved to be extraordinarily formidable, mastering two first-rate martial arts to perfection while simultaneously practicing several second-rate techniques, his inner strength far surpassing that of the two brothers combined. Now, with Xuan Yuan slain and his own strength waning, he feared his end was nigh. Just then, he spotted the woman who had caused his current plight returning. A glimmer of hope ignited within him. Even in death, he would drag her down with him. Thus, Xiong Kuang summoned every last vestige of inner power from his dantian for one final assault. His spear clashed against Wei Peng's longsword, causing it to be deflected, and he immediately made his escape, charging towards Ling. Monsieur Ling. Wei Peng was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Ling's return. Upon witnessing Xiong Kuang's intentions, he comprehended the perilous situation unfolding. To still harbor intentions of harm at this juncture was utterly reprehensible. A fierce glint flashed in Wei Peng's eyes as he bent his legs like tightly coiled springs, then released them to propel himself forward, swiftly overtaking Xiong Kuang. In the face of Xiong Kuang's horrified gaze, all of Wei Peng's formidable strength surged into his raised arms, veins bulging as he delivered a devastating blow. Perish, scoundrel. The air crackled with energy as the blade sliced through, leaving a white streak in its wake. Xiang Kuang, devoid of any capacity for resistance, was cleaved in two from head to toe, his vibrant form collapsing in a cascade of colors. Wei Ping did not spare a glance back, but strode purposefully towards Song Ling. Miss Yu Ling, are you unscathed? How could your injuries be so severe? What of those two pursuers and young Master Yang Zhai? In this moment, propriety was forsaken as he supported the seemingly frail Song Ling. His expression filled with concern as he took in her pallid visage and the bloodstains upon her attire. Cough, cough. Song Ling wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and recounted his tale slowly. In his narrative, the first half aligned with the truth. He had intercepted the two pursuers to allow Guiyang Zhai to escape first. Subsequently, those two, in a bid to claim sole credit, had turned against one another. Seizing the opportune moment, he launched a surprise attack on both. After a fierce struggle for survival, although he emerged victorious, he sustained grave injuries and had no choice but to return here seeking assistance from Wei Peng. So it was. Wei Peng's expression turned complex. He had not anticipated that his young master would abandon Song Ling and flee first. It was important to note that their survival had largely depended on Song Ling's efforts, and such conduct seemed rather unprincipled. As he pondered, Song Ling coughed up another mouthful of blood. Wei Peng's countenance shifted, and he hastily retrieved a medicinal pill from the silk pouch at his waist. Young Lady Yu Ling, this is the Mijing pill, a miraculous remedy for healing. You must take it at once. Thank you, Senior Wei. Song Ling took the Mijing Dan and swallowed it in one gulp. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact, not bitter but rather sweet, flowing down his esophagus like a refreshing breeze, nourishing his internal organs and providing immense comfort. Soon, it admitted the injuries he inflicted upon himself to a considerable extent. Wei Ping stood by, safeguarding Song Ling. After a moment, Song Ling opened his eyes and said, Thank you, Senior Wei Peng. I feel much better now. What shall we do next? Should we search for young Master Gui? Wei Ping nodded, given that we are in the wilderness. The strength of young Master Yang Zhi may not suffice against formidable creatures. We must locate him quickly. However, time has already passed, and he may have ventured far. It seems we shall have to exert some effort. There is no need for concern. As Song Ling spoke, she retrieved a cloth bag from her bosom, and a small white mouse leaped out. A golden white mouse? Wei Ping's eyes brightened instantaneously. He immediately recognized it. To think that Miss Yu Ling possesses such a creature. This little being is specially bred for tracking. With it, one need not worry about locating the young master. Senior Wei Ping truly is well-informed and knowledgeable. Song Ling first offered a compliment, then elucidated, however, this exquisite white mouse does not belong to me, but rather to those two pursuers from earlier. Wei Ping responded, I see. Regardless, as long as it aids us in locating the young master, that is all that matters. Subsequently, the two ventured into the woods, allowing the white mouse to reacquaint itself with the scent lingering on Guiyang Zhi's saddle, and then followed it onward. The white mouse did not disappoint Song Ling and Wei Ping. Before long, they indeed discovered Guiyang Zhi. At that moment, he was concealed behind a sturdy tree. His expression fraught with anxiety as he cast furtive glances around, seemingly evading some unseen threat. Upon noticing Song Ling and Wei Ping's arrival, a look of incredulity and elation illuminated his face. Miss Yu Ling, Headmaster Wei, you are unharmed. This is splendid. Chapter 58. The Crimson Lotus Breaks Boundaries. Young Master Wei Ping immediately approached, inspecting Guiyang Zhi from head to toe before exhaling in relief. It is a relief to see you safe. Young Master Gui, your vigilance is commendable. Is there something sinister lurking nearby? Song Ling inquired as she approached, surveying their surroundings. A shadow flitted by just a moment ago. Perhaps my anxiety led me to misinterpret it, Guiyang Zhi admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his cheeks. He hesitated to confess that he had been so frightened as to resemble a startled bird, cowering in this spot, and instead, he quickly shifted the subject. By the way, Miss Yu Ling, how did you manage to extricate yourself? I left you behind in haste. You must have felt quite abandoned. As he spoke, a look of guilt suffused Guiyang Zhi's countenance. Song Ling shook her head, remarking, given the circumstances at that time, Master Gui, your presence would have served little purpose. Departing was indeed the most rational and correct decision. As for the manner of my departure, Song Ling reiterated her previous remarks, to which Guiyang Zhi responded with a sigh. Fortunately, those two fellows are not in accord. Otherwise, Miss Yu Ling, you would be in grave danger. Indeed. I consider myself rather fortunate, Song Ling smiled. After exchanging a few more words, the trio returned to the site of the Zhanxie division and soon located the library that housed the ancient artifacts. Due to Song Ling's earlier efforts in securing the door, Guo Yangji and Wei Ping were oblivious to the fact that someone had already entered. Moreover, the artifacts remained unchanged after the absorption of the Xian source, which further diminished their suspicions. Gazing at the room filled with treasures, even Guo Yangji could not help but express his astonishment. He casually picked up an exquisite vase, examined it, and exclaimed, "This is a ceremonial piece from the royal court of the previous dynasty, worth a fortune." He hadn't anticipated the sheer quantity of items. Having already lost a horse, it seemed impossible to carry everything back. Wei Ping furrowed his brow. This indeed poses a problem. After pondering for a moment, Guo Yangji suggested, "Let us transport the most precious items back to Sui City first, and we can return with others to retrieve the remainder. As for the distribution, Miss Ling, having saved my life twice, you may select whatever you desire. Even if you were to take it all, I would not utter a word of dissent." He intended this generous gesture to redeem his earlier image of cowardice, despite the fact that Ling had never reproached him. There is no need for such extravagance. This endeavor was initiated by young Master Guo, and it was Senior Wei Ping who provided unwavering escort throughout. I hardly contributed, so how could I possibly take everything? I shall merely select a few items that I fancy. Ling shook his head, a subtle detachment evident in his tone. In any case, with Xuan Yuan already extracted, these matters and the individual known as Guo Yangji held little significance for him. Miss Ling, Guo Yangji's face bore a bitter expression. He understood that his prior decision to flee alone, as Ling had pointed out, was indeed the most rational choice. Yet, it was this very rationality that cost him the opportunity to be with the other. Now that Ling had expressed his sentiments, Guo Yangji felt it inappropriate to persist. Such insistence would only serve to further alienate him. It was wiser to acquiesce to the other's wishes, deferring any further deliberation for a later time. Thus, after selecting some of the most precious items, the trio set off on their return journey, with Wei Ping's steed having perished. Guo Yangji and Wei Peng had no choice but to share a single horse, inevitably slowing their pace. Fortunately, no further mishaps occurred along the way, and after 2 days, the three finally arrived back in Sui City. The Jiang family. "Miss, you have finally returned." As Ling stepped into the courtyard of Qinghong Pavilion, Dongzi hurried forward anxiously and said, "Young Master Jin has been waiting inside for you for 2 days. Was it you who informed my elder brother?" Ling cast a faint glance toward Dongzi. Dongzi hastily explained, "This servant wouldn't dare. Young Master Jin came to visit you 2 days ago, but you were absent. When he inquired about your whereabouts, I had no choice but to speak the truth." "I see. You may leave now." Ling did not trouble Dongzi after speaking. She continued on her way, soon arriving at the grand hall of Qinghong Pavilion. There, she beheld Jiang Yujin seated calmly in the main seat. Upon noticing Ling's return, his demeanor remained outwardly unperturbed, yet a flicker of joy danced in his eyes, which he chose not to reveal, instead maintaining a deliberately stern expression. "Ling, your brother acknowledges his mistakes." Ling, without waiting for Jiang Yujin to take action, took the initiative to bow and admit her mistake. This time, it was not a simple nod or clasped hands, but rather the traditional greeting of a deep bow typically reserved for women. Ling should not have left the city without permission, especially to venture so far with young Master Guo. Ling gazed at Jiang Yujin with his bright, expressive eyes. Despite having acquired over 5,000 Xuan Yuan, the significance of the Jiang family status remained paramount. After all, he had yet to master the myriad martial techniques within the Xuanwu Tower, and his own strength was far from sufficient to act recklessly without the protection of the Jiang family. Therefore, he had to continue playing the role of Jiang Yuling, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Jiang Yujin wore a peculiar expression. It was the first time he had witnessed Ling display such an endearing demeanor. His sister's candid and sincere apology rendered his previous reproaches difficult to articulate. After a lengthy pause, he waved his hand and spoke in a grave tone. "Enough, enough. I shall let this matter rest for now. However, Linger, you must remember that the world is becoming increasingly turbulent. Numerous dangers lurk within the city, and the outside has devolved into a haven for malevolent creatures. Until you attain a certain level of strength, it would be prudent to refrain from venturing out. I can no longer bear the anguish of parting from my sibling." Ling straightened up and approached Jiang Yujin, grasping his hand. Her eyes sincere and earnest as she spoke. "Rest assured, brother, Linga will certainly take good care of herself and will not give you cause for concern in the future." Jiang Yujin felt a surge of comfort and emotion within him. He gently patted the back of Ling's hand and replied, "Knowing you can say this, I am at ease. Remember, no matter what happens, I will always be your support." After bidding farewell to Jiang Yujin, Ling returned to her room on the 3rd floor. She sat cross-legged on her bed, adjusting her body to its optimal state, and then summoned the panel in her mind. Observing the figure of over 5,000 Xuan Yuan, a smile crept upon her lips. Enhance the red lotus sword technique. Boom. The numbers on the panel blurred, and over 200 points of Xuan Yuan vanished, replaced by an overwhelming and surging warmth that erupted from Song Ling's limbs and bones, continuously cleansing her flesh and sinew. A familiar sensation arose, as if she had practiced the red lotus sword technique countless times before. Your proficiency in the red lotus sword technique has reached an unparalleled realm, comprehending its core essence and mastering the limit-breaking move. Dawn Lotus. Chapter 59. Rewards do not wait for nightfall. Within a certain independent residence of the Jiang family, a corpulent woman was throwing a fit, recklessly smashing everything around her. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Mo Sha, that worthless fool, after raising him for so many years, he couldn't even eliminate Jiang Yuling, a mere second-rate martial artist. And now he has vanished without a trace, utterly preposterous. Jiang Lirong trembled with rage. She had been awaiting good news from Mo Sha, only to be blindsided by her trusted aide's report that Jiang Yuling had actually returned alive. This was undoubtedly a thunderclap for Jiang Lirong. In the room, besides Jiang Lirong, there were two others. One of them spoke. Master, the situation outside the city is becoming increasingly perilous. Is it possible that Mo Sha encountered an unforeseen event, perhaps a powerful monster? Suai sneered, then respectfully bowed to Jiang Lirong, saying, Master. According to the merchant convoy from Luoshan City, a bizarre vacuum area for monsters has recently appeared outside Suai City. Not only are there no first-rate or even stronger monsters, but even third-rate ones are completely absent. Thus, Mo Sha could not have failed due to the reason Suai suggested. I would say he is more likely to have defected. Defected? A look of disbelief flitted across Jiang Lirong's face. Indeed, Master, Mo Sha may have defected because he no longer wishes to serve you. Wei Ming. Although Mo Sha has had some friction with you in the past, you cannot casually slander him like this. Suai retorted, eyes wide in protest. Wei Ming straightened his back, dismissively glancing at Suai and said, Am I slandering him? Then tell me, what could be the reason for Mo Sha's prolonged absence? A first-rate expert cannot simply be lost. Can he? Enough. Jiang Lirong's face darkened, her voice squeezing out between clenched teeth. I will never forgive any traitors. Suai, go deal with Mo Sha's family. Leave not a single one. Suai's expression changed drastically. Master, silence. Do you wish to betray me as well? Jiang Lirong bellowed. Your subordinate dares not. Suai lowered his head, a bitter look on his face. I will go at once. With that, he turned to leave. Wei Ming watched Suai's retreating figure, feeling a sense of triumph. Usually, Suai was more favored by Jiang Lirong, but today he finally had a moment of victory. Moreover, he had more plans in store. After Suai departed, Wei Ming stepped forward and whispered to Jiang Lirong, Master, even if Jiang Yuling has returned, I still have a way to eliminate him. Oh? Jiang Lirong's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Speak quickly. As long as you can kill that little wretch without implicating me, you shall enjoy boundless riches and honor. Thank you, Master. Allow me to introduce someone to you. As Wei Ming spoke, he clapped his hands toward the door. Soon, a figure cloaked in black, with a face shrouded in the shadow of a hood, slowly stepped into the room. He lifted his hood, revealing the gaunt face of a middle-aged man, whose neck was ensnared by a multitude of writhing black threads, almost reaching his chin. I have met Miss Jiang. The middle-aged man's gaze was indifferent, his voice hoarse. Wei Ming stated, Master, this man is named Tu Qin, a master who has perfected 2 first-rate martial arts. As for his identity, he is a trusted aide of the Zhiyang Martial Arts School's leader. Recently, he clashed with Ouyang, the leader of a gang alliance over territory, and was defeated, suffering from a deadly poison that can only be cured with jade foxgrass. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lirong's eyes lit up, fully grasping his intent. Jade foxgrass, being quite rare due to its limited use, appears only once every few months, and given Tu Qin's condition, it was evident he would not survive until then. However, she had fortuitously acquired a stock of jade foxgrass that she had yet to utilize. A dying man would do anything to survive. By offering him this jade foxgrass as a reward, Tu Qin could be persuaded to assist in eliminating Jiang Yuling. After all, facing Jiang family's wrath afterward was far better than dying immediately. Additionally, due to his status, he could distance himself from her. With this thought, Jiang Lirong smiled. Tu Qin, if you help me kill Jiang Yuling, I will give you the jade foxgrass. Tu Qin's eyes glinted with cold killing intent. No problem, a mere second-rate martial artist. I can slaughter him like a dog. Jiang Lirong's expression was one of great delight. Ha ha ha. Wonderful. However, that little wretch is still within the Jiang residence, making it difficult to act. We must discuss the timing further to ensure absolute success. Wait until she next leaves the estate. Bang! Just as she was jubilantly plotting how to eliminate Song Ling, a violent commotion erupted from outside the door. In the next moment, the heavy door was shattered, splinters flying. Master, be careful. Wei Ming quickly realized this was a prime opportunity to demonstrate loyalty, promptly positioning himself in front of Jiang Lirong. As the dust settled, a figure entirely cloaked in black emerged before them. Jiang Lirong, you have committed numerous atrocities. Today, I shall act on behalf of justice. A deep voice resonated from this figure. Acting on behalf of justice? Jiang Lirong's eyes widened in realization, her heart racing with disbelief. How could someone dare to intrude upon the Jiang family and create such a disturbance? How many lives did they possess? Truly, it was like an old man hanging themselves. They must be tired of living. Yet, how had the intruder managed to breach the layers of protection and patrols to reach the Jiang family's inner sanctum? While she pondered, the cloaked figure charged toward her. The immense vitality of a first-rate martial artist radiating like a burning furnace. Jiang Lirong's pupils constricted as she shrieked, "Tu Qin, if I die, you will not obtain the Jade Fox Grass." Wei Ming was merely a second-rate martial artist. Although the Jiang residence was not lacking in first-rate experts at that moment, the only protector by her side was the outsider Tu Qin. After all, she could never imagine that someone would be capable of breaching the fortified defenses of the Jiang family to assassinate her. As she gazed at the approaching figure clad in black, Tu Qin's expression darkened. With a swift motion, she resolutely sprang into action. Today, you shall not take her life. Tu Qin let out a fierce cry, her palms enveloped in darkness, swirling as if transforming into a colossal grinding wheel, bearing down upon the black-clad assailant. The figure in black, known as Song Ling, remained silent. He observed Tu Qin calmly, his right hand grasping the hilt of the sword suspended at his left waist. Suddenly drawing it in a swift motion, executing the move known as the breaking limit technique. Dawn Lotus. Chapter 60. Disguise, Dawn Lotus. Following the wind and moon slash. The second technique mastered by Song Ling was the breaking limit technique. In comparison to the wind and moon slash, the Dawn Lotus was a formidable move. Having consumed hundreds of profound sources, crystallized from the already potent red lotus sword technique, rendering its power incomparable. When executed, it nearly grazed the edges of master-level prowess. However, this technique had significant drawbacks. The consumption of inner strength required to perform it was immense. Given Song Ling's current reservoir of inner power, he could manage to use it only twice at most. After those two uses, his inner strength would be depleted. The reason he opted to unleash his most powerful move right from the outset was to save time and achieve a swift conclusion. After all, he was within the Jiang residence. If time dragged on too long, it could attract the attention of other experts or even summon Jiang Changhe, the innate master, to the scene, leading to dire consequences. The flash of the sword was akin to the rising sun breaking through at dawn, brilliant and lethal. In the intricate meridians of Song Ling, an internal force surged forth from his palms, manifesting as a delicate crimson aura that entwined around the sword's blade, meeting the outstretched hands of Tu Qin. Witnessing this spectacle, Tu Qin's expression morphed into one of disbelief as he exclaimed, "Internal force materialized." It is widely recognized that only the formidable essence of the internal energy, known as Gang Qi, can transcend the body and materialize within the physical realm. To achieve such a feat, one must reach at least the innate master stage of internal energy cultivation. Could it be that this man in black is, in fact, an innate master? Yet, the aura emanating from him clearly did not suggest such a level. It was a guise, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Realizing this, Tu Qin was drenched in cold sweat. He swiftly withdrew, retreating while calling out, "Wait, senior. I harbor no intention of enmity, nor am I affiliated with the Jiang family." However, Song Ling had no intention of halting. Having taken this step, he was resolved to ensure that no one left this place alive, or his heart would remain unsettled. The sword, enveloped in the faint crimson aura, sliced through the air, leaving a subtle trace as it sped toward Tu Qin. Seeing that Song Ling showed no signs of stopping, Tu Qin reluctantly raised his hands, now transformed into a hue of black iron, to confront the impending threat. The sword clashed directly with Tu Qin's palms, sending ripples through the air, as if the atmosphere itself were being torn apart. In the next instant, the crimson energy spread along the blade and engulfed Tu Qin's hands, which felt as if submerged in molten lava. His once formidable obsidian iron hands crumbled to the fragility of mere tofu. With a swift motion, Tu Qin's hands were severed at the wrists, and the sword continued its relentless advance, cleaving through his neck beneath the gaze of his reluctant and terrified eyes. The head fell, and silence enveloped the room. Wei Ming observed this scene, mouth agape and utterly astonished. It was essential to note that Tu Qin was a trusted confidant of the head of the Zhiyang Martial Arts Academy, a master who had perfected 2 first-rate martial arts techniques, excluding the exceptionally gifted prodigies and those seasoned veterans who had devoted years to their craft. Tu Qin was indeed a figure of power within the city of Sui. Yet, such a formidable adversary had been so effortlessly dispatched by this man in black. Who on earth was he? Wei Ming swallowed hard. Regardless of the identity of this enigmatic figure, his intentions were unmistakable: to eliminate Jiang Lirong. If Tu Qin was no match for him, then Jiang Lirong stood even less of a chance. It was likely that everyone within the estate had already been dealt with, and they could not expect reinforcements to arrive in time. Rather than perish alongside Jiang Lirong, it would be wiser to. With a glint of determination in his eyes, Wei Ming fell to the ground before Song Ling, tears streaming down his face as he implored, "Oh, benevolent lord, you have finally arrived." For so many years, Jiang Lirong has wielded her status as a direct descendant of the Jiang family to commit countless atrocities. I, a mere wretch, have been forced to endure her tyranny in silence and have committed many wrongs in the process. Today, I can finally escape this torment. I beseech you, noble lord, swiftly rid us of this scoundrel. Wei Ming, you. Jiang Lirong's fury reached its zenith, her body trembling with rage. She could hardly fathom that Wei Ming, who had fawned over her so shamelessly, would so readily betray her in the face of mortal peril. You vile, treacherous soul, I have treated you well, and in this crucial moment, you repay me with such disloyalty. I must have been blind. Bah, treated you well? You see me as nothing more than a dog, tossing me a bone when it pleases you and withholding it otherwise. Wei Ming retorted with disdain, but before he could finish, Song Ling intervened. Enough. In the end, we all face death. Song Ling's voice was chillingly cold as he swiftly approached Wei Ming. In the midst of Wei Ming's horrified gaze, he unsheathed his sword and decapitated him, blood splattering across the face of Jiang Lirong beside him. With a startled gasp, Jiang Lirong, her face pale with terror, collapsed to the ground, murmuring, "Do not kill me. I am the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. You cannot take my life. My father is a congenital master and the head of the Jiang family. He will never spare you if you kill me." "Oh, money. Is it money you seek? If you let me go, I will give you whatever amount you desire." Her words were abruptly silenced. Song Ling gazed down at the headless corpse of Jiang Lirong, his expression devoid of emotion. He was a man of integrity, unlike the villains depicted in literature who often indulge in verbose monologues before committing their heinous acts, ultimately leading to their own demise. In truth, Song Ling harbored no intense animosity or hatred towards Jiang Lirong, even though she was the perpetrator responsible for the deaths of Jiang Yujin and Jiang Yuling's parents many years ago. To him, this entire scenario was merely a role-playing exercise, devoid of genuine emotional investment. The sole reason for his act of killing Jiang Lirong was that she had dispatched others to take his life. His logic was exceedingly simple. Whoever sought to end his existence would meet a similar fate. With time slipping away, he had no leisure to search for the treasures Jiang Lirong had hoarded. After ensuring that he left no incriminating evidence behind, Song Ling swiftly exited the scene. Most of the Jiang family's defensive forces were concentrated on the periphery, and the intensity and number of defenses in the core residential area were relatively sparse. Skillfully maneuvering through the shadows, he soon climbed back through the window into his own room at Qinghong Pavilion. Once inside, he shed his night attire and removed the padding from his waist and shoulders designed to alter his physique. Lighting an incense stick, he eliminated the scent of blood that clung to him. He then donned a simple yet elegant robe, allowing his long hair to cascade freely before loosely tying it with a silk ribbon at the back. Finally, he applied a delicate shade of rouge to his lips while gazing into the bronze mirror. In less than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, Song Ling transformed from a cold and ruthless assassin into a demure and graceful maiden. Rising from his room, he made his way to the hall on the first floor, where he greeted a woman seated in the guest area with a smile. "Thank you for your patience, Sister Yingxin." The woman in the hall was none other than Lu Yingxin, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, one of the 4 great clans, and the host of the recent Nanyuan Gala. Due to her affection for Jiang Yujin, she frequently visited Song Ling, aspiring to cultivate a close friendship with him to strengthen her ties with Jiang Yujin. Today was the day they had agreed to attend the Lantern Festival together. After a brief conversation with her, Song Ling excused herself to the upstairs under the pretext of beautifying herself, only to proceed with the assassination of Jiang Lirong. As it was her first time attending the Lantern Festival with Yingxin, she intended to take great care in selecting her attire. However, she inadvertently lost track of time, leaving Yingxin waiting alone for far too long. which she deeply regretted. Song Ling approached Lu Yingxin, her expression tinged with guilt. "It's all right. Your earnestness, dear Linger, is a testament to your respect for me," Lu Yingxin replied with a gentle smile. However, she hadn't anticipated that the poised Linger, who had so effortlessly cleaved the stone tablet at the elegant gathering in Nanyuan, would find herself troubled for an extended period over the selection of garments. This revelation unveiled a different facet of your character. Lu Yingxin remained blissfully unaware of any underlying tension, for no matter how remarkable one's martial prowess may be, one is still a young maiden, and it is perfectly natural to be preoccupied with matters concerning one's appearance and attire. "Sister Yingxin, please do not tease me." A hint of shyness flitted across Song Ling's face as she promptly suggested, "It is nearly time for the Lantern Festival to commence. Yingxin Jia, let us depart swiftly." "Very well, let us go," Lu Yingxin replied with a smile, rising to her feet and accompanying Song Ling as they ventured outward. However, before they could exit the confines of Qinghong Pavilion, an unexpected commotion erupted from outside. "Dong Zi, please investigate what is transpiring. It sounds rather chaotic," she urged. Song Ling furrowed her brow slightly and instructed the attendant Dong Zi, who followed her closely. "Yes, miss," Dong Zi replied promptly, swiftly stepping outside. Before long, she hurried back, her expression marked by a grave incredulity. Leaning close to Song Ling's ear, she whispered, "Miss, something has happened to Jiang Lirong. She has been assassinated." As Jiang Lirong was a maid raised under the tutelage of the Jiang Yujin lineage, Dong Zi felt no reverence towards her and addressed her by her name without hesitation. "What?" Song Ling's expression was one of astonishment. How could anyone dare to infiltrate the Jiang family and commit murder, especially against a direct descendant? This was utterly outrageous. He turned to Lu Yingxin, his face reflecting regret as he said, "I am truly sorry, Sister Yingxin, with such a grave incident occurring at home. It seems we will be unable to attend the Lantern Festival tonight." The murder of his own second aunt, regardless of their usual strained relationship, rendered any thought of leisure outings inappropriate. "No worries," Lu Yingxin replied, gently shaking her head, a hint of concern shadowing her face. The murder of a direct descendant within one's own household was a profound disgrace, especially for a prominent family like the Jiang clan, one of the four great families. They would undoubtedly mobilize all available resources to apprehend the perpetrator and scrutinize every suspicious individual. Although she was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, she remained an outsider and would inevitably face some scrutiny. Even if she could prove her innocence, it would still be a troublesome affair. Observing Lu Yingxin's unease, Song Ling seemed to sense her worries. He blinked and took her arm, reassuringly stating, "Sister Yingxin need not worry. You were with me the entire time, never once apart." Song Ling subtly emphasized the separation of the two words. Lu Yingxin, not one to be easily deceived, certainly discerned the underlying implications in Song Ling's tone. To spare herself from further complications, Song Ling changed her attire, leading to the brief interval of their separation, a detail best left unspoken. "Thank you, Sister Ling," Lu Yingxin expressed sincerely. "Not at all," Song Ling replied with an innocent smile. "We are good sisters, after all." Lu Yingxin nodded. Yet a twinge of guilt lingered in her heart. Initially, her intentions were solely to draw closer to Jiang Yujin, but now, she found herself the recipient of such genuine kindness from Song Ling. Resolutely, Lu Yingxin vowed to reciprocate Song Ling's goodwill tenfold in the future. As their conversation unfolded, Jiang Yujin's loyal servant, Huang Shilu, entered the room. He bowed respectfully to Song Ling and announced, "Miss, the master has summoned everyone to the High-End Hall. The young master has already departed and sent me to inform you." "Very well, I shall go at once." Song Ling nodded, then turned to Lu Yingxin, saying, "Sister Yingxin, please join me." "All right." In the High-End Hall, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive as everyone gathered. Jiang Changhai, the head of the Jiang family, sat in the principal seat. His face darkened to the point of almost dripping with despair. This incident was distinct from the previous death of Yuan Weichan. This time, it was the murder of his own beloved daughter, his second child. Within the Jiang estate, his biological daughter had met a tragic end. Jiang Changhai could already envision the reactions and mockery from other families once this news spread. He cast a penetrating gaze across the assembly, as if seeking to discern the thoughts of each individual present. Jiang Lirong's lifeless body had been carried to one side of the hall, concealed beneath a white cloth. Yet the lingering stench of blood pervaded the air, chilling the hearts of all. "Yiji, have you managed to locate the perpetrator?" Jiang Changhai inquired of his only remaining biological son, Jiang Yiji. "Father, I have ordered the skilled experts of the estate to conduct a thorough search. However, we have yet to uncover any leads. I suspect the murderer may have fled immediately after taking my sister's life," Jiang Yiji replied solemnly. "Are the guards of the Jiang estate merely idle spectators? The assailant arrives without a trace and departs without a sound, although Jiang Changhai's voice remained calm. The concealed fury was palpable to all. Jiang Yiji, steeling himself, continued, "Father, within the room where my sister was killed, we also discovered the body of Tu Qin, the trusted aide of the head of the Zhiyang Martial Academy. Judging by the wounds, it seems they were both slain by the same individual. Tu Qin was a formidable expert among the first-rate ranks. It is conceivable that the assailant possesses martial prowess that may even reach the level of a congenital master." These words sent a ripple of shock through the hall. A congenital master? Why would such a formidable figure attempt to assassinate Jiang Lirong? It is well known that in any faction, a congenital master is akin to a stabilizing force. Why would someone of such stature target a Jiang family daughter who, despite her noble status, lacked substantial power? Even Jiang Changhai himself found this hard to believe. At that moment, Jiang Yinyang, standing beside Jiang Yiji, spoke up, "Grandfather, while my father presents one possibility, we cannot dismiss another. It is equally plausible that this heinous act was committed by someone within our own Jiang family." Jiang Yinyang's words seemed pointed, as his gaze shifted toward Jiang Yujin, who stood across the room. The expressions of the crowd shifted. For although this matter had never been openly discussed, many were aware that Jiang Yujin's parents had been killed by Jiang Lirong. Given Jiang Yujin's prowess as a top-tier expert, it was indeed conceivable that he could have evaded the outer guards and committed the act. However, Jiang Yujin merely smiled faintly and replied, "Jiang Yinyang, are you implying that I am the murderer? I have never made such an assertion." Jiang Yinyang maintained a stoic expression. Chapter 62, The Scapegoat. As the assembly buzzed with speculation, Jiang Changhai interjected, "Enough. Yujin has no connection to this matter. He has been with me the entire time. Please refrain from unfounded conjectures." With this declaration, all suspicion surrounding Jiang Yujin dissipated. A flicker of shadow crossed Jiang Yinyang's eyes. At that moment, two striking figures entered through the hall's entrance, Song Ling and Luingzhen, arriving fashionably late. "Yuling has come to see grandfather." Song Ling respectfully performed a bow, and Luingzhen also knelt, stating, "Luingzhen, the legitimate daughter of the Lu family, pays her respects to senior Jiang Changhe." Yuling arrived. Jiang Changhe first inclined his head slightly towards Song Ling, then turned to Luingzhen and inquired, "Is your father the young Lu Zhongheng?" Luingzhen responded, "Indeed. He is my father." Jiang Changhe's expression softened slightly as he remarked, "Your father and I were quite close friends across the years. I never imagined that his daughter would grow up so swiftly. Tell me, what brings you to my Jiang residence today?" Luingzhen gently explained, "I have come in search of my sister Ling. After she attended the South Garden gathering I hosted, we felt an immediate affinity, and I have often sought her company since. We had originally planned to attend the Lantern Festival together today, but it seems unforeseen events have transpired in your esteemed home." Upon witnessing Luingzhen being questioned as an outsider, Song Ling hurriedly adopted a stance of defending her close friend, saying, "Grandfather, after Sister Yingzhen arrived at my Qinghong pavilion this evening, we have been together without a moment's separation. Today's incident has nothing to do with her." Rather than passively clarifying his own innocence, he chose to proactively testify for another. The outcome was essentially the same. He could provide a witness to affirm his disassociation from the matter, while also subconsciously diverting suspicion away from himself. However, Song Ling was perhaps overly cautious in this regard. Despite his remarkable martial prowess, he was still regarded as a nascent second-tier warrior, and it was inconceivable that he could rival the first-tier master, Tu Qin, let alone dispatch him with ease. Indeed, the crowd's reaction to his words was rather tepid. They merely acknowledged the good rapport between him and Luingzhen. On the other hand, Jiang Yinyang's mood soured further. He had initially intended to leverage the proximity of Song Ling's Qinghong pavilion to Jiang Lirong's residence to create an opportunity, even if it only served to irritate Jiang Yujin. However, he found himself at a loss for words now. It was quite rare for such a significant event to unfold without implicating the siblings, which left him quite displeased. As for his earlier plan to manipulate the Yu family on the day of withering and flourishing, that too seemed unfeasible now, as no one had anticipated Jiang Yuling's prodigious martial talent, which had enabled her to ascend to the second tier in such a brief span. Jiang Yinyang felt a profound sense of impending crisis. If this continued, it was likely that the position of heir to the Jiang family would indeed fall to these siblings. After exchanging a few inconsequential remarks, Song Ling led Luingzhen to Jiang Yujin's side. Upon seeing the object of her long-standing affections after a considerable absence, Luingzhen appeared somewhat flustered, attempting several times to speak, only to withdraw when she noticed Jiang Yujin's frosty demeanor. Subsequently, Jiang Changhe departed from the high-end hall to conduct a thorough search, while the others were instructed to remain within, engaging in internal self-investigation while awaiting the results from outside. As the night wore on, it was not until nearly dawn that Jiang Changhe returned to the hall. Behind him, 2 guards from the Jiang family bore a tattered, bloody corpse. Zhang Tongling. What on earth happened? The gathered crowd immediately recognized the body of Zhang Zixin, one of the captains responsible for guarding the central courtyard. He had immersed himself in the first-tier realm for many years, mastering the 3 main first-tier martial techniques to perfection, and was regarded as one of the elite among the captains of the Jiang family. Jiang Changhe returned to the main seat, flicking his sleeve with an impassive expression, declaring, "The murderer of Li Rong is none other than this man." According to the accounts of the other captains, Zhang Zixin had often expressed grievances and dissatisfaction towards Li Rong, openly making reckless remarks about their lord, suggesting that had Li Rong not been the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, she would have met her demise countless times. This evening, emboldened by alcohol, he had intruded upon Li Rong's courtyard, leveraging his strength to insult her. Following a heated argument, he had cruelly taken her life. As Jiang Changhe concluded, the rest were left in stunned silence, unable to articulate their disbelief. Zhang Zixin, as one of the captains, had always exhibited a commendable sense of duty and had never shown any behavior that crossed the line. It was utterly inconceivable that he could commit such an atrocity. Some, however, noticed subtle changes in expression, sensing that the situation might not be as straightforward as it appeared. Yet, given that Jiang Changhe, the head of the family, had personally rendered a judgment, they naturally refrained from contradicting him. Song Ling gazed upon the mangled corpse of Commander Zhang, her heart enveloped in a chilling numbness. This was the inevitable fate of those who served the great families as mere pawns. It was evident that Commander Zhang had been chosen as a scapegoat. Amidst the dead ends of the investigation, Jiang Changhe could not allow the news of his legitimate daughter being murdered in her own home, with the perpetrator escaping unscathed, to circulate. Such a revelation would render the Jiang family a subject of ridicule. Therefore, a culprit was required. And Zhang Zixin was the unfortunate soul designated for this grim role. As the crowd stood in astonishment, Jiang Changhe spoke once more. Well, the truth has been unveiled, and everyone is weary. It is time to return and rest. As for the subsequent arrangements regarding Li Rong's affairs, Yiji, you shall be responsible for managing them. Yes, father. Jiang Yiji replied, bowing respectfully. With the matter resolved, the assembly gradually dispersed. Song Ling, Jiang Yujin, and Lu Yingzhen walked outside together. Lu Yingzhen fell slightly behind. Observing Jiang Yujin's figure in the distance, her heart torn in conflict. Ultimately, she steeled herself and approached, saying, "Young Master Yujin, please accept my condolences." Condolences? Jiang Yujin halted his steps and turned to Lu Yingzhen with an indifferent expression. What sorrow should I bear? Lu Yingzhen was taken aback by Jiang Yujin's reaction and momentarily became speechless, unsure of how to respond. It was Song Ling who quickly intervened, saying, "Brother, Sister Yingzhen is unaware of our family's circumstances. There is no need to be so harsh with her." As she spoke, she leaned closer to Lu Yingzhen and quietly summarized the grievances between Jiang Li Rong and their family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yingzhen's eyes widened in realization. And with a look of regret, she said, "I apologize, young Master Yujin. I was unaware." "No harm done," Jiang Yujin replied, continuing onward, seemingly uninterested in hearing her complete her sentence. Lu Yingzhen's expression turned bitter, fully aware that she had made a blunder. Upon witnessing this, Song Ling gently patted Lu Yingzhen's hand in a gesture of comfort. Then, linking arms with her, she hastened to catch up with Jiang Yujin, whispering, "Brother, speak honestly. Was tonight's incident orchestrated by you?" I had contemplated this, but Jiang Yujin merely shook his head. "If it were not my brother, then who could it be? Could it truly be that Commander Zhang?" A look of confusion flickered in Song Ling's eyes. "I have encountered Commander Zhang on several occasions, and he has always shown great respect towards me. A newcomer to the family, he hardly seems the type to commit regicide. As for this matter, Linger, you need not delve any deeper. Since grandfather has personally spoken, the truth is as such. After all, this is advantageous for us, is it not?" Jiang Yujin remarked indifferently. "Brother, you speak rightly." Chapter 63. Breaking the limits of the 9 gates. A flickering Zen lamp beneath a crescent moon. This night is colder than the last. As autumn transitions into winter in Sui City, the temperature fluctuates drastically. The biting wind, mingled with the initial flurries of snow, rampages through the desolate streets, swirling up withered leaves and dust, weaving a tapestry of solitude and desolation. After a night has passed, the courtyard of Qihong Pavilion is now blanketed in pristine white snow. As the morning sun ascended, Song Ling emerged from the loft, draped in a brocade cloak adorned with golden phoenix embroidery. His hair was meticulously styled into elaborate cloud-like tresses, embellished with pearls and gemstones that shimmered softly with each step he took upon the snow, producing a delicate sound beneath his feet. Several months had elapsed since the demise of Jiang Lirong. During this time, Song Ling not only mastered the foundational techniques of the golden stone art, elevating it to a remarkable level, but also diligently practiced 7 prestigious martial arts, including the flowing clouds and pursuing moon technique, the jade shaping intent palm, the tiger subduing fist, and the 9 harmonies mountain settling leg, all of which he had advanced to an exceptional standard through his profound cultivation. In total, apart from the 3rd-tier broken wind blade, Song Ling had acquired mastery over 9 first-tier martial arts at an extraordinary level. Should others become aware of this, they would undoubtedly be astounded and incredulous, for even the most seasoned practitioners, who had immersed themselves in the first-tier realm for years, typically achieved mastery over no more than 5 such techniques. The sheer number of 9 was nothing short of astonishing. The root of this phenomenon lay predominantly in the issue of longevity. Regardless of how prodigious a talent one might be, the inexorable passage of time inevitably leads to a decline in vitality. Once one surpasses their peak in their 30s or 40s, their essence gradually diminishes. Even if one can maintain their strength, the efficiency of cultivating martial arts pales in comparison to their youthful days. Even dedicating an entire lifetime to relentless effort, one cannot transcend this limitation without breaking through to the innate master level. In stark contrast, Song Ling, aided by his extraordinary abilities, effortlessly transcended the limits of ordinary humanity, achieving an unprecedented level of mastery likely unmatched in the annals of history. However, the internal energy garnered from the 9 exceptional martial arts had already begun to present a limit for him. His dantian, acupoints, meridians, and even his very bones and flesh were saturated with rich and pure internal force. If this continued, he feared he might be overwhelmed by his own power. Thus, the only path left for Song Ling to grow stronger lay in striving to become an innate master. The innate master level is divided into 3 stages: internal gang, external gang, and celestial gang. By refining all internal energy into a single strand of gang chi, one achieves the realm of innate internal gang. The majority of innate masters in this world, such as Jiang Changhai, the head of the Jiang family, remain at this level. The process of ascending to innate internal gang may sound straightforward, yet it is fraught with extreme difficulty, lengthy in duration, and perilous to the extreme. Once embarked upon, there is no turning back, and the duration varies from several months to several years, contingent upon individual cultivation levels. Throughout this period, the aspirant must meticulously control and compress their internal force, for any misstep could result in shattered meridians and a devastating fate. This perilous nature explains why so many first-tier experts prefer to remain in this stage rather than risk the breakthrough. After all, having cultivated to this extent, barring unforeseen circumstances, they can lead a life of wealth and prosperity without the need to gamble their lives on a slim chance. Moreover, there exists another method of breakthrough. Miss, the carriage is ready. Eastsea approached respectfully, interrupting Song Ling's contemplations. Very well. Song Ling calmly tightened the thick brocade robe around him and stepped outside. Perhaps due to the unique martial arts he cultivated, particularly the formidable golden stone technique, his physique had significantly broadened after reaching perfection and breaking limits. Fortunately, as it was winter, everyone was clad in heavy garments, which conveniently concealed his form. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before someone noticed the anomaly. Regarding this matter, Song Ling had indeed devised a plan. Long ago, he had dispatched the Zhao siblings, Zhao Li and Zhao He, to gather intelligence on the earth-veined flower. He had known them since his time in the northern city and had personally rescued them in a moment of peril, unlike the maidens nurtured by the Jiang family. They were truly his own. Previously, he had obtained the Huaxin grass from Xie Feng, and with the addition of the earth-veined flower, he would be able to initiate his training in the divine form technique and subsequently elevate it to breaking limits with the help of Xuan Yuan. At that point, altering his physique would be a trivial matter. Of course, if by the arrival of spring and summer he had yet to procure the earth-veined flower, he would have no choice but to depart before being exposed. In any case, with his current strength, he should have no rivals beneath the innate grandmaster level. Even if he were to face an innate grandmaster, Song Ling estimated that he could at least exchange a few moves with him using his limit-breaking technique. Avoiding a swift defeat, Song Ling left a trail of footprints in the snow, arriving at the Jiang residence and boarding a horse-drawn carriage. With a shout from the coachman, the carriage slowly set off, heading towards the northern city. Inside the carriage, a purple copper stove burned with precious silver-bone charcoal, providing warmth akin to spring. Song Ling closed his eyes to rest, yet his mind was busy devising plans for the future. Over the past few months, numerous events had transpired both within and outside Sui City. Regarding Song Ling himself, he had represented the Jiang family in the Karong festival, battling against a majority of second-rate young masters from lesser families, akin to bullying children. Even after restraining his own strength to a reasonable level, he effortlessly emerged as the champion, embodying this year's Luotian, compared to his previous renown at the Nanyuan Elegance Gathering. This Karong festival was a grand event for the entire city, allowing the name Zhang Yuling to resonate throughout Sui City, becoming a household name. Additionally, a significant event unfolded outside the city. The city of Luoshan, which frequently engaged in trade with Sui, was unexpectedly breached by a horde of strange creatures. On a sunset evening, thousands of these creatures, led by one of comparable strength to a master, broke through Luoshan's defenses with overwhelming force, leaving a majority of the population as sustenance for the invaders, while only a small fraction managed to flee to Sui City, becoming refugees. This news shocked all the upper echelons within Sui. Although Luoshan's overall strength did not match that of Sui, it was still a major city with several innate masters. Yet it fell so easily. What would be the outcome should Sui face a similar catastrophe in the future? While the elite were indifferent to the plight of the lower classes, their entire fortune and foundation resided within the city, making total relocation impossible. Thus, under the mediation of several innate masters, the 4 prominent families and 4 major alliances within East City sent representatives to convene a council to discuss how to respond to the creature invasion. After much deliberation, they resolved not to remain idle but to take preventive action. Consequently, the Core City Plan was devised. Chapter 64. The Core City Plan. The so-called Core City Plan entailed expanding the city walls outward from East City in 2 tiers, thereby establishing 3 levels of residential zones. Simultaneously, all residents would be classified into 3 ranks from low to high, with only first-rate residents qualifying to reside in East City, which would become the Core City in the future. Upon the plan's completion, the elites of the Core City would have 2 buffer zones, greatly safeguarding their interests and security. To realize this grand vision, the residents of the southern, western, and northern cities, along with the refugees from Luoshan, became indispensable laborers. Under the orders of the 8 major forces in East City, various subordinate factions managing the other 3 districts mobilized their resources, compelling their citizens to labor day and night on this monumental Core City construction project. At noon, in a certain area of the northern city, sunlight pierced through the frigid air, falling upon the ragged laborers. Armed with rudimentary tools, they either carried bricks and stones or excavated earth, sweat mingling with dust, leaving muddy trails upon their foreheads. Surrounding them, overseers wielded whips, ruthlessly driving the weary workers. Any hint of sluggishness was met with the crack of the whip. In a world where the disparity in martial prowess was vast, the lower classes found it impossible to conspire for rebellion. After all, the secrets of martial arts and resources for cultivation were wholly monopolized by the upper echelons. To survive, one had to comply. Even those who ascended from the lower strata could not single-handedly oppose the entire system. Survival necessitated integration. Survival is an innate human instinct. Even if one lives as a wretched ant, the majority still yearn to continue existing. Furthermore, for many, the Core City construction initiative was not necessarily a misfortune. Facing imminent starvation due to food shortages, being forced into labor provided at least some sustenance, preventing starvation, this was sufficient for them. With the sound of a whistle, lunchtime arrived. Countless laborers exhaled in relief, setting down their tools and dragging their weary bodies to queue for their meals. Uncle Qian, do you really think there will be meat today? We usually can't even afford plain rice, let alone meat. A dark-skinned youth in the line swallowed hard and asked a burly man ahead of him. Uncle Qian turned back and replied, "Feng, when have I ever lied to you? You know I have a bit of a connection with Supervisor Li. Back when his father was still around, we were neighbors. I never expected that kid would make a name for himself in a gang and become a martial artist. If only I had known back then. Ah, it's all fate. He had to fight his way through blood and death. If it were me, I might have died long ago. I can't envy him." Shaking his head, Uncle Qian continued, "In any case, Supervisor Li told me that a noble lady from the Jiang family in East City would come to inspect today and even make a speech. That our meals are being improved. It's a face-saving gesture for those above." The Jiang family in East City? The youth, referred to as Feng, looked puzzled. What kind of power is that? Is it stronger than our Qianye gang? Before Uncle Qian could respond, another individual behind Feng scoffed. The Qianye gang is merely one of the many factions under the Jiang family. How can it be compared? Let me tell you. That noble lady from the Jiang family is a true heavyweight. She claimed victory at this year's Karong festival, and her martial talent is said to be extraordinary. Is she really that impressive? Feng's eyes widened. Indeed. And I'll tell you. She was separated from the Jiang family as a child and lived in the countryside outside the city, worse off than us. The other person added. Feng questioned. How do you know so much about such a prominent figure? The person grinned proudly, because I've seen her in person. I happened to pass by the entrance of the Qianye Gang's headquarters and saw the gang leader, Xuan Yuan, personally come out to greet her. Impressive, impressive. Feng marveled, tilting his head. Since she also comes from humble beginnings, she should understand us better and treat us well, right? You're thinking too optimistically, Uncle Qian interjected darkly. His gaze dim. No matter what she was like before, she is now a lofty noble lady of the Jiang family, entirely different from us. Just like Supervisor Li, who used to be a childhood friend. Now he must respectfully address him as supervisor. No matter how deep the friendship, it cannot withstand the changes wrought by status and position. I beg to differ, Feng remained optimistic. Perhaps that lady is a kind-hearted person. If she knows how hard we're working, maybe she'll improve our meals and lessen our labor. Upon hearing this, Uncle Qian let out a bitter smile and shook his head, refraining from opposing the youthful naivete of the boy. Some experiences can only be truly comprehended through personal involvement, revealing their harsh realities. While the group engaged in idle chatter, a sudden commotion arose from the distance. A procession of the Qianye gang emerged, escorting a lavish carriage. Surrounded by several formidable warriors clad in tight-fitting attire, exuding a palpable aura of strength. Leading the way was none other than Xuan Yuan, the gang leader. Who could be inside that carriage to warrant such an escort from the leader himself? Is there a connection to us? After all, these are influential figures we cannot afford to offend. It is best to avert our gaze to avoid inciting their wrath and risking our lives. Some laborers, unaware of the situation, whispered among themselves, while the young man, Feng, quietly remarked to Uncle Qian, that must be the esteemed young lady of the Jiang family you mentioned. Right? What an impressive sight. The adornments on that carriage are opulent, entirely composed of jewels and precious stones. I wager that even a single pendant could sustain me for decades. Uncle Qian, alarmed, quickly covered Feng's mouth. You reckless fool, what nonsense are you spouting? Do you wish to court death? He feared the boy might utter something truly blasphemous. Amidst the varied gazes of indifference, disdain, envy, jealousy, or even admiration from the crowd, the carriage proceeded to a tower overlooking the entire construction site. The curtain of the carriage was gently lifted, revealing a young lady clad in exquisite garments, gracefully descending. Her beauty was enchanting, her demeanor serene, akin to a celestial being gracing the mortal realm, causing the laborers present to gaze in awe. Is this truly the Jiang family's young lady? She is stunning. Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Chapter 65. Windows and rooftops miss you, Ling. Please ascend the stairs. Xuan Yuan said with a respectful demeanor, slightly bowing as he gestured for Song Ling, who had emerged from the carriage. Observing the elegantly dressed young lady before him, he felt a sense of admiration. Compared to their first meeting, her aura had transformed remarkably, shifting from a fierce and untamed spirit to one of composed confidence, embodying the qualities of a dignified leader. Truly, she is the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family, the sister of the first martial arts prodigy, Zhang Yujin. And she has matured at an astonishing pace. Very well, Leader Xuan, thank you for your assistance. Song Ling smiled gently and walked along the carpet laid on the ground towards the top of the tower. Given the grand and significant plans for the core city, it is only natural that the 8 major forces of the eastern city would appoint true core members to oversee critical positions. Due to her outstanding performance during the Withering and Flourishing Festival, Song Ling was entrusted by Jiang Changhe as one of the responsible individuals, thereby restoring some prestige for the Jiang family. Her supervision involved a group of laborers under the jurisdiction of the Qianye gang. Upon reaching the platform of the tower, Song Ling looked down and saw that, at the foreman's behest, the laborers below had all raised their heads to gaze at her, awaiting her address. Unfazed by the myriad of emotions reflected in their eyes, Song Ling scanned the crowd and slowly began to speak. Greetings to you all, I am Zhang Yuling, the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. Some of you may have heard my name, while others may not, but that is of little consequence. Although Song Ling wielded no tools, her voice resonated with clarity, piercing through the frigid wind and reaching the ears of all present. I am acutely aware of the hardships that burden your lives and the resentment harbored within you regarding the imposition of labor. It is indeed perceived as a form of oppression from those above. I do not wish to dismiss this sentiment, as it holds a kernel of truth. However, it is imperative for you to understand that not far from our city of Sui, the city of Luoshan has been utterly annihilated by the onslaught of malevolent beings. Among you, there may be refugees who escaped from Luoshan, fully aware of the despair and helplessness that accompanies the wanton slaughter of loved ones. Upon hearing Song Ling speak of Luoshan, many laborers below visibly altered their expressions. A simple yet profound truth emerges. Regardless of how impoverished your existence within the city may be, there remains a glimmer of hope for survival. Yet, once the city is breached by these malevolent entities, all that you hold dear will be ruthlessly stripped away. Can you fathom the day when your loved ones, friends, and even yourselves become mere sustenance for the very monsters that threaten us? Therefore, every ounce of effort we invest now is not solely for the Jiang family or for Sui City. It is for each and every one of us to continue living securely upon this land. What we are constructing is not merely an imposing city, but a formidable fortress capable of withstanding external threats and safeguarding us all. When the malevolent beings descend upon us, this shall serve as our final bastion, shielding our families from the tragedies suffered by Luoshan. As Song Ling's speech progressed, some remained indifferent, while others began to exhibit subtle shifts in their expressions, transitioning from initial numbness and dissatisfaction to a complex array of emotions. This intricate feeling entwined fear of the unknown with an ardent desire for survival, prompting them to exchange glances, seemingly searching for resonance within one another's eyes. Seeing this, Song Ling nodded inwardly, perhaps due to the limited channels of information. The brainwashing rhetoric of concept substitution prevalent in the modern world proved surprisingly effective in this ancient society. He continued, I assure you, as long as we unite our efforts to accomplish this monumental endeavor, the Jiang family will never neglect any laborer who contributes. In addition to the deserved remuneration, there will be additional rewards, as well as the promise of a safer and more comfortable living environment for you and your families. As soon as Song Ling's words fell, a dark-skinned youth shouted from below, Miss Yu Ling, I wish to have meat to eat every day and be well fed. The speaker was none other than the previously queuing Feng, and beside him, Uncle Qian turned pale with fright at his audacity, internally lamenting, Feng, you truly are a mad lad. How could you take the lady's courteous words to heart? This is disastrous. Sure enough, a nearby overseer strode over with a face full of fury. Bold and unruly commoner, how dare you interrupt the speech of a noble lady from the Jiang family? You seek your own demise. With that, he raised the whip in his hand, poised to teach the unruly youth a lesson. At that moment, Song Ling's voice rang out. Hold on. Then, with a light step, she descended gracefully from the platform, akin to a celestial being alighting upon the earth, and approached Feng. Miss Yu Ling begs your pardon. It is my fault for not keeping an eye on these unruly folk, allowing him to disrupt your address. The overseer immediately knelt, trembling in fear. He was well aware that, unlike the foolish commoners, he could not truly believe Song Ling's previous words. As a member of the gang, he understood all too well the extravagance and ruthlessness of those in power, especially someone of Song Ling's stature, who regarded ordinary individuals as mere livestock, showing them no semblance of humanity. However, to his astonishment, Song Ling did not chastise him. She merely said it was of no consequence and turned her attention to Feng. Smiling gently as she inquired, What is your name? Feng, gazing at the enchanting Song Ling so close before him, felt heat rise to his cheeks and stammered. I am Lu Feng, Miss Yu Ling. Do not be anxious, Lu Feng, Song Ling reassured him. Due to the scarcity of food supplies, while I cannot guarantee you meat every day, I can assure you that you will be well fed, with at least one meal of meat each month. Is that truly so, Miss? Lu Feng's face flushed with excitement. Indeed, it is true, Song Ling affirmed with a smile, then addressing the crowd, she proclaimed loudly. This is not only my promise to Lu Feng, but to all present. If everyone works diligently, not only will you be well fed daily, but you shall also enjoy at least one meal of meat each month. At her words, the crowd erupted in fervor. They had previously been subsisting on meager bowls of thin porridge and stale bread, barely enough to sustain life. Yet now, this noble lady from the Jiang family promised them daily sustenance. If they could be well fed, what was the toil of labor in comparison? In an instant, someone led the charge, and the throngs began to chant, Long live Miss Jiang Yu Ling, with shouts echoing like a roaring tide. See, I told you Miss Yu Ling is a kind-hearted person, Lu Feng triumphantly declared to Uncle Qian. Uncle Qian could only smile wryly and nod. In the afternoon, the laborers resumed their tasks, and this time, without the overseers wielding whips, they exhibited astonishing efficiency. Song Ling returned to the tower. Shan Sofeng remarked, Miss Yu Ling, your strategy has proven remarkably effective. First, you accustomed them to inferior provisions, and then, by personally announcing the improvement in their meals, you instilled hope and fostered their gratitude. Song Ling smiled faintly, for it was merely a well-known principle in the modern world that to open a window, one must propose the theory of dismantling the roof. Indeed, while force may compel submission, the efficiency born from voluntary initiative far surpasses that achieved through coercion. Chapter 66, Abduction amid the respectful gazes of the surrounding laborers. Song Ling's carriage was escorted by Xuan Yuan himself as they commenced their journey homeward. Leader Xuan, I can return on my own. You are quite busy and need not be so courteous, Song Ling remarked, lifting the curtain of the carriage to address Xuan Yuan ahead. The winter sun illuminated Song Ling's exquisite visage, imparting a sense of crystalline clarity. Xuan Yuan slightly turned, stating, ensuring Miss Yuling's safety is my utmost priority. For we live in tumultuous times rife with all manner of malevolent beings. Among them is the remnant of Yujian Manor, rumored to have recently fled to our city of Sui. I cannot rest easy unless I personally escort the young lady back to the Jiang residence. Such consideration from you, Leader Xuan, is truly appreciated. Song Ling slightly nodded, lowered the carriage curtain, and settled back into the compartment. The central purple copper stove continued to emit warmth. As Song Ling sat to one side, her hands tucked within the ample sleeves, her gaze cast downward. With the ongoing deterioration of the current situation, the entirety of Daong had descended into utter chaos. To the north, King Rui led his army southward under the pretext of purging the court, while to the east, General Xuan Yuan brandished the banner of quelling rebellion and besieged cities far and wide. To the south, the governor of Suzhou established his own dominion, seizing land for autonomy. In addition, countless ambitious figures emerged, each seeking to carve out their own territory amid the turmoil. Moreover, malevolent creatures took advantage of the chaos to launch assaults on cities, plunging all of Daong into a swift descent towards collapse amidst both man-made disasters and natural calamities. The Yujian Manor, as described by Xuan from the Wind, was once the foremost martial power within Nange County, led by its master, Gong Xinxiu, a congenital master of the external realm. Yet, not long ago, the governor of Nange County abruptly accused Yujian Manor of colluding with malevolent beings to slaughter their own kin, calling upon all martial practitioners of the county to join in the hunt. Subsequently, within a mere 3 days, the forces of Yujian Manor were utterly decimated by the martial coalition of Nange County, led by the likes of the Xiongba Palace, the Binghe sect, and Qingyan Fort. Only the young master, Gong Xiyu, managed to escape with his life, thanks to his father's desperate struggle. This incident appeared exceedingly bizarre. First, the governor of Nange County had long been rendered a puppet, stripped of real power amidst the decline of the Daong dynasty, making it all the more astonishing that such a figure could command the obedience of major factions. Furthermore, considering the rumors surrounding Yujian Manor's control of a site imbued with potent energy, the truth was not difficult to surmise. Song Ling's gaze flickered slightly. For a martial artist at the first-rate realm aiming to transcend to the master level, there exist 2 methodologies. The first involves the relentless compression and refinement of one's internal energy, transforming it into a wisp of vital essence. However, this arduous process demands an extensive duration, and any misstep may lead to one's demise. The alternative approach is to harness the purifying force of the raging energy to cleanse oneself, utilizing external power to temper internal strength. This method is not inherently safer than the conventional one. In fact, it poses an even greater risk for first-rate martial artists whose internal energy falls short. Yet, its most significant advantage lies in its swiftness, capable of condensing the lengthy conventional timeline into a mere span of 1 or 2 hours. Success yields triumph, while failure results in death. It is rumored in the martial world that the Jade Sword Manor maintains a perennial supremacy in the number of innate masters within the southern Gu County, owing to their possession of precise knowledge regarding a location rich in purifying energy. This joint expedition against them is likely motivated by the significance of that very location. While discerning individuals may perceive this truth, who among them would dare to offend the likes of the Xiongba Palace and other formidable factions for the sake of a long-extinct Jade Sword Manor? Unbeknownst to the passing time, snow began to fall again from the sky, lighter than the previous night's flurry, yet it swiftly accumulated upon the ground. Old snow lay unmelted, while new snow arrived, leaving the wheels of the carriage to carve 2 tracks in the thick blanket of snow as it made its way to the Jiang residence. Upon reaching the entrance of the Jiang Manor, Xuan Yuan bid farewell, while Song Ling, under the attentive care of Dong Zi, continued her journey in the carriage back to her abode in the Qinghong Pavilion. Miss, we have arrived. Dong Zi dismounted and lifted the curtain for Song Ling. Song Ling gently nodded, extending his hand to rest upon the other as he descended from the carriage. Although his physical prowess rendered such assistance unnecessary, it had become a customary ritual in the dynamics of their relationship, a natural occurrence. Just as Song Ling's feet touched the ground, an astonishing turn of events transpired. A figure suddenly emerged from beneath the carriage, swiftly incapacitating Dong Zi from behind with remarkable speed, and then brandishing a broken sword against Song Ling's neck. If one wishes to avoid death, silence is imperative. Song Ling's gaze settled upon the individual before him. The speaker was a strikingly handsome young man, whose countenance had turned ashen and whose body was drenched in blood. His long hair cascaded down to his shoulders, and the hand that gripped the long sword trembled slightly, giving him an appearance of fragility and weakness. "Who are you?" Song Ling's heart was profoundly tranquil, yet his exterior betrayed a hint of alarm. In truth, shortly after boarding the carriage, he discerned the presence of an individual concealed beneath it. Among the myriad of first-rate martial arts he had mastered, one particular technique significantly enhanced his control over and sensitivity to vital energy. Although the man's ability to mask his presence was remarkably adept, so much so that even Shan So Feng had not detected him, he could not elude Song Ling's keen perception. The reason he refrained from immediately exposing the intruder was twofold. Firstly, it stemmed from his unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Presently, aside from innate grandmasters, no one posed a genuine threat to him, especially considering the evident injuries the man bore. To put it bluntly, he could extinguish him with but a single finger. Secondly, his thoughts wandered to the remnants of the Yujian manor who had infiltrated Suei City, particularly the young master Gong Zhiyu. If this individual were indeed Gong Zhiyu, then the land of Gangsha was something he coveted greatly. In the span of a fleeting moment, Song Ling devised the persona he would adopt before this stranger. "I advise you not to act rashly, for it is highly improbable that you would leave here alive." He feigned an air of forced composure, though the slight tremor in his voice betrayed the trepidation within. The young man easily perceived the facade of bravado exhibited by the girl before him, and he exhaled in relief. Such a temperament was, after all, the easiest to manipulate. "Rest assured," he replied, "as long as you obediently cooperate, I shall not impose any harm upon you." Song Ling inquired, "What do you wish for me to do?" The young man replied, "You should recognize that I have sustained severe injuries. I require 2 bottles of healing elixir." "Healing elixir?" Song Ling's gaze flickered, for that was a precious healing elixir. Yet it came at a considerable cost. I fear that before he could finish his sentence, the young man tightened his grip on the longsword, his voice cold as he stated, "Do not attempt to deceive me. Do you think I would follow you without knowledge of your true identity? As one of the most esteemed noblewomen in this city, a few bottles of the cleansing elixir are merely trifles to you." Chapter 67, Communication. Song Ling was taken aback, her eyes instantly misting over. "I understand, but under such duress, I cannot fetch the purification elixir for you." The young man surveyed his surroundings and then spoke. "Come with me to the attic." With that, he effortlessly lifted the unconscious Dong Zi from the ground and gestured for Song Ling to proceed towards Qinghong Pavilion. "Very well." Song Ling complied and walked forward. Along the way, he cast a worried glance at Dong Zi and said, "I will heed your words, but you must not harm her." A flicker of surprise crossed the young man's eyes. He had not anticipated that this noble lady, in such a precarious situation, would still express concern for her maid. He replied coldly, "Rest assured, as long as you cooperate with me, I shall not harm any of you." Upon entering the loft, Song Ling, under duress, ascended to the 3rd floor. The young man placed Dong Zi on a chair outside the door, then entered Song Ling's room alongside him. As the door was bolted shut, a secure and enclosed space was formed. In that moment, he seemed to feel a slight release of tension within himself, yet the injuries he bore became increasingly unbearable, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Startled, Song Ling exclaimed with a hint of panic, "Are you all right?" The young man lifted his head, wiping the blood from his lips with his sleeve, and aimed his longsword directly at Song Ling. With a strained voice, he warned, "I advise you not to let my grievous wounds provoke any sinister thoughts. As a noblewoman from a prominent family, you ought to comprehend the formidable prowess of a first-rate warrior. Even in my current state, it would be quite effortless for me to take your life. Thus, it is in your best interest to comply and behave accordingly." Song Ling whispered, "I harbor no ill intentions. I merely believe that if you continue to bleed profusely without treatment, it may lead to dire consequences." The young man, leaning on his sword, settled into a nearby chair and closed his eyes, responding, "This injury is bearable for me. Your maid did not perceive my presence earlier and is unaware of how she fainted, so she will not know of your predicament. Once she regains consciousness, simply inform her through the door that she fainted from fatigue and that you assisted her. Then, instruct her to fetch 3 bottles of healing elixir. Once the items are in hand, I shall take my leave, and you shall be free." "Very well, I understand," she replied. Song Ling nodded obediently and then took a seat opposite the young man. After a moment, she gazed at the young man's wound, which was oozing blood. And with a hint of compassion in her expression, she said, "Your wound continues to bleed. I have some linen in my room. Would you like me to tend to it?" The young man opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar, and replied, "You wish to bandage the wound of the person who is currently kidnapping you?" Ling blinked in confusion, uttering, "Did you not say that as long as you were given the medicine, you would not harm us? I believe you are not inherently malevolent." The young man was rendered speechless. The girl's unconventional reasoning momentarily left him at a loss for words, acknowledging that his condition was indeed deteriorating. He pondered for a moment before replying softly, "Very well, but I am aware of your intentions. Do not entertain any ill thoughts, for I assure you, I will not be lenient if you do." As Ling spoke, she hastily approached the cabinet beside the bed, opening it to retrieve a roll of linen. She then moved towards the young man, ready to bind his wounds. When a glimmer of cold steel caught her eye, the blade of his broken sword was poised against her throat. "Should you make any sudden movements, this sword will swiftly sever your windpipe," the young man stated coolly. Ling nodded with a hint of grievance, expressing that she merely wished to tend to his wounds. The young man gazed intently at Ling before finally offering a gentle nod in response. Ling let out a sigh of relief and began to bandage the wounds of the young man. The young man bore numerous injuries, and it took Ling quite some time to attend to them all. Finally, he thought, at least the bleeding would not be so profuse now. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Ling's face lit up with joy. The young man's expression was somewhat complicated. After a moment's hesitation, he softly uttered, "Thank you." "Oh, you are most welcome." Ling quickly waved his hand and inquired, "Pray tell, how did you sustain such grave injuries? Were you pursued?" Upon hearing this, the young man's previously softened demeanor instantly transformed into one of chilling hostility, his gaze emanating an unmistakable aura of menace. "This is none of your concern. There is no need for such superfluous inquiries." Though the malice was not directed at Ling, he could not help but feel a twinge of fear and returned to his seat, lowering his head into a profound silence. The young man furrowed his brow and opened his mouth, yet no words escaped his lips. Subsequently, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. As time elapsed, the outside world remained eerily still. Ling's brow furrowed with concern, and she could no longer suppress her question, "Why has Dongzi not yet awakened? Did you perhaps strike her too forcefully?" "Impossible," he replied with unwavering confidence. "I am well aware that your maidservant is merely an ordinary person. She exerted little force. She should regain consciousness shortly." Just as he finished speaking, a commotion erupted outside. Ling exclaimed with delight, "Dongzi?" "Yes, miss," Dongzi replied, her voice tinged with confusion. "What is happening?" Ling cast a glance at the young man and, adhering to his earlier instructions, spoke, "You may have fainted suddenly upon disembarking the carriage due to exhaustion. It was I who assisted you in ascending." The voice of the maid, Dongzi, brimmed with remorse as she lamented her own indiscretion, feeling it was inappropriate to have caused the young lady any inconvenience. Ling interrupted Dongzi, saying, "All right. These are trifles. Please fetch me 3 bottles of Mijingdan." "Mijingdan?" Dongzi exclaimed, "Miss, are you injured?" "I am not injured." Ling replied calmly, "I have recently been studying a pharmacological text and require Mijingdan for reference. Please assist me in obtaining it." Upon hearing that Ling was unharmed, Dongzi sighed in relief. "That's a relief. I will go at once." Soon after, the sound of departing footsteps faded away. The young man, who had been tense, felt his nerves gradually ease as Dongzi's footsteps receded. He gazed quietly at Ling, a hint of barely perceptible gratitude flickering in his profound eyes. Although he remained vigilant, the sword in his hand had silently lowered to his side. "Thank you," the young man said. Ling gently shook her head, remarking, "This is the second time you have expressed your gratitude towards me." After a brief silence, the young man added, "As soon as I obtain the elixir, I shall depart immediately." Ling appeared to be hurt by the earlier demeanor of the young man. She merely nodded and refrained from further conversation. Observing her reaction, the young man hesitated for a moment before speaking. "You inquired earlier whether I was being pursued, and I can now confirm that I am indeed being hunted by a group who consider themselves to be paragons of virtue, yet in truth, they are the most despicable, shameless, and vile scum beneath the heavens." Chapter 68, Pure Benevolence. Upon hearing this, Ling's eyes flashed with a hint of sympathy as he gently inquired, "Why do they seek to take your life? Is it due to an offense you have caused them?" "An offense?" The young man let out a cold laugh. "They merely wish to obtain something from me." Ling was taken aback. Then suddenly, as if a realization struck her, she sprang up from her chair, her face a canvas of astonishment. You are Gong Jiyu, the young master of Yujin Manor. Earlier, while in the carriage, Shan Songfeng had mentioned matters pertaining to Yujin Manor, and it was likely that Gong Jiyu, concealed beneath the carriage, had overheard. If he were to feign ignorance at this moment, it would surely insult her intelligence. Indeed, Gong Jiyu was not taken aback by Song Ling's reaction. From his prior observations, he had surmised that this noble young lady might be naive, but she was certainly no fool. Having made his identity known, he was prepared for her deductions. Indeed, I am Gong Jiyu. He nodded calmly, his gaze fixed intently on Song Ling, his right hand tightening around the hilt of his sword. Regardless of her previous demeanor, should she waver or entertain thoughts of betrayal upon learning his identity, he would not hesitate to eliminate her without mercy. However, after the initial shock, the young lady furrowed her brows, revealing a countenance filled with concern. Young Master Yu, currently, forces such as the Xiongba Palace, Binghe Sect, and Qingyun Fortress have issued bounty notices for you under the pretense of the county magistrate. Our Sui city is no exception. There are countless individuals searching for you outside. Your situation is dire. Gong Jiyu was taken aback. He had not anticipated that upon learning his identity, her immediate response would be concern for his well-being. With a complex expression, he replied, "They accuse Yujin Manor of colluding with monsters to harm our kind. Are you not afraid?" Song Ling shook her head, asserting that she placed greater trust in the truths she witnessed with her own eyes rather than those conveyed by hearsay. After a brief pause, she earnestly continued, "In my view, young Master Yu, you are not a villain. The true villains must be those who pursue you relentlessly." Gong Jiyu felt a jolt within, rendered speechless as he gazed at the young lady before him. Since the downfall of Yujin Manor, how long had it been since he had experienced such unreserved trust? He had sought refuge with those whom he once considered dear friends, only to be cast aside without mercy. Some even sought to apprehend him for their own gain. He had narrowly escaped with his life, enduring grievous injuries that a first-rate martial artist should not have suffered. Yet now, a girl who had previously been unrelated to him, and even had been coerced by him, was willing to extend her unconditional faith. How could he not be moved by such a gesture? Gong Jiyu took a deep breath, striving to compose his tumultuous emotions. As he prepared to speak, he heard Song Ling propose, "Perhaps it would be best if you took refuge here at Qinghong Pavilion for the time being. I cannot guarantee your safety elsewhere, but within these walls, you need not worry. As long as you avoid contact with the outside world, they will never find you." Gong Jiyu fell silent, unsure of how to respond to the young lady's simple yet profound kindness. Song Ling, however, believed that the other party was still concerned about safety issues, and thus advised, "Young Master Yu, rest assured. Although my current strength is not particularly formidable, my innate talent for martial arts is exceptionally high. I previously claimed the top position during the Withering and Flourishing Festival, bringing honor to the Jiang family, which ensures that few dare to offend me within their ranks. Therefore, your stay here will undoubtedly pose no problem." After a brief pause, he added, "Of course, once your injuries have healed, you are free to go wherever you wish. I shall not hinder you." "Why?" Gong Jiyu suddenly inquired. Even if you are aware that I am not a malicious person, there remains no compelling reason for you to assist me to such an extent. Why go to such lengths?" Song Ling was momentarily taken aback, then, with a hint of confusion, remarked, "Isn't it only natural to extend a helping hand when one sees others in distress? Why should there be any need for justification?" Gong Jiyu gazed intently at Song Ling, her crystal-clear eyes devoid of any impurities, as if every word she uttered was profoundly sincere and emanated from the depths of her heart. After a lengthy pause, Gong Jiyu finally spoke. "At this moment, I indeed require a secure place to recuperate. If this does not impose any inconvenience upon you, I would be grateful." "Not at all, not at all. Young Master Yu, please feel free to stay. There will be no issues whatsoever. No one will ascend to the third floor without my command, and regarding provisions, I shall ensure the maids prepare everything," Song Ling replied with a warm smile. "Thank you." Gong Jiyu nodded in acknowledgement. "You are too courteous, young Master Yu," she added. The two continued their conversation for a while longer until Dong Zi returned with the medicinal balm. Song Ling instructed her to place the elixir at the doorstep before bidding her farewell. Subsequently, Song Ling also took his leave. Gong Jiyu gazed at Song Ling's retreating figure, his expression calm and composed. This young woman indeed possessed a rare purity of character in this world, yet he would not extend his trust without reservations. The betrayals of once dear friends had left him with deep scars. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature, and everything remained to be seen. On the other hand, After descending the stairs, Song Ling's smile faded, as if he had shed a facade. He discerned that Gong Xiu had yet to genuinely open his heart to him, which was entirely understandable after having endured such experiences. It was exceedingly challenging to fully win over someone in such a brief span of time, regardless of his acting prowess. Thus, Song Ling refrained from broaching topics related to the realm of Gang Sha, knowing that such discussions would likely heighten Gong Xiu's vigilance, making it difficult to extract further information later on. However, this was of little concern to him, for he had ample time. In the days that followed, Song Ling visited Gong Xiu daily, either inquiring about his injuries or bringing nourishing supplements and books to provide some diversion during his convalescence. His demeanor towards Gong Xiu remained consistently warm, devoid of any annoyance or distance. The prolonged sense of security gradually eroded Gong Xiu's final defenses. After all, if Song Ling harbored intentions of betrayal, he would have long been in peril. One day, as fragrant incense wafted through the room, Gong Xiu leaned against the window. Holding a book gifted by Song Ling, deep in contemplation, he gently closed the book and turned to observe Song Ling, who was softly playing the qin. An indescribable emotion surged within him. The melodious notes filled the air, and the sunlight illuminated the young woman's graceful visage, enhancing her ethereal beauty. After much deliberation, Gong Xiu finally resolved to speak. "Miss Yu Ling, my injuries have healed considerably. I plan to remain for a while longer, but once I am fully recovered, I shall take my leave." Chapter 69. The Fate of the Earth Vein Flower. Young Master Yu is departing? A flicker of reluctance passed across Song Ling's face, and she forced a smile as she said, "Indeed, after so many days, I wonder what plans young Master Yu has next?" Gong Xiu gazed steadily at Song Ling and replied, "I intend to venture to the land of violent energy, harnessing its power to break through to the innate Grandmaster stage." To achieve such a breakthrough by utilizing the violent energy? Song Ling's delicate brows furrowed slightly. "Though my understanding of violent energy is limited, I am aware of its inherent dangers. Young Master Yu is still quite young. Why the haste? Would it not be wiser to solidify one's foundation over the years before attempting such a leap?" Gong Xiu shook his head solemnly and responded, "The location of violent energy that our Gong family controls erupts only once every decade, with the next eruption occurring in just a month. I must hasten my breakthrough, so that I may exact vengeance upon those nefarious scoundrels who unjustly annihilated my Jade Sword Manor." Song Ling sighed softly and said, "It seems that young Master Yu has made up his mind." Gong Xiu remained silent. Song Ling lightly bit her lip, and after a moment of contemplation, a spark of realization illuminated her eyes as she looked at Gong Xiu. "In that case, I shall no longer impede you. After all, such a profound enmity is not something one can simply overlook. However, the bounty on your head has not only remained but has intensified outside. If you venture forth alone, you may encounter unforeseen turmoil along the way. Should you sustain injuries, the prospect of overcoming the challenges ahead would become exceedingly bleak. Therefore, why not allow Yu Ling to accompany you? With my protection, I believe we can mitigate many troubles along the journey. What do you think, young Master Yu?" Gong Xiu hesitated to respond immediately, for taking Song Ling along would inevitably reveal to her the location of the cursed land, a secret his father had never disclosed to that band of scoundrels even unto his death. Noticing the prolonged silence from Gong Xiu, the brilliance in Song Ling's gaze gradually dimmed. She spoke softly, "I understand now. The cursed land is young Master Yu's secret, and I should not have made such an imposition. Rest assured, I shall not inquire further about the cursed land, but I only wish to." Song Ling's voice trembled slightly, as if she were grappling with a momentous decision. "If you truly intend to go, allow me at least to prepare some elixirs and protective gear that may be of use along the way. This journey appears fraught with peril. The more prepared one is, the safer one shall be." Gong Xiu gazed into Song Ling's eyes, which were filled with a profound sense of loss, and felt a deep pang of sorrow within him. He was acutely aware that his silence had wounded the young woman's heart. She had placed her unwavering trust in him, aiding him during his most trying times, and yet now he found himself at a loss. As he pondered, Song Ling rose and moved toward the door. "I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave for now. I will visit you again tomorrow, young Master Yu." With that, she gently wiped the corner of her eye with her sleeve. This poignant scene shattered the last remnants of Gong Xiu's defenses. "Wait." He suddenly sprang to his feet, his voice resolute. "Then, as Miss Yu Ling suggests, let us embark on this journey to the land of Gangsas together." If he could not respond adequately to someone who had trusted him unwaveringly from the beginning, what distinguished him from those who had betrayed him? As his words hung in the air, Song Ling paused in her tracks. Unbeknownst to Gong Jiyu, a smile crept across her lips. All her efforts over the past few days had finally borne fruit. She had indeed harbored some concern that Gong Jiyu might hold steadfast to his position. In such a case, she would have been at a loss, for the precise location of the Gangsha energy was locked within Gong Jiyu's mind, and she possessed no soul-searching techniques. Resorting to threats for her life would only lead to a complete loss of opportunity if he remained unyielding. Thus, this outcome was, without a doubt, the most favorable result. Song Ling adjusted his mood, displaying a look of surprise as he turned to gaze at Gong Jiyu. "Young Master Yu," Gong Jiyu said with a gentle expression, "shall we depart in 10 days? Very well." In the afternoon, Song Ling left the Qinghong Pavilion and proceeded to the Songwan Street, where he traditionally sought items containing Xuan Yuan. Although he still had nearly 3,000 points of Xuan Yuan remaining from the over 5,000 he had acquired at the Jinshe Division ruins, he understood that depleting resources without restraint would eventually lead to scarcity. Therefore, it was essential to adopt prudent financial habits and maintain a balance of income and expenditure. With the prospect of finally having a lead on the Gangsha land, Song Ling's spirits were notably elevated. He strolled leisurely along the street, knowing that in just 10 days, he would journey to the Gangsha land alongside Gong Jiyu. He was confident that, bolstered by his unparalleled inner strength, he would be able to break through to the realm of a congenital master with the aid of the Gangsha land. As the saying goes, fortune does not come in pairs, nor does misfortune arrive alone. However, for Song Ling, it seemed to be the opposite. Upon returning to the Jiang residence that evening, he was greeted with good news from Zhao Li and Zhao He, siblings he had discreetly tasked with investigating the whereabouts of the Demai flower. They informed him that they had learned from a merchant caravan arriving from Chuijian City that the head of the Wei Qi family, Wei Qi Li Da, was to celebrate his 70th birthday in 5 days. His eldest son, Wei Qi Baozhu, intended to present the Demai flower as part of his grand gift. The Demai flower, when consumed alone, is said to possess longevity-enhancing properties, making it an invaluable gift for the elderly. The information had leaked due to internal power struggles within the Wei Qi family. Several of Wei Qi Baozhu's brothers intentionally spread the news to diminish the impact of his gift at the celebration. With this foreknowledge, the anticipated effect of the gift would not be as astonishing. Upon receiving this news, Song Ling promptly resolved to travel to Chuijian City. Acquiring the Demai flower was imperative. With the Demai flower, he could initiate his cultivation of the divine form technique and subsequently enhance it using Xuan Yuan to surpass his limits, allowing him to alter his physique and appearance at will. This would significantly bolster his safety wherever he might go. If all went smoothly, after obtaining the Demai flower, he would return to join Gong Jiyu on their expedition to the Gangsha land. As for the journey to Chuijian City, Song Ling had already devised a plan. That night, he donned a complete black attire, concealing himself thoroughly, and made his way to the inn where the merchant caravan was stationed. He approached the caravan leader and, through a combination of strength and generous monetary persuasion, easily secured his request to accompany them to Chuijian City. The caravan leader, being astute, recognized Song Ling's formidable prowess. Although their caravan already boasted first-rate martial artists, it was advantageous to have an additional strong protector while also earning extra profit. Regarding Qinghong Pavilion, Song Ling informed Gong Jiyu that he had family matters requiring his absence for a few days. While he told Dong Zi that he would be in seclusion for cultivation and requested her not to disturb him, merely delivering meals to his door at the appropriate times. The following day, Song Ling arrived punctually at the caravan. Chapter 70, Mountain Bandits. Chuijian City, like Sui City, is situated within the southern Gu County. However, Sui City resides in the central hilly region, whereas Chuijian City is located on the eastern plains. The caravan departed from Sui City, a grand assembly of over 100 people, advancing eastward with vigor. Song Ling was clad in black attire, his face concealed by a mask and his head adorned with a hat that obscured his features. Even his hands were gloved, leaving not a single inch of skin exposed, epitomizing the utmost commitment to privacy. However, this ensemble did not stand out within the merchant caravan, as several others were similarly attired. In these times, venturing outside necessitated an abundance of caution. Uncle Zhang, is that black-clad man new? A youthful girl, in the bloom of her adolescence, peered through the carriage window at Song Ling, who was not far behind. Her curiosity piqued. Uncle Zhang glanced over and nodded. Yes, miss. He joined our caravan in Sui City. According to the master, his prowess is likely on par with the esteemed Lu Yang. On par with Lu Yang? The girl gasped, incredulous. Is that true? Lu Yang is a master of the first rank in martial arts. Does that imply this black-clad man possesses the same level of skill? Uncle Zhang solemnly affirmed. It truly is a case of not judging a book by its cover, a first-rate master being so unassuming, the girl mused. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. Uncle Zhang, what if we enlist him to protect our caravan? Relying solely on Lu Yang might prove insufficient at times. Uncle Zhang shook his head with a wry smile. Miss, that's a jest. The status of a first-rate master is exceedingly esteemed. Currently, nearly half of our profits from trading must be paid as commission to Lu Yang. Adding another might hasten the master's financial ruin. Is Lu Yang's commission truly that substantial? The girl inquired, astonished. Indeed. Otherwise, why would a distinguished first-rate master remain in a secure city, wielding his influence? If there were not considerable profits, why would he take the risk to protect us? Uncle Zhang reminisced about the days when the great Yong dynasty had yet to crumble and order reigned, contrasting sharply with the current tumultuous times. The girl nodded thoughtfully, gazing out at the passing scenery, her thoughts now unspoken. At the forefront of the caravan, Lu Yang, the esteemed figure spoken of by the girl and Uncle Zhang, rode a towering steed, his formidable aura radiating power, warding off any malevolent entities or creatures in the wilderness. 3 days later, the caravan traversed and scathed to the border between the central and eastern regions of Nange County. Lu Yang, once we cross this last mountain, we shall enter the plains where the likelihood of ambush diminishes greatly. You need not constantly expend your energy, said Jiao Xiang, the middle-aged caravan leader, sporting a distinctive mustache. As he approached Lu Yang on horseback, visibly relaxed. Lu Yang, bearing a scar that stretched from his ear to the base of his neck, shook his head slightly. Rest assured, Boss Jiao, having accepted your employment, I shall exert my utmost effort to fulfill the task without a hint of negligence. Jiao Xiang straightened, clasping his fist in respect. Your integrity is commendable. Their prolonged collaboration was attributed not only to Lu Yang's strength but also to his unwavering professionalism. As noon approached, while the caravan traversed a mountain path, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A cacophony erupted from both sides of the path as a band of ragtag bandits, armed with various weapons, surged from the thicket, effectively blocking the caravan's front and rear. A diminutive figure wielding dual hammers emerged from among the bandits, stepping forward to confront the caravan. This mountain is mine. This tree is mine. If you wish to pass, leave a toll, he bellowed. Lu Yang regarded the gnome with disbelief. Was this individual truly insane? How audacious for a mere second-rate martial artist to attempt to rob a caravan guarded by a first-rate master. Seeking death, Lu Yang thought, regardless of the gnome's sanity. Daring to challenge him warranted preparation for death. He leapt from his mount, akin to a tiger poised to pounce, drawing his long knife, which glimmered ominously, and aimed it directly at the gnome. Faced with this lethal strike, the gnome's expression shifted dramatically. Lord Jean, save me, he screamed. In that critical moment, a golden figure burst forth from the thicket, colliding with Lu Yang's decisive blow in a thunderous clash. Realizing the formidable power of his opponent, Lu Yang's expression altered as he focused his gaze, revealing a muscular creature adorned with golden markings and a lion's head. How dare you collude with a creature? Lu Yang seethed with rage. The gnome's audacity to rob was one thing, but conspiring with a beast was an affront beyond measure. The gnome, now free from peril, grinned nonchalantly. And what of it? In this chaotic era, what righteousness is there to uphold? My partnership with Lord Jean is mutually beneficial, he feasts. And I and my brothers prosper. What is there to lament? Beast, I shall first cleave it in two, then turn my blade upon you. Lu Yang realized the gnome's provocation was a ruse to gauge his strength, orchestrating a distraction for the lion creature to assess whether to engage. You shall have no chance. Prepare to be my meal. The lion creature growled, its bloodthirsty eyes gleaming as its tongue traced its sharp teeth. Lu Yang said nothing, channeling all his strength into his long knife, vowing to slay the creature here and now. As the battle between man and beast intensified, the encircling bandits initiated their assault. The caravan members, seizing their weapons, began to resist, plunging the scene into chaos. Miss, stay inside the carriage and do not move. I shall protect you, Uncle Zhang urged, having drawn his sword and engaged the approaching bandits outside. Okay, Uncle Zhang, please be careful, the girl replied, her face pale with fear. In the midst of the fray, Ling, clad in black, observed the pandemonium with a detached demeanor, dispatching any bandits foolish enough to provoke him without intervening in Lu Yang's struggle against the lion creature. He had no desire to play the hero and preferred to maintain a low profile, despite needing to rely on the caravan's cover to reach Chuijian City. He recognized that Lu Yong and the lion creature were evenly matched, and the outcome remained uncertain. Thus, there was no urgency to intervene. "Brothers, gather your strength together," one of the bandits shouted, mistakenly perceiving Song Ling as merely a formidable third-rate warrior due to his restrained aura and subtle actions, prompting a few comrades to charge towards him. Song Ling's gaze remained unperturbed, now possessing unparalleled martial skills that transcend the limits of the 9 doors. And with an inner strength that is overwhelmingly potent, he could withstand attacks from these mountain bandits with ease, even if they were to strike him with their blades. However, Song Ling was not yet inclined to reveal the full extent of his abilities. Thus, he nimbly evaded the oncoming blades, dispatching the bandits with a single strike of his palm. The remaining bandits, taken aback, finally recognized that Song Ling was likely a true master, one beyond their capability to confront. Consequently, they decisively abandoned him and turned their lethal intentions toward others. "Please, Senior Chen, lend your assistance." At that moment, a cry for help suddenly echoed from ahead. Upon hearing it, Song Ling turned to see the carriage of Jiao Xiang's daughter, the leader of the merchant convoy, encircled by several bandits. The voice calling out belonged to Uncle Zhang, their servant, who was now drenched in blood and on the verge of collapse. Upon entering the merchant caravan, Song Ling casually adopted the pseudonym Chen Yu. Thus, the reference to Senior Chun by the other party undoubtedly pertains to him. Song Ling frowned slightly, contemplating the necessity of remaining within the merchant caravan. It was indeed inappropriate to stand idly by while the daughter of Jiao Xiang faced peril. Thus, she felt compelled to intervene. With a swift motion, she glided through the battlefield like a specter, arriving beside the besieged carriage in but a few breaths. Song Ling moved with the swiftness of the wind, and the bandits before him barely had time to register the fleeting blur before they were sent sprawling, blood spewing from their mouths, breath extinguished. "I am eternally grateful for your life-saving grace, Senior Chen." Uncle Zhang bowed deeply to Song Ling, a sense of reverence in his heart. Indeed, the prowess of this Senior Chen was as formidable as the master had proclaimed, rivaling that of Lu Yong. "Thank you, Senior Chen." The young lady in the carriage lifted the curtain, her face awash with gratitude, remnants of tears still evident upon her cheeks. She had been terrified to the point of tears when Uncle Zhang was besieged moments ago. "It is of no consequence," Song Ling calmly replied in a masculine voice. "Senior Chen, I." Just as Uncle Zhang was about to say something, a tremendous roar erupted from the battlefield where Lu Yong was engaged with the lion spirit. Everyone turned their gaze to witness Lu Yong being forcefully struck away by the lion spirit's fierce claw, his body soaring like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a large tree in the forest. The tree, unable to bear the weight, snapped with a crack and subsequently collapsed. Lu Yong spat out a mouthful of blood, incredulously staring at the lion spirit, which had swelled even larger than before. "You concealed your strength." Those spirits possess the ability to think. They are typically simplistic in their reasoning and unaware of the myriad deceptions that humans employ. Yet, this lion spirit had surprisingly hidden its true power, feigning weakness before launching a full-force ambush. "Haha, did you not expect this? It was I who taught Lord Jean this tactic, all to eliminate you arrogant fools." The leading mountain bandit, a gnome, had previously vanished but now emerged triumphantly, gloating at Lu Yong's defeat. Lu Yong's eyes widened in rage as he endured excruciating pain that tore through his body. He roared, "To collude with spirits and harm your own kind. You are less than a beast, utterly despicable." The mountain bandit gnome paid no heed to Lu Yong's words, chuckling dismissively. He turned to the lion spirit, flattering it, "Lord Jean, this man possesses great strength. His flesh must be quite tender. You should devour him while he is still fresh." The lion spirit responded with a dull grunt before stepping towards Lu Yong. Lu Yong's expression changed. He attempted to rise, but the brutal blow he had just endured had left his organs injured and muscles torn. Even with a sufficient reserve of inner strength, he found himself incapable of fighting back in the short term. Despair filled Lu Yong's eyes. Was he truly destined to perish within the belly of this spirit? It was over. It was all over. Jiao Xiang, protected by other martial artists within the merchant group, turned pale at the sight, feeling utterly hopeless. If Lu Yong were to be consumed by the lion spirit, their turn would inevitably follow. "Please, Senior Chen, lend your aid." Beside the carriage, Uncle Zhang, with an anxious expression, bowed deeply to Song Ling. At this moment, only Senior Chun possessed the capability to confront the lion spirit, his strength rivaling that of Lu Yong's. And he had prior experience with the lion spirit. If he were willing to intervene, perhaps they still had a glimmer of hope. Song Ling's gaze slightly lowered, unexpectedly. It ultimately fell upon him to take action. He beheld the lion spirit creature poised to deliver a final blow to Lu Yang, and in that instant, he moved. With the unparalleled lightness of movement akin to flowing clouds and drifting moons, propelled by an immensely potent inner energy, Song Ling's speed reached its zenith. In the blink of an eye, he traversed several dozen feet, appearing beside the lion spirit like a bolt of black lightning. The lion spirit, taken aback by Song Ling's sudden appearance, momentarily froze. What was happening? When did this human arrive? Bang! Song Ling delivered a powerful punch, and the lion demon had no time to react. Its head exploded like a fragile watermelon, scattering fragments in all directions. The massive body collapsed heavily to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Song Ling retracted his hand, his gaze as tranquil as ever. The strike he had just delivered did not employ the limit break technique. His inherently formidable internal energy was sufficient to overwhelm his opponent. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. Both the merchants and the mountain bandits halted their actions, staring in astonishment at Song Ling. What had they just witnessed? The defeat of Lu Yang, a first-rate martial artist, and the instantaneous obliteration of such a powerful creature? A congenital master? Leaning against a tree, Lu Yang stared blankly at Song Ling, murmuring to himself. The power displayed by Song Ling had transcended the limits of a first-rate martial artist. He could conceive of no possibility other than that of a congenital master. Chin. The elder, Jiao Xiang, was exhilarated, having initially believed his demise was imminent. He was overjoyed at the unexpected turn of events, feeling immense gratitude for his earlier decision to allow Song Ling to join the merchant caravan. A congenital master, such power could only belong to one of that caliber. Uncle Zhang also wore an expression of disbelief. He had not held particularly high hopes for Song Ling, considering that even the first-rate expert Lu Yang had been defeated. Thus the odds of Song Ling overcoming the lion spirit were exceedingly low. Yet, to his astonishment, in stark contrast to the sudden delight of the merchant caravan, chaos erupted among the mountain bandits, particularly for their diminutive leader, whose despair was palpable. His greatest support had been annihilated before his eyes. The dwarf's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he glanced around, noticing no one was paying attention to him at that moment. He stealthily attempted to slip away. However, the next second, Song Ling's figure loomed before him, gazing down with indifference. Senior, bang. The dwarf had intended to utter more. But Song Ling showed no interest in listening. He delivered a single, devastating punch that obliterated the dwarf's head, following in the footsteps of the lion spirit. The remaining bandits, witnessing this, dared not linger any longer, scattering like frightened birds, wishing they had been born with extra legs. They could never have anticipated encountering such a ruthless character. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Kill, slaughter these wretched scoundrels. Many in the merchant caravan had lost loved ones to the bandits' blades, and now that the tide had turned, they would not let their foes escape easily. Without needing a leader's command, they, consumed by rage, began the pursuit of the mountain bandits. Song Ling observed the scene with a calm demeanor, refraining from intervening further. After all, the crisis had been averted, as long as the merchant caravan was preserved. It would not hinder his entry into Chuejian City. The rest were trifles, unworthy of his attention. Senior Chen, I am profoundly grateful for your timely intervention. Your kindness and virtue will be forever etched in my heart. Lu Yang, supported by Jiao Xiang, approached with a pale countenance yet an expression of utmost reverence. His eyes glimmering with a hint of fervor. A congenital master, the pinnacle of martial arts, the ultimate aspiration of all warriors. How could he not be exhilarated by the fact that such a formidable being had personally intervened to save his life? Senior Chen, it is indeed my folly for not recognizing your true prowess and for allowing you to lower yourself amidst our caravan. I hope you will not take offense. Jiao Xiang added hastily, his tone tinged with remorse and trepidation. Song Ling gazed at the two individuals, aware that his extraordinary prowess had led them to mistakenly perceive him as a congenital master. However, he had no intention of clarifying the misunderstanding. The notion that a first-rate martial artist could possess such strength was even more astonishing and incredulous than the idea of him being a congenital master. Perhaps it was best to maintain this facade, as it might facilitate a smoother journey ahead. Song Ling spoke softly, no matter. Let us swiftly reorganize the team and proceed towards Chuejian City. Understood. I shall relay the orders at once, Jiao Xiang replied with a bow. At that moment, the mountain bandits had been pursued to the brink of annihilation, with only a few managing to flee into the forest, their whereabouts now a mystery. Following the command of Jiao Xiang, the leader of the merchant caravan, everyone quickly composed themselves and began to arrange the formation. The injured were carefully attended to. while the deceased, constrained by the limitations of the location, could only be hastily buried in shallow graves within the woods. Fortunately, most of the group consisted of martial artists, and their efficiency in carrying out the tasks was commendable. Within half an hour, they had managed to address the situation adequately. The caravan resumed its journey, heading towards the direction of Chuijian City. Jiao Xiang had intended to invite Song Ling to the front of the caravan, but she graciously declined, choosing instead to remain amidst the crowd. Song Ling would not consider herself invincible. After all, this is the wilderness, where any situation could arise. If a formidable foe were to appear, it would undoubtedly be easier to escape from the midst of the crowd than from the front of the line. If Jiao Xiang or Lu Yang were aware of Song Ling's thoughts, they would certainly be astonished. After all, a congenital master stands at the pinnacle of humanity, with few beings, save for the lofty cultivators or demons, capable of posing a threat. However, they remain oblivious to this fact, mistakenly believing it to be a peculiar quirk of Song Ling, the congenital master. Despite their confusion, they dare not disregard her wishes and thoughtfully advise the others to refrain from excessive scrutiny, lest they evoke the elder's displeasure. A day later, with the generous supply of healing elixirs from Jiao Xiang, Lu Yang managed to stabilize his injuries, continuing to exert pressure from the front. As long as he refrained from engaging in direct combat, his current facade of strength belied an inner frailty. The caravan finally arrived at the eastern plains of Southga County, where the terrain was flat and the visibility expansive, a stark contrast to the towering mountains they had traversed earlier. Upon reaching this area, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Based on previous experience, the likelihood of encountering an ambush significantly diminishes once they enter this region. From the boundless sky above, one could observe a procession of nearly 100 individuals, akin to ants transporting food, meticulously transporting various goods across the ground. As noon approached, the caravan paused to rest and partake in their meal. In the midst of the group, clad in a simple hemp robe over her black attire, Song Ling appeared even more inconspicuous. "Senior, here is some bread for you." A boy, seemingly no older than 7 or 8, approached Song Ling, extending a piece of flatbread. His bright, round eyes gazed up at her as he spoke in a sweet, childlike voice. "My mother said that thanks to you, we are able to survive." Song Ling cast her gaze a short distance behind the boy, where stood a woman in her 30s who appeared somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Song Ling took the cake from the boy's hands and gently patted his head, remaining silent. The boy bowed to Song Ling and then, with a smile, ran back, throwing himself into the woman's embrace. The afternoon sun filtered through the sparse clouds, casting its golden light upon every corner of the caravan, where people's expressions varied, portraying the myriad facets of life. Song Ling took a bite of the biscuit, finding it rather dry, and washed it down with a generous gulp of water. Ever since entering the Jiang family, he felt as though he had long been deprived of the authentic essence of life. Suddenly, a flicker of awareness crossed Song Ling's face as his gaze turned toward the distant sky. He beheld a streak of azure light racing towards him from the horizon, swiftly enlarging from the size of a needle tip to that of a little finger, with a humanoid silhouette becoming faintly discernible. It was. Song Ling's pupils constricted, her heart trembling with astonishment. A cultivator? Even an innate master of the celestial realm remains but a mortal. Only a cultivator possesses the ability to soar through the skies. As the streak of luminous light drew nearer, the members of the merchant caravan began to take notice of its presence. Good heavens, flying through the air. Could it possibly be a celestial master? There could be no mistake. My second aunt's third uncle's neighbor had once witnessed a celestial master flying over Sui City in their youth, and it matched his description perfectly. To think that I would live to see a celestial master in person? Quickly, kneel down. One must not show disrespect to a celestial master. The crowd erupted in a frenzy, and before the radiant light could fully approach, everyone had already knelt down, including Lu Yang. With his eyes cast down, Song Ling knelt alongside the others to avoid drawing attention. After a brief moment, a streak of light darted across the sky above the caravan. Just when everyone believed it would pass by, it abruptly veered, descending slowly until it hovered in the air before the crowd. As the radiance faded, the figure within became visible. He appeared to be a man in his early 20s, standing upon a broadsword, his complexion pallid, and a hint of malevolence etched upon his brow. Bloodstains marred the dark green robe that draped over him. The crowd, too fearful to gaze for long, prostrated themselves on the ground, collectively exclaiming, "We pay our respects to the immortal master." Chapter 73, Annihilation. The man, looking down from his elevated position, surveyed the assembly before him and slowly inquired, "Is this place within the borders of Dayong?" Jiao Xiang replied loudly, reporting to the immortal master, "This is the Nange County of Dayong." "Ha ha ha, heaven has not forsaken me." The man laughed heartily, a hint of madness flickering across his features. Xuan. Once I uncover the legacy left by my senior brother I shall return to the sect and flay your skin, extract your tendons, and light your soul lamp to vent my wrath. Having spoken, he turned his gaze coldly toward the people on the ground, stating, I generally do not indulge in the indiscriminate slaughter of mortals. Today, however, it seems you are simply out of luck. This was foreboding. Upon hearing these words, Ling felt a chill run down her spine, and goosebumps erupted across her body. In the next instant, she witnessed the man standing midair flick his finger gently, and a green spiritual light emerged. This light swiftly transformed into hundreds of minuscule luminescent dots, hurtling towards the crowd with an astonishing speed that left them no time to evade, even though most present were martial artists. As Ling gazed at one of the luminous dots hurtling towards him, a profound sense of life and death crisis enveloped his entire being. Danger. Extreme peril. Every cell within him screamed for immediate flight. Given Ling's remarkable speed, should he exert himself to the utmost and employ the first-rate lightness technique, flowing clouds. Pursuing the moon, he might indeed evade the assault of this green luminescence. However, he could not. If he attracted the attention of the celestial cultivator hovering above, his fate would be sealed. Thus, in this moment of utmost urgency, Ling made his choice. Breaking the limits, unyielding as gold and stone. Breaking the limits. An invincible body. Breaking the limits, a furnace of vitality. At that instant, his internal energy surged to its zenith, unleashing the simultaneous power of two premier external cultivation techniques and a unique method for refining the organs. In the next heartbeat, countless luminous dots pierced the hearts of every member of the caravan. Ling felt a chill pierce through his chest as the green light penetrated the dual-layered defenses of his external martial arts. It struck his heart, which had been fortified through rigorous training, shattering a significant portion of it before dissipating into nothingness. The dull thud of a body collapsing echoed in his ears, prompting Ling to slightly alter his expression and allow his body to fall to the ground like the others. Blood gushed from the gaping wound in his chest, and the rhythm of his heartbeat weakened, nearing cessation. Just as his consciousness began to blur, the cultivator in the sky transformed once more into a streak of luminous energy, vanishing in an instant beyond the horizon. Ling immediately summoned the remnants of his consciousness to frantically channel his internal energy along the meridians and blood vessels, gathering it around his heart. He then compressed the cardiac muscle to staunch the bleeding, followed by manually stimulating his heart to restore its function. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he propped himself up and retrieved a vial of healing pills from his garments, pouring out all the contents without counting, and unceremoniously stuffed them into his mouth. With Ling's formidable physical prowess at its zenith, the pink granulation began to writhe, and the wound on his chest started to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Several hours later, Ling opened his eyes and glanced down. The injury on his chest had sprouted a patch of new flesh, distinguishable in color from the surrounding skin. At last, his life was preserved. It was now dusk, and the dim light enveloped the vast expanse of the plain, surrounding him in an eerie silence. Ling gazed around and beheld that the entire caravan, comprising Liu Yang, Jiao Xiang and his daughter, as well as the servant Zhang Shu, along with the child who had just handed him the rice cake and the child's mother, had met with a tragic fate. All were deceased, leaving no survivors. Ling gazed silently in the direction where the cultivator had vanished, her mind lingering in contemplation. The disparity in strength between cultivators and mortal warriors was astoundingly vast. With a mere flick of his finger, he could effortlessly obliterate hundreds of lives. Moreover, it appeared that he was gravely injured. Ling recalled the blood staining the man's long robe and the pallor of his complexion. Were it not for his extraordinary abilities, which had elevated the top-tier martial arts of the Nine Gates to their utmost limits, granting him an unparalleled and pure inner strength, three of which enhanced his physical form to an astonishing degree, he might have found himself among the lifeless corpses. It seems that cultivators are not merely ethereal beings, detached from desires and worldly concerns. Rather, they experience love, hate, and strife just like mortals. Is the realm of cultivation, then, even more merciless than the mundane world? Furthermore, martial arts are ranked by levels of mastery, and it is likely that the same applies to cultivators. What, then, is the realm of this individual? Ling murmured to himself. After a long while, he shook his head. One must savor their meals bite by bite, and tread upon the path step by step. Despite his fervent longing for the formidable power of immortal cultivators, he found himself utterly at a loss regarding the path to becoming one. Rather than aspiring to lofty heights, it would be wiser to focus on accomplishing what is within his immediate reach. Ling rose to his feet, though his body still felt somewhat feeble. His gaze was remarkably resolute. The merchant caravan had been annihilated, yet the plan to reach Cultivating City must not falter. Fortunately, he was not too far from Cultivating City now. If he pressed on at full speed, he could nearly arrive by dawn tomorrow. After gathering some provisions and water, Ling continued his journey towards Cultivating City. The following morning, after a night of travel, Ling finally arrived at the outskirts of Cultivating City. The city walls, constructed of azure stone, stood tall and imposing, their grandeur comparable to that of Cultivating City, though they appeared to possess a more ancient aura. Indeed, this was the case. Cultivating City was a new establishment founded 300 years after the rise of the Great Yong, whereas Cultivating City, an ancient fortress from the previous dynasty of the Great Yan, had its origins tracing back to the Chang people's settlement 3,000 years ago. At this moment, 2 rows of armored soldiers stood at the city gate, while a long line of individuals awaited inspection to enter the city. Upon observing, Ling noted that Cultivating City was distinct from Cultivating City. In the latter, one could enter simply by paying a fee, even from the eastern gate, while entry to Cultivating City required a pass granted by the various powers within. Without this pass, no amount of money would suffice for admission. As Ling pondered this, 2 caravans ahead seemed to be embroiled in a dispute over the queue, drawing the curiosity of onlookers. It was the Lin family from Nanpu Street and the Sun family. Indeed, one could say that enemies are drawn to one another. Who could argue otherwise? When even a mere queue could ignite such a quarrel. Ling's gaze shifted as he seized the opportunity to weave through the crowd. In a swift motion, he leaped onto a carriage. Inside, a young woman, approximately 17 or 18 years of age, had intended to venture out to enjoy the festivities. However, she was taken aback by the sudden arrival of a stranger cloaked in a wide-brimmed hat. Her eyes widened in alarm, and just as she was about to scream, Ling gently rendered her unconscious with a swift blow. Chapter 74. Infiltration. Ling gently placed the fainted woman upon a seat, patiently waiting for a while until the commotion outside finally subsided, allowing the carriage to resume its journey. Upon reaching the city gate, the coachman presented the necessary permit, and the carriage smoothly entered the city. Unlike Cultivating City, which artificially divides itself into several distinct regions, with one serving as the dominant urban area draining resources from the others, Cultivating City has developed in a more balanced manner, avoiding the stark disparities in wealth that characterize the districts of Cultivating City. Ling slightly lifted the curtain of the carriage to gaze outside. Flanking the streets were numerous shops, modest in scale yet abundant in variety, offering everything from daily staples to exquisite handcrafted goods, exuding a vibrant vitality. Though it paled in comparison to the affluence and splendor of the eastern part of Cultivating City, it still bore a semblance of liveliness, with the countenances and physiques of the passers-by appearing quite ordinary. This was the quintessential scene one would expect in a thriving town. Cultivating City had clearly strayed from this norm. Ling shook his head gently, a sense of melancholy washing over him. The 8 dominant forces that occupied the upper echelons of Cultivating City loomed over the entire city, extracting every ounce of vitality from its inhabitants, relentlessly depleting resources like colossal parasitic leeches. Naturally, as a beneficiary of this entrenched system, he had no inclination to dismantle the existing order. Without the martial skills and various resources provided by the Jiang family, even with his extraordinary talents, his progress in cultivation would not have been as rapid as it currently is. After a while, the carriage turned onto a rather secluded tree-lined path. Observing the lack of people around, Ling quietly leaped from the vehicle. On either side of the road stood scattered earthen dwellings, and in the distance, a few children could be seen catching butterflies in a vegetable garden. Ling pondered briefly. In this unfamiliar city of Cultivating, it would be unwise to act recklessly. He must first gather some essential information. The Tongfu restaurant. Ling, adorned with a conical hat, sat by the window on the 2nd floor. Within the bustling tavern, a cacophony of voices filled the air, diners engaged in boisterous laughter or whispered conversations, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. To discreetly gather information, this vibrant establishment, teeming with a mix of characters, undoubtedly served as the optimal venue. Even though the majority of chatter consisted of trivialities, one could occasionally glean valuable insights. In truth, this endeavor proved even easier than Ling had anticipated. The Weiqi family, the foremost clan of Cultivating City, had recently become the center of attention due to the upcoming 70th birthday celebration of its patriarch, Weiqi Lida. Ling had scarcely taken his seat when he began to overhear a multitude of discussions surrounding the matter. Thanks to his remarkably keen hearing, akin to that of a superhuman, he effortlessly discerned the information he sought amidst the cacophony. At a nearby table, 2 men clad in athletic attire were engaged in hushed conversation. Is it true? The foremost assassin of Bloodwind Tower, Zhai Zizi, is attempting to assassinate Wei Qi lied. One exclaimed, his tone laced with incredulity. Could there be any doubt? Zhai Zizi's assassination notice has already been affixed to the gates of the Wei Qi residence. The other asserted confidently, his face alight with the thrill of gossip. Zhai Zizi, the most legendary assassin of our Chuijian city, remains a mystery. No one knows his true identity. Some say he is a beautiful woman in her 30s, others claim he is a frail old woman in her 60s. And some even suggest he is a brawny man. Regardless of the myriad depictions, one thing remains constant. He always leaves an assassination notice before each strike, and he has never failed. The first man countered, but no matter how formidable Zhai Zizi may be, he is still of the first-class realm, is he not? We must not forget that Wei Qi lied is a congenital master. How could he possibly defeat him? You are unaware, the other replied. It is rumored that Wei Qi lied suffered a life-threatening injury in his youth. Though his mastery once allowed him to maintain control, in recent years, as age has taken its toll, his vitality has waned, and he is now capable of exhibiting only a fraction of his former prowess. Is it truly so? The first man gasped in astonishment. However, since Zhai Zizi has issued an assassination notice in advance, the Wei Qi family will undoubtedly take precautions. I remain skeptical about his chances of success, considering the Wei Qi clan is renowned for its plethora of skilled practitioners. Indeed, I share your sentiments, the second man continued. Ling listened intently to the conversation between the two, his gaze tranquil. It had been quite some time since he had heard the name Bloodwind Tower. In the past, at the cost of his own entry into the Jiang family, he had compelled Shan Sofeng to eliminate the second young master, Fu Zong, of Bloodwind Tower. Utilizing the influence of the Jiang family, he had thoroughly dismantled Bloodwind Tower's stronghold in Sui City. Although Bloodwind Tower boasted numerous first-rate martial artists under its banner, as Lai Zhu had once remarked when he joined, assassins in Bloodwind Tower had always maintained a cooperative relationship. They would naturally not risk their lives for Bloodwind Tower or the Jiang family. Aside from the headquarters of Bloodwind Tower, other outposts likely functioned under a similar paradigm. This implies that the foremost assassin of Bloodwind Tower in Suijin City, Zhai Zizi, was also undertaking a mission assigned by someone else to assassinate Wei Qi lied. Ling recalled the information obtained by the Zhao siblings, Zhao Li and Zhao He, from the merchant caravan. It appeared that Wei Qi Li's eldest son, Wei Qi Baozhu, was at odds with several of his brothers. Furthermore, Wei Qi Li intended to pass on the position of family head to Wei Qi Baozhu. Could it be that the other brothers harbored intentions of patricide to usurp power? After a moment of contemplation, Ling shook his head. Regardless of the power struggles within the Wei Qi family, such matters were of no concern to him. His sole objective was the earth vein flower. Once he secured the item, he would promptly retreat, ensuring he remained uninvolved in any ensuing conflicts. Thus, Ling lingered in the tavern for 2 hours, during which he gleaned a plethora of information, both useful and trivial. In the afternoon, he exited the tavern, intending to scout for more intelligence elsewhere. As he traversed the street, he suddenly sensed 2 furtive figures trailing him from behind. Had his prolonged stay at the tavern drawn the attention of those with ulterior motives? Ling maintained an impassive expression as he continued forward. Upon reaching a sparsely populated area, the 2 individuals behind him finally sprang into action. They rushed towards him with haste, and the sound of 2 blades being drawn echoed in the air, glinting ominously as they advanced upon him without uttering a word. One attacked from above, while the other approached from below, both bearing sinister smiles as if they could already envision the gruesome fate awaiting their target. However, with a resounding clang, the clash of blades rang out as one of their long knives halted at Ling's unguarded neck, while the other struck his lower leg. Feeling the numbness in their hands from the recoil, their pupils dilated in shock. Was this the result of an extraordinary mastery of martial arts that rendered their weapons ineffective? Run! One of them shouted, turning to flee. Yet, Ling swiftly pivoted, his gaze indifferent as he extended his hands with remarkable speed, seizing both of their necks before forcefully slamming them to the ground. With a thud, the 2 assailants crashed onto the earth, their ribs fracturing upon impact, blood gushing forth. They stared wide-eyed at Ling, terror etched across their faces. After exchanging a glance of mutual dread, they began to bow repeatedly, pleading, "Hero, spare our lives." "Why must you kill us?" Ling replied in a calm tone. One of them hesitated momentarily, but before he could react, Ling's foot came down with tremendous force, crushing the other's hand. A scream escaped the man's lips, his countenance turning an ashen hue as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead. "I will speak. I will speak." The other, witnessing Ling's ruthless decisiveness, dared not hesitate further. With a bitter expression, he confessed, "We, as brothers, Saw you alone and intended to commit robbery, but we did not expect to encounter such formidable resistance. Song Ling was not at all surprised by this response. After all, it was his first visit to Chui Jian City, and he had thoroughly disguised himself. Even Jiang Yujin would not recognize him. Theoretically, there should not be any vendettas or similar incidents occurring. Thus, the only remaining possibility was a spontaneous act of murder and robbery. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that Chui Jian City was not as orderly as it seemed on the surface. Hero, it is entirely our fault. We beseech you to spare us. The man said cautiously. Spare you? Song Ling let out a cold sneer, raising both hands with great force before bringing them down upon the heads of the two brothers. Their expressions momentarily froze, and their bodies weakened, collapsing to the ground. Though they appeared unscathed on the surface, their minds had been rendered into a chaotic mess. Had they faced someone of lesser strength, they would have already met their demise. Victory promised wealth, while defeat begged for mercy. Such fortune is a rarity indeed. Song Ling examined the bodies of the two individuals, discovering nothing of value, and turned to leave. As night fell, the dazzling lights began to illuminate the surroundings. The residence of the Weiqi family appeared even more majestic and grand against the backdrop of the night. The gate swung wide open, welcoming guests from all walks of life. Inside the estate, lanterns and decorations created a scene of resplendent opulence. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments mingled with laughter and chatter, while servants bustled about, weaving together a tapestry of remarkable vivacity. Song Ling had been observing from the shadows for quite some time. With a powerful push from his feet, he effortlessly vaulted over the towering wall and infiltrated the Weiqi family's estate. The earth-veined flower was to be presented as a congratulatory gift to Weiqi Lide, and it was undoubtedly within the estate at this very moment. Song Ling intended to steal it before the presentation, given his current strength, unless he encountered a grandmaster. No one could stand in his way, even if the flower was heavily guarded, perhaps due to the dual factors of the birthday banquet and Zhai Zizi's assassination notice. The number and frequency of guards within the Weiqi estate were unusually high. Yet, with his unparalleled lightness skill, Song Ling moved like a phantom in the night, slipping through the shadows undetected. Unfortunately, the Weiqi estate was as vast as the Jiang families, with countless pavilions and towers, though some structures could be dismissed at a glance. Locating a palm-sized earth-veined flower was no easy task. Half an hour passed, and Song Ling still had nothing to show for his efforts. Yet he remained unperturbed. This was merely an exploratory attempt. Success would be ideal, but if not, he had a contingency plan. Since the flower was a gift, it would inevitably appear at the banquet, and when the renowned assassin Zhai Zizi struck during the celebration, chaos would ensue, providing the perfect opportunity for him to act. Just as Song Ling was about to abandon his search and head toward the banquet hall, hushed voices reached him from beyond the rockery where he hid. Plans have changed. Weiqi Hongli has canceled his attendance last minute. You and Agent 7 will swap tasks. You'll feign an assassination attempt on Weiqi Baozhu to divert his guards. But I've trained exclusively for Weiqi Hongli. If the performance location changes, won't our masks need to be swapped as well? A sudden shift might arouse suspicion. The speaker sounded uneasy. Do you really think Zhai-sama hasn't considered that? Here, put this on quickly. Understood. Good. I'll return to the hall first. Follow shortly. Don't linger and risk drawing attention. Yes. With that, one of the men departed. Upon hearing the conversation between the two, a glimmer of insight flickered in Song Ling's eyes. It was evident that these individuals were subordinates of the assassin Zhai Zizi. Initially, she had presumed that she was dealing with a solitary adversary, but to her surprise, there was a coordinated team effort at play. In light of this revelation, it seemed prudent to revise her strategy. As Song Ling's thought shifted, he abruptly emerged from behind the rockery. The young man from the outside, appearing to be merely 16 or 17, was adorned in splendid dance attire. Upon witnessing Song Ling's sudden appearance, his expression transformed drastically, followed by a grim countenance as he swiftly drew a dagger from his waist, aiming to strike at Song Ling. The aura of vitality and blood emanating from him revealed him to be an exceptional practitioner amongst second-tier martial artists. Song Ling maintained a serene expression, merely raising his hand to deliver a gentle strike, causing the assailant's right arm to fracture instantaneously, before a cry of anguish could escape his lips. Song Ling swiftly crushed his throat. Recalling the earlier conversation with this individual, Song Ling extended his hand, meticulously exploring along the contours of the man's cheek. In a short while, he discerned a clue at the edge of the jawline. With a forceful tug, Song Ling tore away a meticulously crafted human skin mask, revealing the face of an unattractive middle-aged man in his 40s. Astonishingly, when adorned with the mask, he bore an uncanny resemblance to a youth. As for his voice, It was surely the result of diligent practice. Song Ling toyed with the human skin mask for a while before dragging the corpse of the middle-aged man into the artificial mountain. Inside, he changed into the man's clothing and donned the mask. Emerging from the mountain, Song Ling transformed into a dancer set to perform at the evening's festivities. He then made his way directly to the banquet hall. Thanks to the disguise, the patrolling guards of the Weiqi family did not hinder his passage, and he swiftly arrived at the hall. The room was brightly lit, with distinguished guests exchanging courteous bows, while the seat of honor remained vacant. As Weiqi Lide had yet to arrive. "Xiaojiu, your time in the restroom has been excessively prolonged. The banquet is about to commence. Hurry and prepare with everyone else. We mustn't allow any mistakes," a young man clad in a blue robe admonished Song Ling with a serious expression. Song Ling's heart stirred slightly. The voice belonged to the individual he had encountered earlier outside the artificial hill. He respectfully nodded and promptly followed the other's instructions, joining the throng of individuals adorned in identical dance attire. Among them were both males and females, all appearing to be of a similar age to the visage he wore, a youthful countenance marked by delicate features. Upon his return, they greeted him with subtle nods of acknowledgement. Chapter 76, The Birthday Banquet. Song Ling surveyed the room, noticing four exceptionally opulent tables positioned prominently on either side of the hall. Seated behind these tables were four individuals, 3 men and 1 woman, each varying in age. The eldest was a white-haired matron, while the youngest appeared to be a robust middle-aged man in his 40s, radiating vitality. These two occupied the left side, while the right side was graced by 2 elegantly attired gentlemen, one tall and the other slender, both seemingly in their 50s. Despite their diverse appearances, each possessed an air of profound dignity, leaving an impression of deep inscrutability. Earlier that day, after eliminating 2 petty thieves, Song Ling had ventured into various circles to gather intelligence. Thus, by correlating the seating arrangement and the distinct characteristics of these 4 individuals, he easily discerned their identities. The most influential families in Xuan City were the 5 prominent clans, the Weiqi, Miao, Su, Feng, and Min, with the Weiqi family reigning supreme among them. The Weiqi's ascendancy was primarily due to Weiqi Li De, the only innate grandmaster of the external realm in Xuan City. Innate grandmasters are categorized into 3 realms: internal, external, and celestial. The majority remain at the internal level, with only 1 in 100 achieving the external realm. To those below this echelon, the distinctions may appear negligible, as they all belong to the innate grandmaster category. However, only those who have reached this stage comprehend the true differences. 20 years prior, the 50-year-old Weiqi Li De broke through to the external realm and challenged the heads of the other 4 great families. The specifics of that battle remain shrouded in mystery, but from that day forth, the Miao, Su, Feng, and Min families began to yield to the Weiqi, conceding their interests. Henceforth, any significant matters concerning Xuan City required the personal approval of Weiqi Li De before final decisions could be made. With this understanding, Song Ling felt increasingly skeptical about the so-called first assassin, Zhai Zizi, possessing the capability to assassinate Weiqi Li De. Song Ling profoundly comprehended the immense disparity in strength among martial artists. Even as an extraordinary individual who had transcended conventional limits through the prowess of his extraordinary abilities, he lacked the confidence to contend with innate grandmasters, let alone other elite warriors. Moreover, Weiqi Li De was a master of the external level, even in his decline. The friliest camel is still larger than a horse. Despite having suffered significant injuries in his youth and now facing the challenges of age, it was likely that he remained beyond the reach of Zhai Zizi's victory. Song Ling merely hoped that Zhai Zizi, bearing such a prominent reputation, would not be swiftly defeated. It would be preferable if she could stir up more turmoil, for only then would he have ample opportunity to seize the earth-vein flower amidst the chaos. Song Ling's gaze fell upon a lead dancer within the troupe. She was a young woman, appearing to be in her early 20s, adorned in a resplendent costume, her beauty striking. The surrounding dancers, including a young man clad in a green robe, exhibited great reverence towards her. Could she be Zhai Zizi? As Song Ling pondered this, a sudden commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall, drawing everyone's attention involuntarily. A group of elegantly dressed individuals, exuding an air of nobility, gradually made their way into the hall. Leading the procession was an elderly man, his hair and beard completely white, yet his spirit remained vigorous. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, and his imposing presence conveyed authority without anger. He was Weiqi Li De, the head of the Weiqi family, renowned as the foremost figure in Xuan City. Accompanying Weiqi Li De were several young men and women, among whom a particularly striking young man clad in a brocade robe stood out. A glimmer flickered in Song Ling's eyes. The individual before her was none other than Wei Qi Baizhu, the eldest son of Wei Qi Lied, the very person who had obtained the coveted earth vein flower. Intended for presentation at tonight's birthday banquet, behind Wei Qi Baizhu and his companions stood a retinue of attendants, each bearing an array of exquisite gift boxes of varying sizes. If fortune favored her, the earth vein flower, which he had long yearned for, would undoubtedly be among them. Ling merely cast a cursory glance before calmly diverting her gaze. There was no haste. The grand performance had yet to commence, and revealing her intentions was not prudent. The 70 springs of life are no trifling matter. The trials endured transform into sweet nectar. Elder Wei Qi, may you be blessed with fortune as vast as the East Sea and longevity surpassing that of the Southern Mountain. As a resounding chorus of congratulatory words filled the air, the gathered crowd rose in unison, bowing in deference to the newly arrived Wei Qi Li Da and his entourage. The atmosphere was vibrant, showcasing the respect and reverence that various factions within Chui Jian City held for the Wei Qi family. However, amidst the crowd, many gazes flickered with subtle expressions. After all, the city's foremost assassin, Zhai Zizi, had issued an assassination notice against Wei Qi Li Da, ensuring that the evening's celebration would not unfold without incident. Regardless of its outcome, Wei Qi Li Da nodded slightly, a warm yet authoritative smile gracing his face. His penetrating gaze swept across the crowd, and his voice resonated. Deep and powerful, esteemed guests, your presence today is indeed a fortunate boon for the Wei Qi family. After exchanging pleasantries, Wei Qi Li Da, accompanied by his followers, gradually made their way to the seat of honor. Brother Wei Qi, my heartfelt congratulations. An elderly matron with silver hair exclaimed cheerfully as they passed the table of the 4 prominent families. Wei Qi Li Da paused, revealing a faint smile. Madam Miao, you flatter me. Your presence here enhances the splendor of the celebration. He then turned his gaze to the other family heads, nodding in acknowledgement, his words imbued with humility. Yet the innate nobility and authority he exuded were inescapable. Among the heads of the 4 noble families present, only the silver-haired matron, Miao Tianhe, belonged to the same generation as Wei Qi Li Da. She was one of the 4 who had once challenged him after his breakthrough to the outer gang realm, while the other 3 were of the subsequent generation. I am Feng Tuan, honored to meet you. Elder Wei Qi, the middle-aged man, rosy-faced, bowed deeply in respect. Please rise, head Feng. Wei Qi Li Da gestured graciously, a hint of nostalgia in his expression. You are no longer that young lad trailing behind your father. As a fellow master, there is no need for such formalities. Elder Wei Qi provided much guidance to me. How could I not show respect? Feng Tuan replied, rising with a mix of admiration and sentiment. You and your father are truly cut from the same cloth, Wei Qi Li Da remarked with a smile, shaking his head. The heads of the Min and Su families also offered their greetings. After the exchange of pleasantries, Wei Qi Li Da took his seat at the head of the table, with several of his children nearby. With the host's arrival, the banquet officially commenced, and the hall was filled with melodious music. Ling glanced at her companions, noting their stillness, indicating that her moment had yet to arrive. After several rounds of toasting, a group of elegantly dressed dancers withdrew, leading to the ceremonial gift presentation. As the eldest son of Wei Qi Li Da, Wei Qi Baozhu rose first, accompanied by a servant bearing a wooden box. Making his way to the center of the hall, to wish my father abundant blessings and longevity, I present this earth vein flower as a gift, hoping for his continued health and advancement in martial arts. Wei Qi Baozhu's words resonated with sincere reverence as he slowly opened the wooden box, revealing a pale green flower resembling a lotus, adorned with peculiar patterns. Chapter 77, Assassination Earth Vein Flower. Ling's gaze was intently fixed upon the flowers nestled within the wooden box. At that moment, nearly everyone was captivated by the earth vein flowers, and he harbored no fear of being discovered for his peculiar interest. The news of Wei Qi Baozhu presenting the earth vein flowers as a gift had already spread far and wide, thus the onlookers, while somewhat curious about the appearance of these flowers, did not express astonishment at this offering. The guests murmured amongst themselves, so this is what the legendary earth vein flower, said to prolong life, looks like. It is not particularly extraordinary. What do you know? This is a manifestation of divine essence retracting. Ah, indeed, you are well informed. Keep your voice down. This is a gift for the head of the Wei Qi family. Be cautious, lest misfortune befall you. Amidst the hushed discussions, Wei Qi Baozhu had already carefully presented the earth vein flowers before Wei Qi Li Da. Wei Qi Li Da extended his hand to receive them, examining them for a moment before placing them upon the table before him. He smiled and nodded at Wei Qi Baozhu, saying, I am very pleased. My son has shown great thoughtfulness. As long as father is pleased, Wei Qi Baozhu replied, still bowing his head respectfully. Subsequently, he returned to his place, while the other offspring also presented their respective gifts, since the other guests had already offered their tributes upon entering the Wei Qi residence. Once the gifts were duly presented by Wei Qi Li's children, the festivities of the birthday banquet resumed. Before long, it was finally the turn of the dance troupe, of which Song Ling was a member, to perform. The members exchanged glances, and Song Ling remained composed as he joined them in the center of the hall, observing keenly. He swiftly discerned his designated position based on the formation established by the others, mimicking the symmetrical poses of those beside him. As the melodious strains of music filled the air, the members of the dance troupe began to twirl gracefully, their movements fluid and elegant, akin to a swarm of butterflies. In contrast to the life-and-death struggles fought in the blink of an eye, this languid dance posed no challenge for Song Ling. He could effortlessly perform through imitation, each gesture executed flawlessly without a hint of awkwardness, as if he were always a part of this ensemble. During the performance, Song Ling's eyes frequently darted toward Wei Qi Li and the earth-veined flowers on the table, as he quietly calculated the optimal moment to seize the prize. He surmised that Zhai Zizi was about to make her move. After all, the elaborate ruse of disguising so many assassins as members of the dance troupe had to culminate at this very moment. Otherwise, they would have no reason to linger in the banquet hall once the performance concluded. Indeed, as the music reached its midpoint, the lead dancer, a young woman, suddenly hesitated, as if time had momentarily frozen in the air. In the next instant, her form twisted at an incredible angle, seemingly freed from the constraints of physical loss. As she surged toward Wei Qi Li's table, the soft sword she had wielded as a prop transformed into a gleaming blade, shimmering with lethal intent. Concurrently, the youthful dancers surrounding Song Ling shed their disguises and charged toward their designated targets, plunging the scene into chaos. Song Ling was no exception. A flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Embracing the guise of the current character, Xiaojiu, he propelled himself forward, charging at Wei Qi Baozhu. Perhaps due to the suddenness of the event and the close proximity of the onlookers, the heads of the four prominent families, including the white-haired matriarch, were caught off guard. The assassins swiftly executed their plans, ensnaring their descendants. "If you wish to protect your kin, do not meddle in this matter," one of the assassins declared coldly. The faces of the four family heads darkened. "Father!" Wei Qi Baozhu exclaimed in panic as Song Ling pressed the blade of his sword against his neck. "Do not move." Song Ling emulated the demeanor of other assassins, his tone frigid. His gaze swept across the scene, an unsettling dissonance lingered in the air. Yet he could not pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Meanwhile, the young woman moved with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly positioning herself before Wei Qi Li. Her longsword aimed directly at his throat. In a moment of peril, Wei Qi Li's expression abruptly shifted to one of fierce intensity. A formidable aura erupted from within him. With a thunderous roar, he made his move, astonishingly seizing the young woman's longsword with a single hand. A transparent substance seemed to envelop his palm, rendering the blade incapable of piercing his skin. "You wish to slay me? You are sorely mistaken." With a sudden yank, he pulled the longsword towards him, while his left hand struck forcefully at the young woman's forehead. Her countenance shifted in alarm, and she decisively relinquished her sword, twisting her body midair in an uncanny manner as she landed, retreating a couple of steps. Before she could react further, Wei Qi Li launched another assault. The young woman swiftly reached for her waist, drawing forth a dagger. The dagger clashed against Wei Qi Li's bare hands, producing a sound akin to metal colliding, nearly piercing her eardrums. The two figures danced around each other, and after several rounds of combat, the young woman began to falter. Her dagger was struck from her grasp by Wei Qi Li's powerful palm, sending it flying to embed itself in a nearby pillar. Subsequently, Wei Qi Li unleashed a forceful strike, causing the young woman to spit blood as she was hurled backward, crashing heavily to the ground. What a so-called first assassin! Merely a name without substance, daring to attempt my assassination. Truly, a grave overestimation of oneself. Wei Qi Li halted, gazing indifferently at the young woman. Although he strived to maintain his composure, the slight tremor in his right hand betrayed the fact that his victory had not come easily. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Ling's sense of dissonance intensified. Although the young woman's prowess was formidable, it paled in comparison to the renown of Zhai Zizi. As for Wei Qi Li, there was no need for further elaboration. Despite his victory, his displayed strength evidently fell short of the external level innate master. Even considering his past injuries and diminished vitality, he appeared rather feeble. At that moment, Song Ling noticed a glimmer of excitement and joy in the eyes of Wei Qi Baozhu, who was coerced by his sword. This revelation propelled Song Ling's sense of dissonance to its zenith. Shouldn't his father's survival from assassination invoke relief and trepidation? Why, then, was there exhilaration and delight? A sudden hypothesis, ignited by some information he had gleaned that day, and the legend circulating in Jian City, flashed through Song Ling's mind like a bolt of lightning. As if to confirm his suspicion, Weiqi Baozhu, the one held captive, abruptly took action. How dare one attempt to assassinate the Weiqi family? It was truly a reckless endeavor. With a swift motion, Weiqi Baozhu's slender right hand struck towards Song Ling's heart, and within her seemingly icy gaze, Song Ling discerned a deeper, unique significance. So it was. With a barely perceptible lift of his lips, Song Ling made no attempt to resist as Weiqi Baozhu's palm struck his chest. Dear readers, I apologize for the recent hiatus in updates. As Qing Ling's health improves, updates will gradually return to normal. Regarding this book, I assure you that as long as it remains unbanned, I will diligently complete it. So please rest assured. Thank you all for your continued concern. I bow in gratitude. Chapter 78, The Sacrificial Offerings. In the next moment, Song Ling's suspicions were confirmed. Although Weiqi Baozhu's seemingly forceful strike landed upon him, it had already diminished much of its power. Not to mention that he had mastered 3 forms of advanced martial arts. Even an ordinary second-tier warrior would not have suffered significant harm. However, Song Ling was quite willing to cooperate. He propelled himself dramatically with the force of that palm, crashing into the table at Weiqi Li's seat, collapsing to the ground as if lifeless. Father, Weiqi Baozhu hurried to Weiqi Li's side, his expression filled with concern. Are you all right? Coughing. Weiqi Li revealed a hint of weakness, shaking his head. I am fine, my son. It has merely been a long time since I last fought, and my body cannot withstand it as before. Alas, I am growing old. It is all that Zhai Zizi's fault, forcing you into such a life and death struggle at your age. Truly despicable. Weiqi Baozhu glared at the dancer in the distance, his fury evident. Father, allow me to help you to rest. Weiqi Li nodded slightly. As the father and son began to walk back, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Without warning, Weiqi Baozhu flicked a short dagger from his sleeve, unleashing his internal power to violently stab at his father, Weiqi Li. Weiqi Li's face blanched in shock. He twisted his body to evade a fatal blow but was still pierced in the lower abdomen, blood gushing forth. With a powerful thrust, he sent Weiqi Baozhu flying, his expression one of disbelief. Baozhu, why have you done this? Weiqi Baozhu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his demeanor frenzied and exhilarated. Old man, you cannot pretend any longer. Do you think I am unaware of our Weiqi family's true lineage as remnants of the Chang people? You bore us children, only to sacrifice us according to the ancient customs of the tribe, to feast upon our flesh and blood. Formally, I am your eldest son born in your old age, but in truth, I am merely your 6th child. The previous 5 were all offered up as sacrifices to sustain your strength, allowing you to become the sole innate master of external martial arts in Jian City. If I am not mistaken, when you first presented me to the world, it was your intention to end it there, allowing me to inherit your legacy. But alas, as you age and your hidden ailments worsen, even the pinnacle of mastery cannot stave off your decay. Fearing death, you turned your sights upon us, seeking to prolong your life through our sacrifice. Weiqi Li was taken aback, his expression one of shock as he absorbed his son's words. Baozhu, you misunderstand. Silence. Weiqi Baozhu interrupted, his voice laced with venom. I heard every word you exchanged with Commander's son. Your 3rd brother, Weiqi Hongli, did not attend today because he is already within your belly, isn't he? With a sinister glare, Weiqi Baozhu turned to a young man in a blue robe across the hall. Jui, command them to act. The young man, bowing respectfully to Weiqi Baozhu, declared, Yes, Lord Zhai. As the guests, previously stunned by the father-son confrontation, now stood agape in disbelief. Lord Zhai? Zhai Zizi. It turns out that the infamous assassin of Jian City is none other than young Master Weiqi Baozhu. This means that everything transpiring tonight was orchestrated by him to murder his own father. How utterly deranged. Did you not hear Weiqi Baozhu's words? He claims this is merely self-preservation, lest he be consumed by his father. What father would devour his own children? I suspect Weiqi Baozhu has lost his mind, fabricating tales to mask his heinous crime of patricide. Yet, this could hardly be dismissed as mere fantasy. Jian City's history indeed traces back to the Chang people, who, according to ancient records, practiced the horrific custom of sacrificing their offspring to enhance their own power. As the guests murmured among themselves, the dancers holding the other 4 noble families' heirs sprang into action, attacking Weiqi Li. Most of them were second-tier warriors, with a few formidable first-tier fighters among them. Weiqi Li, already gravely injured, appeared to falter under the onslaught. Madam Miao, young Master Feng, head of the Su family, head of the Min family. I implore you to lend your aid. I will be forever grateful. Wei Qilida's pallid complexion beseeched the four noble heads seated nearby. The four exchanged glances, revealing an air of relief. The elderly matriarch Miao Tian he stood first, her tone laced with derision. Wei Qilida, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a plight. 20 years ago, you leveraged your status as an external master to dominate the rest of us. But today, it seems your time has come. Young Master Feng Tuan, who had previously shown deference, now wore a mocking smile. Wei Qilida, after my father lost to you and succumbed to his injuries the following year, I have endured in silence, waiting for this day. The heads of the Su and Min families also rose, their eyes glinting with scorn. Wei Qilida, did you truly believe that today's events were solely orchestrated by Wei Qi Baozhu? He is but a pawn we place to test your defenses. The truth of your facade has now been laid bare. Perhaps you should prepare your final words. Their words echoed throughout the hall, stirring a tempest of whispers among the guests. Some perceptive individuals realized the danger of remaining, attempting to flee, only to be intercepted by guards at the entrance. Upon hearing the four noble heads' declarations, Wei Qilida, who had been dodging attacks, suddenly halted. The panic that once marred his features was replaced by an unsettling calm as he slowly raised his gaze to the four. So, you have finally chosen to reveal yourselves. Boom. A terrifying aura erupted from Wei Qilida, a force so powerful it sent shockwaves through the hall. The invisible energy surged around him, sending the attacking dancers flying, their bodies suspended mid-air before they crumbled into lifeless fragments. The wound inflicted by Wei Qi Baozhu on Wei Qilida's abdomen began to mend, his flesh knitting together until not a single drop of blood remained visible. Witnessing this, both Wei Qi Baozhu and the heads of the four noble families were struck with profound astonishment. After such a long interval, it is likely that no one remembers the foreshadowing from Chapter 73. In Chapter 79, having acquired the Earth Vein Flower, in the center of the hall, Wei Qilida exhibited no trace of weakness. Under the violent winds, his garments were torn apart, revealing a torso adorned with peculiar black runes, muscles coiling like serpents. An overwhelming aura of vitality surged fiercely around him, resembling an ancient beast of terror. Wei Qilida, did you intentionally provoke us into action? The heads of the four great clans questioned, their expressions grim. Wei Qilida chuckled darkly, you plotted against me, yet I too have been scheming against you. Had I not deliberately spread rumors of my weakened vitality and concealed ailments, would you vermin have dared to conspire with Wei Qi Baozhu to assassinate me? I initially thought young Feng might abstain from participating, but alas, you share your father's foolishness. Today is not merely a celebration of longevity but a feast of beasts. Let me devour your flesh and blood, transforming it into sustenance for my cultivation. Henceforth, only the Wei Qi family shall hold sway in Shuijin City. With that, Wei Qilida forcefully stomped the ground, causing it to sink slightly, and instantly, a web of cracks spread out like a spider's web. He launched himself towards the white-haired elder, Miao Tian He, like a cannonball. Sensing the oppressive force emanating from him, Miao Tian He's expression shifted dramatically. As soon as Wei Qilida moved, she executed the secret family technique, the cloud concealment step, darting about the hall like a shadow, attempting to evade this thunderous strike. However, Wei Qilida's speed was astonishing, as if the very air was being ripped apart by his presence, leaving visible trails in its wake. Attempting to flee? Before my absolute power, all evasive maneuvers are futile. His voice thundered, reverberating throughout the hall, his eyes gleaming with madness and bloodlust as he raised his robust right arm, abruptly halting before unleashing a mighty punch. Bang! Miao Tian He was sent hurtling backward, crashing into one of the hall's support pillars, which shattered with a resounding crash, dust billowing into the air. As a fellow innate master, Miao Tian He bore the protective aura of vital energy. Though the blow was fierce, it did not inflict a fatal wound. She wiped the blood from her lips and bellowed at the other three clan heads. Why do you not strike together? Do you intend to wait for this old scoundrel to take us down one by one? The three exchanged glances, a flicker of resolve passing between them. They understood that today's affair could not conclude amicably. Only by joining forces could they hope for survival. In the next instant, their vital energies erupted as the four of them surged towards Wei Qilida from all directions. Ha ha ha, splendid. Wei Qilida laughed, his voice brimming with madness and confidence. He advanced rather than retreating, like an enraged lion confronting the united assault of the four clan heads. His fists danced, each strike seemingly infused with the power to shatter mountains, colliding with the techniques of the four innate masters, producing thunderous roars. The air in the hall was torn asunder. Invisible winds of vital energy surged outward, shredding nearby tables and furnishings into fragments. Terrifying. Utterly terrifying. Is this the level of combat among innate masters? It is astonishing beyond belief. Heavens, I thought first-rate warriors were formidable enough, yet the realm of innate masters is truly awe-inspiring. The onlookers, whether martial artists or ordinary individuals, were profoundly shaken by the display of power in this battle. They had never witnessed such a fierce confrontation. The force generated by each punch and footfall could have claimed countless lives. Many guests, realizing the danger of lingering, approached the entrance to escape, only to be halted by the guards outside. Those who attempted to force their way through were slain on the spot, leaving the others no choice but to retreat in terror. At the main table, Ling, feigning death, slightly lifted his gaze to observe the chaos unfolding in the hall. The wooden box containing the earth-veined flower lay less than a foot from his left hand. At that moment, all eyes in the hall were captivated by the life-and-death struggle of the 5 innate masters, none paying heed to his seemingly lifeless form. The moment had arrived. In an instant, a glint of determination flashed in Ling's eyes. He sprang up, snatching the box containing the earth-veined flower, and swiftly darted toward the hall's exit. Wei Qi Baozhu, closest to him, wore a look of astonishment, as did the others in the hall, drawn to the commotion. There's a little thief? Wei Qi, who had just repelled Feng Tuan with a single strike, displayed a glimmer of surprise before grinning maliciously. If you wish to steal from me, then you must pay with your life. With that, he raised his right hand, charged with vital energy, aiming a strike at Ling. In Wei Qi eyes, Ling was merely an insignificant insect of the second tier, thus he did not exert his full strength. Yet, even so, due to the insurmountable gap in their realms, this strike could not be underestimated by Ling. Ling's gaze sharpened, unyielding as metal and stone, embodying an indomitable golden form. The technique of the 5 organs melting furnace, a formidable external cultivation method, was unleashed in tandem with the exquisite martial skill known as the jade-breaking palm, which shattered the clouds with its power. Boom! As Ling's palm collided with Wei Qi, the very air was compressed and exploded, producing a deafening roar. In that instant, Wei Qi's expression transformed. What he had initially presumed to be merely a petty thief, he now realized was, in fact, a master of innate prowess. Where could such a figure possibly emerge from in Chuijian City? Might he hail from beyond its borders? The heads of the 4 prominent families, witnessing this spectacle, wore expressions of bewilderment, utterly perplexed by the situation surrounding Ling. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, this development was not entirely unfavorable for them. Since Wei Qi had taken action against him, it was evident that Ling was not one of his allies. As the saying goes, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. The 4 of them found themselves at a considerable disadvantage against Wei Qi. And should they be able to enlist this individual's aid, their chances of success would significantly increase. With this thought in mind, Feng Tuan promptly declared, "Esteemed brother, I implore you to join forces with us to vanquish this fiend. My Feng family shall undoubtedly reward you handsomely." Ling let out a light chuckle, showing no hesitation as he utilized the force of Wei Qi's palm to propel himself swiftly towards the hall's exit. He casually remarked, "I, Li, have come solely for the earth-veined flower and have no desire to be embroiled in your conflicts. Rather than apprehending a mere thief like myself, it would be wiser to address those 4. With that, Ling reached the entrance. The onlookers gazed at him with a mixture of awe and trepidation, instinctively retreating. The guards stationed at the door, beads of cold sweat forming on their foreheads, promptly cleared the path, too fearful to obstruct him in any way. After all, he was a formidable innate master. They certainly did not wish to tempt fate. Ling's gaze was unremarkable as he swiftly made his way into the night, soon vanishing from the sight of the crowd. Upon reaching a desolate area, he could no longer contain the injuries within his body and coughed up a mouthful of blood. Although he appeared unscathed in the hall moments earlier, the strike from Wei Qi had severely injured his internal organs. He had merely relied on his exceptional external skills and extraordinary inner strength to endure. Indeed, the innate masters of the outer gang level possess formidable power. Had he faced an innate master of the inner gang level, Ling might have had the confidence to exchange a few blows. But Wei Qi was simply too powerful. To withstand a blow from such a top-tier master and emerge alive was unprecedented. Chapter 80. An Unexpected Turn. Ling consumed several pure essence pills in succession, and after a prolonged period of adjusting his breathing, he finally stabilized his injuries. Drawing upon his formidable physical vitality, he began to recuperate gradually. He opened the brocade box he had brought with him and gazed at the earth-veined flower resting inside, a smile gracing his lips. His daring efforts to procure this item were not in vain. Everything was worth it. Now that he had both the Huaxing grass and the earth-veined flower in his possession, The next step was to concoct a medicinal liquid by proportionately combining these two rare herbs with a multitude of common herbs readily available in the market, as instructed by the ancient text. Subsequently, by employing a unique method continuously for 49 days, he could initiate his training in the divine form technique. To be candid, Ling found the divine form technique to be extraordinarily unique, as its cultivation process diverged significantly from any other martial arts. Were it not for the fact that someone had genuinely managed to reach the entry-level stage, it would not have been housed within the Jiang family Xuan Wu Tower. Regrettably, according to historical records, that individual ultimately halted at the foundational stage, as the subsequent levels of cultivation posed challenges of unimaginable difficulty, requiring rare medicinal herbs that were exceedingly elusive, emerging only once every few centuries. This individual spent a lifetime without gathering enough to achieve even a minor accomplishment. Moreover, the effects of the divine form technique at the entry level were exceedingly limited, capable of only minutely altering one's appearance, rendering the investment vastly disproportionate to the returns, akin to a tasteless morsel. In contrast to other martial arts with renowned founders, the originator of the divine form technique was an enigmatic figure who emerged out of nowhere. Had he not triumphed over the foremost martial artist of his time, he would hardly have left a trace in history. Considering all these factors, Ling speculated that the divine form technique might transcend the realm of ordinary martial arts, potentially encompassing some extraordinary powers. Suddenly, a streak of light in the sky captured Ling's attention. That was, Ling's pupils constricted. The hue of that fleeting light was identical to that of the immortal practitioner who had annihilated his entire trading caravan. Ling immediately concealed his body completely in the shadows, not daring to draw a breath. He was uncertain of the capabilities possessed by this cultivator, whether they had the kind of divine perception described in ancient novels. Regardless, if discovered, his fate would be sealed. The same mistake would certainly not be made twice by the other party. As Ling's anxious gaze fixed upon the approaching streak of light, it drew ever closer, soon hovering above Chuejian City. After lingering momentarily in the air, it abruptly surged downward, its trajectory aimed directly at the Weiqi's residence. Witnessing this scene, Ling recalled the words spoken by the cultivator earlier, and a surge of understanding flooded his mind. It was no wonder that Weiqi did possess the dark arts capable of devouring flesh to enhance his own power. Initially thought to be an ancient secret left by the Qiangren tribe, it now appeared that the tradition of consuming one's offspring was perhaps merely an ordinary custom, while the true source of strength lay elsewhere. Upon considering this matter, Ling's expression shifted. She could no longer remain in this place. She must depart immediately. As Ling's figure flickered, he hastened towards the city gate, arriving just as it was on the verge of closure. A few inconsequential guards, upon catching sight of him, were swept off their feet by the tempestuous gust that surged from his presence, landing on the ground in a daze. Meanwhile, Ling passed through the city gate, swiftly vanishing into the embrace of the night. The guards exchanged bewildered glances, pondering what had just transpired. The night was as dark as ink, and Ling raced across the plains like a panther eager to escape from a hunter's net. His heart brimmed with urgency as he retraced his steps, daring not to pause even for a moment. The first-rate lightness technique, flowing clouds and racing moons, was pushed to its utmost limits with each stride. He traversed several zhang in an instant. If his instincts were correct, a terrifying event was poised to unfold within the city of Chuejian. Ling's expression was one of deep despondency. Despite possessing his current strength, he remained but an insignificant insect in this vast world, merely a slightly larger ant. When faced with genuine peril, he had no recourse but to flee. Such a sensation was undeniably disheartening. Weakness, far too weak. He must strive to grow stronger, to ascend to the realms of inner and outer gang, and ultimately to become a celestial gang master. Then, he would seek a way to glimpse the higher echelons of existence. Ling galloped towards the direction of Sui City, unwavering in his pace, only seeking a moment to recuperate when his internal energy was nearly depleted. His formidable vitality deterred any ill-fated creatures from daring to confront him along the way. In instances where he sensed beings of a strength akin to that of a master, he would deftly alter his path to avoid confrontation. After 2 days of relentless travel, Ling finally arrived at Sui City. At this juncture, due to the initiative for the core city plan, the newly constructed walls surrounding Sui City had taken on a considerable scale, with countless laborers diligently toiling under the watchful eyes of their overseers, pouring forth their sweat in earnest effort. Ling arrived at the city gate, still adorned with the human skin mask belonging to Xiaojiu. Fortunately, Sui City only required a sufficient amount of silver for entry, allowing him to conceal his identity. After paying the entrance fee, he smoothly entered the city. Subsequently, He sought a secluded spot to shed his disguise and returned to the Jiang residence in the guise of Xuan Yuan. Upon stepping into the courtyard of Qingyang Pavilion, Song Ling immediately spotted Jiang Yujin seated at a stone table, sipping tea. Song Ling paused, an unsettling premonition enveloping his heart. After pondering for a few seconds, a smile graced his face as he briskly approached, affectionately calling out, "Elder brother, what brings you here today?" Jiang Yujin set down his teacup, his expression indifferent. Silently gazing at Song Ling, "Elder brother, what troubles you? Why do you stare at Lingo in such a manner?" Song Ling was acutely aware that his secret of harboring Gong Zhiyu was likely exposed, thus he feigned a semblance of guilt. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yujin finally spoke. "If I hadn't come to find you, how would I have discovered that you were hiding a man in your own chamber? And one who was wanted by the martial alliance of Nange County?" Although Jiang Yujin's tone was calm, it was evident that beneath this tranquility lay a simmering anger. In a state of panic, Song Ling implored, "Elder brother, no, please listen to me and bring him out." Before Song Ling could elaborate, Jiang Yujin called out into the room. Shortly thereafter, the bound and restrained Gong Zhiyu was brought forth by Jiang Yujin's old servant, Huang Shilu. His once nearly unscathed body now bore fresh wounds. "Young master, you!" Song Ling cried out in despair, only to find Gong Zhiyu's demeanor was indifferent. He merely cast a cold glance in his direction before turning away. Song Ling's heart sank as he realized that Gong Zhiyu must have misunderstood, believing that he could no longer endure the pressure and had betrayed him. Otherwise, how could he have vanished for several days, only to suddenly be captured by the Jiang family? "Curse that Jiang Yujin for thwarting my plans." Song Ling secretly cursed. He understood that after leaving the Jiang family, there was a possibility that Gong Zhiyu might be discovered. However, the earth-veined flower was a rare treasure, elusive and seldom encountered. Missing this opportunity might mean an indefinite wait for any clues in the future, making it imperative that he did not relinquish his pursuit. Given the circumstances, he could only strive to remedy the situation. After all, Gong Zhiyu held the key to the location of the vital energy, which was crucial for his swift advancement to innate master. He absolutely could not allow this opportunity to slip away. Chapter 81. Life and Death Dependence. This individual is a remnant of the Jade Sword Manor, a named criminal sought by the martial alliance formed by the foremost powers in Nange County, including the Xiongba Palace, the Ice River Sect, and the Qingyuan Fortress. How dare you harbor him in secret and even provide him with elixirs for healing? Is it due to brother's excessive indulgence towards you? Jiang Yujin admonished sharply. Since arriving at the Jiang family, it was the first time Song Ling had witnessed such a severe attitude from Jiang Yujin towards him. Song Ling was momentarily taken aback, then hastily replied, "Elder brother, please listen to me. Gong Zhiyu has been wronged. Yujian Manor is in no way colluding with the monstrous beings to harm humanity. It is merely those despicable factions within the martial alliance." With a resounding crash, the sturdy stone table shattered into pieces beneath Jiang Yujin's forceful strike. "There is no need for further discussion." Jiang Yujin's expression was frigid as he declared, "I have always believed that you, Linger, possess the same rationality as I do, capable of maintaining composure in any situation. Yet, in this matter, you appear utterly confused. How could I be unaware that there is something amiss? The governor of Nange County has long been rendered powerless, so how could he possibly command the likes of the Xiongba Palace, Binghe Sect, or Qingyuan Fortress? Not just us. Anyone with a modicum of sense in the martial world knows that the situation regarding Yujian Manor is far from what they claim. But what of it? Have you seen anyone stand up for Yujian Manor? No, not a single soul. In this world, there exists no fairness, justice, or truth, only strength and weakness. Life and death, killing and being killed. If you wish to remain uninvolved, your only recourse is to protect yourself. Do you understand?" Upon hearing Jiang Yujin's words, Song Ling's face paled, her lips quivering. "Elder brother," Jiang Yujin sighed and waved his hand dismissively. "Enough. I understand that you are still young, with an innate and simplistic view of good and evil. This time, I shall not reproach you further. Reflect carefully on what I have just said. Furthermore, the Martial Alliance has sent representatives to visit Sui City to discuss our potential joining of their ranks. A few days ago, they visited several other factions, and today they have come to our Jiang family, where they are currently meeting with our grandfather. I will take Gong Zhiyu to present him as a gesture of our sincerity." As he spoke, he signaled for Huang Shilu to escort Gong Zhiyu away. Gong Zhiyu's expression was complex. Having witnessed the earlier argument between the siblings, he realized that Song Ling had not betrayed him. Rather, she had exerted herself to defend him. He had misjudged her. As he passed by Song Ling, he observed her slightly trembling form and let out a long sigh. Speaking with a tone of relief, "Miss Yu Ling, I am grateful for your kindness these past few days. Perhaps this is simply my fate. There is no need for you to grieve for me." Upon hearing those words, Ling felt a slight sting in his eyes, and he bit his lower lip, as if he wished to articulate something but was at a loss for words. As Gong Jiyu moved further away, just as he was about to be led out of the courtyard, Ling seemed to have made a resolute decision and suddenly called out, "Brother, wait." Jiang Yujin turned back, his brow furrowed, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, and he spoke with a heavy tone, "Linger, do you have something further to say?" Ling gazed intently at Gong Jiyu, then earnestly remarked, "Brother, I still do not wish for you to take young Master Yu away." "Nonsense." Jiang Yujin's expression darkened. Filled with frustration, "Have you not grasped what I just explained at length?" Ling interrupted Jiang Yujin, saying, "What if I confess that I have developed feelings for Lord Yu?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Yujin was initially taken aback, her expression soon transforming into one of disbelief. "Ling oath. Gong Jiyu is wanted by the Martial Arts Coalition. He is targeted by the most formidable force in Nangu County, which boasts no fewer than 5 innate grandmasters. You wish to associate with someone who is destined to have no future? Are you fully aware of what you are saying?" "I am entirely aware," came the reply. Ling spoke with a serene expression. "It is precisely because I understand this so well that I have made this decision. Life is but a pursuit of clarity in one's thoughts. If young Master Yu were to fall into the hands of the Martial Arts Alliance, his demise would be inevitable. Should I stand idly by and allow this to transpire, I would find my own aspirations forever unattainable. Brother, I am aware that you will not divulge my secret regarding young Master Yu. Thus the only ones aware of his presence here are you, old Huang, and perhaps Dong Zi and her companions. This circle is manageable. If you remain silent, no one else will know of this matter. Should you fear that future events may implicate the Jiang family, I can assure you, brother, that I will take young Master Yu away from the Jiang family today. Departing from Sui City, and from henceforth, I shall no longer traverse the world under the name Jiang Yuling. Such a life is not unfamiliar to me. Brother, I implore you, spare young Master Yu." Upon hearing Ling's words, Jiang Yujin felt as though he were on the verge of a cerebral hemorrhage. He could scarcely fathom that his once composed and rational sister had succumbed to such an irrational infatuation for a man, a phenomenon that was utterly bewildering. Furthermore, she declared her intention to leave the Jiang family and abandon the name Jiang Yuling henceforth. Was she not striking at the very core of his being? It was his inadequacy as an elder brother that had allowed his sister to wander in the world for so many years, enduring countless hardships. Jiang Yujin's expression darkened. What if I refused to acquiesce? Ling fell into silence. Suddenly, he drew his sword with great force, placing the gleaming blade against his fair neck. If his elder brother did not acquiesce, then Ling would have no choice but to accompany young Master Yu into the netherworld. Ling's tone was resolute. "Linger, have you lost your mind?" Jiang Yujin's expression changed dramatically. Gong Jiyu was equally taken aback. Although he and Ling had developed a mutual affection over the past days, it remained an unspoken ambiguity. He never anticipated that the other party would go to such lengths for him. How could Miss Ling go this far? Gong Jiyu's voice trembled. Ling fixed his gaze upon Jiang Yujin. "Brother, you are well aware of Ling O's character. She is a woman of her word, unwavering in her promises. I implore you to make a swift decision." With a slight exertion of the hand that held the longsword, he deliberately refrained from offering resistance, allowing the razor-sharp blade to etch a crimson line across his skin, from which fine droplets of blood began to well. Jiang Yujin, struck with terror, exclaimed, "Stop. I shall acquiesce to your request." Upon uttering these words, he instructed Huang Shilu to release Gong Jiyu from her bindings. The moment Gong Jiyu regained her freedom, she dashed towards Ling, snatching the sword from his grasp and casting it aside, her concern evident as she inquired, "Yuling, are you unharmed?" Ling chuckled softly, shaking her head, her eyes brimming with affection. "If young Master Yu is unharmed, then Ling is also safe. Yuling, what merit do I possess that warrants such devotion from you? Surely, it is for the sake of the realm of fierce spirits, is it not? Or could it be that your status as a wanted criminal plays a role?" Ling couldn't help but smile inwardly, though she lowered her head in apparent embarrassment. "I do not know," she replied, "but there is a voice in my mind telling me that I must not lose you, or I shall regret it for a lifetime." Gong Jiyu, deeply moved by her words, grasped her hand tightly, his eyes shimmering with unwavering determination. "Linger, from this day forth, regardless of life or death, I, Gong Jiyu, shall never let you down." Chapter 82. Xia Yifan and Jiang Yujin observed the couple, their affections palpable, and grimaced as if he had swallowed a fly. His once rational and obedient sister, who had devoted herself to martial pursuits, had inexplicably transformed into a lovesick soul willing to sacrifice everything for a man. Moreover, this man was a wanted criminal with no foreseeable future. Jiang Yujin fixed his gaze upon Gong Zhiyu, his intent to kill unmistakable. He even contemplated delivering a fatal slap to the man to end this torment, but upon recalling Song Ling's earlier resolve, he begrudgingly restrained himself. The nauseating feeling of helplessness was reminiscent of the anguish he had felt since their parents were betrayed by Jiang Lirong. With a deep sigh, Jiang Yujin was about to speak up when Dong Zi entered from the courtyard. Upon seeing Gong Zhiyu, she promptly lowered her head and addressed Jiang Yujin. Young master, the head of the family has summoned Miss to the High Hall. Isn't grandfather meeting with the guests from the Martial Alliance? Why would he want Lingo to go? Could it be that news of Gong Zhiyu has leaked? No, that is impossible. The only ones privy to this information are myself, Elder Huang, and Dong Zi. None would divulge it. What could it mean? Jiang Yujin furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before relaying the news to Song Ling. You are to meet grandfather at the High Hall? I understand. Song Ling nodded and beckoned Gong Zhiyu to take refuge in Qinghong Pavilion before she intended to head towards High Hall. Wait, Jiang Yujin called out to Song Ling. Then gently removed a silk headband from Dong Zi's head and delicately tied it around Song Ling's fair neck, using it as an ornament to conceal the wound inflicted by the sword moments earlier. Song Ling gently raised her hand and looked up at Jiang Yujin, her eyes revealing a hint of remorse. I apologize, brother. It is entirely due to Lingo's capriciousness. If Song Ling so desired, this minor wound could heal in an instant, yet such an act would unveil her true abilities, which seemed unnecessary. Jiang Yujin's gaze was intricate as he softly shook his head. Song Ling performed a bow and turned to depart. The High Hall. As Song Ling entered, she beheld Jiang Changhe seated at the head of the table, alongside a young man clad in a brocade robe, exuding an air of arrogance. Yu Ling paid her respects to her grandfather. Song Ling bowed to Jiang Changhe, who gently nodded in acknowledgement. Yu Ling, he said, allow me to introduce you to the representative sent by the Martial Arts Alliance, the eldest son of the sovereign of the Xiongba Palace, Xia Yifan. He has come primarily to discuss our city's potential alliance with the Martial Arts Alliance. Song Ling gazed at Xia Yifan and slightly bent her knees, saying, Miss Ling pays her respects to young Master Xia. Xia Yifan did not rise to return the courtesy. Instead, he regarded Song Ling's visage as one would admire a finely crafted artifact. With a satisfied expression, he remarked, It is widely proclaimed in the city that Miss Ling is the most exquisite beauty of Sui, and indeed, upon this first encounter, she proves to be worthy of such a claim. Song Ling replied with a calm demeanor, Young Master Xia, you flatter me. It is merely my appearance, which is hardly worth mentioning. After saying this, he turned his gaze towards Jiang Changhe and inquired, Did grandfather summon Linger for any particular matter? Jiang Changhe regarded Song Ling with a profound gaze, hinting at something intriguing. It is not of great significance. Young Master Xia has expressed considerable interest in our plans for the core city of Sui. Since you, Ling, are one of the heads of the northern city area and of a similar age, I thought it fitting for you to accompany young Master Xia on a tour of the construction site for the core city. Accompanying Xia Yifan to explore the construction site of the core city? Song Ling furrowed her brow slightly, though she did not articulate it explicitly. The combination of Xia Yifan's status and Jiang Changhe's meaningful gaze allowed her to easily infer the underlying implication. It was merely an attempt to facilitate a union between her and Xia Yifan. In this chaotic world, the notion of remaining unscathed is undeniably naive. Only through collective solidarity can various factions endure and thrive. Presently, the Wulin United Army has emerged as the preeminent force within Nange County, and the eventual incorporation of Sui City into its ranks is inevitable, an endeavor that no single family or clan can thwart. Thus, the prevailing consideration among all parties is how to secure sufficient benefits upon joining, potentially elevating their own families or sects to greater heights. Should the Jiang family manage to forge an alliance through marriage with the leading faction of the Wulin United Army, the Xiongba Palace, it would undoubtedly yield immense advantages for them. Song Lingxin's heart was as clear as a mirror, yet her face betrayed not a hint of emotion. Yes, grandfather, Lingo understands. Xia Yifan finally rose, a playful expression gracing his features. Then, I shall rely on Miss Ling. You are too kind, young Master Xia. Song Ling cast a fleeting glance at the other person, whose expression was indeed somewhat distasteful. After both paid their respects to Jiang Changhe, they departed from High Hall together. Soon, Song Ling arranged for a carriage to transport Xia Yifan to the northern city. Within the spacious carriage, Song Ling and Xia Yifan sat facing each other. Xia Yifan languidly leaned against the seat, propping his chin on his fist, his gaze imbued with a trifling mixture of arrogance, mockery, and indifference. As he nonchalantly scrutinized the composed Song Ling before him, after a moment, he leisurely spoke. Miss Yu Ling, given your reputation as the most beautiful woman of Sui City, I have become somewhat acquainted with your exploits, and I am aware that you are far from a fool. Therefore, I shall not beat around the bush. It is evident that you are well aware of your grandfather's intentions, are you not? Song Ling, young Master Xia, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. Very well. Xia Yifan let out a light chuckle, his gaze sweeping over Song Ling with a hint of arrogance. Then I shall be direct. Your grandfather, Jiang Changfa, wishes for our two families to unite through marriage, hoping the Jiang family will benefit more from the coming changes. Unfortunately, this is merely a naive fantasy. Though your appearance, Jiang Yuling, barely meets my standards, the disparity between the Jiang and Xia families is far too great. As the saying goes, unequal in status, unfit to match. I could never take you as my principal wife. However, he continued, a smirk playing on his lips, you are not entirely without opportunity. If you serve me well today and satisfy my expectations, I might consider taking you as a concubine. In that case, your Jiang family could still forge a marital connection with the Xia family. After Xia Yifan finished speaking, the carriage fell into heavy silence. Song Ling's initial reaction was not one of humiliation or anger, but rather a profound sense of confusion. It is important to note that although Xia Yifan claimed to represent the martial alliance, the term itself concealed a coalition of formidable forces such as the Xiongba Palace, Qinyan Fortress, and the Ice River Sect. In the past, these factions operated independently, often embroiled in their own grievances. Currently, they were merely united by mutual interests, lacking any genuine camaraderie. At best, Xia Yifan could only represent the Xiongba Palace, which was under the control of the Xia family. While the palace's master was indeed an external innate master, the head of the Jiang family, Jiang Changhe, was also a master of the same realm, albeit an internal one. Ultimately, they belonged to the same overarching level, with no significant qualitative difference. Moreover, given the ever-shifting external circumstances, the various forces in Sui City were interdependent. They could not afford to stand idly by while the Jiang family faced adversity. Collectively, their power was not significantly inferior to that of the Xiongba Palace. It was improbable that Xia Yifan, chosen as the representative of the martial alliance, was a fool. This left Song Ling perplexed as to what gave him the audacity to address her with such a condescending demeanor. After a brief contemplation, Song Ling decided to play along, hoping to elicit some revealing information. She widened her eyes, feigning disbelief, before quickly adopting an expression of indignation and exclaimed, Xia Yifan, I am the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. How dare you insult me in such a manner? I am aware that your Xia family controls the Xiongba Palace, and your father, Xia Tianlei, is an external innate master. But what of it? The combined strength of the major factions in Sui City includes no fewer than a dozen innate masters. Can you truly believe that we cannot contend with you? Xia Yifan seemed to anticipate Song Ling's reaction. He leisurely picked up a nearby teacup, took a sip, and then gently shook his head, saying, thus, it is evident that your Jiang family is rather naive. Do you think that martial arts are everything? Do you believe that the Xiongba Palace was able to persuade numerous factions to form the martial alliance solely through martial prowess? How superficial, how dreadfully superficial. Today, let me broaden your horizons. With that, Xia Yifan reached into his robes and produced a piece of white talisman paper that emanated a faint glow. It was clear that this talisman possessed some extraordinary power beyond the mundane. Upon seeing it, Song Ling's pupils constricted in shock as she gasped. Is this an artifact of an immortal master? Xia Yifan arrogantly nodded, his expression brimming with pride as he declared, indeed, you possess some discernment. The true backing of my Xia family is a genuine immortal master. This mountain-striking talisman was bestowed upon us by that master, once stained with blood and activated. It can unleash a force comparable to the full might of a celestial master. Thus, do you comprehend the stature of my Xia family? Even being my minor concubine would be a fortune you have accrued over 10 lifetimes. Song Ling's gaze was intensely fixed upon the talisman in Xia Yifan's hand. He understood that Xia Yifan spoke the truth, at least regarding this talisman. The other party had not lied, for he could distinctly sense an incredibly terrifying aura emanating from the talisman, as if an immense force had been forcibly compressed into this tiny piece of paper. A strike rivaling that of a celestial master? It is worth noting that within the martial world, celestial masters are as rare as legendary beings, typically emerging only once every few decades. Each one is renowned throughout the Jianghu, leaving behind countless tales of valor. Since the last celestial master passed away over 20 years ago, no new celestial masters have emerged. The ability to encapsulate the full power of the mightiest martial artist into such a small talisman could only be attributed to practitioners of the mystical arts. Song Ling's eyes sparkled as she spoke. I see now. I never expected that behind young Master Xia's family, there exists a celestial master offering support. In this light, I, Jiang Yuling, truly seem unworthy of young Master Xia. Her face bore the bitterness of shattered pride. Upon witnessing the once proud and exquisite maiden now stricken with dismay, Xia Yifan felt a sense of relief wash over him. Just as he was about to articulate a response, the young woman, with a hint of confusion, inquired, however, I have heard that celestial masters typically refrain from meddling in mortal affairs. Why would the celestial master associated with young Master Xia's family choose to assist you? Is there perhaps a connection between them? Xia Yifan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How he wished that celestial master truly had ties to his family. But alas, given the delicate nature of the subject, he refrained from speaking recklessly, should the truth come to light in the future. He would be ill-prepared to face the consequences. Thus, he could only respond ambiguously, not quite. It is merely that the celestial master happens to have needs that align with my family's interests. After speaking, he seemed concerned that his family's connection to the celestial master might be underestimated, so he added, however, the celestial master has promised that once my family assists him in acquiring what he seeks, he might even consider accepting me as his disciple. Acquiring what he seeks? A sudden thought flashed through Song Ling's mind. Previously, the formidable Xiongba Palace led the Martial Arts Alliance to eradicate the then preeminent force of the southern Gu County, the Jade Sword Manor, with the intent of uncovering the location of the coveted land of Gangsha. Could it be that the true seeker of the Gangsha land is, in fact, the cultivator behind the Xia family? Yet, this land only serves a purpose for top-tier martial artists striving to break through to the innate master realm. Why would a lofty cultivator seek it? Even if it were genuinely beneficial, why would that cultivator not take action personally? If he did intervene, even with the relentless protection of Gong Xinxiu. Acknowledged as the foremost expert of the southern Gu County, Gong Jiyu would have no chance of escape. Alternatively, could it be that this cultivator finds himself in a situation where intervention is not feasible? Song Ling gently shook his head. The elusive treasure sought by the cultivators behind the Xia family, the realm of qi and malevolence, remained merely a conjecture, devoid of any concrete evidence. All reasoning was but a castle in the air, and overthinking was of no avail. In any case, with Gong Jiyu firmly in his grasp, that was sufficient. Jiang Yuling, have you given it any thought? This young master may yet have the opportunity to become an immortal master. And I now present you with the chance to become my concubine. You ought to cherish it. Seeing Song Ling remain silent, Xia Yifan assumed his words had struck a chord, and his heart swelled with pride, his tone inevitably laced with a hint of menace. Song Ling's gaze lingered for a moment on the softly glowing white talisman, then feigned a look of conflict, gently biting her lip. She cast a timid glance at Xia Yifan and murmured, this matter is of utmost importance for Yuling's lifetime. I must consult my elder brother at home. That's quite all right. However, I have already made arrangements to attend a banquet at the Chui residence tonight, and I shall be staying there for the next few days. Should you come to a decision, simply send someone to inform me at the Chui residence, Xia Yifan responded nonchalantly. He was confident that, given his own attributes, this reputed beauty of Sui City could hardly refuse him. Thank you, young Master Xia. That evening, within a courtyard of the Chui residence, a loud thud echoed. After attending a grand banquet, Xia Yifan, deep in slumber on his bed, was abruptly awakened by a dark-clad assailant who delivered a lethal blow, shattering his skull and splattering red and white matter across the room. The assailant swiftly rummaged through the corpse and soon unearthed the glowing white talisman concealed within his garments. No matter how powerful the treasure, what good is it if one cannot utilize it in time? Song Ling carefully examined this extraordinary treasure, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. This was, in the truest sense, his first encounter with an artifact related to cultivators, and indeed, it was remarkable. However, he had no intention of carrying this talisman with him. The methods of the immortal practitioners were inscrutable, should there be any tracking marks inscribed upon it. His fate would be sealed. Thus, Song Ling resolved to bury it in a secure location. If, after some time, there was no sign of disturbance, it would indicate that the cultivator could not trace its whereabouts. As for the potential dire consequences of eliminating the representative sent by the Martial Arts Alliance, that was beyond Song Ling's concern. In any case, he was soon to depart from Sui City with Gong Jiyu to journey towards the realm of Gangsha. Whatever turmoil may ensue would not pertain to him. Moreover, upon reaching the realm of Gangsha, he would be poised to break through to the innate Grandmaster stage. at which point the identity of the Jiang family's legitimate daughter would hold little significance for him, regardless of whether Sui City faced destruction. He would be free to traverse the world. Chapter 84. Departure. In the secluded chamber of the auxiliary building of Qinghong Pavilion, bubbles continuously formed and burst. While under the vigorous flames, a viscous concoction emanating a peculiar fragrance simmered relentlessly in the black iron pot. Song Ling stirred continuously with a slender wooden stick, occasionally reaching for various herbs from the nearby table, some sun-dried and others ground into powder, casting them into the pot to continue the simmering process. He was in the midst of concocting the medicinal liquid essential for the initiation into the divine form technique. This particular step posed no significant challenge. It merely required a methodical approach to brewing. Once completed, and when combined with a unique secret method employed over 49 days, he would officially embark on the path of the divine form technique. After the passage of a short half-hour, the brewing of the medicinal liquid finally reached its concluding stage. Song Ling added the final herb into the mixture, then placed a few sticks of wood beneath the iron pot, fanning the flames to reduce the liquid. Before long, the concoction within the pot transformed into a milky, translucent substance. With a glimmer in her eye, Song Ling swiftly covered the pot and extinguished the fire. A fragrant aroma wafted through the air as white steam escaped from the gaps of the lid, invigorating the senses. At last, it was complete. A smile flickered across Song Ling's face. He lifted the lid of the pot, unperturbed by the heat due to his training in 3 external martial arts, and directly scooped out a gelatinous substance of medicinal liquid. He then applied it to several acupuncture points, the Shangguan, Shinting, and Shangxing on his head, the Huagai and Liaomin on his chest and abdomen, as well as the Bingfeng, Zhangdu, and Jieshi on his back, hands, and legs. Upon completing the application, Song Ling positioned his right thumb against the center of his chest while bending his left ring finger skyward. He slightly crouched his knees, adopting a rather peculiar stance, and adjusted his breathing to a frequency that would seem uncomfortable to an ordinary person. Fortunately, as recorded in the scriptures, this state need not be maintained for long. After the passage of half a tea's worth of time, Song Ling gradually opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of surprise on his countenance. He could distinctly feel the warm currents coursing through his body as the medicinal liquid permeated and the special breathing technique guided them, akin to countless delicate tendrils gently massaging his meridians and acupoints. The divine form technique indeed proved extraordinary, starkly contrasting with the martial arts he had previously practiced. The human body boasts 720 acupoints. Now, he merely needed to apply the medicinal liquid to different points each day, and after 49 days, he would grasp the fundamentals of the divine form technique. After adjusting his breath, Song Ling retrieved a rather substantial leather pouch, into which he poured the entirety of the medicinal liquid from the iron pot. He then took the remaining dregs in the pot and exited the secret chamber. After thoroughly cleaning the pot, he returned it to the storeroom, while the dregs were cast into the furnace, which was already ablaze with firewood. Upon entering the courtyard, Dongzi, who was tidying the area, bowed respectfully to Song Ling. "Has the meal for young master you been delivered?" Song Ling inquired nonchalantly. Dongzi replied softly, "It has been delivered. Young master you appears to be in excellent spirits today, and even asked when you would come to visit him, Mississippi. That's good to hear. I shall go see him now." Song Ling nodded and casually inquired, "By the way, has anything noteworthy occurred outside the residence in the past couple of days?" Dongzi tilted his head in contemplation, then shook it gently, replying, "Nothing of great significance." "Very well, I understand," came the response. After Song Ling finished speaking, he proceeded directly towards the main pavilion. It had been 2 days since he had slain Xia Yifan, and thus far, no news had emerged. It seemed that the Chui family had chosen to remain discreet about the matter, likely still deliberating their course of action. After all, the deceased was a representative sent by the Martial Arts Alliance, the eldest son of the formidable Xia family. Regardless of the circumstances, the incident had occurred within the Chui residence, and they could not evade responsibility. Furthermore, the deceased bore the weight of an alliance mission, should they mishandle the situation. It could lead to significant repercussions. Caution was certainly warranted. In the afternoon, Song Ling departed from the Jiang family with Gong Zhiyu, who was disguised as a servant. Given that he had encountered Xia Yifan on the day of his demise, leaving abruptly could raise suspicions, although being discovered would not pose a significant issue. Song Ling had reaped considerable benefits from the Jiang family and saw no need to cause them unnecessary trouble. Therefore, after making some superficial alterations to his appearance, he and Gong Zhiyu boarded a modest carriage that he had arranged in advance. Gong Zhiyu, posing as the driver, swiftly navigated through the city gates and headed westward. He exclaimed, Yuling, your human skin mask is truly remarkable. Without careful scrutiny, one would never discern the difference. Ling lifted the curtain of the carriage, revealing a gentle and serene smile. Young Master Yu, it would be wise to keep this on during our journey, lest we encounter members of the martial arts coalition. Thankfully, with you by my side, I can avoid countless troubles along the way. Gong Jiyu, filled with emotion, replied. Meeting you may very well be the greatest fortune of my life. Young Master Yu. Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shyly lowered the car curtain. After a brief pause, she spoke again. Young Master Yu, as we journey westward, is it the case that the land of the fierce gale lies in the western Shango city? Gong Jiyu, having established complete trust in Ling, saw no reason for concealment and candidly replied, not at all. The true location of the fierce gale lies even further west, within the Misty Frost Valley. Misty Frost Valley? With a tone of astonishment, Ling inquired once more as he lifted the curtain of the car. Could this be the infamous Cannibal Valley where it is rumored that someone goes missing every day? Gong Jiyu affirmed, indeed. Could it be that the tales surrounding Cannibal Valley are mere fabrications? Ling questioned, filled with doubt. Gong Jiyu replied with a sense of calm, no, they are true. Among those who wander into Misty Frost Valley, 9 out of 10 meet their demise, while the remaining one is either driven to madness or left severely incapacitated. Ling's face turned pale with fright. Does that mean we would be facing certain death? Gong Jiyu couldn't help but chuckle. If that were truly the case, how could my Yujian manor have risen to become the foremost power in the martial world? For others, it may indeed seem like an inescapable demise. But for us of the Gong family, it is quite another story. Noticing the lingering confusion on Ling's face, Gong Jiyu continued. You'll understand the specifics once we reach Misty Frost Valley. For now, I cannot elucidate further. Very well, Ling replied obediently, nodding her head. Subsequently, Gong Jiyu steered the carriage towards Shanghai City. Although the world was currently in chaos, with monsters rampaging, Gong Jiyu was, after all, a top-tier martial artist, positioned above the mundane powers. Provided that misfortune did not befall him, traversing the wilderness posed little challenge. Any foolish monsters that crossed their path were swiftly dealt with by him. Ling remained comfortably within the carriage, reveling in his ease. His true prowess was such that he could effortlessly overpower all first-rate warriors, including the most elite among them. And he even held the confidence to exchange a few moves with a master of internal force. Yet, on the surface, he merely appeared to have just ascended to the realm of second-rate warriors. In the treacherous wilderness, the sensation of masquerading as a frail woman in need of protection was indeed quite delightful, with someone else handling the menial tasks for him. Why would he not indulge in this fortuitous arrangement? Chapter 85, The Frosty Valley. 3 evenings later, Ling and Gong Jiyu arrived at Shanghai City. After 3 days of arduous travel through the wilderness, both appeared somewhat travel-worn. Although their martial arts cultivation allowed them to go without food or water for 3 days without issue, the continuous strain on their minds necessitated relaxation. Thus, they resolved to enter Shanghai City, seeking an inn for a night's rest before continuing their journey to Misty Frost Valley the following day. At Jiafu Inn, proprietor, prepare a sumptuous meal in 2 private rooms, called out Gong Jiyu. The innkeeper, a stout man with prominent earlobes and a thick beard, turned to see 2 young individuals enter. The man had a handsome visage and wore simple blue attire, while the woman donned a moon-white dress with a curved hem. Though veiled, her exquisite features could still be discerned from her expressive eyes. Certainly, please wait a moment, the innkeeper said with a broad smile. Gesturing for a waiter to seat Gong Jiyu and Ling Yuling, do you have any particular cravings or aversions? Gong Jiyu inquired attentively. I am open to anything. Ling replied with a smile. Very well, I've noted that, Gong Jiyu responded. After a brief wait, the food had yet to arrive. But the conversation from a nearby table by the window captured their attention. Although the voices were not loud, Ling and Gong Jiyu's keen hearing allowed them to catch every word. Brother, do you really think we should enter that man-eating valley? A scruffy youth with braided hair asked a burly man beside him. The burly man, biting into a chicken leg with a brutish demeanor, replied, Nonsense. Since we've come this far, how can we not go in? Do you still wish to make your fortune? But the infamous reputation of the man-eating valley has haunted my ears since childhood. Thousands have gone missing over the years. It is not a place to be taken lightly. The youth said, fear evident on his face. What man-eating valley? That's the Misty Frost Valley. As for what you mentioned, that's outdated. The Misty Frost Valley is different now. Have you forgotten how Li San struck it rich? The burly man suddenly paused, casting a cautious glance around before continuing. In any case, fortune favors the bold. If you're afraid, I shall venture in alone, and if I strike it rich, not a penny will you see. The youth quickly backtracked. Wait. I'll go. I'll go. Please don't leave me behind. Let go. Upon hearing the exchange, Song Ling and Gong Jiyu exchanged glances. Young Master Yu, what do they mean by entering Misty Frost Valley to make a fortune? Song Ling inquired curiously. Gong Jiyu shook his head, his brow furrowed. I am not certain. I have never heard such claims before. Could there have been recent developments? If it truly is changed from the past, that could pose a significant problem. I wonder if the knowledge I possess will still be applicable. After pondering for a moment, Gong Jiyu stood up and approached the table by the window. He clasped his fists in greeting and asked, Esteemed brothers, could you enlighten me about the claims of fortune in Misty Frost Valley? Gong Jiyu discerned that the two men possessed weak vital energy. If they were not seasoned experts concealing their prowess, they were likely mere practitioners of basic martial arts. Given their earlier conversation, the latter seemed far more plausible. The sudden approach of Gong Jiyu caught them off guard. Your loud voice has drawn attention. The burly man scowled at the scruffy youth before dismissively waving his hand at Gong Jiyu. Don't ask me. I have nothing to say. Unless his gaze shifted toward Song Ling, and a mocking glint appeared in his eyes. Unless you are willing to let that lovely lady entertain us. Perhaps I might share a word. Gong Jiyu's expression darkened, his eyes glinting with cold fury. You are courting death. In an instant, a formidable aura emanated from him, suffusing the air with palpable pressure. The burly man instantly froze, paralyzed by the overwhelming might exuding from Gong Jiyu, as if he were facing a terrifying adversary. It was evident that Gong Jiyu was a practitioner of advanced martial arts, a caliber he had only glimpsed once from a far-off powerful figure. The burly man felt a wave of despair wash over him. He had never anticipated that a simple meal would lead him to encounter such a formidable being. By the heavens, I meant no offense. I only sought to embarrass you into dropping the inquiry about Misty Frost Valley, he stammered, dread clouding his mind. Just then, a melodious female voice interjected. Ayo. The female companion of the expert approached gently, shaking her head at him, though still frowning. He complied with her request and released the burly man, allowing him to breathe once more. Gasping for air, the burly man slowly raised his head, fear lingering in his eyes, and rapidly said, Senior, I was wrong. I will share everything I know about Misty Frost Valley. Through the burly man's account. Song Ling and Gong Jiyu finally grasped the recent developments surrounding Misty Frost Valley. It turned out that several months prior, someone had emerged from Misty Frost Valley bearing rare herbs and exotic ores, which were highly coveted and quickly sold out in the market. That individual became immensely wealthy, rising from a commoner to a prosperous figure in the city. Subsequently, more individuals seeking to alter their fates ventured into Misty Frost Valley. Despite the continued reports of disappearances, those who survived invariably returned with treasures, and none seemed to suffer the debilitating fates of the past. The only constant was their reticence regarding the events that transpired within. Even under duress, many chose death over revealing any details. This enigma only deepened the intrigue surrounding the valley. Nevertheless, the allure of altering their destinies continued to draw countless desperate souls. For them, enduring the trials of life was far less appealing than risking everything in pursuit of fortune. Returning to his seat, Gong Jiyu furrowed his brow, seemingly deep in thought. After a considerable pause, he addressed Song Ling, Ling. I find myself at a loss regarding the recent changes in Misty Frost Valley. I cannot ascertain if my previous knowledge will suffice to navigate to the location of the Chi-killing grounds. Therefore, for safety's sake, I believe it would be best for you to remain in Shangshu City while I venture into Misty Frost Valley alone. Chapter 86. Entering the valley in a certain part of the Frosted Mist Valley, the remnants of what appeared to have been a devastating fire lay scattered, revealing a scene of desolation. The charred remnants of buildings trembled in the cold wind, while the scorched earth bore witness to the tragedy, with glimpses of unburned charcoal and charred corpses exuding a faint, suffocating odor of smoke. At the edge of the village stood a weathered well, its surface marked by the passage of time. Beside it sat a disheveled man, his hair unkempt and clothing tattered, a nail pierced through his right palm, tethered to a chain that descended into the well, while his left hand clutched a talisman that glowed with an ethereal green light. Several paces away, a woman approached, her gaze fixated on the talisman, her eyes vacant and devoid of life. Just 20 more, and the A-grade spirit, Jean Baiyu, shall be mine. A profound greed and excitement flickered in the man's eyes. It was no wonder he felt this way, after all. Such A-grade spirits were coveted even by disciples of esteemed sections. As a rogue cultivator, he would typically have to expend a significant portion of his wealth just to obtain a D-grade spirit, let alone an A-grade one. Who could have imagined that in this borderland, with its subpar spiritual energy, such a treasure could exist? It was indeed a tremendous opportunity. Once he acquired the A-grade spirit, Jin Baiyu, he would immediately disperse his current inferior innate qi and begin anew. Even though his transforming spirit and nourishing qi technique was only at a flawed level. With the A-grade spirit, he could at least cultivate a mid to high quality innate qi, with the potential to reach an upper tier quality. The mere thought of this sent shivers of excitement coursing through his body. If he truly succeeded in attaining an upper tier innate qi, the doors of the great cultivation sects would swing wide open for him, and becoming a formal inner disciple would no longer be a mere dream. With renewed determination, he bit his tongue, allowing blood to flow onto the talisman in his left hand. Instantly, the talisman erupted with vibrant green light, causing the woman, who had been moving slowly, to halt abruptly before quickening her pace, racing toward the ancient well, and then, without hesitation, leaping into its depths. With a splash, silence enveloped the scene. In Shanghai City, Gong Jiyu drove his carriage swiftly through the western gates, heading towards the frosted mist valley located further west. Although he had informed Song Ling the previous day that for safety reasons he would venture to the valley alone in search of the place of breakthrough, Song Ling could not possibly acquiesce. After all, he had schemed for so long, solely to seize this opportunity today. Should he miss this chance, he would either have to wait another decade or resort to the conventional method of gradually honing his internal power until he could condense it into the formidable energy. However, considering his unparalleled internal power at the first-tier realm, the time required for such a process could be exceedingly long, possibly exceeding 10 years. Having faced numerous dangers, Song Ling understood well that in these chaotic times, lacking sufficient strength meant that merely surviving another day was fraught with peril. 10 years? What a jest! Who could say if the Jiang family would even exist a decade hence? He could not afford to wait. Thus, after a heartfelt display of camaraderie and tears, Gong Jiyu ultimately decided to bring him along. 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the outskirts of the Frosted Mist Valley. Master Yu, is this truly the Frosted Mist Valley? Song Ling dismounted from the carriage, gazing ahead at the grand valley shrouded in mist and frost. Gong Jiyu approached her, his tone laced with nostalgia as he remarked, "Indeed, this is the Valley of Rime. My father brought me here on numerous occasions. Yet the last visit was 5 years ago. The world had changed. His father had fallen victim to treachery, and Yujin Manor had perished. The mere thought of it ignited a profound fury within Gong Jiyu. Today he must, without fail, achieve the status of an innate master. Even if he could not vanquish the culprits of the external realms, their offspring and disciples could not possibly remain confined within their homes for eternity. In due course, they would come to realize the terrifying prowess of a master-level assassin, one who had lost everything and lurked in the shadows. Gong Jiyu's gentle gaze fell upon the pure-hearted girl beside him. As long as this girl, who had extended a helping hand during his darkest hour, remained undisclosed, he would have no reservations. He exhaled deeply, steeling his resolve. Yuling, let us proceed. Yes, certainly. Since Gong Jiyu insisted on not riding into the valley, the two walked onward. Along the way, Song Ling observed numerous figures also making their way into the valley, most of whom appeared emaciated and haggard. Clearly the unfortunate souls of society's lower echelons. Yet, amidst them, there were occasionally some martial artists brimming with vitality. It was not difficult to comprehend why these relatively affluent individuals chose to venture here. After all, if even the powerless commoners could obtain treasures, surely their chances of success would be even greater. Each individual harbored their own thoughts, and aside from those who had formed pairs prior to entering, no one engaged in conversation, each vigilant of their surroundings. The frail ordinary folk kept their distance from the martial artists, retreating until they were out of sight. After all, should they stumble upon a treasure, they would stand no chance against the martial artists and thus needed to keep their distance. However, Song Ling and Gong Jiyu, adept at concealing their presence, did not arouse the vigilance of those around them, appearing merely as ordinary individuals seeking fortune. After traversing for about half an hour, the mist within the valley thickened, and the cliffs on either side gradually faded into obscurity, rendering even the scenery a mere blur just a few meters ahead. Soon, they arrived at a fork in the path, where the mist parted to reveal 3 distinct routes. Strangely, as Song Ling and Gong Jiyu reached this junction, those who had previously separated from them emerged from the fog, suggesting that no matter which path one chose, they would ultimately converge at the same destination. Song Ling could distinctly sense that Gong Jiyu beside him had let out a sigh of relief. He then heard Gong Jiyu whispering in a hushed tone by his ear, "Yuling, rest assured, thus far, everything remains consistent with what I am aware of." Song Ling nodded thoughtfully. Faced with the 3 diverging paths, the gathering crowd exchanged glances, none daring to make a move. One person spoke up. Could it be that those who perished in the Frost Valley met their fate due to choosing the wrong path? That is certainly plausible. But what now? We cannot remain stagnant here. It is freezing, and I feel as though I might freeze to death. A boy, resembling a beggar with tattered clothes, hugged his arms tightly, trembling uncontrollably. Choosing the wrong path could be perilous if you were so anxious. Why not test the waters for us? Someone beside the beggar boy suggested. The boy grimaced, falling silent. Although he felt expendable, he had no desire to sacrifice himself needlessly. Chapter 87. The Wilderness. And as the crowd stood in confusion, with some martial artists casting dangerous glances, contemplating the forceful expulsion of a few ordinary individuals to pave the way for trial and error, Gong Jiyu took Song Ling's hand and stepped toward the third path. The crowd momentarily froze, refraining from following recklessly, instead observing the two intently, hoping to glean some insight. However, to their disappointment, no anomalies manifested until the pair's figures were nearly swallowed by the mist. Watching their determined strides, the beggar boy gritted his teeth and suddenly sprinted after them. In no time, he caught up with Song Ling and Gong Jiyu. Gasping for breath, the beggar boy exclaimed, "Wait for me, can I accompany you?" Gong Jiyu turned his head, casting a glance at him, and replied nonchalantly, "If you wish to follow, then do so. However, since you entered with the intent of seeking fortune, I trust you have considered the risks involved. After all, life and death are predestined, and should danger arise, do not expect us to intervene on your behalf." The beggar boy grinned widely, saying, "I understand. I truly do. Just being able to accompany you esteemed individuals is a blessing enough for me." Gong Jiyu chuckled softly, finding the beggar boy rather intriguing. The trio continued onward. And along the way, Song Ling inquired, "Sir Yu, what was the significance of those three paths? Is the one we are taking a path of life? What might happen if we ventured down the other two?" Gong Jiyu shook his head and replied, "Not quite. In truth, these three paths do not correspond to life or death. Rather, each will lead to different encounters. The reason I chose this third path is that I am aware of what lies ahead, while I am completely ignorant of the other two." Song Ling, I see. Upon hearing Gong Jiyu's words, the young beggar's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, he had not followed the wrong person. With a swift thought, he eagerly declared, "Esteemed sir and lady, should we unearth any treasures henceforth, I shall not claim a single item. All shall belong to you both. Furthermore, I am willing to assist in menial tasks and transportation, seeking only a modest reward of a few silver pieces to ensure my survival." The young beggar was acutely aware that since his companions were knowledgeable about the circumstances within the Frosty Valley, they were undoubtedly extraordinary individuals. He recognized that should any treasures be discovered, he would be incapable of competing for them, possibly even risking his life in the endeavor. It was far wiser to make his intentions clear from the outset. Thus, not only would his life be safeguarded, but the rewards that might trickle through their fingers could potentially afford him a life free from want. "You are quite astute for a young beggar," Gong Jiyu remarked, casting a penetrating gaze upon him. Song Ling smiled and said, "All right, I shall trouble you then." As she gazed at the beggar boy with her charming, water-like autumn eyes, he felt a flush rise to his cheeks. He had never been this close to a maiden of such exquisite beauty. However, in the next moment, he regained his composure and cast a furtive glance at Gong Jiyu, hastily lowering his head. "I wouldn't dare, as long as I can be of service to you. Esteemed young lady, that is enough to satisfy me." After a brief interval, the mist ahead began to dissipate, returning to the light fog reminiscent of when they first entered the frosted mist valley, allowing glimpses of the scenery 100 meters away. Just then, the once bright sky rapidly dimmed, as if eclipsed by a celestial phenomenon, shrouding the daylight in darkness. Amidst the fog ahead, an eerie wilderness inn, adorned with lanterns, materialized by the roadside. This bizarre scene caused the beggar boy's eyes to widen in shock, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Song Ling instinctively clasped Gong Jiyu's arm tightly, her pale face reflecting her concern. "Young master Yu, what is happening? Do not be alarmed, Yuling." Gong Jiyu gently patted Song Ling's hand in a gesture of reassurance. "So far, everything is precisely as I have anticipated. I have experienced similar scenarios with my father on numerous occasions. The events that follow may be somewhat peculiar. Yet as long as you adhere to my instructions, Yuling, you shall encounter no peril." "That is a relief," Song Ling replied, visibly relaxing. Gong Jiyu then cast a sidelong glance at the beggar boy before continuing, "Now, we must enter that inn, but only one person at a time. Moreover, once inside, communication will be impossible, so you must remember my words meticulously. Upon entering, a waiter clad in red will inquire whether you seek a meal or a room. At that moment, you must not respond to him. Instead, proceed directly to an unoccupied table and request a jar of fine wine from the waiter." Song Ling expressed her trepidation, inquiring, Isn't that innkeeper a human? Indeed. Within this establishment, apart from us outsiders, the rest are not human, nor are they mere spirits. They are peculiar entities that cannot be vanquished. Should you fail to heed my counsel, dire consequences will ensue. Gong Jiyu nodded gravely and continued. Once the innkeeper serves the wine, he will inquire whether you prefer rice wine or millet wine. At that moment, it is imperative that you respond accordingly. Listening intently to Gong Jiyu's account, the beggar boy swallowed hard, his eyes betraying a palpable fear. It is crucial to understand that for individuals of their ilk, even the weakest of spirits could easily claim their lives, let alone entities far more terrifying. Fortunately, he had aligned himself with these two distinguished individuals. Otherwise, the beggar boy shivered, daring not to miss a single word, becoming increasingly attentive. After a considerable time, Gong Jiyu concluded his narration. "You Ling, have you absorbed all that? If there are any details you have forgotten, I can reiterate," he said gently to Song Ling. Song Ling shook her head, replying, "No, I have memorized everything." "Well then, let us begin. After I enter, the next person should come in approximately 15 minutes later, and the subsequent individual should do likewise." Upon finishing his words, Gong Jiyu turned and strode towards the desolate inn. Soon, his figure vanished into the dark abyss of the inn's entrance, as if consumed by a colossal maw. "Miss, do you think he will be all right?" the beggar boy inquired, his voice laced with concern. Song Ling's tone was calm. "Rest assured, he has visited many times. Nothing will happen." The beggar boy was taken aback, sensing a subtle shift in the young lady's demeanor compared to earlier. Before he could ponder this change, he noticed Song Ling gazing at him, a smile playing at the corners of her lips as she softly inquired, "I ask you, little beggar, do you wish to live and amass a fortune?" "Ah, all it requires is that you assist me with a minor task at the appropriate moment." A quarter of an hour later, Song Ling set forth towards the desolate inn, leaving behind the beggar boy, who felt a twinge of unease. Before long, she arrived at the entrance of the wilderness inn. From the outside, the establishment appeared as though it had been ravaged by a great fire. Its surface charred to a deep black, while lanterns hanging on either side resembled two skulls, flames flickering ominously from their eye sockets. Song Ling's expression remained serene as he stepped through the entrance. Chapter 88, The Blood-Burning Secret Technique. Outside the inn, everything appeared charred and desolate, yet within, it was illuminated with bright lights, adorned with an elegant and antiquated decor, resembling two entirely disparate realms. Song Ling cast a sweeping glance across the hall and soon spotted Gong Jiyu seated at one of the tables. Before him lay a jar of wine and several small dishes, which he savored with a demeanor of tranquil contentment, offering not even a passing glance at Song Ling as he entered the inn. Aside from Gong Jiyu, several other beings occupied the remaining seats, entities that appeared human at first glance, yet were anything but. This assertion stemmed from the fact that under normal circumstances, even those who have never trained in martial arts would possess a faint trace of vital energy merely by virtue of being alive. However, these figures exuded not a scintilla of such life force. They were neither spirits nor humans. What, then, could they be? Were they, perhaps, the so-called phantoms? Song Ling's eyes narrowed slightly. Though Gong Jiyu claimed these things were incapable of causing death, he harbored doubts. All fear arises from a lack of strength. "Welcome. Are you here for a meal or to stay?" At that moment, a young waiter clad in vibrant red approached, his skin pale as porcelain. His eyes, devoid of life, resembled two abyssal black holes, yet his face bore an enthusiastic smile, creating a disconcerting juxtaposition. Following Gong Jiyu's prior instructions, Song Ling chose to disregard the waiter's inquiry and proceeded directly to an unoccupied table. This table was nestled in a corner, adjacent to a tightly shut window, with the curtains partially drawn, allowing a chill breeze to seep in from outside. "Please bring me a jar of fine wine," Song Ling spoke with clarity and composure. The waiter stepped closer, bowing his head to inquire, "Would you prefer rice wine or sake?" Song Ling shook her head and inquired, "Do you serve plum wine here?" As her words resonated, an immediate silence enveloped the entire inn. The other patrons in the lobby turned in unison, their expressions devoid of emotion as they fixed their vacant gazes upon Song Ling. Their eyes, much like those of the innkeeper, were utterly lifeless, resembling two dark voids. Song Ling remained utterly unperturbed, raising her head to gaze defiantly at the waiter. She spoke once more, "I would like some plum wine. Do you have it in your establishment?" After a brief pause, the waiter revealed a stiff smile. "Indeed, we do. Is there anything else you require?" "Just bring me a couple of random side dishes to accompany the wine," Song Ling replied. "Understood, esteemed guest. Please hold on a moment." The waiter nodded before turning to leave. The curious gazes that had been fixated on Song Ling gradually shifted away, no longer scrutinizing her, Before long, the waiter returned, bearing a jug of wine and several small dishes. "Esteemed guest, please enjoy your meal." Song Ling nodded, poured a bowl of wine, and held it to his nose to inhale its fragrance. A rich aroma of alcohol wafted towards him. Was it truly wine? To be frank, Song Ling was not particularly inclined to partake in this dubious concoction. However, having witnessed Gong Zhiyu's repeated safe returns, he did not wish to appear overly peculiar or court disaster. Thus, he lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. In the next breath, Song Ling expressionlessly set the bowl down. Despite its robust scent, the drink was utterly devoid of flavor, as bland as water. This particular detail had not been shared with him by Gong Zhiyu, perhaps deemed inconsequential to the larger scheme. Subsequently, Song Ling remained seated in silence, refraining from any unnecessary actions. Not far away, Gong Zhiyu observed this scene and felt a sense of relief. A quarter of an hour later, a beggar boy entered the inn. In stark contrast to Song Ling's composure, the boy appeared somewhat anxious. Fortunately, the steps upon entering were not overly complicated, and he successfully seated himself and took a sip of wine. According to Gong Zhiyu, the next course of action required each of them to remain in the hall for a full hour before indicating to the innkeeper their desire for lodging. The innkeeper would then escort them to their respective rooms upstairs. If they found the bedding to be red, they could extinguish the candle and lie down immediately. If the bedding was yellow, they were to sit on a nearby chair and ensure the candle burned throughout the night. Should the bedding be white, they must promptly inform the innkeeper and request a room change, for entering would be strictly forbidden. Failure to comply could lead to dire consequences. As time passed, just as the three were nearing the end of their hour, the entrance creaked open, and four wary-looking men stepped into the inn. Song Ling's gaze fell low. Previously, at that fork in the road, he had encountered these four individuals. All four were martial artists, among them a tall, slender man with an eagle-like nose, who was even a second-tier warrior. It is worth noting that a second-tier warrior, even within the confines of the city, could live a relatively comfortable life solely through their martial prowess, which rendered their choice to venture into the misty Frost Valley rather perplexing to Song Ling, thus leaving a profound impression on him. The four recognized Gong Zhiyu, who had been the first to choose the fork. The eagle-nosed man's eyes brightened, and just as he was about to approach, the young attendant in red arrived before them, his lifeless gaze complementing a seemingly warm smile as he said, "Welcome, esteemed guests. Are you here to dine or to stay overnight?" The four exchanged glances. They were no fools. The attendant before them, along with several other patrons in the hall, clearly possessed an unusual demeanor, and thus, they refrained from speaking impulsively. The eagle-nosed man surveyed the room, spotting Gong Zhiyu, Song Ling, and the beggar youth seated within the hall, and a plan formed in his mind. He confidently declared, "We shall dine. Please bring us a jar of wine and some side dishes." As soon as his words fell, the hall fell into an eerie silence, akin to when Song Ling had requested plum wine earlier. All eyes fixated on the eagle-nosed quartet, and unlike Song Ling's earlier demeanor, unsettling smiles crept onto their faces. Meanwhile, the attendant's smile grew even more exaggerated, stretching nearly to his ears. With a sinister chuckle, he remarked, "Certainly, esteemed guest, I shall prepare your side dishes at once." Upon witnessing this scene, the eagle-nosed man's pupils constricted, and an ominous thought struck him. Just as he intended to make a move, the attendant lunged forward with startling swiftness. The attendant's hand morphed into a claw, aimed directly at the eagle-nosed man's heart. Being a second-tier warrior, he could not simply resign himself to fate. Channeling all his internal energy, he retaliated with a punch aimed at the attendant. Bang! The attendant staggered back 2 steps, a shadowy smile crossing his face as he charged forward once more. After parrying several blows, the eagle-nosed man faltered, and the attendant's claw tore through his shoulder to the back of his hand, leaving a gruesome mess. He let out a piercing scream, yet this pain ignited his ferocity. His eyes turned crimson as he forcefully pressed several acupoints on his body. Moments later, his muscles bulged, and he exhaled 2 jets of thick, blood-tinged white vapor from his nostrils, rendering his subsequent moves significantly more powerful than before. Was it the blood ignition secret technique? Song Ling raised her eyebrows, recognizing the secret technique employed by the man with the hawk-nosed visage. This blood ignition technique, once enacted, could significantly amplify a warrior's strength within a short span. However, its repercussions were exceedingly grave. In addition to enduring several months of diminished vitality, it could also inflict lasting damage to one's physical foundation, thereby jeopardizing the practitioner's martial future. Hence, unless one found themselves in a dire struggle for survival, few would dare to invoke this technique lightly. Chapter 89, The White Bed Indeed. After the hawk-nosed man unleashed the blood ignition technique, he swiftly turned the tide, beginning to dominate the previously confident innkeeper. Song Ling furrowed her brow. If this were the extent of the situation, then it would be unnecessary for Gong Jiyu to adhere to such convoluted rules. He could simply cut through his enemies with brute force, or perhaps, due to uncertainty regarding the nature of his opponent. He had consistently relied on this established set of rules, never daring to confront directly. If that were the case, it would indeed be somewhat amusing. No rush. Let us observe further. The man with the hooked nose was engaged in a fierce battle with the innkeeper in the main hall. However, the non-human counterparts of the innkeeper did not rush to join the fray. They merely sat quietly at their tables, revealing sinister smiles as they watched the conflict unfold. After a brief interval, empowered by the blood-burning secret technique, the hook-nosed man finally delivered a devastating blow, shattering the innkeeper's skull. Gasping for breath, he gazed at the fallen body, his eyes filled with profound hatred. Damn it! You forced me to use the blood-burning secret technique. And now I shall be incapacitated for some time. Suddenly, the hook-nosed man's eyes widened in terror as he instinctively stumbled backward. To the astonishment of the onlookers, the decapitated body of the innkeeper began to stir, and from the gaping wound, a substance resembling charred ash began to coalesce. In mere moments, he was restored to his former state. Yet, it could not be said that he had fully recovered. Upon Song Ling's observation, the innkeeper's skin appeared slightly dimmer than before. Dear guest, what are you doing? I still need to prepare your dishes. The innkeeper grinned widely and lunged toward the hook-nosed man. You monster! Despite his fear, the hook-nosed man had no choice but to defend himself. However, as soon as they clashed, his expression changed dramatically. He realized that the innkeeper's strength was vastly superior to before, almost matching the peak of his own power when utilizing the blood-burning secret technique. But now, the effects of his technique were rapidly waning. If this continued, he would surely meet his demise. Indeed, within just a few exchanges, the hook-nosed man was left powerless to resist. With a piercing scream, he was struck down by the innkeeper, who crushed his skull and extracted his heart. The innkeeper opened his mouth wide and devoured the heart of the hook-nosed man, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. Next, it's your turn. No. In the horrified eyes of the remaining three, the innkeeper charged at them. With the second-rate martial artist having fallen, the three third-rate warriors were no match, and in the blink of an eye, they were torn to shreds. The innkeeper feasted on the hearts of all four, licking his lips in delight, before turning to Song Ling and her companions. The young beggar trembled in fear, his body shaking uncontrollably. Song Ling and Gong Jiyu maintained their calm demeanor. After a few moments, the innkeeper turned away with a face full of regret, seemingly constrained by some rule that prevented him from taking action against Song Ling and the others. It became apparent that Gong Jiyu's assertion of being unable to kill was rooted in a peculiar reality that Song Ling pondered deeply. Initially, the innkeeper's abilities were comparable to those of the hawk-nosed man. At best, he was slightly superior. However, after being slain by the hawk-nosed individual once, the innkeeper's power surged to match that of the hawk-nosed man after employing his blood-burning secret technique. This implied that regardless of one's inherent strength, a single death would bestow upon the opponent an equal measure of that strength. Although it appeared that killing was indeed impossible, a crucial question lingered. How many times could he resurrect? Reflecting on the myriad details that transpired during the earlier confrontation, Song Ling felt a surge of eagerness. Yet he ultimately restrained himself. After all, with Gong Jiyu providing a secure means of passage, there was no need to court danger, particularly when no tangible benefits were visible. Time passed, and Gong Jiyu, who had entered first, had occupied a seat in the hall for nearly an hour. Lacking an accurate timekeeping device, he remained seated for an additional half-hour for safety's sake before summoning the innkeeper, his expression unperturbed as he instructed him to prepare a private room. The innkeeper, bowing and smiling, politely led Gong Jiyu upstairs, as if he were not the same person who had just devoured the hearts of four individuals. Due to the extended wait, Song Ling and the beggar youth, who arrived last, had also fulfilled the hour's requirement. When the innkeeper returned, Song Ling was about to request a room for himself. But to his surprise, the innkeeper approached the beggar youth instead. Esteemed guest, do you wish to stay at the inn as well? The innkeeper inquired with a broad smile. The beggar youth felt his mind go blank. What should he do? The esteemed Gong had not informed him of this procedure. Was it not supposed to be his responsibility to call for the innkeeper? Yet now, the innkeeper was approaching him directly. Should he agree or decline? He certainly did not wish to meet the same fate as those four warriors. Desperately, the beggar youth cast a pleading glance towards Song Ling. After a moment of contemplation, Song Ling nodded slightly. The beggar boy, feeling an immense relief, immediately addressed the innkeeper. Yes, I would like a room as well. Please prepare one for me. Certainly. Please follow me. The innkeeper led the beggar boy upstairs, just as he had done with Gong Jiyu. Thus, in the bustling hall below, only Song Ling remained. Surrounded by enigmatic beings cloaked in human semblance, who occasionally cast glances in her direction, murmuring indistinct words that were indecipherable to her ears. Song Ling remained indifferent to this. Soon, the bellboy clad in a bright red uniform returned to the lobby. Without waiting for Song Ling to call him, he approached swiftly and, with a hint of impatience, inquired, "Esteemed guest, do you wish to take up residence at our establishment as well?" Song Ling cast a glance at him and said, "Yes, please take me upstairs." "Certainly." The innkeeper responded with great courtesy, bending slightly as he guided Song Ling up the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, the innkeeper led her to a guest room adorned with a rustic yet elegant decor, gently pushing the door open. "Here we are. Esteemed guest, please enter." Song Ling did not enter directly but instead cast a glance inside. This fleeting gaze halted his attention, for he beheld a striking white hue upon the bed against the wall. Gong Jiyu had once mentioned that one could simply extinguish the candle and recline on a red bed, while a yellow bed required one to sit upon a nearby chair, ensuring the candle remained alight. However, a white bed was strictly off-limits, necessitating a request for a room change. Heeding the counsel of others is a wise practice. Therefore, Song Ling decisively took a step back and addressed the innkeeper, stating, "I am not particularly fond of this room. I would like to switch to another." The innkeeper's vacant gaze remained fixed on Song Ling, and after a brief moment, he broke into a grin, exclaiming, "Certainly, esteemed guest, please follow me." Navigating through the corridor of the second floor, the innkeeper led Song Ling to another door, pushing it open and inquiring, "How does this room suit you, esteemed guest?" From the hollow gaze of the other party, Song Ling discerned a profound malevolence. He peered into the room as the innkeeper swung open the door, only to find that the bedding was surprisingly pristine white. Silence enveloped the space. In the dim light, a subtle smile crept upon Song Ling's lips. From the moment the innkeeper had suggested that the beggar youth ascend the stairs first, a sense of unease had stirred within him. And now he was unequivocally convinced of their sinister intentions. Very well then. Since they obstructed his passage through conventional means, he would resort to brute force to break through. Chapter 90, Suppression. Are there any other rooms available? In a final act of restraint, Song Ling inquired. The innkeeper, hunched over, had his pallid face illuminated by the flickering candlelight, casting shadows that danced across his features. His eyes fixated on Song Ling, and the malice he harbored was nearly transparent as he grinned wickedly. "Apologies, esteemed guest, but this is indeed the last room we have. If it does not meet your satisfaction, bang." Before he could finish, the innkeeper's head erupted in a violent explosion. At this moment, the innkeeper's strength was on par with that of the hawk-nosed man who had previously employed the blood-burning secret technique. However, he was merely a standout amongst second-rate warriors, utterly insignificant in comparison to Song Ling's prowess. Song Ling retracted his fist, gazing coolly at the corpse of the innkeeper crumpled upon the ground. Before long, the bizarre scene that had transpired in the lobby unfolded once more. It was as if remnants of paper still smoldered, emitting blackened ashes that flickered with embers, continuously materializing around the innkeeper's head. In but a few breaths, it restored itself to its former state. "Ah, esteemed guest, even in the absence of a suitable room, must you resort to violence?" The innkeeper, now resurrected, bore a vacant stare and an eerie grin that stretched nearly to his ears. "However, since you have laid hands upon me, I shall not hold back. Your pulsating heart has long been a source of my desire." With that, he vanished in a flash, his fingertips transforming into razor-like claws, lunging towards Song Ling's throat with a velocity surpassing that of before. Yet, in the next instant, Song Ling seized the innkeeper's arm with even greater swiftness. The innkeeper was taken aback. Was it truly as such? A glimmer of realization flashed in Song Ling's eyes. Earlier, during the confrontation with the waiter and the hawk-nosed man, he had surmised that the changes exhibited by the waiter were merely reflections of the prowess displayed by his opponent. This was because the blood-burning secret technique was inherently possessed by the hawk-nosed man. If the waiter could directly manifest the full extent of his adversary's power, there would be no need for him to endure death only to subsequently retaliate. Of course, there existed a crucial condition. The number of times the waiter could be resurrected was not infinite. After being slain by the hawk-nosed man, the waiter's complexion had noticeably darkened. And now, observing the slight dimming of his hue once more, Song Ling felt an even firmer conviction in his hypothesis. The reason he was able to seize the waiter with such ease was that he had not exerted his full strength when he had shattered the waiter's skull. He had merely employed a force equivalent to the theoretical limit achievable by a second-rate martial artist. Such a level of power when measured against the prowess of a first-rate warrior, remained woefully inadequate. Crack. Song Ling seized the arm of the shop assistant and forcefully twisted it in the opposite direction. Ah! The shop assistant let out a piercing scream that echoed throughout the building. Song Ling was not concerned that Gong Jiyu and the beggar boy, who had already entered the room, would emerge to investigate. This was because Gong Jiyu had instructed him that upon entering the room, regardless of any sounds emanating from the outside, one must absolutely refrain from coming out. How intriguing, he mused silently, that this entity could even experience pain. With a swift motion, he proceeded to shatter the shopkeeper's other arm and legs, leaving his limbs grotesquely twisted upon the floor. The shopkeeper's features contorted with agony. His eyes filled with malice as he rasped, "Do you think this will defeat me?" As he spoke, the familiar dark embers drifted down from the air, coalescing around his limbs, and in a mere moment, he had fully restored himself. With a sudden leap, the shopkeeper resembled a nimble spider, propelling himself towards Song Ling with astonishing speed. "I will make you perish." This time, his strength had evidently surged to a formidable first-rate level. Song Ling raised his brows in surprise. He had not anticipated that even without slaying this creature, merely inflicting severe injuries upon it would allow for a complete recovery, and its power would once again ascend to the same level he had previously demonstrated. Moreover, this time, its complexion remained unblemished. Inflicting grave wounds would lead to recovery and an enhancement of strength, without any darkening of its skin. Regrettably, he had initially intended to transform it into a human puppet and cast it into the white bedchamber, curious to witness what amusing occurrences might unfold. However, it now seemed that he could only. Song Ling let out a soft sigh, and once more unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The head of the shop assistant erupted in an instant. Song Ling exerted additional strength, nearly equivalent to perfecting 2 first-rate martial arts techniques. Although this fell short of his full potential, it was sufficient to swiftly vanquish those at the initial stage of the first-rate realm. Before long, the innkeeper revived from death. He fixed a fierce gaze upon Song Ling and declared with malice, "I am indomitable, yet your power ultimately possesses limits. It is only a matter of time." With a swift motion, Song Ling appeared before the waiter. Bang! The waiter's head exploded. Such excessive chatter. Song Ling's expression remained indifferent. The waiter resurrected. His head exploded once more. Resurrected again. Head exploded. This monotonous scene repeated itself over a dozen times. When the waiter revived yet again, his complexion had darkened to that of an African from a past life, his 2 rows of snow-white teeth starkly prominent against the night. At that moment, the gaze he cast upon Song Ling was fraught not only with resentment but also tinged with an inescapable fear. "What on earth are you? This is utterly unreasonable. This is far too irrational." The strength of this human being escalates as if boundless, entirely exceeding what is expected of an elite warrior. Yet, according to the unspoken rules, the number of times he could resurrect was directly proportional to the opponent's realm. In other words, had the opponent been a master, he would have been granted even more chances to revive. However, the opponent was merely an elite martial artist. Under normal circumstances, no matter how formidable the opponent, the number of revivals he possessed should have been sufficient to deplete the adversary. Yet this human's power is completely illogical. "What am I?" Song Ling's figure suddenly flickered, appearing before the waiter with a smile as she said, "I am here to end your nightmares." Wait. Bang! The waiter's head exploded, and his lifeless body collapsed to the ground. Song Ling stood quietly, awaiting the resurrection of her opponent. However, this time, a peculiar transformation unfolded. The once robust form of the innkeeper withered away, its torso and limbs turning to charred remains. Simultaneously, its head materialized, bearing the same scorched visage as the other parts. The innkeeper sprang up from the ground, 2 crimson eyes fixated intensely on Song Ling. Its voice was gruff and indistinct, as if air was escaping from a punctured throat. "Do you think you can kill me like this? I admit, your extraordinary power has indeed surprised me, even instilling a measure of fear. However, this is where it ends. Perhaps you have already surmised that this is my final resurrection, yet my strength now exceeds that of your last attempt to vanquish me by more than tenfold. No matter how formidable you may be, you are ultimately not a master and cannot triumph over me in this state." Song Ling quietly gazed at the shopkeeper, who resembled a charred ember, and silently drew the long sword from her waist. The first form of Pasian, Dawn's Lotus. Chapter 91. Departing from the inn. Song Ling's formidable internal energy surged wildly through his meridians, coalescing in his palm to manifest as a wisp of pale red aura, entwining itself around the blade of his long sword. Simultaneously, he executed the limit-breaking form of the flowing cloud-pursuing moon technique, star galloping across the river. The radiance of the sword resembled the dawn sun, brilliant and resplendent, yet strikingly lethal. He moved with an astonishing swiftness, enveloped in faint hues of red and white, flashing past the shopkeeper and arriving behind him in an instant. Impossible, the shopkeeper thought, disbelief coursing through him as he felt himself stiffen like aging wood, desperately attempting to turn his head. Yet, before he could complete the motion, his head slipped from his neck, crashing to the ground and shattering into a heap of charred remnants. This time, the shopkeeper did not rise again. He was utterly and irrevocably dead. Song Ling also let out a sigh of relief. If the other party could be revived, it would certainly give him a headache. Unfortunately, this stubborn entity remained tight-lipped. During the numerous attempts to slay the shopkeeper, Song Ling had interrogated it about its true nature, yet it refused to reveal even a single word. Perhaps it was the case that it did not even comprehend what it truly was? Song Ling shook his head. He surveyed his surroundings. The inn still stood intact, undeterred by the demise of the innkeeper. It was evident that the innkeeper was not its essential existence. Song Ling's gaze sharpened as he bent down to retrieve a translucent gray crystal, no larger than a fingernail, from the pile of charred ashes left behind by the deceased waiter. This crystal appeared unremarkable, devoid of any peculiarities.